I think it was Blade who said this in an interview. Said like he could feel that there's a lot more ideas and stuff since coming back from the break. And I guess that kind of echoes like the vibe that you're saying, right? You guys had a couple of weeks off to kind of think about the year, think about what you could have done different, some time to recharge a little bit, and then you come back in and you're like, all right, I'm locked in, like, I'm ready to go. It's a fresh year. How have you found things, Flames?
Like with
in that regard?
break?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm a big fan of those tournament after tournament.
Yeah. But, he's in the opposite line of thinking.
But for me, it's more like, you know, I would like to have my career more like not my career, but like just CS. I think it would be more performance based if you'd have a player break in the middle of the season, and you'd let's say like you'd 3 months tournament, like it would be like a very intense period.
Yeah.
2 months off, 3 months, you know, something like this. Because I think I don't know, but it's personally for me also. I like that like you can practice for a season, and then sort of grind your practice through the thing, and then in the middle of like you have like 2 tournaments in a row, then you have like a week or like 2 weeks, then you can like focus on like you know 3 days off, focus on practice again, 2-3 tournaments in a row. But the only thing, obviously, you don't want to fly from Mexico to Australia and just But the main thing is that I think for me it's like I prefer that there is no distractions. That I'm like, you know, after Cologne I went home and you enjoy the win, right? Yeah. And I think what I would do is that, like, you'd have, let's say in the season you have like Katowice. After Katowice you take like a time off for the players, not like a player break, but just like some 2 weeks without tournaments, right? Yeah. Then you put EPL, which is a long tournament, and then you put EPL, and next to EPL you put another important tournament right after it in some sense. Because EPL you have a lot of time for the teams to practice. You have to wait a week and
right.
So I think this kind of thing will be optimal for me. Obviously, like my teammates hear that, they will fucking shoot me. They don't want that because they want to.
Don't worry, they're never gonna hear it. We won't release.
But people want to. It's fair enough because like we travel so much, we want to be home as well, and we want to be with the people we love, and some tournaments. Like, I don't know how it is for other teams, but some tournaments you cannot bring your girlfriend or your family to the same hotel with you and this kind of stuff.
You can't?
No, in Vitality it's like...
I thought it's...
Yeah. So, like it changes a bit, but I think for me, like, I would like to have tournaments and then some time off, but not like how it is right now, that it stretches up for 6 months.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have a chill schedule. Like, right now after Katowice, we have like 3 weeks off. 4 weeks without tournaments?
I have 2.
2? Because of PGL or bootcamp? No, I'm talking tournaments, not off. Like, no tournaments. I think we have like 3 weeks, no tournaments until EPL.
We go straight to the BGL at least.
Yeah, because there is
BGL.
but I didn't think, you guys aren't there.
For you, it's EPL?
I don't know, actually don't know.
Yes.
I think
it's
and
EPL
it's
is
in
the next
4
one.
weeks.
I think it's like, I think it's a 3-ish weeks from
Yeah, something like that. And I think this, you take those 3 weeks and you could like have a week and then EPL. And then, like, I don't know how long EPL, like 14 days, 11 days, whatever. And then instead of making the end of the season more stressful, you have like this tournament, major. Like, you know, it's because you want to come to the major the freshest you can.
Yeah, right. No, that makes sense. You're at like the end of the grind by the time the first major rolls around, and then the season now ends with the major as well at the end of the year. So like it happens twice over.
But that's why team are gonna dodge some tournament. Like, you know, I don't think team will dodge Dallas this year, because it's also like sets you up for America. Plus it's 2 weeks before.
Yeah.
So it's not so bad, and there is no RMR anymore and this kind of stuff. But like, let's say you have a tournament, like if there wasn't the RMR. I don't remember how it was, but I think like there was a RMR that we finished a blast.
Yeah. And
you go have 2-3 days at home, and you go into the RMR, and I think you want to practice. You want to have some time off, some chill time, like not time off, like you don't want to intensely prac, because in a tournament you don't do as much in terms of like pracking, but you wanted to prep. Yeah, now they get bullied. Daddy Blade, this is crazy. But just you want more time to be like as a, you know, you have more time for like activities, like, you know, whoever, like escape room, bowling, I don't care, but it's not so intense. Karting, like this kind of stuff, and you know, it's freshing. You get like good team vibes,
I think that stuff's important, right? Like you guys are together so much of the year, and if you're all kind of at that point where you're working 100% all the time and everyone's a bit stressed, and you're all like, I know, like you've had those days where it doesn't take much for someone to just say something that just rubs you the wrong way, and then it's like, oh, the vibes are trash right now, bro.
It's normal to have like a teammate next to you that like sometimes you're tired of for like 2-3 days, and not tired of the person, but more like, you know, it's just been
you're
so
just
close.
kind of over it, like
I think, you know, in Vitality when I joined, actually there was a teammate who said that in the team, that he felt like he's tired of people and he wants just some time off, and I think this is also very mature to notice that you want some time with yourself. And sorry guys, I'm not gonna be in the prac room grinding CS, and maybe I will play World of Warcraft or whatever, Rocket League, but it's just gonna be me for the 2-3 days, and I get back my like you have to adapt. It's like any relationship, you have to adapt to how you're gonna do that.
I think like people sometimes forget that the human angle behind the CS, because you guys are like so mechanically sick and you're making all these great decisions in game and you're doing all the wild shit. Like it's very hard, you know, it's easy to forget that there is actually this whole human part where it's like, we also have to get along and like each other and like have that understanding and respect for one another. And so I think, the recharge time is important. Jimmy, how have you found it over in Mouz, bro? You guys always seem like it was a good vibe thing going on over there. But also played in a lot of the played in a lot of the finals. You know, did a lot of the deep runs. Is it what side of the scale are you falling on here?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think I can start off with the vibes maybe and Mouz we had. I think usually like we are such a young group and we are always just having fun. We are laughing a lot, and I really enjoy it because I think also with that it makes traveling and just being around together much easier. Even though sometimes, especially last year, we had this thing that also we really wanted to get like time off of each other, because we felt that we were really like, I mean, not burned out, but we were just so much together and always just laughing. And I think at some point it just went through the roof in a way, and people just wanted to be a little bit alone. And whenever we were traveling a lot and playing a lot, it was kind of hard to sustain. And, Then it was kind of like not a problem, but it was something that we considered like for this year, and that's why as well for this year we decided that. I mean, I don't know. I think both of you in Vitality and Navi, but I talked with JL yesterday, and I said that we also for this year we got single rooms. We didn't have it before in tournaments, but I think it's really like a key factor whenever you're traveling a lot, and especially now that you consider this year, I think there will be so many more tournaments, and you really want to be like your best shape, but also like mentally you just want to be like on top notch, and I think it will help us a lot. I'm really excited for it, and also you don't have a guy snoring next to you every time you go to sleep.
Exactly. I know. He looks like he snores.
Torsi and Cyclone, the biggest
Cyclone.
Cyclone is insane snoring, but I think it's just really fun. But it's actually
fucking Torsi.
It's actually really annoying. Like when you are really tired and you just want to sleep, and the guy next to you is like.
It's
so loud as well.
If you sleep with Spinks one day in your room, you'll see the guy speaks.
He speaks.
Yeah, like we slept one time in Sydney. We were in the same room. In Sydney.
Didn't sleep together.
And
in the same room.
And but it was known like from also the Israeli scene that like Loton Spinks sleeps and he does. Like he makes noises. And I know from people that. Like I've roomed with that. I talk and I move a lot while sleeping. Okay. And the first day in Sydney, actually, it was like we shared the same bed, and they could have changed the thing.
Romance.
It's a new attempt to bring the team closer together.
It was just like we set up. We got to the prac room. We got to the bed, we left to the room, we left our luggage and everything, and just went. And the moment we came back was like 1 a.m. already, or like it was late. So we said like tomorrow we'll switch it. Fuck it. Like I don't know. It's for us. It's not so crazy. Like,
no, it's not a big deal.
The bed was big and this But I don't know if it was accurate. But I'm moving a lot. I don't know if I put my hand on his face or shit like this.
On his face? Not the problem.
No. What are you talking about? No way. But it's just for me the life-changing thing about room, and I like to have like me and Mezzi were together 3 weeks in Malta together, and I don't think Mezzi liked it as much as I did. But it's just for me it's really funny. But like certain teammates, they go sleep so early. You come back from FaZe It, maybe they're like like you have to go with your flashlight. You're like a fucking
sneaking
like a fucking agent, like a CIA agent, and you don't want this. Like you want to go to your room, shower, fucking put music, whatever you want, right? Every person is different, but it's just something that is. I agree. Like we also started this year, and I think you didn't have it last year, no?
What?
Solo rooms.
Oh, we always had solo.
Always had. Okay, so in Vitality and in OG I didn't have it, and in OG certain tournaments we paid ourselves for solo rooms because we knew it's gonna be like.
Oh. We always pay for ourselves.
Oh yeah, solo rooms?
Yeah, always.
Okay.
Like the tournament provides, and if you want solo, you just have to pay the.
Okay, but you always paid.
Yeah, but we always do it, so it's like a 5-way split.
Okay.
Or 6-way.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
Who are you rooming with usually?
I mean, most of the time we always changed it from tournament to tournament. But if I would have to pick someone, then Dorothy or Exertion. One of them, I mean, with Exertion, I'm really close, and we always have a lot of fun together. I mean, of course, with Dorothy as well, but I really enjoyed my time with Exertion.
Yeah.
I think there's also like a lot of like pros when you're like sharing a room with like a teammate, but also.
I can imagine on the good days, it's really good. Like having someone like to hang out with.
I think also on the bad days, you have someone to talk with.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
but like
fucking Shuhi, like we should kick him. You got it, man. No, I'm joking.
Oh, that's man. Okay,
can you open up a bit? Like what happened with the man?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be honest. Like from looking at Mouzsports, like whenever I love Shuhi, like I really like him as a person, but always when we saw, and I'm sure it's not like you guys hate him. You know what I mean? It's just like unfit. Or like unfit to play. I instantly had it. But it's like just like not the proper fit, or you have an opportunity in the market to get someone you. So, but like it was the clip. What was the clip? You know, remember the clip I talk about?
About where he was talking. Yeah. It was
but this
full
is so
like
obvious.
It was full like meme, and he like didn't mean it at all. And then it was just like media fully like took it out of the person, and then it made it sound like really bad thing. But yeah, with Suhi, like we. Like people really speculated that we had like some really big problem, but that's not the case. And just the simple reason is that I think like this way it's both for the like it's best for the both ways because I think like Suhi's calling is not maybe something that we wanted in Mouz. Like as a team, we were looking to play a little bit different and
a little bit more structured.
I don't know exactly how to put it in words maybe, but I think that like. As the media showed us, it's a lot of like feedback for us right now. But we know that in the team, like, and also Suhi, that like this is the like we wanted this, and we think that this is best for the team. And
Shuhi also.
Yeah, I mean, I think of course he didn't maybe expect him. Of course, it was like he just wasn't like prepared it. But I think that he will understand, and also at how I would say it that. Like right now, of course, we maybe could have done it in the player break, but still, even after the last bounty or whatever, I think it was still it was basically the last chance if we want to make it before like
Katowice and
the biggest tournament. So it doesn't make to change it after that, but we just felt that we just look for something fresh now, and now of course Prolan as IGL, it's something new, something that people also might think a little bit, but I think after time we will prove that it will turn out good because we fully believe in him, and also as Sphinx, you're a good friend. You know him really well, but I think he also fits the team. We didn't really play that much with him now, 1 week I think.
Yeah, in practice. Yeah.
Practice, and I think he really fits.
You did boot camp or no?
No, boot camp. We didn't have time for that, but I think he also really fits to the team. And once we actually get to grind as a team, and once we get to play tournaments, I have really high hopes. And as I said for the last year, I said that for us we're like in a learning process. But even though now that we had this like big change with changing IGL, I think it's a big thing. But of course, I still. Like for this year, I just want to look to start winning from the start. You know, like I'm not giving myself any excuses now that, we have a new IGL, we have a new player, like we have to start all over again, but that's not the case. I just want to start winning.
That's the champions mentality.
Yeah.
It's 18.
Yeah, no, it's good, man.
Really looking forward. I mean, I'm just super excited for this season because I think it will be interesting for sure.
And I mean, now you've learned as well. Spinks talks in his sleep, so good thing you've gone for the solo room.
You got the solo rooms, yeah.
I don't know if he talks or he just does like a
just noises.
There's like a teeth grinding.
Yeah.
Neo Frog, oh my god, this guy, I have videos of him like was like fighting with a dog like in his sleep. It was the most hilarious.
It's great. The other thing I was wondering then, because we've talked about like the events kind of last year and the schedule a bit for this year, but I want to know what events mean the most to you in the year. Obviously, the major, kind of a super obvious one, regardless of where it is, what's going on there. I imagine that's like the number one goal for everyone who's playing. But outside of that, what events mean the most to you guys? I don't know who we'll start with for this. Jel, you look like you wanted to give an answer, so let's go with you, bro.
I was actually talking about this today with my teammates, and I asked them a question: Katowice on Cologne or major? And different people gave different answers. But for me, if you already have a major, you need and you want to have a Kato on Cologne because those are the most iconic tournaments besides the major. So I guess after we won the major, now it's Kato on Cologne. Of course, major is always nice to win. It's still a very prestigious tournament. But it's just that when you look back at your career and you have 4 majors, but you don't have Kato and Cologne, it's nice. People will remember those majors, but I think it's up to you to fulfill this individual need of winning every single tournament.
Yeah, those 3 trophies are like aligning.
Yes.
Katowice, Cologne, and major.
It's for me, those are the most important ones for sure.
Is it the same for you, Flames?
For me, it's obviously mainly focus on the major because it's also like I don't have the trophy yet. Katowice is also important, but I think like you said, other than those tournaments, right? I think for me, I don't know, they're all the same. Like those other ones, they feel. We treat them the same sort of. It depends on where they are, but like some, like the Blast World Finals, they seem more important, you know. But it's, I don't know. It's just like EPL, Dallas, this kind of stuff. Like they're big. I guess EWC maybe.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know. Like the other ESL and Blast tournament, I don't feel like there is. What the fuck are you doing with your head?
So no, I think that's fair. Like so the tiered ranking would be like major, but then you really also want the
Katowice and Cologne are just like this is the major and this is like Katowice and Cologne. They're so close to each other.
Yeah. Because there's so much.
I would love them to be the majors sometimes. Like
next year we'll have one.
Long. Yeah.
Which Cologne or Katowice?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I forgot. I knew it, but I forgot.
Okay.
But no, the thing that's sick with Cologne and Katowice, I think, is just that there's so much like history. They've been around for so long, right? It really is like kind of the Counter-Strike like DNA tournament, right? Like these are the big ones. These are like the ones that we all kind of were watching, early on, right? But before you even started playing.
Cologne is the cathedral. Katowice is what?
It doesn't have a nickname yet.
It's Poland.
It's
Spodek.
Spodek, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Spodek.
But the fans are also the best in Kato and Cologne.
Yeah.
And the major.
Yeah.
It's just that...
Oh, bro, they come from everywhere as well. That's the thing that's so cool. Like, it is a real gathering of just, like, people from all over the globe
I think that your major was quite lucky in something because it was Europe. Mm-hmm. And the fans are... Because it's Europe, people... Like, most fans, I feel like they're European. They come and they just... Counter-Strike fans. Yeah. And I feel like in China, let's say, well, obviously, I don't know, I feel like they cheered for everybody and didn't cheer for anyone as well in the same time. But in some countries, they, like, what's the name of this major? Brazil major? Like, the fans were not cheering for, like, the other games. I think the final...
in IEM Rio, actually.
Yeah.
I remember Mouz against Furia.
Yeah, I mean...
I could probably have a phone call in the arena. Would be all fine.
But I think this changes a lot because Cologne and Kato, like Poland and Germany are like Central Europe. Mm-hmm. So and it's easy for people to take trains, take a plane for a weekend. And the other tournaments, like it's like, you're not going to fly to Dallas from Denmark to...
No. I mean, I think that makes sense, right? Yeah. Like, the one that I thought was cool as well, like, surprising, because we haven't had a tournament there, was like Antwerp. That was sick. Like, it's really well connected, kind of similar vibe, right?
We've not been here, all of us, no? Antwerp,
never. No. Navi has been in the final.
Yeah, but...
not our mess.
Not your mess, really.
Never lost a major grand final, so...
Yeah, not yet. Hopefully.
If we're not planning to win it, we're not getting to the grand finals.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, and Zowie.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Mouz!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Day 6 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and the teams are making their steps closer to this trophy behind me, hoping to get into the Spodek. Some already have, some that were looking to do it today is Spirit taking on Na'Vi. One of my producers actually caught up with Ula, the performance coach of Na'Vi, and she said, not Spirit again. It's a matchup and a rivalry that keeps on happening, and certainly not looking good for Na'Vi, but maybe here is where they can prove it and they can show their best form going forward. Another big match though? Oh, G2. They survived yesterday, just about. A huge comeback came in, but they'll be going up against a FaZe that looks powered up and better than expected with a Liege. It's all to play for. Let's see what happens.
Two teams already advancing to the Spodek in the form of Virtus Pro and Vitality after what was an epic series versus FaZe yesterday. But conversely, two teams already meeting their ends. Firstly, Big after stumbling to 3D Max, but in a much closer affair, it was actually the Falcons and Nico to be eliminated by his former team and cousin. And we've got plenty more elimination games on the cards today. 4 to be exact, going down over both streams. But before we dive into any of them, we're going to be discussing what underdogs like 3D Max and Gamer Legion can be doing to take down their opponents. Later on today as well, we're going to be discussing our DHL MVP frontrunners, where Donk, the champion obviously of last year, is firmly still in the race after dominating Astralis yesterday.
It's MVPs galore when it comes to the games today, and I can't work out who has a chance of winning it at all. We've got FaZe going up against G2, Spirit taking on Na'Vi, and before that, it's Liquid taking on Mouz.
We've got so much juicy Counter-Strike going down today, and to be diving into every moment of it, I've got Yanko and Steel for the morning shift. Doing great today, Steel.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, thank you.
Professor Steel.
What are you going to teach us about?
I'm going to teach you about everything from who is the best team here, who's the best player, who are the underdogs. I'm going to break down some CS later on in the day, but for now, I'm going to let you lead the way.
Yeah, we're going to talk about underdogs, overdogs, everything in between.
All the dogs.
All the dogs. I love dogs. Actually, I don't. I'm kind of a cat person. But let's bring up the matches here because we're going to have a discussion about what the underdogs can do to take down what we would regard as the favorite. But we do have to decide who is the favorite, first of all. It's probably quite clear here, just going on with the Mouz situation, Josh.
Looking at these teams, you would think Mouz is probably the overdog, Liquid the underdog, but given the context of the situation, Liquid making an upgrade in the pickup of Nertz, who's been performing really well for them, especially contrasted to how Yucky was doing for them towards the later end of his tenure on the team. The Mouz, on the other hand, they've made a last-minute swap. They've moved their in-game leader out. Brawlin's now picking up that role. He's new at it. He hasn't done it before. And they're bringing in a stand-in for this event from the, the Academy team. He has 5 games total recorded on HLTV. It's like, what are we going to expect from this guy? Is he going to be good or not? It's up in the air. Right now, he's just standing in. So you would think that Liquid has the edge here.
It's like a Chihuahua and a Scottish Terrier at this moment, right? Like, I don't even know if there's a favorite. They're not a favorite by a big margin, and no one else in the tournament is too scared of either of these teams. But it's really important, especially for Team Liquid, right? Considering that they're going to be skipping Cluj, that's in a couple of weeks, right? And they're fighting for that top spot in the Americas and so on and so forth. Like, a victory here would go a long way because Mouz has a stand-in, but they still have all the points.
Okay, so we're saying Mouz is the underdog. Might sound kind of counterintuitive in this one, but just to do with the situation they found themselves in, what is the one thing that Mouz need to be doing to have any hope in hell of taking down Liquid?
They could win. Right now, Liquid...
How are they going to win, Josh? How? Give me the key.
So the thing
The professor does it again.
Really breaking it down here. Well, the thing is, like, it comes down to just being able to navigate the situation. Bralin in-game leading. What they could do is they could send everything that they've built with, the former roster with Shui out the window. They're waiting for the new player to come in. Hey, why don't we just throw a curveball right now on Liquid and just not necessarily change everything up, but do more like gamble things. Liquid, they don't really have a lot of tape. They could go by the last match that they saw. Oh, Zelix is playing on these positions, on these maps, and this is how they played it. They could play like 4A or 4B randomly, and Liquid might not be able to catch on to it. Mouz could do these crazy strats, and they might as well, because this is the perfect situation to do something like that.
Make it messy, get him down to the dirt, drag him down to your level, Freya, and approach it a little bit like, an FPL game. Just play towards the strength of your individuals, potentially let them loose, right? You're playing with a stand-in, you're playing with a new IGL. The expectations are at an all-time low. For Mouz, obviously, you're not going to come in with a defeatist attitude, right? But your win conditions changed compared to the next event where you have Spinks.
Be unconventional.
We love that. Next teams that we got to talk about, FaZe versus G2. I feel like the scriptwriters have been just putting this one perfectly for the side of G2 in terms of the narratives we're coming in with versus FaZe in an elimination game. Who is the underdog here, Josh?
It's always weird, the kind of back and forth that these two teams have at different stages throughout the years. Especially last year, I think we saw it, FaZe getting the better of G2 the one time and then G2 getting revenge the next tournament. Right now, I would say like FaZe, that was a narrow win that they got over Vitality yesterday, but G2, a narrow win over Falcons as well. I'd probably give the edge to FaZe here just because we talked about upgrade, Elige coming into the team, maybe giving them a little bit of a playmaking opening. Whereas G2, they lost their playmaker in that of Nico. They bring in an anchor instead, and then they move Melbs back to his main position. So a lot of big shoes to fill, and they're losing out a very big secondary voice on the team. So I would say FaZe is the overdog. G2 is the underdog for this one.
This is more like a pit bull and a Rottweiler.
Right.
But they're getting there, like they're past their prime. They're a bit slower.
Putting on a little bit of weight.
Yeah, they're a little bit more just chilling, laying down in the shade.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a lot of figuring out still to do for both of these teams. For FaZe, it's a little bit in terms of positions and roles. Like, is this going to be set? We saw something like Kerrigan playing an anchor on A side Anubis. Like, that doesn't seem like a good long-term solution. Then on the side of G2, some of the T sides a little bit different, a lot of set calling, not as much default, which could be problematic at times. So both teams still at sort of very early on with these rosters at the start of their journey. I don't even know who the favorite is. I'm going to go with
FaZe.
I'm going with FaZe just because of Kerrigan and sort of the experience and the veterancy that they have across the board. Like, nothing to take away from G2, very good players in Malbs and Heavy God. No doubts there in their quality, but just in a tournament of this magnitude, elimination game, we saw how emotional they were getting yesterday and how much frustration there was in that game against Falcons. You need to be able to manage that if you're going to have success.
So you're saying that they're neutered and they got the cones on their heads still?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
They're trying to scratch themselves in places that they just can't have access to. What do G2 need to do then today to be able to take down FaZe? Is there maybe a map they could play into that might cause some chaos?
I mean,
there must be. They have to pick something.
They do have to pick something. That's good. Right now, G2, what we saw from them was pretty good resilience. I think both teams actually had pretty good resilience. FaZe came from a really big deficit on that second map of Anubis yesterday against Vitality in order to make a comeback and then ultimately win on that third map. G2, same kind of script for them against Falcons. They were down really bad and they really had to keep themselves in the game. It went the distance there as well. I think Falcons had them on the ropes until a few big moments happened. So right now, resilience is the name of the game for both teams. I would say FaZe is probably operating. It's so weird seeing this Elige play come into this because he's been really good and crucial at opening some of these rounds up, but that wasn't really something that they were lacking. They had Rain and Frozen to do that when they did go for those executions. It's just like the back of the pack is a little bit different. And I think sometimes Rops was a little bit too inactive for FaZe, or if they didn't get the entries, he felt a bit useless there. So I feel like this is looking good for FaZe, that they could just play their game.
m0NESY just has to go out and hit the bars, Freya. You know, it's time to move on. It's over. Like, Nico's gone. He's not coming back. Like, you had your little month to be depressed and think about what could have been. But now you need to move on.
Say it ain't
Your
so,
team needs you. Your team needs you, Freya. So that's what they need.
Yeah, no, he did look a little bit emo yesterday. Let's be real. I can understand why. Let's talk about the AWPers in the next elimination game, though. Astralis versus Furia means Device going up against Fallen.
Oh, can I have my old dogs analogy back? It might be better suited
Has it gone yet?
for this one. But yeah, I mean, two teams that Furia sort of getting better really with time. We saw in Rio really good performances up until the playoffs, and they were one game away from making the playoffs even at the major. But to start this year, it hasn't looked too hot. You know, in some of the losses, they weren't even competitive. Felt like somehow they regressed over the player break, and Astralis on the other side of things just seems to be very far away from being able to match up against some of these better teams.
Who's the underdog? Who's the overdog, Josh?
Oh man, depends on the day. The floors are just really down under.
It's Monday, February 3rd.
Yeah, I'm just going to say Astralis is the underdog and Furia is the overdog because recency bias.
Yeah, we did see them get decimated by Spirit yesterday, probably playing into it.
Yeah, true, but also Astralis, they lose to European teams, but they can beat teams from other continents. Okay. They already beat Pain.
Let's flip it then.
So Furia maybe, I mean, it's not impossible.
But they lost to MIBR.
Also true.
Yes.
Yeah, your logic has kind of followed there.
And
either way,
have to mention
who's more MIBR than Fallen?
If we are saying that Astralis is indeed the underdog, give me the one key to victory, Yanko. What is key if they want to take down Furia?
Don't line up. Don't get frustrated. When you have someone on your screen, shoot them before letting your teammates die. We've seen it happen a couple times at this event so far where, you know, it happened with Ultimate once, it happened with Heavy God once. Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy, Yanko. Are you that guy?
I'm always that guy. I think for Furia, just be a little bit more aggressive. Throw caution to the wind, right? Like, play Counter-Strike a little bit. That usually helps.
Let's talk about the final elimination game. That is Eternal Fire versus 3D Max. Now, Eternal Fire, I would argue, would be the favorite in this one. Maybe that's purely down to recency bias because of what we saw at Blast Bounty. Obviously, you know, end of the year wasn't so great for them, but would you agree that they are the favorite in this one?
Eternal Fire seem to be the favorite. They've had some big games and moments up in 2024. So far this year, they have looked pretty good on the up and up. 3D Max, they kind of snuck their way in here. It's like, where did Lil Bro come from in some regards? So Eternal... Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Eternal Fire, overdogs, I would say.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. But people have been praising 3D Max. I didn't get to do any of their games so far, so to take a bit of a closer look, they've been a little bit of a puzzling team to me because at times they haven't looked so great and they show up at Pro League, for example, have a nice little run. They get to the major at the RMR, they make it to the elimination stage, right? Able to cause a couple of upsets here and there. So I think one of those teams, and we have a few of them who are like, they need to take the next step, right? Can they take the next step? Can they do it on a little bit more of a consistent basis? And this will be a great test because Eternal Fire has been one of the more informed teams to kick off 2025.
Very consistent in terms of talking smack, though, Josh. Did you hear what Gravity was yelling at Vitality during that game?
I heard bits and pieces, and heard some translations and heard some stories, but didn't hear it firsthand. Wasn't in
because you're not allowed to be right there.
Well, I follow the rules these days.
I mean, don't forget, Maja, he's hailing from France as well. He's got a little bit of French blood in them. Do you reckon they can make Maja cry today? Is that on the cards?
He's definitely going to be like translating to his teammates, hey, this is what he's saying, by the way. Right? You're going to take that from him, Xantares, and then he's just going to drop him an AK. Xantares is going to take care of it. Eternal Fire going to win. All good.
Other than talking smack, anything that 3D Max you think can do to be taking down Eternal Fire?
I think probably just be proactive on the CT side, right? I think Eternal Fire is one of those teams that likes to end rounds grouped up a little bit, so that can enable you to sometimes outmaneuver them, get good information, be ahead of them when it comes to that CT side. So we'll see if they're able to do something along those lines.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. We are going to be diving into the elimination match, but I believe we do have Banks with a few words courtesy of Ash.
I'm sure you're ready to be fired up because you looked great in the previous game. You ready for today?
Yeah, I think we are ready. We prepared well. We slept well, and we are ready to beat them.
Sleep is very important, but do you feel some pressure and nerves now coming into this qualification game for trying to get to the Spodek?
For me personally, I wouldn't say I feel anything yet. Maybe when the game starts, I'll feel a bit more pressure, but I think it will only benefit me to be better.
And just tell me quickly for you guys, what is Rez adding to this team? Because he seems to be like completely back to his good form.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of experience, first of all, and I think he can help the team in many ways, like talking, communication, and I think he can just help the team in a lot of ways.
Well, he's definitely doing it so far. Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, we have teleported magically down to the opposite end of this beautiful studio.
I walked very fast. I did not.
Yeah,
teleport.
you did actually. You did. You almost.
I saw you almost run, basically.
As well.
That's how excited I am for this matchup, Freya.
We are. Before we talk about that, though, we've got to talk about our DHL MVP front runners. As I mentioned earlier, I think obviously very small sample size, but I'd say Donk definitely up there as a name in the conversation, right?
Well, he had a really good series, so he's definitely up in the running. But, when it comes to players of this capacity, there's just so many people to list. And while Donk is one of them, ZywOo, I would have to say, had a really good game against FaZe. He stayed in the game there. Flamesy was up there as well. But ZywOo, consistently, he's always going to hover around that 1.3 rating mark, saving the team for... getting.
How many MVPs have we had of the tournament where the team doesn't end up winning the tournament?
I'm sure there's been a few cases.
Only a couple. We've had a few. We've had a couple, but it's not really a common occurrence.
Right.
Freya. And
if there's anyone that can take down Spirit, it's going to be Vitality plus Rops.
Well, yeah, if Rops was still on FaZe and then they would have a sixth player, maybe I could get behind that. But I just don't see it happening, unfortunately. The boring answer is it's Donk's and Spirit's tournament to lose, right? And he's been lights out every time they did win anything. They win because of him. So yeah, he is the early front runner for the MVP.
Yeah, still very, very early stages. Anybody
earliest
else,
of stages.
Literally the earliest. But I mean, not the earliest. We could have done this in stage 1. It is stage 2. Anybody else that you'd like to, maybe make a bold prediction? Throw someone's name into the ring.
Xantares.
Yeah?
Yes.
That is bold.
He's been, he's been really good to kick off the year, right? Eternal Fire made it into the final of Blast Bounty, falling to Team Spirit, right? But hey, maybe they've learned from that. Maybe they got strengthened. They had a tough loss to Virtus Pro, right? But you can learn a lot when you play 3 maps and 100-something rounds. So I think they will come back stronger. I think they really want to be in the Spodek for the first time. That's something that this Eternal Fire team has been lacking a little bit, like getting to the playoffs of the big arenas, the biggest of tournaments, right? So, yeah, come on, Xantares, let's do it.
This might be the year of the Ash, so, Gamer Legion flying their way through. We got Slend up there on the ballot there.
You're just trolling now, man. I was being serious. I made it like a real point.
You did.
Gold
star for you, Yanko.
Yeah, but Woxic has been carrying for Eternal Fire this event
out here.
so far.
He's saying Slend's gonna be MVP. Like, come on, man.
I mean, Gaming Legion, they got to qualify. Do you think that's likelihood to be happening today? Could that happen?
I mean, anything's possible. It's 2025. We're seeing all sorts of things happening. I've seen less crazy things, let's put it that way, in my
I've seen more crazy things happen this morning, but we should have talked about, actually, that would have been a good one. Gamer Legion versus Mongols. Like, Gamer Legion actually might have a chance there, right? If they can come out, they had time to cook up a game plan, right? We know Ash to be very proficient when it comes to, he's giving a lot of praise to his assistant coach and the whole staff as well. So I'm looking forward to that one, because Mongols, they just played their first game of the season yesterday, right? So they're still warming up to the new year, to the 600 hertz monitors, to the new chairs, Freya, to the smell of this studio. So, you know, there's upset potential there for sure. Maybe the most upset potential.
There's a lot of hertz on these monitors, and
for real,
it's definitely hurting some teams. Eternal Fire, one of the teams that weren't comfortable with them just at the beginning, but now they are, and they're getting that groove. But
players are peculiar beasts, you know, like they need some time.
Creatures of habit, aren't they?
That's what I should have said. Yes.
Yeah, peculiar beast is a nice one, though.
I was a player for a really long time, and they like to complain about just about anything that they can complain about.
I see that hasn't changed a bit, Josh, even though you're not a player anymore. Give me a take on who from the newcomers, like a player that's made a roster change, do you think is the most likely to be, you know, an MVP candidate? Like, is it bold to say Nerds could be up there if they survive today?
Again, the deeper run they make, the more chances of for MVP. No, but yeah, he would be one. I was going to say Liege, right? Because like I kind of put more stock in FaZe potentially being able to do it, even though that lower bracket is actually really hard in their group. I mean, they play G2, then they play the winner of Eternal Fire 3D Max. So a long road for these teams. But yeah, probably those two are good shout-outs.
I'd agree. I think the Liege could be really good, because I think FaZe is probably postured into more of a winning situation, even despite like whatever bracket might shape up. Like Liquid still has to kind of make their own run, and we've seen kind of their ups and downs, and we've seen some of the rounds not playing out in their way, and we've seen the tilt that happens, and some players are not happy with their own performances. So, you know, I'm looking at them right now, making sure that I don't affect that even further. But
if you didn't dislike Robs that much as a player, he would have been a good shout for that. They're already in the playoffs, you know?
That is true. It's not that I dislike Robs as a player. I think that...
That's his play style.
I think there could be more impact had.
Say it.
And I don't like how he's changed Vitality's Anubis CT side, because he just sits in heaven every round and plays so passive. But Vitality was a really cool team with how they moved around on their CT side, sniffing around for information, doing a fake push on A, and then pushing, getting out towards B, getting the information, moving around, staying ahead of everything. Now it feels like they're playing on the back foot every round.
What's one thing that's better than a full buy, Yanko? A force buy, that's right. And if you like force buys, then you should head over to Face It Watch, because that's the theme of the skins that they'll be giving away today. Alongside that, of course, you can select any player POV to be watching from, and highlights on demand as well. We're going to head things to a quick break, but when we are back, we're going to be diving into Mouz versus Liquid elimination on the line at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Jimmy, what is Mouz Counter-Strike?
Aggressive.
Story?
Gameplay. Dynamic.
Luda?
Confidence.
Guys, I will add one to the boost and it's no fucking regrets, okay?
A months-long promise. Get revenge for Copenhagen and show the growth of this roster.
Describing us that we are afraid of the stage after one game, I don't think it's correct. Now we really showed what Mouz can do, and we just need to keep that up.
Roland's going down the vent. Here comes that barrel around the corner. Spinks makes quick work of Shuai.
Great to get to catch up with you, as always, Roland. First question, the move to in-game leader, was that a desire on your front, or was that out of necessity for the team?
I mean, obviously in both directions, obviously. I mean, obviously I want to try to play the IGL role in basically, and the whole team I was like really trusting the process of doing it, so yeah.
Has that been something that you'd, thought about moving into before? Like, when did that first come about for you?
I mean, I've been thinking about it for many years, to be honest. Maybe not to do it like this early in my career, but maybe be in the later of career. But I've always been like the guy who always wants to sort out new things, and these things are regarding like agile roles and these things. So yeah, it's just been maybe a little bit different now, for example. But I always been seeing me as an agile in the future, for example. So.
Now, from the outside, we've always maybe had this perhaps unfair perception of you that you're a quieter member of the team. Is that the reality?
The what, sorry?
Is that the reality? Are you kind of a more quiet guy?
I mean, obviously, I think I would say maybe 50-50. Obviously, there's many in the team that are louder than me, for example. Maybe I was in Fnatic and NRP, I was maybe more of the louder guy because it was many Swedes there, so... Yeah, I mean, it's a 50-50 on that role, but I try to like show more emotions and these things because I want to be like this sort of leader who wants to do it. So, yeah, I'll try to improve more of that in my communication and, just try to be more of a leader. So,
obviously, we have a very small sample size of you leading Mouz at the moment, but so far, what's been the most challenging aspect of having to be the IGL?
I'll say maybe like official, like. Of course, in officials, when you actually start the CT side, when you go to the T side, there's maybe not that much gun runs, for example, that you can call. But yeah, we're still learning process, and I felt like playing the first game versus game leading was a really fun thing to do. Like I still want to improve in every single direction on the leader role. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to play more and keep getting more experience from it.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys in the server. Best of luck versus Liquid.
Thank you.
Group B, a lower bracket matchup between Mouz and Team Liquid. Anything to take away from what Roland was saying there, Janko?
Didn't really say much, did he?
Kind of kept his cards close
to his chest. A bit about here, a bit
he?
about there, a little bit this, a little bit of that.
Hopefully he doesn't IGL the same way.
Not exuding too much confidence in Mouz right now.
Definitely not. Well, right now, you look at a team like Mouz, and they're playing very kind of defaulty, like vanilla. They're not trying to do any curveballs for this event specifically, and they have a stand-in in the form of Zelix that I feel like they're just kind of not really trusting him to be able to do anything crazy. They just say, okay, play here and just hold this, and he'll, maybe get his kill if they run at him he's on CT side, but he's not like leading the pack. He's not getting information. He's not making any round-winning plays. In fact, they're probably playing on the back foot, giving so much respect to their opponents by playing so passive because they don't trust that he can make the right moves, decisions, pushes, anything in that capacity right now. So right now, if we're really testing Brawlin on his in-game leading capacity, we're not going to see it.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll have to wait for the full Mouz lineup to see how it looks at all. But, losing to the Gamer Legion, not too great because you still have some very good players on the team. And it's always tough when you're playing with a standing because do you try to play in a way that makes the most sense with that stand-in, or do you just play the way you usually play? And so, when you get your actual player, you're already a little bit practice. Like talking to Carrigan, for example, he will always try to curtail it to the stand-in, not forcing to do things he's uncomfortable with, and that's why FaZe over the years has had success with winning tournaments even.
Nuke. I was thinking maybe we would see a Mirage Inferno again, but Nuke being Liquid's pick makes absolute sense. They've been picking it a lot. I guess since Twist came back to Liquid and became the IGL, we've seen that over and over again. So that's going to be interesting to see how they kind of like plug the gaps there. What roles Zelix going to do? Is he just going to be an upper anchor? And then Mouz going for the ancient pick. They've shown Inferno and Mirage so far. So Liquid has no tape on Mouz right now. Current iteration. This is the moment they can do literally anything they want, and Liquid has no idea what.
And Torshi is excited, right? Nuke is his favorite map. They start on the CT side. Like, if Mouz is going to have an opportunity, it's going to have to be, their individuals really stepping up.
We've got Nuke, Ancient, and Mirage if we do so require in the clash between Team Liquid and Mouz.
For survival here in Katowice, and two players that are new to the in-game leader role, but Brolin...
One newer than the other?
Yeah, definitely newer to the role than Twist, and not a lot of confidence coming from that pre-game interview, Jason.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, guy just said, you know, he's already been percolating, he's already been thinking about it at some point in his career, he didn't expect it this quick, so, you know, one quality you want out of your in-game leader is long-term thinking, big picture, so he's already got the first step. It's all going to be fine, Dinko.
Sure, that's what we're looking forward to. No Shuey, no Spodek, it might be a whole lot less Poland here for Mouz as we get into it. Roland on the other side. Pretty rough game yesterday at points for Ultimate.
Pretty rough tournament overall for him so far. He's the lowest rated Liquid player after that series yesterday coming into this matchup. That was in a really rough series for him. So going to be cool to see what kind of mental the young Opper possesses to bounce back today. I know the team's got tons of faith in him to be able to forget about yesterday's performance and move on here against Mouz. Twist with that P250 going to be exploring. 4 other members of Team Liquid waiting over in radio room to attack towards ramp. They're going to pick it up now into a double man setup.
The Impact and Exertion looking to combine together. Exertion going down without anything. Brolin coming in with a quick rotation, keeping his team in this pistol round, and Torzi elsewhere, extending Mouz into the advantage.
Yeah, well, they're going to move to the lower bomb site now. So, Decon, oh, that's a beautiful shot. Nertz, the best player for Team Liquid at the event so far, just drops Zelik.
And a little taste of what Nertz is going to bring to the server. Zelik's not enjoying that. 2v2 still here for Mouz. They'll give it a good go.
That's a filthy shot.
It really is. Lack of utility, though, available for the remaining retake, and no kit on the back of the 2 players standing. Nertz up in the rafters. He's got Naf just waiting in dark. No peeks being given on over. Finally, that fight comes in. Naf comes out on top. Great shot from Torsi, but he's looking for Nertz, the elusive Nertz, and he will not be able to stop him. Nertz wins the pistol here for Team Liquid.
Struggled fight for both Nertz and Torsi at the end. Nertz could just never get a clean angle on the fight beneath him, or even the one that Naf took down coming out of control side doors, but still a strong setup. And Liquid win the pistol round.
I think with Nertz's addition to the team, it feels like an absolute no-brainer in terms of replacing Yekindar, getting that style out of him.
That shot onto Zelix is so disgusting, but it should have never happened. There's the inexperience of a player stepping in from the academy team and playing at such a high level. That's a run to the back of the bomb site. You don't need to make at that point. Control decon, wait for your teammates to arrive, play the 3-on-2. He gave him a great opening.
Force buy here for the side of Mouz. So I'm going to throw everything into it. MP9, Deagles, 5-7, and a scout for Torzi.
Smoke wall set up, going to be broken open. Not a whole lot of chances to do that, though, as Mouz in the second round bye try and return the favor. Nertz can peer over that gap in the smoke, but he's got to be careful. Exertion close up. Now Twist handles that, and Secret Avenue is opened up for Team Liquid. But they're going to be patient with things. 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock.
We heard Yanko talking about Torzi enjoying Nuke, as in particular on this map. You'll get the all-out later on, but how important is it when you lose your in-game leader like Shuey that you have to rely on more firepower from the likes of Torzi in these kind of games where you having to maybe play a bit more of a mixed style, where you have a new in-game leader, a stand-in player?
To be honest, I'm not so concerned about the firepower from Torzi, but he's a very vocal member of the team, and Alpers are always going to want to call their play. So more than the firepower, you need him to be vocal, coming up with ideas when your in-game leader is missing. Nert's going to lead the way to take control of control, and that will be done with ease. But yeah, it is the matter of Torji being that kind of voice to say, you know, I'm going to move my op where I want to, especially on the CT side. We're going to build setups around it, but you need your opera to be vocal and kind of calling what he wants. And that's something that Torji got very, very good at from the point of Shuhei joining this team on. Remember, before Shuhei joined, Torji was on the chopping block. Everyone thought he was out.
Yeah, exactly.
Shuhei really revitalized his career, so that'll be something to keep track of if Torji is going to be able to keep up that level without this IGL, that the timing of his joining the team marked the rise in Torji's gameplay.
And the only real exciting times we've seen from Torji in his Counter-Strike career so far has been under the in-game leadership of Shuhei, because in the academy team, when Torji started showing up first, he was also under Shuhei, and it's a little interesting to look at Torzy to see how he's going to play under different in-game leaders, because under Dexter, it wasn't that impressive.
I mean, you have to think that, you know, the things that he learned under Shuhei, the things that he got good at, the improvements that he made are going to stick around. The question is, do they fade away over the next couple months as they get further and further from Shuhei's tenure? 2-0 for Team Liquid. Still a couple of MAC 10s. Should be an easy round for them. Mouz don't really have the money to reinvest. Only a 5-7 brought forward into this round. Team Liquid on a 2-0 start. I know from speaking with them about the Mongols game yesterday as well, they feel like that should have been a stronger victory. There was that little ninja defuse in the lower bomb side, a bunch of miscues. This is still a Team Liquid team that's putting things together with Twist as the IGL. And you know, so much has been talked about the addition of Nerds over Yakinder, and obviously there's a huge gain in firepower, especially considering the level both players have been playing at recently. But what they are missing with Yakinder no longer being in this team is him being that second voice and that second brain for Twist, who had a lot of faith in the way that he reads the game. His ability to help Twist kind of organize tactics in the mid-rounds. Twist frequently giving big picture ideas, Yakinder helping to organize utility usage and the details of it, and without that, it puts a lot more responsibility on the shoulders of Twist, who's still very early as an IGL.
Sure, you lose that, but what you gain is Nerds' firepower ability, and so far it's been very impressive here in Katowice.
Yeah, but it's never that one-for-one, is it?
Yes,
Like, you gain in this area, lose in this area, and what's it actually going to work out as the final product?
Torzy getting one away with that USP. Twisted traded out with the MP7. Yimpat and Zelix, the last two remaining members. And Zelix looking to just make the most of this opportunity in Katowice. You know, 16 years old, you're getting called up into the Mouse squad. An unexpected result for him, and wouldn't want to go out today.
No, but valuable experience for sure for a 16-year-old in the academy team. As much as it might be painful at the time, plenty you can take from this.
And it's not like if you are Zelix, it's not like you're going into a team with veteran players and a really daunting environment. You are going into a team also full of young people. So I guess that, in that sense, maybe
they are
the environment
veterans, though.
Yeah, true. The young veterans, Jason.
We can't call them the young academy team anymore. That's long gone.
But they are younger players,
Yeah.
so that kind of environment at least won't be too daunting.
Well, I think one thing you have to point out, if you want to take that angle to it, is more just the progression of the academy players and team throughout the Mouz organization. Obviously, a ton of experience of bringing players up from that academy squad, especially when you think the coach.
Cyclone's definitely integral to that.
Yeah, he's been involved in these projects. He does a lot of work teaching esports and coaching esports back in Denmark as well, or he has in the past. And so, I mean, he's got the experience of being able to take a player without a whole lot of experience and teach them and develop them, which is great for Zelix, but it's not going to happen overnight.
And he's getting used to wearing that bold red tracksuit. Look at that, Jason.
It is powerful.
That takes some confidence to rock that.
Red is a tough color to wear out into the world. Mouz make it look good, although I guess the jerseys are mostly white these days.
Yeah, true. 3-0 starting for Team Liquid on the T side. And we know, we've seen so many examples of it, how important those first 3 T rounds can be on Nuke. It can change your half. If you even go on to barely win a gun round here, at least you've got the buffer to play with early.
Oh, certainly a round like this as well. If you're able to take this op away, if you're able to win against the gun round in this first gun round, it's a beautiful start for a T half. Let's see what Liquid got, because yeah, there is an op on the field of play. They still have an SMG on Twist, a Galil on JKS, so some of the weaker weapons, and yet to make their decision, although leaning towards ramp room. Right at the off of Torji, shot is baited out.
Yeah, Yimpat's still here alongside of him, but there's no continued push here from Team Liquid. They just forced them back with utility, and Twist taking space outside. Torji going to adjust to that. Did Twist just see him? Oh, he goes for the peek anyway. Brolin comes back. Information picked up by Torji, and they combine together to remove Twist. JKS also going down, and Team Liquid losing members rapidly.
Yeah, a couple really nice catches of information from Mouz. Torji spots Twist trying to push outside. When that all brings out in ramp room, Twist says, that's my window to close the gap towards lockers. Naf can only get the one. That might have opened things up for Nerds to slide in through Mini. And now it's just damage.
Let's see how much damage you can do. Time is the issue of making this really competitive. And I think Nerds realizes that. So, gonna get himself into the corner. Wait for a Mouz player to go on an adventure. But for the first gun round, Mouz able to pick it up.
Yeah, and pick it up with 4 players surviving. So if you're Mouz, this is lovely for you. You get a ooh, if you can find Nerds at the end of the day, that'd be spectacular. Good kill. And good survival for Nerds. Nobody else gonna chase it down. So I said 4. It's gonna be 3. but still, you get to build some utility behind these players that are currently surviving. You get some of those nades. You have a decent start moving into the next gun rounds to try and build some momentum. You're not really missing a whole lot of pieces that you might need.
This is the push out of the smoke. Obviously,
and
good team play from Brolin and Torji.
Yeah, and that's calmed from Torji. Brolin doesn't take that kind of a risk without the information that Twist is pushing up outside. Might have even heard the footsteps as well and been able to tell it's likely only one player crossing over.
Still good buy for Team Liquid. They're going to have AKs and everybody.
Up on Torji, starting in the upper bomb site. Peering in towards Hut, but not being aggressive about it. 3 players to open up at A. Exertion outside, Yimfat over in ramp room.
Here comes Brolin to try and address outside, but with the smokes up, Team Liquid crossing safely. There's no spam, no utility even going towards them. And Nertz is just going to walk through that smoke and catch Brolin towards main. 7-0 start here for Nertz. There's so much space to play with now. Exertion going to try and flank him behind him, but Twist was alongside of Nertz. And that's information at least for Mouz, but they've lost so much space and they've lost 2 players.
Not ideal. Yimfat got to hold off against JKS. Now for the trade. Good spacing. Going to be really tough for Yimfat. He does get a second. Ultimate is there to keep the advantage in the favor of Liquid. And now looking behind, but he's got the bomb. And he's well on his own.
Oh, but will he be able to stop Torzi? Timing as he starts to move away. Good damage, and he's allowed to get out. So Ultimate will rejoin his teammate. And despite a really strong start to this round, Mouz still have a shot at pulling it back from Liquid. Good eyes for Torzi, over towards main, but he hears that plant, and that's going to draw his attention away from the position of Twists. And Nertz up in rafters, it looks way too strong here to lose control of this round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Zelik just getting called back to go for the save. Torji's too low on health. They only have 1 kit. They do have utility on Torji, but no good place to put it into action. So Team Liquid find a 4th round, an instant rebuttal, and now money is going to be an issue for Mouz moving forward. But Nertz doing a good job on the opening, coming through the smoke, finding one for free. Still has yet to die in these first 5 rounds of play.
Bumped into Team Liquid this morning when I was going to the car to come to the studio this morning. Great energy from the whole team. Just having a great time. Playing music.
Vibes at an all-time high?
Yeah, it was energizing for me as well. You know, a little sleepy. But I got in the elevator and Team Liquid just pumping everybody up. So vibes are good.
Joker Steve's always good to put a smile on your face.
That's true. That's true. Filming a vlog at the moment as well, Jason. You're going to feature in it.
I will
probably if they don't decide to cut your bit.
I know. I do have a short segment. First time out used by Mouz as Cyclone talks things over. This is the last buy they'll have. If they lose this, if they get wiped out, money is depleted, and then it starts getting really awkward in this half for a CT side. So pretty critical round for the Mouz defense to try and hold strong.
You know, I'm just happy today, Jason, that my co-commentator stayed in the room. You know, that was great yesterday.
Well, you know, if something like that happens again, I might leave as well.
To be fair, I think we all strike.
It was like, what did you think of the whole Ultimate leaving the room thing? And I was like, you know, I liked it.
Yeah, I loved it.
It was a good flavor.
Great entertainment value.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. More of that.
More of that. Utility out towards Squeak Door and Midi. Torji wants to get aggressive with the op, still calling his plays with this AWP. A lot of attention, it feels like, for Liquid towards ramp room to start this map. Flashed off the angle. Do they still want to press the issue against the op? I think they want to kind of stall out, hit the pause button, give Torji time to think and rotate elsewhere. But Twist not being aggressive outside, so I mean, it does feel like Team Liquid at the moment is going to descend into a ramp hit or an upper execute, as they're not even trying to take space in the yard.
Nertz seen a little bit of Zelix.
It's good information though, 1 in mini. Yimfat and Torji setting up like Liquid's going to come back to ramp. Exertion up in the rafters. Brolin on top of Hut. Zelix smoked off in mini, upper bomb site under
Here
attack.
comes Naf, out the front. Swift movement from Naf, and they know a player got in, but they just couldn't find him. And now Zelix combining with Yimpat's aggression, and it's worked out real nicely that for Mouz.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird round. Naf kind of goes into that upper bomb site on his lonesome with the
like,
ball.
where is everybody?
Yeah, he's like, where are my teammates? Yeah, that execute didn't have a whole lot of strength behind it. And because he was alone, all he could do is kind of turn around hut and tuck into some cover and hope he got a little bit lucky.
I think Mouz were even confused for a second. They were like, one player's definitely out. Where is everybody else?
Yeah, Brolin, maybe that little eyebrow raise is like, oh, okay, which is one, huh?
Oh, all right.
Nerds and Ultimate outside. This time Liquid spread out a little bit more. It's them whose economy is hitting a pain point with Tech9's on Naf and JKS, but Ultimate's AWP is going to ring out for another opening kill. That's Torji found. Exertion trades it off, but Twist is there on top of Mini Roof.
Now Liquid holding the player advantage. Will it be followed up by Nerds? You better believe it will be. And he's going again, just death matching outside. Nerds has got his second frag of the round, and Brolin left in a 1v4. He's got that first kill on Naf. Good damage to the smoke on JKS, but not continued into the kill. He'll drop down the vent and come right back up, but JKS ready for that kind of maneuver, and Team Liquid with a swift response.
Yeah, keep sending Nerds outside. It seems to be doing fine. He seems to be having a good time out there. You know, screw this ramp thing. Let's just keep attacking outside and see what he's going to find for us. Nice opening kill from Ultimate. Quick peek with the flashbang from Redbox. Torji trying to relocate. And then Nerds takes over. Once Ultimate and Twist provide some space, Nerds is like, it's my turn to step up. And two very nice kills. Sounds like Mouz in that replay. We heard kind of talking about fighting outside. Torji going to try and put a stop to it with his AWP. Exertion going to start shifting to single box right now to bolster the defense here. Or excuse me, he's under in secret.
There goes Exertion up towards the secret stairs. Little peek up on top. Ultimate prowling outside with his scope for the first time here on the T side.
Yeah, they're going to try and find a timing to activate Exertion to peek up. Torji doesn't have a flash. Zelix does.
In this kind of form, though, Nerds is likely to get the better of his countryman, and Exertion's going to get away and sprint down into the lower bomb site. Nerds now on the hunt. Has made it towards secret. Torji just jiggling, not spotting too much on that cross.
Now, previously when it's been this quiet, Liquid's been massive bodies towards lobby and radio. So this might actually throw Mouz off a little bit. Everything is going to be down to the timing of Exertion and if he can get away, if he can delay them, how long he can hold them back. Footsteps now being made.
Will Exertion get much? The answer to that is no, because Twist just wrecks him on the stairs and now moves forward.
And next up is Yimfat with an MP9, so I think Mouz saves this. With the kind of money that they have, they're just saying there's no reason to rotate. We don't have a whole lot of utility. There's no kits in play. There's one kit in play on Zelix, but you don't really have the weaponry to fight back into this round. So 6-2. Liquid's T side really starting to roll right now.
I'd imagine inside of Mouz is probably a very jarring experience that they're going through at the moment in terms of being so used to a prolific caller, someone that has an idea on how they want to play Counter-Strike that's going to be vocal, that everybody's bought into the system, to now having an in-game leader who is very likely to be unconfident, unsure of himself, and everybody's okay. Yeah, we're going to give you we're going to be confident in you. We're going to give you the time, but everyone will notice a huge difference in the likely atmosphere that is inside of this Mouz squad at the moment.
Those are great kills from JKF.
Yeah, and Jimpat's going to grab the AWP right at the end.
Yep, and pass that over to Torji, and he'll have to overextend if he wants to turn this round into Mouz's favor. Yeah, certainly there's that quality to it. I think the other one obviously is going to be, you know, missing Spinks, who you're unable to play with at this event, is really painful as well. Probably one of the main reasons why you felt like you could afford to make that decision.
Yeah, the Spinks move was a little unexpected, but
surprising.
Yeah, I mean the Shui leaving was more surprising, but yeah, I'll be intrigued to see how that's gonna go. From my perspective, not gonna lie, it does feel tough to buy into the Brolin in-game leader role. I don't really know how I feel about that long term. Great shot from Torzy. He's really got to do everything, though, and that's the problem. So he's dead after one. Like you said, just keep sending Nertz outside. It's really working well for him. Ultimate's got him covered. Nertz is low in HP, so doesn't want to go into the fight against a pistol.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go in mini, but he's stuck. He's going to just have to make a play. He's going to have to risk something because they're going to hunt him down right now. Nertz ready and waiting behind the edge of this smoke. Brolin coming in, spamming that smoke, somehow not finding Nertz, who does
how has
connect
he done
it.
that?
How is he still alive?
I have no idea.
He's pinned down, though. It's just, if he never moves, he might be fine.
How is Nertz still alive? This is crazy. If he gets another kill, my mind's going to be blown. Well, Deagle comes in. Finally, they deal with Nertz, but his damage has already been done. And Team Liquid continuing to rack up a beautiful T-side here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it's super helpful, too, because Nertz is almost like just doing exactly what Yikinder was always trying to do, which is just kind of waltz into opening kills and grab them. He's just being way more successful at the moment. Really cool to see out of Nertz. It's a 5-round lead for Team Liquid, up 7-2. And a second timeout used by Mouz as Cyclone is desperately trying to get his boys involved.
It looks like Xershin going to make the most of this to fix a little issue for himself. Get the in-ears plugged back in.
And don't worry, he can still hear.
And the ref's over as well here to sort things out. Tough road ahead of both of these squads, even if they win today. I mean, they'll play the loser of Na'Vi versus Spirit.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier.
No, it gets more difficult. Yep. Absolutely.
And that'll be for elimination, all these games for elimination. Loser of this series today.
Gone.
Will be out of IEM Katowice. And then you have that tough task that you just outlined, Na'Vi or Spirit in an elimination game. You got a long route to run in this lower bracket.
Yeah, I think it's worth reminding people, Jason, about Kassad's prediction for Mouz. He did think that Mouz are going to be a playoff team, didn't he? And what was there a little wager on that one?
No, we never settled on one.
Oh,
I threw an idea out there as like a friendly bet for us to match.
And he didn't want to do a selfie because that would emasculate him.
Right, and then he wanted me, if they did make the playoffs, to wear a wedding dress, and I said I would do that.
Because that
for
would
a segment, as long as
you.
he agrees to the same thing.
Yes.
I said I want to have the same terms for winning and losing.
And he didn't want to do it. Well, I think you would both look good in a wedding dress.
Can you push in front of main, Justin? Yes, wait. Flashing now. In main, blind. Main. We're still smoked door, we're still smoked.
There's nice one. Guy.
That's a stopper.
One more should be Bako.
Try to connect with
a Molotov ticket.
Arc is dead, so yeah, you guys can contact out. Top
hard.
Same region, come. I don't see him. Try to go. I walked out.
Careful Tetris. Guys, main one.
I'm holding main.
Main picking. Nice.
Thank you,
good job.
Comms are flowing.
It's fun hearing, like, nice job, guy. I mean, it's at least funny to me. You didn't laugh, so it might not be funny to you, but it's funny to me. Extended tech pause at this stage of the game as these two teams just chill and wait. What else we got going on these days? Virtus Pro has made the playoffs. Vitality has made the playoffs. Playing that seeding match later on.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro making the playoffs is very surprising. And really, it's quite exciting because Virtus Pro, for so long, we know all of those pieces, all of those players. There's so much potential, but last year was just incredibly frustrating to watch. And also, I'm sure, be a part of Virtus Pro. So it's great seeing them walk around with a bit more swagger. They've got smiles on their faces. I bumped into some of the players this morning at the mall. You know, they're just having a good time, Jason. And it's great to see because they just looked depressed all of last year.
Yeah, it was a rough year, and it has been a complete 180 for that team. It feels like with the vibes.
They're doing interviews as well.
Yeah, they're doing interviews. It's craziness.
All right, well, tech pause, but Cyclone's still having a lot of chit chat at the moment. So
over on the other stream with Machine and Sponge, Gamer Legion taking on Mongols. Both the teams that won against these respective squads in the first game. So throw that up on a second monitor, a phone, a tablet, whatever you got. Tune into all the Counter-Strike here at IEM Katowice. We're back live. Tech issues resolved. Round number 10 is underway. 7-2 lead for Team Liquid. It's Nertz, who's been the star of the show. 11-3. Started out this map 7-0. Opening kills outside all day long. It's been his playground.
Three beautiful smokes. Perfectly lined up here from Team Liquid. Grenade will disrupt them, but Nertz hadn't pushed far forward yet. But he's been a real nuisance, a real threat that they've had to try and deal with. Ooh, Torzi, not the clearance he was hoping for. And the smokes fade away, and he takes a bullet to the chest as he drops back in behind Unbreakable. Nertz applying pressure. Nertz wants to go, gets into mid. He is so locked in right now. Nertz is just feasting on them. It's a kill on exertion this time. Nertz going through the smoke, got caught by Flash. He'll take a second to pause, but he's going in for this. And Torzi's gone. Nertz, he's just unplayable, unstoppable.
Yeah, every decision he's making is the right one. And look at how much tension he's pulled away from ramp room. So now Liquid, where they've encountered so much defense in ramp room, oh no way, he spins and gets that as well.
Oh, Brolin thought he had that kill locked in, but Nertz just spins round. Naf punishes Zelix, and Mouz are getting toyed with.
What are you supposed to do against that? 1 versus 5 for poor Jimmy. Up in the rafters. Oh, and deleted.
Dude, he just alt-deleted the entire team. That's crazy. Nertz just doing the same move over and over and over.
And I mean, look, this is cool because it's like you're feeding the hot hand. He's getting a lot of utility sent forward to activate him, but I mean, all this is just good decision making. Awkward flashbang and scenario for Torji. And remember, Mouz like 4 rounds ago was saying like, can we fight outside? Trying to come up with plans to stop this outside play. Exertion going secret. Torji's had the op out there a number of times. They've played single box. They've played Heaven. They've gotten aggressive through Mini as well. Nothing's working.
That grenade sounded a lot more violent than it actually ended up being.
Did give a good chunk sound, didn't it?
Yeah, 3 HP. Nertz this time, down secret. Loses life. But JKS is in behind him, and the Savage double opens up the lower bomb site opportunities here for Team Liquid. Brolin's already inside of the vent. And he's going to go down to Twist this time. Nice little kill from Jimmy, who switches out to the AK-47. And because of that kill from Yimpat, he still has a chance to make something happen here for Mouz, and they don't want to fight him. So Liquid bail out, they go upper.
Yeah, but Torji's over in lobby. So Naf's going to smoke off Squeak Door to allow the cross safely. Flashbang in as well. They've just got to worry about Hut. All the corners being cleared. Torji, how does he want to make his play? Twist very aware of the danger that could be coming from lobby.
Oh, big push. So Torzi, 5-7. Oh, gets a second just about, and Impact clears out CT vent. Team Liquid somehow lose that round.
Yeah, that's hard. Look at all the angles they have to worry about. To come through the smoke towards Squeak Door after the vent. Coming out of Hut, finding a perfect timing. Twist is worried about Heaven as well. They got to be concerned about someone wrapping through Mini. A lot of different angles that Team Liquid had to worry about in that upper bomb site. Still a very winnable round that they let slip away, especially after some of the kills.
Yeah,
good round from Torji.
Desperately needed a round like this, Jason. You know, one where they just win with some weaker weapons. Doesn't look like they're going to pick it up, but the majority of this half has been Team Liquid dominance, but if Mouz can leave with a 4th round, at least there will be a little extra something to work with.
Even in victory, though, that round is going to be frustrating for Liquid after the fact. They won't care at the moment with the lead that they have, but that's, I know, been a talking point amongst the team is, you know, rounds where you have the advantage, when you're in position to win. And they're one of the teams that's really struggling to close out man advantage rounds. 5-on-4 rounds.
Nertz back to his old tricks. Oh, he just got spotted going into that smoke. I thought for a second they might not have seen him, but he did get spotted going into the smoke, and that call was made to turn back and check for that push. And so Team Liquid unable to get involved in the early stages of this round, and Mouz will recover to 4 rounds and a half unless Ultimate and Twist can pull off something unthinkable. And that's a great shot from Roland.
That's a beautiful start. To the lower bomb site we go. One flashbang on Twist, no smokes, no mollies to block off any of the control side doors, so they almost have to get aggressive and try and clear things out together.
Twist jumping down into the bomb site. Exposes himself to ramp, but not Decon. And oh, they line up! There's a way back suddenly here now for Team Liquid. Ultimate is dragging them through. And this could be a massive moment to just crush the hopes and dreams of Mouz in this half. We would leave with only 3. And Ultimate waits inside the control room. In the meantime, Twist is relocated over towards Decon. It's a tap on the defuse, not a stick. And they're not going to fall for it. Ultimate waits up in the windows. Now it's a stick. Now it's a hold. And it's not planted for Twist. Selix stopped at the foot of it. Twist and Ultimate pull it back. And 9-3 the scoreline reads.
Disappointing loss yesterday for Team Liquid against the Mongols seems to be well forgotten because they came in firing on all cylinders, led by their star new recruit, Nertz. This guy has been a beast. 14-5, the number 7th rated player at the event so far. He's got Liquid charged up with a 6-round lead as they switch to the CT side of Nuke.
And a devastating close that first half as well, where Mouz were up so far. And Ultimate and Twist were able to recover the round and steal away any hopes of Mouz having to come back here. It needs to be one of the best T-sided halves that we've seen from Mouz in a long time, called by their new in-game leader.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it better be a great offensive half with your brand new IGL.
Fair to say that Team Liquid could put this one to bed with a pistol round victory.
They got 3 players to fight outside if contact is made.
Brolin got through the main smoke. Could be a lot of pressure here on Naf. He's got his teammate out towards heaven. Well, he did. And Naf no longer stands at the back of the site. So Team Liquid losing players so quickly here. This is a great pistol for Mouz.
Yeah, they just got picked apart. So much attention put outside. Inner bomb site well exposed. Just a quiet walkout for Mouz, showing like they want to take yard. And demolishing the upper bomb site defense. Naf and Ultimate can do nothing. So Mouz survived for the moment. They get themselves a little bit of breathing room with a pissed around victory. And tell Liquid it's not going to be as easy to close them out as they might think. I mean, look, all the deficiencies that we've talked about with Mouz, it's easy to kind of write them off. Brolin as the IGL, losing Shuhei, Spinks not being here, having to play with an academy player, etc., etc. But you still got Exertion, who can be an absolute monster. He can provide you just as many openings and entries as Nerds did for Team Liquid in the first half. You've still got Torji with the AWP, and if you have Exertion coming online, his AWP is now going to have some space to work with on the map. So you have some pieces that you can look at and be confident that they can provide you an opportunity to close the gap in the scoreboard. Mao's not out of this fight just yet. If you want to talk about Brolin as an in-game leader on a deeper level too, we could do that maybe in the next round when they're saving, because it is a second round buy from Team Liquid. I'll save it.
And so far, we have seen that Team Liquid are capable of winning almost any round, so let's see how this goes. Ultimate boosted up into the ramp room. 3 players start ramp here for Team Liquid. Anticipating a heavy play here for Mouz, but it's the opposite. They're going to move outside with the smokes. Well, given the initial signs of this round, Jason, I don't think it's going to look all that competitive here for Team Liquid.
Oh, hold the phone. They're coming at Nerds.
True.
Give the man a chance.
All right.
He's got 5-7 in flashbang. He's in a very committed angle, though.
It would require some misses for Mouz.
Yeah, it's likely one and done.
And brilliant, perfect shots coming in here for Nerds. So he gets one and done.
And it's not advanced enough for that to be any kind of significant early warning, so we might just see Team Liquid choose to save here. You can see the X-ray. None of those blue bodies are budging anywhere towards that lower B bomb site.
Not at all. That's a lot of Bs, Jason.
Ah.
Anyway, speaking of Bs, Brolin, in-game leader, go on.
Yeah, I don't know much, and I haven't spoken about his particular philosophy of how to play the game and how to approach things as an IGL. But if you just look at like Swedish IGLs and Swedish Counter-Strike philosophy, in terms of coming up through that region. Swedish Counter-Strike has always been much more like kind of loose, more like hive mind, not super detailed, not like super protocol heavy, just like an understanding, a very loose style where individuals get a lot of freedom, but there is a great team understanding and macro understanding of how to move around the map and where you shift and where you rotate. So in my mind, for someone like Brolin, it is going to be like a very kind of general calling style where you're not kind of locked into exactly how he wants you to take a certain part of the map. It is going to be more like, here's this big picture idea and here's what we're working towards, and individuals get a lot of freedom in terms of working towards that goal.
So it's almost going to be calling by committee in a weird way. Like you're looking for the input of all of your members of your squad to really come up and flesh out an idea. You just lay the foundations.
Yeah, and you kind of just see what happens on the map, and you work from there. And Swedish Counter-Strike has historically been that kind of free-flowing thing, and it's one of the things that's made them so difficult to play against Swedish teams historically.
Yes.
What's fun too about Brolin is I got a chance. I did interviews and I got to talk with Forrest and Get Right and Potty back at the HLTV Awards, and they got inducted into the Hall of Fame. And obviously, especially Forrest and Get Right kind of touching on the next generation. Forrest kind of named Brolin plenty of times, name dropping him as like the kind of one Swedish player at the moment that's in a position to kind of carry Swedish Counter-Strike forward. Pointing at him as kind of the guy, the Swedish player who's only really delivering on the historical expectations of Swedish Counter-Strike.
Yeah, just think about his addition into Mouz, right? It came out of nowhere. He stood in for the squad, and we just wondered if it was just like a short-term thing, and I think they were really impressed with the results that they got initially with him. I'm like, okay, why don't we just keep him?
Yeah, he's having like a Rez level resurgence. Him and Rez are both like, all right, we're out. We're out of NIP.
His time in NIP did not count, as Launders would say. For Team Liquid, it'll be a slower start here into the second half. The true test for Mouz will come in the gun rounds. JKS burned away, flashed off the angle, and he'll drop down into B.
Really annoying Molotov for his position. Naf pushed up, and Hut is going to hear these footsteps back towards radio room, so he's letting them know they're not quite committed yet. 4 players have rotated. 3 players, excuse me, rotated downstairs. 1 outside, and Naf in that Hut position. If they don't clear this, it could be 2.
Brolin's going to give him a 1v1 fight, and the initial dink is there. Good clearance from Brolin. Now comes a secret play, a lot of pressure on Exertion, but he's handling it very well, using red as cover, eventually taken out by Ultimate. Torsey coming in to clean up the rest. Ultimate fleeing the scene, getting out of dodge.
That grenade, as soon as he gets the kill, blows the AK-47 into the middle of nowhere, and yeah,
he looks lost.
Yeah, taken down while just spinning around searching. All right, well, those are the conversions after the pistol. So everything that's happened so far is kind of exactly how it's supposed to. So no big red flags quite yet for Team Liquid. Guns are going to come out, and we get to see what this is going to look like with the rifles now out for the defense, and how this offense can be effective against it. 3-round lead for Team Liquid. 9-6. Op on Ultimate. That's heading over towards ramp room. Twist outside, Nerds over and mini. Smoke wall is put up by Mouz. Same with utility down towards secret. But Exertion is already passed, and Ultimate's going to be tested.
He's going for the aggressive stance of the AWP, so not a lot of opportunities to fall back. Gets the light shot, now he's under pressure, but he's got the rifle beside him. Ultimate goes back again. Second time of asking, it's to lethality. And now Twist is waiting, cleaning up the low HP player. Can he get the second? You better believe he can. No problem for Twists. Under a minute on the clock, and Mouz down to just 2 players.
Yeah, and they hadn't even really progressed in secret. No backstab coming up from ramp room whatsoever. Brolin now coming in behind, and JKS hasn't spotted this. Twist is aware of the possibility. This will be calmed. Nerds has control of lobby, so Twist no longer worried about radio and ramp. It's just about this flank from Brolin.
BR Olin down to the hands of Twists, and double figures reach for Team Liquid as soon as guns return to their hands.
Good round, and Ultimate maintaining that aggression as long as he knows he's got Twist next to him. Hyper aggressive and committed angle for an AWPer. But with Twist there to pick up the pieces, it works. Beautiful double kill for Twist. Even adding a third at the end of the round in garbage time. Just 3 rounds away, Liquid, from closing out this first map of Nuke.
And this round would be a huge step to closing out the first map because there's no money left over for Mouz if they concede here. So opening of the door, Torsey having to peer through it, while his teammate Yimpat burns. A lot of smokes in Nerd's face, but he's still confident to peek. And Exertion has had a real tough game in dealing with Nerds.
It's so hard to play anyone, especially a player of Nerds' caliber, when he has this level of confidence. He's spending that whole round inside that smoke looking for that exact fight, hunting for it.
JKS under scrutiny here inside of ramp. He's lost Nerds now, so JKS playing it disciplined and intelligently and not wanting to commit to the fight and dropping further and further back into the B-bomb site. He's hearing a lot of steps coming his way.
He's got Twist down here in support.
Mouz take a moment to pause, but eventually they will arrive into the crosshair of JKS, who gets traded out eventually. Twist waiting in control room. Now they turn their attentions towards Twist, who's not accurate on the first bullet, gets a dink at least at the end, but that's not enough to keep Team Liquid in a comfortable spot with 30 seconds left. It's Mouz up a player, bomb plant not committed to. Naf will take a little bit more health off the top of Yimpat, but not enough to remove him.
Oh, look at this flank out from secret, though. Naf has no idea.
Oh, he went back to it.
The
Naf
early
wins
spray.
that fight. Gets the AK-47 and Ultimate coming back in. So Mouz hunkered down in the 2v2 post plant. Oh, timing for Ultimate to go into the open with utility in his hands. Not exactly the most comfortable for him, but Naf starts to move in. Closes that door in behind him. No peek from Torsey yet. The reload for Naf, they're not getting the peeks they want, so they're going to apply the pressure with the defuse inside smoke. There's the kill from Torchy, trying to get the transfer, and combines with the grenade damage to close it out in favor of Mouz.
Yeah, big time win to sustain their ability to fight. As you mentioned, Economy was backs against the wall. Mouz would have lost everything, so they survived with a round win here, forced Team Liquid into the last potential buy before they'd have to save, and this is their best opportunity to close the gap in the scoreboard, to finally close, to make this a pretty even game going down the stretch, but they have to have this round. Really nice slow take. Actually felt Liquid was in control. I think JKS maybe going back for a repeat, a little bit painful.
Yeah, because it put so much pressure on Twist.
Well, Twist was looking for next contact, right? JKS takes the first one. They're going to be hunting down JKS's position, focused on that. Twist takes the next fight, and then you can both swing and double up on the final player.
Look how quick this is.
Yeah.
Look at this. Ultimate's ready, though. Another leg shot. Gonna get a little bit frustrating for Ultimate to keep landing those leg shots.
You might just save if you're Liquid, to be honest with you.
Doesn't feel too likely they're going to have too much success getting back into this bomb site, but 5v5, you're going to have a check, you're going to have a look, and with flashes and the combined execution of Twist and Ultimate, there suddenly is a massive opening now for Team Liquid. Torchy and Exertion have an impossible task of trying to win this one together. Nap has just seen Exertion dropping down the vent, JKS will finish him off, and Torchy diving around the site looking for his next fight, but Team Liquid come back into it.
Yeah, I mean, that initial, you bring everyone over to see what you can get on the initial thrust, and you choose to save or go for it after the fact, depending on how that goes. But when you just take control side doors with these and get 3 quick kills, it's like, yep, round's on, no need to save. That's such a crazy position to be in with the ramp rush, and them all the way down to the lower bomb site so quickly. But just as Mouz is setting up to hold off against this, Liquid execute the retake way earlier than they were prepared for.
Because they had so many extra players, they could just leave one of the players on the A bomb site waiting for that late lurk, and Exertion gets caught. The last hope for Mouz to be able to pick that run up.
And forced to play before he wants. He's hoping to play in like a 3v3, not a 2v5.
Exactly. When we mentioned how winning that round for Team Liquid was likely to send the money into disarray for Mouz, it's done that. I mean, you look here, it's 3 AKs, a Tech 9 and a Deagle. And that really is the end of the road for their money. Liquid in search of map point on Nuke.
That'll be an upper set piece. It looks like maybe a double pump, although I don't know if there's enough utility to really pull that one off. Here it comes. Imfat and Zelix coming out of Hut. First kill is there for Twist and Naf. Good shot from the Deagle. A good follow-up. Oh, the rookie putting in some work, but it's not enough. 12-7.
Oh, that was stylish from Zelix. A little taste of what he's capable of. But yeah, the round doesn't go in favor of Mouz. It'll just be a mini highlight for him.
Yeah, but it's nice to have that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's nice to have that. Yeah.
I mean, especially because we all know that Zelix is now going to take that step back again, right? This is just a little temporary experience here, work experience, Jason. Here at Katowice, he'll be back in the academy team, but it's nice to have glimpses of what he's capable of at this level.
Yeah, sometimes you got to test the promotion before you really make it permanent.
Yeah, of course. I know we've seen in the past, you know, there's been players that come up a little bit too early, don't exactly swim, they just sink. So you don't want to be added in too early.
These are lovely shots.
Great shots.
Yeah.
He was feeling it.
Noob teams in this situation always have A execs, so be careful.
Well, he has just owned them now, hasn't he? He has just owned them.
I mean, I wonder if that was said before the previous
round? Oh, dude,
round?
if that was before, that's just so good.
I mean...
It was before.
Okay, perfect.
That's so good. That's sick. Yeah, Twist just kind of owned them.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, pro teams, you have an A exec for those situations too.
True.
No need to be mean.
Yeah, but it's funnier when he's mean and then it happens.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Well, Team Liquid looking to close out this map. JKS.
He's been solid. Like, JKS has just been quietly really solid in this map. He's had some really critical double kills, some good follow-ups, been good all map long.
And 44 for Nerds ready to go. And speaking of good all map long, Nerds has been a beastly, but only one this time. JKS, oh god, this is not exactly clean from Liquid. JKS recovers the situation, his teammate getting double dinked by Torchy. Now Twisk arriving, looking to clean up and make sure this map is over with. Torchy not getting away from the plant spot, and Team Liquid dealing with this Mouz squad led by Brolin. It's not the kind of performance Mouz would have been hoping for, but Team Liquid getting the job done here on Nuke.
I'm down on the show floor with Zelex, where first of all, I want to ask you, I want to know how much heads up you had that you would actually be coming in and standing in for Mouz.
They like told me 6 days ago or like a week ago that I would be coming to Katowice with them. And I was really surprised and in a shock because I was not expecting them to like ask me to come like a stand-in like for a big event like this in Katowice. So yeah, I'm still excited for it, and yeah.
Did you do anything specific to get yourself ready for a Tier 1 event?
I tried to... I mean, we played 2 pracs against G2, so that was a good help for me, like to what should I expect on a tournament like this. And I tried to meditate these things to like chill myself a little bit and not feel the pressure that much. So yeah, that's all.
What is the reality like of actually coming to a Tier 1 event and getting to see players that I imagine you've looked up to during your career?
I mean, it's really new to me, like to see them in real life, to be honest, because I'm just like, I always see them on like in these tournaments and watch them to play and everything, but it's really good to like see them, and I'm really excited to play against them.
Is there any specific player that you look at and you're kind of inspired by that you maybe want to, replicate a game style of?
I mean, I think I would say Santaris, because I like his play style very much, and I think he's a really good player. He has a great aim, and yeah, he's the one that I look up to.
What's the toughest thing about having to come in and compete at a Tier 1 event? What have you found challenging so far?
I think the pressure, let's say, because it's very new to me to be and like to play against these players like on a Tier 1 level and everything, because I played Tier 3 level like most of my life, and yeah, it is. I think it's the pressure, like most of, yeah. So I would say the pressure.
We look from the outside, and a lot of time, we're giving props to Cyclone because he's managed to do great things with a lot of the Mouz Academy players. But can you tell me, straight from the horse's mouth, what does he do to help you maybe, get over that pressure, make sure that you're performing at your best?
I mean, he gave me 2 advices to like focus on 2 things. Try to focus on the communication and try to focus on my teammate who is next to me, like call them by their name and like these type of things. So just focus on the communication and be myself and just play with confidence. So yeah.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. That was great. Unfortunately for Zelex and the entirety of Mouz, they weren't able to withstand the pressure that Team Liquid put forth. It was their map pick, but Janko, they did get off to quite a steaming start on that T side to kick off the map.
Yeah, I mean, winning the pistol, converting, that was a necessity for them after how the first half went, but you could just tell, there's not too much behind it, not too much depth at the moment, and Liquid just the better team from start to finish.
Right now, we're looking at Nerds just flying around outside and having really just turning this entire map into his playground. And again, we talked about it in the pre-match about what does Mouz need to do a little bit different. And it just seems like, they get Zelex in. It's a last-minute stand-in decision. They had a couple of prac games against G2, as we just heard, but it feels like he's just like little bro waiting for his big brother to hold his hand as they walk across the street. Like you have to be able to do stuff with more confidence. You look at any of the situations, the second round that Mouz wins was off the like a 3 upper stack with 2 players ramp, something unconventional. The rest of the half, they play the standard setup, and Liquid's just doing their normal Nerds go outside and open up the round for us, and they're just running away with the entire game because Mouz does nothing different.
To continue on my dog analogies from the pre-show, Freya, because you get rewarded for watching the whole show here. Felt like if anyone has seen the Bridgestone commercial from 20 years ago, it felt like Nerds was the bulldog, right? Poor Exertion was the poodle, and Shue is just the Labrador with a bone in his mouth, like having to witness what they did to my boy, right? They massacred my little boy. Nerds was just having his way with Mouz, specifically Brolin and Exertion, because they're the 2 first defenders when it comes to Yard, right? Exertion and Yard, Brolin towards that main area. And just time and time again, he was able to find openings. He was able to create space. He was able to just wreak havoc, and that was where it all started for Team Liquid, right? Once you have that from your yard player, it becomes so much easier to call and to play T-side Nuke.
And those stats that we just saw from Nerds, they were just from the T side, right? Like he was doing so much damage in that first half.
Yeah, 3 opening duels that he won, 1 that he lost, but we saw 4 multi-kill rounds there. And it's more than just the kills that you get when you play this sort of a role, when you're going outside and you're looking for those openings. It's not necessarily, oh, he got killed, therefore good. It's also, what is the kill causing to happen? Or what is his pressure causing? Torzy, Brawlin, they're both completely occupied with that. Zelix even sometimes has to be like, well, do I watch upper now or do I have to watch main? Is he going to come in here? Are they going to split? Am I going to stop watching door? And that gives space to everyone on Liquid. So now they can, if they want to go lower, they can. If they want to rush ramp, they can. If they want to do an upper exec, they can, because they're so concerned about, is Nerds going to come in through main at this third angle, yes or no?
And then you have Torzy starting to play more yard at the beginning of rounds. Now Ultimate has an op on T side, catches him off guard a couple of times, just also on a macro level, on a game planning level. It does so much because it helps you anticipate what's going to happen. Oh, Nerds went and 2 rounds in a row, found an entry kill, even a double entry in one of them. They're going to put more resources on yard. They're going to send Torzy on yard. That opens a contact play on ramp. That opens some other things. And Liquid just did a great job on their T side.
Also caused Brolin to get a little bit frustrated at times still, eh?
It's not good quality in a leader that you want to have. You want to keep your cool and stay calm, not getting visibly tilted. Your teammates, they're next to you in a LAN environment. They can see this even if they're looking at their monitors. Maybe they see it in the peripheral. Maybe they see arms flailing around. Maybe it's something you say, but keeping your cool is something that it's difficult. When you're in-game leading, you want to call something, maybe you get overcalled. Maybe you see something happening, you want to direct people into like the right path, but then you get ignored or people do the wrong thing. There's so many things that can set you off. So it's a skill to be able to keep your cool, and it takes time to develop.
I don't know. The worrisome thing about this Mouz team moving forward, even with Spinks, is like you go back to last year and they're all having fun. They're super happy. The team environment is awesome. They're sitting here talking about how they love each other at Pro League on the couch. Great team. These are my brothers. It always sucks to play with a stand-in, but it seems like that fun has just been sucked out of the team. Like Spinks sitting where Zelix is sitting, that's really going to change that dynamic. I don't care about like the Counter-Strike in its own right. I mean, in terms of when I talk about this, it's like, what's the team environment going to be like? What's the atmosphere going to be like? What's the vibe going to be like? We talk about this. Spinks left, Vitality maybe didn't find success in the second half of the year because, a player was on his way out and didn't want to be there. For example, a team like G2, you see that was on a high level despite the player leaving. Even now with Heavy God, you can see, okay, they still got that to some good extent. So that dynamic is going to be very interesting to me moving forward, even once they start playing with Spinks.
A lot of questions moving forward, but we have to take a step in the direction to get a coach check-in from Trace.
No, of course. I think actually he's handling quite well. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Yeah, catching up with Mouz here after that first map. Coach is going on to tell me a little bit about Zelix, what to expect in the server, what we've been seeing rather. And it's not so much about Mouz not putting him into these crucial crunch time situations or situations where he might feel himself under pressure. They said that he's just focusing on his own play, focusing on how he is approaching the game and kind of understanding. And I guess it goes without saying, but he's a younger guy in such a pivotal position right now. Mouz looking at potential elimination. So either way, we'll keep our eyes to the prize.
Now, that was the question you wanted, Josh. Was that the answer you wanted?
I mean, not really. You're like, what does this mean? Like, oh, we're just like letting him play his game. It's like he's 16. He has no experience.
He has no game.
What is he going to do? Like, you have to just be like, look, what are your qualities? Can you aim? Okay, we're going to just send you here. Look here. I'm going to flash this. Just do this. And like utilize him in that way instead of right now, he's just kind of like following people around, hand in their pocket.
It's just funny him saying that he looks up to Xantares and then looking what he's actually playing on the server, right? Like he's playing the least mobile roles, right? He's not really in a position where there's a lot of action, not swinging, not being too aggressive. It's like, if that's what he likes
has no impact.
Let him do that, man. Go have some fun, Alex. Go shoot some heads.
Well, maybe. If we're lucky, we'll get that going down on Ancient. It was the pick of Mouz coming into this crucial elimination series, and now it's their final lifeline. Join us after the break to dive into it.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
This is me against Fnatic in EPL. Pretty good highlight. I think it came a bit natural for me, but yeah, I mean, this clip actually, right before it was a flash offered from my teammate, which is Adam Torjas, sitting right next to me. So
I remember.
Yeah, if that's the thing. My point was that I think when on the games that Adam supports me well with his op, I think that I play really well. This is one example of it because he offered a flash, and yeah, from there it was a good round.
Eco Hunter.
It was full buy, 3 and 4s op.
Nah, it was Eco. Oh, I know it. And
I know it as well.
Yeah.
I know it as well.
Oh yeah, it says Cologne groups, yeah. But it was a close game. And after this one,
it was like 10-11 or something. I think
it was 11-10
maybe, or yeah, something.
Or 11-11, and we win this round.
Yeah.
With this highlight, and after this one, you ace.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
We just ended the game with 2 highlights.
Yeah, this is next round basically.
Yeah, this is exactly the next round after it. It was a 4K or an ace? It was an ace. It's not a 4K, it's an ace. I don't know. I think this game I was playing actually pretty bad, and then I think Adam's highlight gave me some confidence, and suddenly the round after I just aced. I don't know. And we ended the game, and I think this was this was the opener game of Cologne. I'm pretty sure. Where we won 2-0 against Falcons. This was a 13-11, I think, or a really close game.
Yeah. But you killed the last one? Yeah, ace. Damn.
That was pretty clean. I think that was one of my best highlights, probably. Yeah, he was first.
I had it first, the 4K, and then
I think he was shouting like, "Oh my fucking own them" or something like that. I destroyed them or something. And then
Dori is like,
yeah. And then the next round, I think Michael, like Imarat, was pretty calm. I think even like after the game, Adam said that he didn't even realize I aced or something because it was not insta 5. It was like 2, 3, 4, 5 basically. So it was pretty slow, but. Yeah, I mean, I was happy.
It's a good highlight, yeah.
Yeah. I remember this.
Oh, yeah, I remember when I repeat in kitchen, yeah.
It was insane, yeah.
Actually, I was really debating to repeat it.
You should always be.
And
why are you debating it?
Because I think after this it was a 2-on-2.
It was a 4v2.
It was 4v2, and then I get 2 kills, and then I was like, maybe I should check short or just repeat kitchen again. And yeah, I know after the game I was talking to Andreas, like Zipnix, and he was begging me not to repeat again in kitchen. Like after I killed him, he was like, "Don't repeat, please." And yeah,
you killed him. Yeah, it's crazy shot. I think the Mirage game was pretty close, but we were also having some momentum, and I think this really pushed us to like. I think we won clean 2-0 against them. I think they didn't get 10 rounds on either map, so I think that this gave us a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
Team Liquid versus Mouz in the showdown for survival here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Right now, Liquid 1 map up, and they didn't really have to break a sweat, Jason. It seems like we're going to be saying goodbye to Mouz.
Yeah, they looked, I mean, Liquid looked solid. Nerds was playing really well. Wasn't a whole lot of, I think that the problem is if you're Mouz, you have some of the players and the pieces, I think, really just anything. Like they were looking like they were individually playing all right. Just with the new in-game leader, with a player coming up from the academy team, very inexperienced. It seems like the plan to like be able to take advantage of anything that Liquid, any mistake Liquid might make, isn't quite as quick, isn't quite as punishing as you're used to seeing out of Mouz. So going to be a very tough affair. A very tough affair coming into Ancient here for this second map. And as you mentioned, to survive in Katowice. Fist bumps are coming out for Team Liquid. Looking to close this out. Remember, the winner of this series plays against the loser of Navi's Spirit, which takes place next. So the route to stay alive in Katowice for both these teams is going to be very difficult, but certainly Mouz on the back foot here in map 2.
We're going to get to see them start on the T side again, so we get to see more of Brolin's calling. Wasn't much of a second half available, to be honest, so this is our first real look at it in this series. A lot of util for Brolin. Everybody else on Kevlar.
And having him positioned outside the A bomb site makes it feel like these 3 players in middle, you know, Yimpat might still lurk, might be a little bit aggressive, but they want to come middle and look towards Donut to the A bomb site with Brolin smoking off CT spawn. Looks like Liquid wants to be disruptive. 1 player ultimate sliding out, but here are the next 3 USPs, but the Glocks are just so powerful until JKS gets involved, traded off by Yimpat. But now Twist, 1v1 and he's got it!
So safe for Twist. Great composure to get back out towards Heaven for that final headshot. Team Liquid with a pistol, thanks to their in-game leader.
That's a brawl.
That is just a bloodbath, yeah.
That's like,
just like
is that all 10 kills in middle?
Yeah, it felt like it. Yeah, it seemed like it at least. Yep. There we go. It's just all elbow, and then out towards Heaven for the final one. It's crazy. Everybody just decided to run mid.
Yeah, the timing push from Liquid was pretty damn close to perfect, just as Mouz is getting set up to make the run, and all that utility used towards the A-bomb sites not available in middle. Nade and a jump up towards Heaven. Twist gonna get the first 3 kills of the round and already put a stop to this unarmored Glock play. 2-0 for Team Liquid.
Having a conversation, Mouz, ahead of this buy round. It came real quick. They've got the AKs now available to them. And for Team Liquid, 4 SMGs.
Yeah, obviously what we would term a bonus round. Is you're able to get the bonus of upgrading to an AK-47 if you can have a clean win. Mouz want to force themselves out middle. First kill is theirs. Yimpat behind the Molotov. Twist steps up, and he's dropped in very quickly. This is going to be a Mouz win.
Yeah, you can use this kind of bonus round to throw one of those aggressive CT plays in. Just unfortunately for Team Liquid, they get destroyed.
Yeah, you just like to do some damage on it, at the very least, right? It's not so much like maybe it's going to be tough to win, but yeah, you would have liked to have get 2 or 3 kills, something to limit this growth. This one is just painful. All 5 members of Team Liquid fall. And all 5 members of Mouz stay standing. It's 2-1 for Team Liquid, and they'll buy M4s into the next round, but money is going to be gone after the fact. So yeah, if you want to get Brolin to have some momentum at calling, get a good feel for it, see if you can build this half into something, this is a nice start, and you've set yourselves up to take an advantage heading into round 5 if you can win round 4. And see how many you can build upon.
Oh, Nert's getting eradicated by Exertion.
Look at all that utility, though. Look at all that utility just being chucked over the wall. Nade lands right at the feet of Exertion, who steps forward with low HP.
Twist looking to plug the gap in mid and make sure Mouz don't continue to push out of elbow.
He's been very bold considering they can cross Heaven as well.
Yeah, it's not like Ultimate's able to help out either or defend that position, so Twist caught an awkward position. Ultimate can't do more than 1. And a 2v3 here. Team Liquid down a player. JKS holding off B, and that is where the bomb is currently positioned on that ramp.
Yeah, he's just got so much to worry about it. Because NAF is parked way, way deep in the A bomb site, there's nobody can shift to cover middle, so JKS has to be worried about red room flank. And now out of position to stall this out. NAF and JKS join up at the A bomb site. The gamble stack for the late round is the incorrect side of the map. So it's tied up at 2, and Liquid will have a pair of M4s to try and save into round 5. But back-to-back rounds, Mouz is able to crack open middle very effectively.
Nertz in particular on this map is a marvel to watch on the T side, how he gets out elbow, how deadly he can be in that position, one of the best in the world. I think that's what Team Liquid are very excited about, getting that kind of player into the squad for Ancient. It just strengthens their performances on this map.
Well, I mean, we'll point this out too, though, because he's playing middle. He's that initial defender on the middle defense here on the CT side, and this is back-to-back rounds. He's been taken down first without able to find a kill. He had that fantastic map on Nuke where he was essentially unstoppable. But starting a little cold on Ancient. We'll see if those fortunes change. For the moment, likely going to sit back without any kind of investment.
Well, we actually got to see the Exertion nerds head-to-head quite a bit over on Nuke. We're getting it nice and early here as well, just by the nature of where Exertion is going to be placed on the map, is just trying to get out elbow, get into these mid-fights. So far, so good for Exertion. For Team Liquid, though, their money is completely drained on 3 players. They'll have 2 rifles still over in their hands, but Mao is very likely to take the lead.
Little boost up back of the cube to get a deeper angle. This is the opportunity, been spotted out. So Mouz calling out at least 2 players at the B-bomb site for the moment. Exertion already encroaching into Red Room. A very powerful pivot point for this Mouz offense if they want to reconvene to the other side of the map. However, sacrificial USPs could set JKS up to find this kill.
Shadow on the wall. Exertion applying the pressure required. He can't do too much about it. It's the rest of his teammates cleaning up this Liquid defense. Naf, who was positioned in A main deep early, is now starting his flank with that rifle. Ultimate hoping he can get a deke to land up heaven, but when he doesn't, it's Naf to peek out from elbow instead, and a save call for that M4, you would imagine. But they do have a... there's another one back there the Ultimate isn't going to pick up, so they're actually trying to activate into this.
He's risking it for the AK-47. They're not going to go for this. He wants this AK. Yeah. Back off. Torji sees that weapon disappear, and now here's the footsteps.
Well, he's hoping that Ultimate goes towards elbow, which is exactly where Ultimate goes, and Torji needs to be more careful what he wishes for, as Ultimate is able to tear his head right off.
Yeah, I probably felt like he had a great advantage in that fight. He's probably feeling very sure of himself.
And once those first couple of bullets are inaccurate, there's a chance for Ultimate to stabilize and take the kill. So it is Mouz going into the lead 3-2. Those 2 save weapons will help out the economy here of Team Liquid. It was a great start from the CT side, but since the guns have come out, it's all being Mouz. And I think the gun rounds in particular, Jason, they've been won and lost in the initial fights.
Yeah, they've been decided very, very quickly, haven't they? We'll see if that changes. Maybe Liquid wants to come into this with a new approach towards mid instead of pushing down, trying to swing on this smoke and control elbow. Set something else up with a position in donut, maybe cubby, maybe some aggression towards heaven. A couple different options, but still early going for Liquid to test the CT side playbook.
Yeah, Ultimate getting that instant elbow smoke tossed out from spawn, and it's going to be 3 players starting mid just to dump the utility in that choke point. The smoke has missed. It's not good. And that's Twist getting involved in the early fight. 1-for-1. Nerds again. Going to be very frustrating for him to kick off this game. He's down early.
Yeah, and JKS has got to hold on towards Cave. Alex will be up against him. Not yet turning the corner. Exertion controlling middle. Sliding out along the back wall.
Yeah, can't go back through that smoke. Has to call that maneuver off. We'll get a moment to breathe and settle into this, and Exertion is just constantly getting the better of Nerds in that mid-fight.
Yeah, 3 for 3 in that exchange back and forth.
I'll leave Exertion to lurk. And the rest of the pack is heavily focused over towards B at the moment. Brolin just clearing close jag.
Little delay Molotov to buy some time for Twist to start shifting over. He now leaves Red Room, so Ultimate backs off of his position in Donut back into the A bomb site. 3-man defense at B. Still no information for Team Liquid. Mouz staying very, very quiet, and they're going to move to the other side of the map. Now they shift towards A, and Liquid have no idea. No one in a position to gather information, so it's all Ultimate.
He's been criticized so far for his performances. Looking to step up, and no problem for Ultimate. Roland is getting rolling as he shuts down 3 kills. Torsi comes back in, but the rotation has already arrived. Liquid ready to close this out, 3-3, and that is a sick hole from Ultimate.
That's the kind of thing you want to see in a recovery after an abysmal series yesterday. Ultimate, no lack of confidence in himself. That is a spectacular sequence.
Let's touch more on that, because I think when you look at Ultimate coming into this Team Liquid squad, I think we were all so impressed with his initial level of confidence. He exuded confidence coming to this Tier 1 level. He was plucked out of nowhere. You know, he didn't have that traditional experience of going from Tier 3 into Tier 2 into a weaker team. He just dropped straight into Team Liquid, and he was just performing. He was making plays that you would expect from a player who's had more experience at the top, but that started to drop off. His individual performance certainly took a dip, and we're wondering, will he be able to continue with that mental fortitude?
That peak he had initially about joining Liquid, you couldn't really count on that lasting forever. So I mean, as a lot of rookies and as a lot of younger players stepping into this level of play without a whole lot of experience, there's always going to be that drop off. So now it's about, can he get back? Can he put it together to raise his level yet again? And that's a lovely sequence to save the day for Team Liquid. Isolated, essentially 1v4 at the A bomb site, delivers the 3 necessary frags. That's another missed instant smoke towards elbow.
Yeah,
Liquid.
they keep doing that, yeah. This is a big problem, but finally Nert's getting the better of Exertion. Second kill. And Nert's has just been waiting, watching the screens of his remaining teammates round after round, but finally he gets to have impact. And Twist is alongside of him. And Nert's is reveling in this moment. It's just Torzy, and the shutdown's already happened.
It's the round of the missed smoke that he's the most dominant. Twist picked off by Torji's op, waiting deep towards double doors. He's got bomb in his control, but a 1v4 still, and he's blocked in.
And he's got the right read on Nertz, who's actually just running into the water, but he'll pin himself in the corner. Torzi's mid steps. Nertz is ready for it. There's a 4K. And Nertz finally fired up, shoots some bullets into the body as well. So Team Liquid into the lead.
And this is where that's going to be the most difficult for Mouz. It's not. I mean, the T side with the new in-game lead with Brolin stepping into it and with the stand-in is going to be rough to begin with. But now you have the added factor that you have to break the momentum and break the money of Team Liquid's defense. It's not just calling to a round win, but playing against a team that were up until this point, you've had the benefit of playing them up against them when they've had MP9s, when they've been missing an M4, when they've been missing a little bit of utility. Now it's full buy round after round, and that elbow smoke still back in the lab, boys.
Yeah, there we go. They re-smoked it. Yeah, they need some work on that.
How many instant smokes on Ancient do you know?
All of those, actually.
Nice.
It's like, that's the only thing I've really got.
It's the instant smokes?
This is the instant smoke. I just think they're pretty cool, you know?
It's important.
I think Ultimate was the only player that landed it so far, and that was from the easiest spawn. And these pistols are likely just to be destroyed. I want to see what Mouz can get out of it. They're going to be heavily focused towards B. Naf and Nertz on the cleanup. No nonsense from Nertz, just 3. He had 1 kill before the last round started. Now he's 8 and 5.
All right, Exertion. The last to fall. 2-round lead, 5-3 for Team Liquid. And money continues to grow with so many players surviving. 5 in that round, 4 in the previous.
Yeah. Finally, money back for Mouz.
Mouz need a really impactful round here. They need to find some success, at least take some kills away. Not a whole lot of time left in this opening half on Ancient.
No smoke this time, just grenades of a different variety. Mollies, itchies. And Exertion's gonna move out with it. Miss red smoke as well from Mouz. Okay, it looks a little better from this perspective, but for Twist, he's just gonna have a look. See if anybody's pushing up with it. That's a move that Exertion likes to do. If he gets that space, he can get up to that red room quite quickly, but unlikely to be confident with missed utility.
A passive-ish defense at the moment. JKS pushed up in A main. Twist and Nert's going to be playing over in Donut, but Ultimate's got a deep angle down with the AWP. One early pick would be fantastic. It's Brolin with the bomb, leaning towards double doors. Twist, peering over the smoke, is going to spot nothing up on top of Nertz's head, who's already crossed the red room, so a gap. And Ultimate's being called back to address that, which leaves Naf alone to defend the B bomb site. Liquid being spread thin by all the resources at the A bomb site.
It's that sort of resource issue for Liquid that's actually forced Ultimate to leave watching red. He's gone back to it now. JKS flanking to the back of elbow. Great awareness and impact to check that, and JKS thought he would have had a kill. With final 30 seconds, though, it's going to be an A play.
The repause from Nertz over an A main. They won't expect him because Naf pushed.
And Twist going to take the initial attention away. Twist can win it on his own, running out of bullets and now running out of life source. But Nertz is still towards main, and this position is going to execute that bomb plant. And Exertion stuck in red. 15 seconds, got a 1v2 this. He's making noise. They know exactly where he is. He has to speed up, and Ultimate had already repositioned and got in behind him. Team Liquid 6 rounds, and they continue to rack them up.
That's a filthy little reposition from Nertz to slide over quick enough to find a position at A main. You would never expect that considering JKS's flank from elbow. Mouz having a tough time finding success. A 3-round streak after converting against 4 SMGs in round 3. But now that the guns have come back out for Team Liquid, it's been 4 in a row for the defense as they storm to a commanding 3-round lead.
Yeah, and you started last round by saying Mouz needed an impactful win here. They do not pick that up, and you take a look at their money, and it's back down to half-buy territory. We're going to see some Tech 9s coming in. Team Liquid got the right read at the right time. Twist got back over to default. Nertz repositioning a little bit more aggressively towards A main. And it was a strong enough setup to prevent any hopes and dreams of Mouz. And with it executing that bomb plant attempt as well, no extra money on top here for Mouz. All right, Jason, let's go. Is this smoke going to land?
Is it?
Is it going to land?
Is it?
Yeah, it's bounced a little too far, but it works.
It's off that little corner.
Yeah.
It's literally like 2 pixels off.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's not the best, but it's okay. Now it's going to be the group up here from Mouz in towards the A bomb site, currently defending its ultimate just from that big box. Nertz out Donut.
Yeah, but that Op King takes some contact. They'll play it passively after that. If Ultimate can just hit 1. There's a smoke over for Donut that's to take Nertz's attention away, and Ultimate's got 1.
Nertz ready to go, and it's 1. A lot of damage onto the second point, but not enough. Great shot landed again, and Twist is on the cleanup. So he'll finish off the work that his teammate started, and just Zelix left over towards heaven.
Yeah, Nertz pushing right through that smoke. That was never going to block him off. So yeah, Zelix, good luck, 1v4. 7-3 in the favor of Team Liquid when all is said and done in this round.
There's just this little itchy thought in my head right now, Jason. It's just about that next match. You know, the fact that if you get through this one, you have to fight to get through this game, and then you've got either Na'Vi or Spirit. It's very hard.
Yeah, but remember too, because we mentioned this with Vitality, how more reps, no matter how they look, are always going to be good for this team. It's the same case with every team that's made a roster changes. There's going to be some hiccups, there's going to be some ugliness, there's going to be some work these teams are putting in to smooth them out. But the more games you play and the more you're challenged and pressure tested with these new lineups, the more you have to learn from and improve as quick as humanly possible. So yeah, it's always going to be an underdog tough affair.
Painting the picture about where they're going and what their intentions are. And when you communicate about what their intentions are, where they want to go, we can also read the game, right? Let's go.
Yeah. All right, that's talking about proactive comms. Don't just tell me what you see, tell me what's coming next so that we can react to it in time. Ultimate, no chance to calm anything there as his head's ripped off and the B bomb site under attack. Ooh, Naf forced into the open.
Naf into the open indeed, and opens up 2 players. Spills her guts on the floor. Now Twist coming back. He's going to throw Molly onto the site just to delay any plant attempt and then get aggressive. In and out. Impact dead. And Mouz down to just 2 players.
That's an unreal shot from
Torzy's going to make a move. He's going to get aggressive. Ooh, he's just seen enough. Twist gets back to it. Torzy to go down. And Exertion left 1v3.
Yeah, that little barrel showing is unfortunate. Nice shot from Twist. Nice round from Twist. Better round from Naf, whose double kill might have actually just saved the day and given Twist the confidence needed to step up for one of his own. Exertion can't close it out. Feel like we've seen a... I don't know. I'm not going to be like super critical or anything with the condition Mouz is under, but I feel like we've seen a lot of rounds where Exertion is actually the last one.
Yeah, he's kind of had a lurk role here, hasn't he?
And I think it's funny that it's kind of weird that we've been watching this half where Team Liquid has struggled to land that elbow smoke consistently, and they've missed it a couple times, and that's where Mouz found so much success early on, but they haven't really gone back to it in the last 5 or 6 rounds despite that success. Also fair play, Liquid playing far back and just barraging utility in. Yimpat can't get it done. And Mouz just seem like they're a beat team walking, if that makes sense.
Barely walking at that, Jason. But they get a charge straight through that smoke at the top of the ramp. JKS cleaning up from cave though. Bomb plant about to be secured. But it's a 2v4 to try and round out this half with an extra round of play. Team Liquid looking for back-to-back 9-3 opening halves. They had it on Nuke. They're about to grab it here on Ancient, unless Torzi and Zelix can combine together. Nertz is just waiting for the time to make a move.
Yeah, which is going to be when this smoke fades. Twist will play late.
Zelix now alerted to Nertz, but his low HP will be cast aside, and just Torzi sees the shadow and can't stop Twist. Team Liquid with a 9-3 half, again looking strong, about to eliminate Mouz from Katowice.
It's Twist's turn on Ancient to have the hot hand, 18-5. That's RVD to you watching at home. A stellar performance from Liquid's captain and in-game leader, backed up by Nertz with 12 kills of his own. A dominant first half, and Liquid's having a lovely day in the office today, Dinko.
Yeah, it's looking great, looking easy right now. Mouz without Shuei lacks the potency required to compete with what Liquid are showing us today, and with a pistol win, it'll be a huge step to closing out this series and getting into the next matchup here in Kato for Liquid. P250 for Twists. And like you said, just such a strong first half. Excited to see what more we can get out of him. Naf to fall first. Yimpat with an aggressive maneuver in towards A main.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I think Liquid's going to have to look out for throughout this half is, you know, after losing the first map, getting destroyed, after having such a rough first half here on Ancient, Mouz, I think, individually going to start going to start getting aggressive and getting a little crazy. They're going to start taking the leash off and I think just trying to make magic happen around the map.
Yeah, nothing to lose, and perhaps born out of desperation will be some heroic antics from the individuals.
Okay, this one smoke that Liquid has thrown has actually taken the defense away. Exertion shifted over. He's coming back now.
Has a great shot as well onto Yimpat. A lot of damage being done. Liquid would have loved a couple of those kills.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just set up for the late round, right? Like, look at how low Yimpat and Exertion are.
Technically the player advantage, but the health is a big issue. Ultimate getting one more kill here for Team Liquid. Leaves it on JKS and Nerds. Nerds is also very low. That's not a commitment to the defuse. It's just a tap to try and pull Nerds out into the open, but he hasn't gone. He hasn't peeked. And now when he does, it's a headshot on Brolin and Zelix with everything left. No kit on the young man's back. And this round is done. They're not going to give him the chance. They're going to toy with the rookie, and Team Liquid pull back the pistol despite great openers from Mouz.
I mentioned after the Mongol series yesterday, one of the things they were a little frustrated about is feeling like they don't close out as many rounds as they'd like when they have an advantage. And this is a great job of converting around where you have a disadvantage, but finding those gooshes and finding good positions, even in a man-down situation. Liquid doing a great job playing this so smart together, so well. Jiggling aggression.
Dude, the output that Nerds gets from the low HP is so sick too. Just a little drive-by.
And 2 kills in that round for Nerds.
Well, Mouz want a buy round on the CT side, so they're going to take the full eco here.
That's fair.
Give yourself a chance.
Can't really argue with that decision.
Nope. At least have guns one time. They're going to stack up in cave. And Team Liquid are not going to send too many players over that direction. It would be unwise. And I think they're probably a little suspicious of how quiet it is elsewhere on the map, so likely to predict a stack. But where? That's the question.
I think Twist picking up that MP7 from Nerds. I think he's got some inspiration.
I think so. You know, Nerds was the torchbearer. He was the only player I really remember ever using it. Wow.
I enjoy the MP7, and obviously now the MP9 has taken that slight nerf. Players looking elsewhere for their SMG magic.
Yeah,
MP5's next. It's coming back. Now's the time.
Nah.
Now's the time.
The PvP Bison. You know, once we live in that meta, Jason, the world isn't ready. Double kill for Twist on that MP7. Mac 10 for JKS chiming in, and these USPs about to be shredded by Nerds, who just holds down Mouse 1 as they run into the conveyor belt of death. It is now 11-3, and Team Liquid. Not really a sweat being broken today.
No, it's been nice and easy. Well, you know, Nuke had some complications, but they held it down at the end of the day. This one has just been start to finish. Liquid just kind of rolling away with this map. 11-3. You have 2 Mac 10s in that MP7 on Twist, 2 AK-47s on Nerds and JKS. I wonder if you just do some kind of a faster uppercut tactic here.
Yeah, this is the buy. This is the CT side of Mouz. This round here. Some aggression, exertion, great movement to get up onto the ledge. He's got to sprint quickly down into the B lane, but he's been spotted. Team Liquid know what's up, and Twist, look at he accelerate with that MP7 into the B bomb site.
It's a solo push.
Brolin is actually barreling back through cave to get into the site, but Twist actually won that fight with the MP7 against the rifle. And now the A play coming in, bomb going through. Team Liquid getting into the A site. Torsi spotted it, trying to get back there in time. He's done a little bit of damage onto JKS to the big box, and Nerds is shadowed. Look how confident, look how aggressive he is. And Torsi's running out of bullets. He goes for the dink, and at least gets traded out. 3v4 now for Mouz to try and pull back, and Yimpat falling inside a donut. There's a giant hole now in this defense.
Torji did everything he could. Nerds is aggressive because he hears the reload coming. He hears the ammunition in the mag running low, and just really leans on that pressure point.
Twist waiting for the extension out of cave, or rather out of the temple.
Okay.
And no prayers will be answered at all here for Mouz.
We're all MP7 users now.
Yeah, the meta has just shifted. The cultural impact of this round will be felt. That exertion gone.
That kill at the B bomb site he gets on short is wild.
Yeah, that is.
Against
Brolin's
an M4 as well.
Shredded.
Yeah, that's got to be so frustrating. But man, so much utility used to activate Twist. If you're that B defender, you're like, oh, they're coming B. Like there's 2 smokes, there's a Molotov at the default spot in sight. You've had about 4 or 5 flashbangs thrown over for Twist. Everything tells the Mouz team it's going to be a really fast, aggressive hit, especially your knowledge that they have so many SMGs still in play. Nice little piece of trickery for Team Liquid. Obviously helped out massively by Twist just sniping with the MP7.
It's all MP9s, baby, though, for Mouz. Look at that. 5 of them coming out for probably what will be their last round here in Katowice this year.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. This is, I guess, kind of what everyone really expected to sort of happen, and not in any way kind of trying to trash Mouz in that sense, but just the deficiencies they come into this, the tough situation they find themselves with this roster change being so sudden, so surprising after the break. This is kind of how everyone sort of expected this to go when that news came out.
Except for Kassad.
Except for Kassad.
Big jump up, Nertz to clear out Brolin. And his first event at the wheel, as the in-game leader is about to come to a close. Zelix doing what he can to extend his time here in Kato, but here goes Twist. Low HP right into the MP9, shredded by Exertion.
Yeah, he kind of had to take a risk with that sort of HP and that kind of scenario where Nertz has gone down. So now he's swinging out double doors. Ugh. Good first kill. There's one more. JKS and Ultimate very low, so this will fall on Naf most likely to close things out. If the plant's not even going to go down, Naf with the response.
Yeah, he steps up there to the mark, yeah, but the lack of bomb plant, that's going to take JKS out of commission for the next second here, and doesn't want to expose himself to being spammed down because of the low HP, and Zelix, he's not done yet.
Yeah, nice double up to win the 1v2 clutch. Very quick, they knew the position of Naf. Good bait swing out of the CT smoke. And Mouz will survive for now.
One more round. That's all he asked for.
And for Liquid, as we mentioned earlier, the route doesn't get easier. Liquid, when they close out this map and series, will be playing the loser of Navi Spirit, which is coming up next.
Yeah, it's just, that's an exciting game coming up.
It's going to be an absolutely wonderful game. Just, you know, no matter who wins, you're playing the #1 or #2 team in the world. Kind of a situation.
I think they would prefer Na'Vi. At least Liquid have traditionally shown that they can compete against Na'Vi. Exertion up onto the ledge. Nertz 1-for-1 with Yimpat. Ultimate to come back in. Brolin doing some decent work, but it's all 1-for-1 trades until Liquid extend their lead. And now with a 3v2 to convert upon, Team Liquid about to knock Mouz out of Kato, but Ultimate, questionable peak with utility in his hands.
Yeah, he was making a big assumption there that Torji wasn't going to jump that rotate, and he was on his horse. So this smoke at the top of B ramp is going to fade shortly. Naf will walk through. JKS going to join up with him with the bomb. Really strong pair of clutch players for Team Liquid in this 2v2. Torji and Zelix, excuse me, on the other end. I don't know why I want to turn that X into a K, but we do.
Sounds cool as well.
It does.
Here comes Zelix back over into Speedway.
All timing is going to be
way... He gets back to the angle, but JKS still more accurate. And Torzi with a 1v2 to try and keep his team in it. Play like Torzi, they say. Let's see if he's got it in him. JKS taps the plant, but does not commit. And Torzi realizes that now, so no need to go around that corner. Just get comfortable in cave. JKS, yep, you got to move a little bit forward there. And he has now tapped it again. This time it is going to be towards the end of the peak, and JKS not clean with it. Torzi with another clutch for Mouz.
Yeah, got the fight he wanted, but a good win for Torji. 10-14 for him on the Mouz side of things, only behind Yimpat at 11-16. But Mouz have clawed 2 together. It's 5-12, still 7 back.
And it has
forcing overtime.
Team Liquid's money in a weird spot, so you're going to get Hero AKL on Nertz. They can actually buy quite a bit around it, not everything. Not going all in.
Again, it's like that knowledge of, look, I mean, the economy isn't the biggest deal in the world because Liquid only need 1 more round, but you know you've just killed 4. They're going to have that weaker buy. You can take advantage of this.
I mean, what we were talking about in the first half was Nertz's strengths on Ancient, being able to sort of burst his way out elbow on the T side. Not necessarily going to have to see that if they can close it out here, but he's going forward with the AK, and he's prowling around Donut.
They haven't really challenged him middle a whole lot out of the, you know, I mean, early on they didn't really have a whole lot to fight with and a lot of utility to put down there, but he hasn't really got that kind of mid-duel we saw in the first half.
Here's Naf, about to get cleared out. Zelix completely ready for that.
That's information. B lane is clear. They have control of mid. Gotta watch Red Room, gotta watch Donut.
Ultimate just trying to help Nertz here, set him up, go in first, good damage onto Exertion, but he's going to handle both. The Hero AK purchase does not work out for a round victory for Team Liquid.
And no more force buy either. With that kind of a win, with an emphatic 5-player surviving win for Mouz, Liquid, you get half buy because of losing bonuses building up, but not really a whole lot you can take advantage of. MP9 still on Brolin and Yimpat.
Yeah, no worries yet for Liquid, of course. So many rounds to still work with. Naf's going to buy a heap of utility in a Tech 9. A little bit of extra money to expend, so at least gives them a shot. They're going to set up into the B bomb site with that util. Simple executions and some speed behind it can often be enough to overwhelm the B defense, and Brolin's coming in aggressively towards Twists. He's going to handle it. Zelix has got the second kill, and they're meeting them at the bottom of the ramp. They're bringing the fight to them and preventing Liquid from even having the option to execute into the B bomb site.
Okay, now if you're Liquid, you know, you're not really feeling the pressure too much. 12-7, Mouz still have quite a ways to go to force overtime, but I mean, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day how much you win by as long as you win. But I think certainly if you're Myth or the coach thinking about it, you're like, I just want them to close it out now. You know, like just let's not make this stressful. We've had such a good game. We've played such a clean game of Counter-Strike. Having a little bit of an extended time to actually shut down Mouz here on Ancient and finish him off. But let's take care of it and have a little bit of confidence and move forward into our next series, knowing that we've just kind of dominated this one and got it taken care of. AKs across the board for Team Liquid.
Instant red smoke tossed out. Just look at a block elbow early. Exertion actually burning in his own util. 36 HP left in Exertion after that initial non-fight. And Team Liquid, it's all about A. At least it was. They've paused and left a couple of members inside of main. They're just getting ready for that execution. Smoke's being put in place. And this A bomb site has Torzi defending it. Impact can come back in from Donut.
Yeah, you have to imagine one miss from Torji. Molotov's going to rain into the position. Flashbangs to keep him at bay. Naf lurking on the other side of the map. So Torji and Yimpat, good old Jimmy, got a big job to do here in this potential final round.
Oh, Shadow. He's got to strike true here, Torzi. Utility gets him off the angle. He goes back into the peak. Ultimate to go down. Exertion now charging through the smoke, trying to arrive for his teammates, but Twists cleaning up alongside Nerds. Mouz with 3 players remaining. Good dink through that smoke, but not enough to drop JKS. Not enough to flip these numbers back. And you mentioned earlier, Naf lurking on the other side of the map. He could be the player that could end this. He's got the flank around the backside. Nerds feasting on them as they come through Temple. And Torzi looking for this close shot with the AWP.
Twist is actually pushing to where Naf is going to rotate to, so kind of awkward for Liquid at the moment, spotting both of them, but that kill pretty much seals it.
Well, Zelix's last round here in Kato. Looking to do what he can. A short-term stand-in for Mouz. Zelix stepped up to the plate. Gained valuable experience, but for Mouz, they are eliminated. Their first run without Shue, it was expected to be disaster, and we got the result we all expected. Mouz's future will welcome Spinks, but for Liquid, their future is either Na'Vi or Spirit for the last chance to qualify into the Spodek.
Yeah, they're going to be waiting with open arms for one of them. Going to look to play spoiler and eliminate one of the 2 favorites from the tournament, but it's going to be a really tough task, and we'll have to see that next level of growth from Team Liquid. The experience they've gained in a short amount of time with Nertz in the lineup, he looks great, but can they establish the protocols and a deep enough map pool to contend with the world's best? That question will be answered later on at Katowice. For now, we send Mouz off, and yeah, you're right. It is a disaster performance that most people expect, but I think if you're within Mouz, you kind of write this one off, saying a weird, complicated situation that happened suddenly. No reason to take too much away from the losses you've suffered here. We've got Trace ready to take us away.
Jason, I'm not taking you anywhere very fast, but what I can do is tell you that Liquid have secured a victory over Mouz in a much, much necessary one at that. So right out of the gate, I think there are a lot of things to take in from this matchup, but staying alive is something that Liquid's going to be doing here, regardless of the question marks around the Mouz camp coming into this game, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Not their problem, the state of Mouz at the moment. Close game yesterday against the Mongols for Team Liquid, but clean win today. Have Twists here and Nerds with us. Congratulations on the win, guys. Was it tough to prepare for this one when they have a standing and things are all over the place for Mouz?
I mean, luckily for us, we scrimmed them on Ancient when they had Spinks, actually. So we already had a kind of a feeling for what their positions were going to be. So them having a stand-in was not really an issue. It's just more about like, okay, how many gimmick rounds are they gonna have because they have a stand-in? How much depth are they gonna have? So it's easier to read their T sides or easier to read their CD sides sometime, and also their T sides. But yeah, you cannot underestimate them. They have really good players on their team, right?
That was actually something I was expecting them to do more of, just like these gimmicks, these gambles, because you wouldn't have a lot of tape on them. And then they're playing this kind of like defaulty style almost, where, you know, if it is like a 1-for-1 Zelix and Spinks in their respective positions, Zelix isn't really taking a lot of first contacts or openings. He's not really going for any timings, whereas I feel like in certain situations, Spinks would. I remember seeing an instance where he was on T side, creeping up to that cheetah area, and it's like, okay, you want to play like the Xanteras. Xanteras would swing this. Spinks would probably swing this, but he just backs up. He's like, oh, you're throwing a smoke? Okay, I'm going to respect it. Were you expecting, I was expecting a little bit more. Were you shocked to see that they did play kind of standard and gave you so much space?
You can answer.
I mean, I don't think they... I don't think it's about like the standing. Anyway, we abused outside Xerxes and Torji. Xelex is not...
not part of that plan.
Not part of the plan. So I don't think like Spinks will change much on Nuke. Maybe on an Ancient, I don't know. I Spinks didn't play Ancient, so I don't know if there is a lot of impact.
Well, speaking of Nuke, you were just flying around outside, creating havoc, getting a lot of opening kills, and creating a lot of pressure. This is pretty much like similar how you played your role on Heroic. So I know that we asked you before kind of like, what do you have different here in terms of like, what do you bring to the team? You were talking about set plays like anti-ecos or eco rounds. Tell me a bit about how the support structure, having the different players around you now on Liquid, is different than the players that you had on Heroic in terms of setting you up or trading, like going out to the war with you.
I mean, I have Russ every time close to me, and most of the times he's going first, and I'm training him, and also he's bringing a lot of new settings. It's not like fully set the whole round, but it's like few things that for me making me play my game and feel the game, and this is something that it's helped me a lot. And yeah, this.
Yeah, I think a question for you, Russ. Obviously, with the addition of Nerds, you gain a little bit in terms of fragging output and all of that stuff. But, you know, Yakinder used to talk a lot during rounds, be that second voice of the team. Is it Nerds who took over that role as well? Or some of the other guys are contributing more and helping you out, maybe on the other side of the map, because you two are so close together a lot of the times?
Yeah, you make a good point. Obviously, you would think that there's kind of a quiet trio being made, kind of having to deal with carrying the bomb and kind of making their own decision when it comes to the mid rounds. But yeah, I would say obviously Yakinder and Nerds have like different skill sets. Nerds is playing on pure feeling. He knows when he has gaps, and he's searching for things, and he knows how to ask for what nades he wants and what timing and everything. But he also, I don't know, he's always following me through smokes, or I'm following him, so we have a kind of a trading situation going on that's really nice. And I would say Naf and JKS have stepped up massively when it comes to communicating on how they would want to pressure ramp, or if it's safe or not, and are they not blocking it, could op be there because we don't spot it outside. So, you know, it's kind of like feeding us info for us to ping pong off of each other. It's improved our Nuke massively.
So, look, I'll get one more question in here for you guys. I know you still got tons of Counter-Strike to play, right? You're going to be going up against the loser of Navi Spirit. Now, not only does that sound like a good time, where would you rather find yourself in the next part of your journey here in Katowice?
I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter. You're at like an SS tier event, and like Cologne or Katowice, like you have to play all the best teams if you want to be in playoffs anyway. So, and if you want to win the tournament, you got to still beat all the best teams. So may as well do it one step earlier than one step later, right?
Yeah, I like that. That's solid. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. For Liquid, they do stay alive in Katowice. For us, we get to hear from Exertion over on the Mouz side after they've been eliminated.
Xerxes, I know it's never easy in moments like this. Obviously, you come into the tournament not only with stand-in, but with a new in-game leader in tow. How much do you think those factors had an effect on your performance overall here in Kato?
Well, I mean, of course, it had a majority of a big fact, let's say. Of course, that maybe we thought that we could go further. We thought that we could win some games, but obviously the expectations were a bit different. Obviously, the result was that we didn't really show up, to be honest, which is also understandable in some way. We didn't really have much time to prepare for this tournament, and obviously with the stand-in, even though I think Adrian did a really good job, I think that it was just super tough to play. And yeah, I think that's just how it is right now.
I was talking to Brolin a little bit earlier about, how he's taken up the role of in-game leader. How much time did you actually have with him to practice that, to get everything the way that you hoped it would play out here?
Well, we had maybe like a week of practice. Majority of it was with Spinks because we obviously wanted to prepare for PGL. Obviously, we wanted to do well in Katowice, but we also knew with the circumstances of standing, it will be difficult no matter what. So we opted to look towards the future maybe a bit. And yeah, I mean, we had like a week with Lude. I think that he's improving slowly. Just looking forward to see how it will be.
I know it might be hard at this very moment, but can you give me any areas where you have seen that improvement in Brolin and where you feel like he's doing good work?
Well, I think that he is definitely understanding his weaknesses, which is something that I think not many people can do. I think that's something that takes a lot of knowledge about yourself, and I think that he already understands what he has to work on. For example, being a leader, communicating and stuff like that. I think that he's already taken that step. If it's in our theories or if it's in before games huddles, he tries to give a bit of his input. I think he's a really smart person, so I think I have no doubt that he will eventually understand exactly how he wants to be as an IGL. But yeah, I mean, if it's that, obviously in game it's very easy to see, because from the first day to the 7th day in practice, you obviously will see a lot of difference in a new role. So yeah, overall, I think he improved a lot in a short time.
You mentioned those team huddles, and it's something that, it brings my mind back to when you were winning EPLs and we'd have you all on the couch. It felt like a brotherhood in Mouz. What's the atmosphere like in the team at the moment? What's the vibe like in the camp?
Well, I think the atmosphere was always a brotherhood in our team. Obviously, I think the media maybe tried to paint it a different way with the benching of Kamil, but I think that with Kamil, until the last day he was in the team, that we had this brotherhood kind of relationship with everyone. Obviously, at some points, when you lose, it's easier to be tilted, it's easier to not get along, but overall, I think that we were one of the closest teams there is in Tier 1. I think that we have a really good family vibe here. And I think that Kamil also contributed really well to that in his time. So yeah, and talking about now, I think that obviously it's tough when you lose. I was kind of laughing about it. I don't remember last time I lost so much in a row. It kind of feels bad. And yeah, I think that we just need to get rolling with Spinks now, like... I understand we lost last place here. We also didn't play well. I think I also played terrible individually this tournament, and I don't think there's an excuse for that. But at the end of the day, we need to look further, and obviously we have PGL coming up, so that's going to be the focus for us.
Yeah, just want to double confirm. Spinks will be with you at PGL, right?
Yes, as far as I know, yeah.
Okay, good. And what's the focus going to be in that period of time now? You've got a couple of weeks till that happens. You're going to be having a boot camp with him, seeing him in person?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to come. He's going to travel to Kato. Like, we're going to do a small boot camp here. Probably he's going to come in 1 or 2 days. We're going to get to, obviously, people get to know him. Obviously, I know him in real life a lot. So for me, it's easier. But yeah, we're just going to do a small boot camp before PGL and get the most prepared as we can. I'm just super excited to play with him. I think that he's an incredible player. He already brought a lot to us in just a week. So I think that with time, we will only get better with him by our side.
Very excited to see what the full 5 has in store for us in 2025. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, see you in Cluj.
Thank you.
There it is. The music that we were all waiting for. Now, if I go just a little bit above and beyond of that, and I keep the tone somewhat somber, maybe a little bit desolate, looking for solace and understanding where Shuhei is in this lineup, and all of the media whirlpool that he's talking about right there. What do you got, Yanko?
I don't know, he's probably at home chilling.
Being chilling, yeah.
Taking advantage of not being in the middle of a season, spending time with friends and family, having a good time. Shout out Shuhei one time.
He's hate watching, let's be honest.
What?
He's hate watching.
Oh yeah, like watching the game.
Yeah, watching the game and just like, yes, just like that.
Nice T-sides, guys.
But like, if we want to look at it a different way, last time Mouz went 0-2 in groups was what? IEM Dallas? Who won that? G2? G-Stu? American player. FaZe is going to win here.
That is a crazy bit of mathematical stuff that you
well played.
Yeah, well played, maybe not. All in all, though, yeah, end of the run here for the side of Mouz. They bring in Spinks. Does that fix the problem that they had? Does that fill that void?
I don't know. I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be a lot tougher than they expect. I think for Spinks as well, having Zaiwu on your team, right, and going to a different environment might be a little bit of a rude awakening. How things are going to work out in that case, but let's see. They had a good run with the last lineup. Perhaps they can replicate that and take it a step further.
And Josh, you had a pretty nice tweet drafted. I don't think you ever sent that one, right?
I modified it before I sent it out. Yeah.
So you still sent it out?
I sent out the main point. Yes.
And I guess you take away from that what? Because we've seen the articles, we've seen the headlines where in which it's just not a system. It's not the calling that we want within the Mouz side.
I just want to hear something more concrete and something more specific. It's just dancing around this vagueness around the topic of Shui wasn't the in-game lead. He didn't call what we wanted to call. It's like, okay, how do you want to play the game? What was he calling? What was his style? And what style do you want? And if you can't put it into words, then it's all, what are you actually saying? There's something else that went down. I want to know what, because I'm not buying this excuse that you're making.
Absolutely. Yanko. Speaking of vibes, I do buy into that vibe. I do love it when they give us just a little bit more of a knowledge or intelligence as to what's going on.
You can say that about anything. I mean, why didn't Spinks want to stay on Vitality? Why do you want to leave a team that has I won?
He already kind of won, right? And he wanted to get a little bit of a harder challenge. You never want to play a game on medium, and
I believed him so much.
And then you're like, you know what? I want to go for another playthrough, but I want to play it on harder mode, or like the ultimate, like whatever difficulty. You like die once, and then your character gets deleted, and you have to start from scratch again. That's what Spinks is doing here.
So like Valheim, kind of. Well, thanks for that. At least we got it figured out. And I think we moved just a little bit past what Josh is talking about, or any of us, rather. We hear from Skulls in one of those quote-unquote vibe checks to see what they've got going on.
Hello, Skulls. Hello. How are we feeling today?
Feeling great. A little bit cold, but overall really good.
A little bit cold, but you're going to be warmed up when you get in the server, right?
Oh, yeah. And the CS is different.
Now, just tell me this, though. You guys weren't so warmed up against Na'Vi. That was a tough game, man. What the hell went wrong?
I mean, we are asking to ourselves after the game. Yeah. And, I mean, just about the game, and nothing worked. They had a really great game plan, so time to move on. We have another change today, so the entire focus is on that.
So this was an easy one to shake off and just move on to this and dominate Astralis?
Exactly. I mean, we had the opportunity to learn from that, and that's what's matter. And, yeah, that's it.
How much of an idiot is this guy, by the way? Just over here. See this guy, Steve?
Oh. This I can say on camera, but
yeah, you can say.
I can say?
Yeah.
He's my brother.
Ah, you cop out. All right, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Well, if it's not just the crack of the morning over here in Katowice, just kidding. We can kind of dive into what Skulls is talking about there, but most importantly, when we think about the big picture of the tournament, the brackets, and how this is all shaping up, for a guy like Skulls, how's he feeling?
Well, you're looking at a little bit of a run here that you're going to have to go through, starting with Astralis. You're kind of starting down under the sink, perhaps.
Yes.
And over.
Even under the bus, who knows?
And, I mean, look, they're going to have to get through the first threat of Astralis and then go through Gamer Legion, but that's only just the start of it. They still have to get to the other side, where Liquid's still waiting there for the loser of Spirit and Na'Vi to end up down there to take out Liquid before, Furia could go through it. This is going to be a really tall task. They got a long way to go.
That lower bracket doesn't look like a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It feels like whoever loses between Spirit and Na'Vi is still the favorite to make it through that lower bracket. Obviously, nothing's a given, but yeah, that team would be in best shape. And Astralis and Furia just sort of hoping to win at least this one game. Even Gamer Legion has looked better than either of these two teams so far.
Yeah, and then you just quantify that by looking at the bracket, seeing how the Mongols wiped the floor with them on map 1 earlier today, and then subsequently close the series out.
I like this from the Mongols. This was their first couple of officials in 2025, and they took care of business, right? Won a close series over Team Liquid, swept Gamer Legion. That's what you expect from the Mongols if they're going to, remain the team that we saw towards the end of last year.
Yeah, very, very big words and very big truth. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We can go to a break so that we can come back and get situated, get locked right on in for Na'Vi and Team Spirit. It's going to be on the other side of this break, and you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice 2025.
Ime, wake up.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Yeah, bomb is toxic. I'm gonna save in secret, right?
Justin is doing the
going
bone.
T1. Yeah, I'm staying at the bomb.
Fuck it. I think I'm gonna stay alive.
Alright,
That's
he's
my
fine.
executive decision.
Yeah. Good shit.
Okay,
Low
shoot
one,
me,
okay.
guy.
Good pacing.
Shoot me, guy, if you want to.
No,
Do it.
Nice, boys.
Nice job. One
Good
blow,
job.
one blow. Executive decision was good.
Nah, bro.
Secret.
You guys can't fucking save a fucking weapon. Okay, let's go, boys.
Maybe fake it or fake. White, jump out, out, guys.
Yeah, out.
Tetris Lude.
Press out.
I've had.
2 door.
One left.
One more door. Nice.
Nice,
boys.
Nice, Jimmy. Nice push, bro.
Bro, they sent him hot alone. What the fuck, Lude? I'm
Can you
coming
flash in
to
front of
guard.
main,
Take it easy.
Justin?
Wait.
Yes, wait. Flashing now. In main blind.
Main.
We're still smoked door. There's
Nice
one guy. Let's stop her.
One more should be Baco.
Try to connect. Try to connect with
I'm out of ticket.
Op is dead, so yeah, you guys can contact out. Top out. Okay, sandwich him. Come. I'll see him. Try to go. I walked out. Careful Tetris.
Guys, main one.
I'm holding main.
Main picking.
Nice.
Thank you, brother.
Good job.
Main hot.
On side 2.
I come through door smoke.
Yeah. I'm coming.
City vent one. One default city vent. Bomb that. Bomb one.
City vent, Jimmy.
Nice. Let's go, man. Come on, boys. Come on.
One cave. Jim back cave. He's gonna swing. Heaven out, guys. Heaven. Nice. Let's go.
Let's go. Sick ball.
I didn't even know you guys died.
Yeah, I did like some insta things.
You have nades or? No, nothing. You just have to run out. Nice, Ron's nice.
What?
Oh, plus donut.
Oh, I'm not going through. Come through. Dead.
Nice, Roland. What the fuck? Roland?
Nice,
Play dollar.
dude.
Sick ball.
Bro.
I needed to finish my thought first.
Boys, this is what I'm talking about, where you're constantly painting the picture about where they're going and what their intentions are. And when you communicate about what their intentions are, where they want to go, we can also read the game, right? Let's go.
Yeah. I'm flagging CD. I'm clearing down up.
I've dead temple.
I'm One more time. I'm flagging CT, you don't have to be. I'm hiding right now.
He's picking bulky.
Bro, I'm stuck then. Fuck. I'm walking through the CT smoke.
Good us.
Clear it. Nothing, I don't see anything. Nothing. They're both temple then.
One more. That's one out. That's one out.
Live. He got me. Rush.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, he's 1 HP. 1 HP. Oh, I'm done right now. He's 1 HP.
Hang on. I'll peek.
Okay.
He's sticking.
Nice.
Well played.
Hello, welcome to Roll Swap. Got Nerds, got Naf, and I'm making these gamer boys do some hard manual labor. What have you done before? You done anything? Like outside of gaming? Like real, hard work?
I've worked for 1 year as a barista in a coffee shop, and I was the guy in the water park that pushing the
The kid. That's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah,
that is a lot of responsibility. You can't deny that.
Yeah.
Naf, you do stuff with cars, right? You like fix people's windshields in your spare time?
Yeah, I usually pay people to do that for me, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're doing it yourself.
Mr. CEO.
So as you can see, we're. Can you guess? You can't guess. Okay, we're actually going to be hanging out here at Pimpness Car Detailing. They've kindly let us use their area to clean a car. You up for cleaning a car?
Yeah,
I got gear, I got a clock in my pocket, 12:01. We've got a whole hour. We're going to be completely refreshing a car if the customer shows up. And, wait there, you'll be protected. I know you were worried. All right, let's get the show on the road. Time starts now.
I will be Jesse for today from Breaking Bad, okay?
I'm Walter White or what?
You will be Walter White.
Perfect.
Surely you do the legs first, guy. You got to do the legs first.
Okay.
Why did I put the gloves on before I did this?
Yeah, that's a good question too. Wait, at the top. Push! Push!
Baby out.
Oh, it's a boy. All right, boys, your challenge has arrived.
Oh my.
She's a beauty. She's a beauty.
Space.
Wow.
Hear that? B12. Hello there. How's it going? Thank you. We'll make sure to bring this back in a pristine condition. In an hour.
Okay, we've got some work to do here, fellas. Oh my God, I broke the car.
Wait.
Well, the handle's a little out, but I think we can wedge that back.
I don't want to force it.
Okay.
So we're just gonna.
We'll just leave it.
Two handles are known for this.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh my God,
the professionals on. We already broke the car.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
it's
you're
fine.
professional.
Car's
Thank
fixed.
you. Thank
Car's
you.
fixed. Don't worry. But we're supposed to clean the interior of the car, no?
Yes.
So she could have left some valuables in here.
Ooh.
These might just be your size.
How much it cost?
Should we keep these?
I think so.
I think we should keep these. Put that on the storage bin over there.
Okay.
Naf, what about this back section here where it looks like
I think it.
a 16-year-old's desk?
I think massive wank from kids.
Massive wank from me.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Oh,
Wait,
what the hell?
This is not like when you are.
Are we supposed to be?
You know, when you're jumping. When you're
it's a
jumping.
pogo stick. Yes. Yes. No, it's not that.
Fine.
I will remind you, boys, we have 45 minutes left.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And
So
we've got to do the
we need to
outside
send it.
as
We need
well.
to send it. Okay, kids,
So,
come on.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on.
So what's?
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, Naf, are you experienced?
Let's keep it about this far from the paint, and you will be golden. I'm pushing. Flex on me.
All right, I think you got it.
Yep, I think it's good, man.
It's good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Actually, it still looks sturdy.
Let's get a close-up of this. He said it was done. Said it was spotless. Can we take a close-up?
Okay,
He said that. He said that. He said that.
Who
He
was
said
the
that.
responsible
He said
for
that.
this area?
That was
I
not my
believe it
responsibility.
was.
He did
It
that.
was.
Yeah, you need
Yeah,
soap
good.
or something. We need a soap. We need a scrub.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Is there a scrubbing option?
I know.
Oh.
All right, I think we're good.
Okay, perfect.
We need detachment replacement.
You can have a soap here and a clean water here. After washing one panel, you need to clean off your mitt.
Maybe the way it looks, sir.
Okay.
Again, it's been-
I have a question. Yeah? You're also cleaning the wheel? We should start with the wheels.
Oh, we started
Hey,
the wheels.
kid.
Dude, you should have known that.
Again,
You should have known that,
Guys,
man.
we're doing everything backwards.
Hey, there again.
This isn't what you expected when you signed up for.
Okay,
Counter-Strike
kid, I
tournament,
think
huh?
we are good.
I hate to be that guy.
Oh, but we get to go back to power washing?
We got half an hour. We haven't even started the interior.
Fuck, he's going to send
Okay,
it.
I'm actually going to grab a sponge. We got to get going. We got to get going.
Just shoot it. See what
Okay.
happens.
Oh! Okay.
No!
Say hello to my little friend. Maybe you
Poland
can.
driver's license.
Maybe you can swing it around.
Yeah.
Without scratching the car.
Not the car!
Fucking clown. Let's get
Let's
trying.
get this.
Let's send it. Let's send it.
Okay, efficiency. I want time.
Let's do it, boys.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. It's done. It's done. Actually looking pretty sparkly over here, boys. You've done a good job. What side do they drive on in Poland? The right.
Right side, yeah? Yeah.
12. Oh, okay, we have got 20 minutes.
Yeah, we are good. We are good. We are good.
Oh, it's looking good, boys. It's looking good.
pretty good.
All right, we're moving.
Damn, we got this car
Oh, damn.
ready.
Come on in. Come on in. Let's
Yo,
go.
okay, this is fancy. Next
I will
mission.
first start with vacuuming. We got 2 vacuums. Let's knock it off. Take out the leaves.
Oh, I gotta take all the leaves?
Yes, bro.
My job? Do you have like a bag for them?
I would vacuum out the leaves if I were you.
Yeah, you can
Really?
just vacuum.
That's what I said, but this guy doesn't know how vacuums work. He's like, you gotta take it out by hand. Is the door open here? Oh, perfect. Dude, someone was like eating some like hot Cheetos or something back here.
So Camille, real talk for a second.
Yeah.
Let's say these human beings showed up for a job and this was their application. What's your, like, let's pretend they're not Counter-Strike video game nerds and they're just coming here for a job. What's your review?
It looks quite good, I must say, yeah?
They're motivated. Their attitude
Definitely,
is good.
definitely, yeah, definitely. For being out of the water, let's say, they're doing pretty good.
Okay,
they're doing pretty
solid
good.
review. Yeah. Would you give this to a customer or would you need to do some extra work?
Maybe here and there, some touch-ups, but it looks good.
I think so. I'm quite proud of them. I'm going to go and review their work. Let's go see it. How are you doing? You doing good?
Bro, I'm sending it right now. Keith.
What?
I'm sending it.
Yeah, me too, man.
We've run out of time, guys.
No, Keith is the opposite, bro.
It's the opposite?
Yes, it's the opposite. Take this one, yes.
What? Got 50% chance to get it right, yeah?
But you don't no, because look, this, yes, this one is mine, this yours.
Well, so guys, let me take a quick look over and judge your work.
Oh, shit.
Yeah?
Wait.
You're not done?
Wait, 1 second.
It's been 1 hour. Come on.
Wait, one
Come
second.
on, man.
Wait. 1 second, bro.
I mean, the dog is kind of flipped over, but
she won't know. She won't know this.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that.
Hello,
Hello.
Dzień dobry.
This is yours?
Yeah.
No problem. We worked really
Tell me
hard
if
on
it's
it.
good.
Hey, door's open.
Fine.
Door's about to pop open. You broke the door. This is so much better than playing Counter-Strike.
What do you reckon? Manual labor. How does it compare, you know? Like, there's a lot of stress in Counter-Strike, but I was pretty stressed when we were running low on time.
Huge shout out to IEM Katowice ESL for flying us out here to do manual labor.
Yeah.
I hopefully don't get last place in the tournament, but overall, yeah, I had a good time.
Good. And you know, you've kind of grounded yourself. You know?
Do we get salary?
Yeah, do we get paid is the real question. Is there like a...
Yeah, there's it comes out of your tournament winnings for the damage that we've done to the car.
I didn't read. You broke the door.
Yeah, I broke the door. It comes
So
out
that
of
comes out of your
my
paycheck.
day rate. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Oh, well.
€50 dogs.
Where is the bag?
We put it all back in the car.
Oh, we forgot it.
Oh, her belongings are still here.
Yeah, we may have
man.
forgot to put that back in the car.
Excuse me, sorry, wait.
Lovely. Cool. This is a bit of a throwback to Katowice 2018. Because Golden, you were part of the winning team, one of probably I would say the biggest underdog story we've seen at Katowice. I'd also heard rumors that team weren't even practicing before you came into the event. Is that actually true?
Yeah, so what happened was that behind the scenes, there was talks of making roster changes, and I was part of that, so I didn't know. So it was after Star Ladder in Kiev. That tournament was really bad, and they decided to bench me. The thing about no practice, it had a meaning behind it I didn't know at the time. Maybe coming into Katowice was more of there's no pressure. Still, like, for me, it was just another tournament. I have to give it my all, and it was one of the biggest tournaments, my first time playing Katowice.
Do you remember the first time you stepped out on stage and what that felt like?
Yeah, I actually told the guys today, it's unreal when you step in and see the audience, but when you go like further in, like the semis and the final, the atmosphere is immense. Like, there's so much, and you get overwhelmed.
Was there a call that you remember making that you were like, this is game changing?
I have to say no, that I don't recall anything, but I think I called pretty well. Very good, actually, I would say, on overpass.
Like, did it actually feel real that you could be lifting the trophy at any point in that grand final when you knew you were facing FaZe on stage? You know, you said about your history against them. Did you actually feel like we can do this at any point?
Yes, because I got the confidence from the guys who were, veterans. A lot of Swedish players see themselves very, very good. And we have ego at very early stages. So we had a lot of ego. We have to think that we are better. Because if you go in scared, in any sport, or in anything you do, that would just, create doubt. Make you hesitant in very pressured situations. I went in thinking that we would win.
How heavy is the trophy?
It was pretty heavy. I mean, it was pretty heavy for me. I'm not that big, so it's like it was as big as me almost. So, yeah.
What happened with the team after?
So what happened with the team after was that we went to WSG in China, and we won that as well. So we won the 2 tournaments in a row. But then the night I was traveling to China for that tournament, news broke out. There was a leak that I was going to get benched.
Oh wow.
Same day. So I went to WSG knowing there was going to be changes. But after we won the WSG, same night, the team kind of gathered in the lobby and I was in my room and they told me to come down. And they told me that we were not going to make any changes. And that's where I tweeted, I stay. Just I stay, dot. So, yeah.
And finally, where does the Katowice trophy rank in terms of your career?
Katowice is the number 1. So yeah, definitely number 1.
Thank you so much for having a little bit of deep dive into history. Very excited to see what you're going to do with Saw at this tournament.
Thank you.
Опа.
Ебать.
Тупо я.
Ой.
О, да. И кура. О, да. 0-3 Mouz, охуенно. Так хорошо.
Да, это очень жестко
Так
было.
хорошо с ВХ играть вообще легко очень. Как это заграешь.
И побежал.
Easy.
I just stay in ladder room and I just look in left side monitor and I saw 4 headshot and easy. It's blast premium, unstoppable player.
Да, вообще.
Короче, там был момент такой, что Боря говорит, бэдом занял. Мы пошли с ним, убили его, и я Боре отпускаю мышку, даю пятюню, и шифтом иду в яму, и все. А тут просто было понятно, что Вокси пойдет Зиги, и я решил прыгнуть и убить. Ну, мы в счете вели, в принципе, не знаю. Тут я, короче, говорю инфу, что это чисто, а оказалось, что под коврами чел. Ну, легкий клатч, не знаю тоже. Просто решил прыгнуть.
Симпл выиграл против тебя так клатч в 21?
Я не помню.
Ну, вроде знаю.
But we lost Pro League. Вот это вообще пиздец.
Да.
Easy moment because I have good position, but it's triple kill. It's so hard.
Хорош, Диман. Nice one.
Bam.
Oh, yeah. It was my birthday. It was gift from Navi. Nice.
Как сказать? Короче, я стрелялся с ними, я думал, это я всех убиваю, короче.
He fought, he killed everyone.
Да, я убьешь?
But the last kill is...
Вот, я видел, что это я тебе. I remember it.
Это про комплексити.
But Halzer can have mistake. He's picking me, but he's need to not pick. He's just wait for us, but he's die. I don't know why. 2 versus 5, and we know info for the 2 last guy. One full HP and second guy low HP. Don't tell me low, and I don't know. He's going to first guy going first, and he's low HP, and I kill him, and Magus kill last people. Easy.
Oh, juicy aim. Yeah, I remember this. There is juicy one tap on Snappy on the side.
Oh yeah. Wow. It's easy moment. Chopper tell me info 2 behind, and I know info 1 low HP and 1 full HP. It's not buy, it's force buy, and I have good position for me.
Full
but
buy.
It's so lucky. But I hurt him. Oh, it's unstoppable clutch. It's semi-final, да?
Нет, это 2-1 счет.
Это группа?
Да.
It's groups. Okay. It's inhuman clutch.
Lucky.
It's super.
Lucky.
To the world of Counter-Strike, he is the meteor overhead. It's dark.
He's never seen death.
Over decades of Counter-Strike, this man is doing something that no one has done before. Look at Dog do it! That's disgusting! Revolting from Dog! unprecedented, eclipsing all who came before him.
Mr. Spaghetti Arm is not fucking getting this trophy. I don't give a shit, boys.
The reigning major champions, the reigning IEM Katowice champions, as of right now, arrived into the building to take on what was crowned the best team of 2024 in Na'Vi. If that doesn't spark your interest, nothing ever will. Kasad, we have a giant matchup at hand. Na'Vi taking on Spirit, two of the best teams in the world, and they will fight for a spot inside the Spodek. Initially, that must get you excited, no?
Not just me, I think everyone. We have a Goliath against Goliath, I guess. The thing is, like, those two teams have been the teams of 2024. One officially has the title of the best team in 2024, but not many people will disagree when I say that, you know, the feelings are kind of divided, and we can also say for Spirit that they had a great year. Obviously, you know, see on your screen players that kind of superstarred their lineups in their respective lineups in the last year. So today we're gonna have a great game. The winner goes to Spodek for sure. You know, the loser has to beat a couple of more teams to be there, but I'm pretty sure both of them are gonna end up in the arena, and we're gonna see them play there.
That's the caveat to this matchup, because I agree with you. Na'Vi, obviously the best team of 24. Most people would agree with that seen over the season. But in terms of this domestic matchup, Spirit have the number. Spirit have been able to beat Na'Vi the vast majority of time, even to a point where I would argue it is a kryptonite of Na'Vi. So why do you think that is? Why do you think that Spirit, despite not being crowned the best team of 24, constantly beat Na'Vi and constantly beat Jalen and the boys?
You see, it's kind of those things are kind of hard to say. You can see it on your screen, different matchups, and Spirit always winning. You have been competitor for a long time, Jacob, yourself, and you know there are these teams that kind of just doesn't do well and against certain other teams, right? They're like a matchups that one team is always dominating, even though, you know, you think it will be a close game. There is always like this kind of team that doesn't really suits your play style or whatever it is. They kind of get into your head. They start beating you always, you know, and the only victory that we actually saw from Na'Vi was in Pro League. And even JL said it in the interview back then that he's like, even when we beat them, we were firing at all cylinders and we barely managed to do it. That tells you everything. So Spirit has, like you said, has their number, and they're the favorites of this match, even by based on the last day's performance.
I think you're onto something when you say that mentally it's tough for Na'Vi to come into a matchup like this if you already, before you head into the server, feel that you're behind in some sense. Another point I want to bring up, and that's obviously we have to talk about it, you said it yourself, the best teams in the world, also the best player in the world taking on the server in Dunk. Now, an underrated fact, and I guess another way to just illustrate how good he is by comparing how good he is versus Na'Vi compared to how good he was in 2024. The fact that you can be the best player in the world, posting a 1.37 rating for the entire year in itself is insane. But the fact that you don't drop in your level when you're facing the best team in the world, arguably the team in the world with the most team play, the best synergy, still posting an average of 134 against Na'Vi specifically, that's just another reason why we consider Dong to be the best in the world, isn't it?
Kryptonite or not, we see Superman on your screen right now, and he was definitely that guy, you know, that was demolishing everybody, including Na'Vi. You see that stats against Na'Vi, 134 rating, kill that radio 135. You know, 70 maps, across 70 maps you post that type of rating against the arguably or named team of the year. That's just show class. Like he the guy 17, 18 right now. It's just unmatchable in terms of firepower and raw skill. So I hope we're gonna have the same game today from him, because, you know, we always want to see those kills. We always want to see those numbers. We always want to see him pop off. And let's hope that Na'Vi can actually match something against Spirit.
And let me ask you that question, because it almost feels like a given that Dunk will play well. He does it. They're saying 99 out of 100 games he's showing up. So is it Na'Vi as a unit, Na'Vi as a team that needs to shut down for Dunk? Or do you see any player within the Na'Vi lineup who can go toe-to-toe with Dunk on a good day?
Absolutely. It's a team that has to be showing up for Na'Vi to beat the Spirit. Even in Spirit we have Shirovi, let's not forget him. Like that player can always pop off, and they have a good leader in Chopper, and obviously the anchors, the hard and the soft anchors are always dangerous and have good numbers. Remember the major final and Maggie's numbers? It was crazy, especially in the first map. So for Na'Vi to beat Spirit today, everybody, including the guy on the LED screen, JL, everybody needs to show up as tactically, as a unit, and individually to kind of have any chance to beat Spirit.
Alrighty, listen. Best player in the world taking on the server, the two best teams in the world taking on the server. Let's get it on.
I have a quote from Gamer Legend. It's very beautiful, trust me. Guys, let's not be a chimp, let's be a fucking champ. Guys, we're giving the fucking fans what they want. Let's go, boys. Enjoy it.
Only Simon remains in an impossible clutch. Brought down to 21. Flames at his feet. He finds headshots.
I live in that moment. I live for these moments. I love playing in the arena. I love the people, and I love being in the middle of the crowd.
Na'Vi come back all the way.
Nice, boys. Come on.
Gentlemen, I think you set this one up perfectly. 7 head-to-heads throughout the year of 2024. Spirit winning 6 of them. The only one they didn't win was a best of 1 in a tournament that Jacob, they went and won anyway. So it didn't really matter that they lost to Na'Vi in that one ultimately.
No, it didn't. And I think that's the feeling Spirit are coming in with as well. You know, that coming into this game, they feel like they're the favorites. They feel like they're the best team in the world. We already saw it in Copenhagen. They played a couple of days ago, you know, in a very tense but also fun game to watch. So I think regardless of how you portray this matchup, there's a clear favorite in Spirit, and there's a Na'Vi who are very eager to show that they can beat Spirit at a very important tournament like IEM Katowice.
So tell me a little bit about when you see certain players, certain teams getting a little bit frustrated during games, because Jacob, we saw that happening again and again and again when Na'Vi faced off versus Spirit. Do you read that as a negative thing?
Well, Freya, it depends on the situation. I guess if somebody like Halzerk keeps pounding the desk after every round, then it's a problem, right? If somebody needs to let it go after a certain unfortunate round, then yeah, I'm all for it. Slam the desk, break something, it's fine. If you do it once to kind of, you know, but if you do it and it doesn't help and you tilt your teammates because of it, then it's a problem. But just a small, like, kind of outlet where you scream or you hit the keyboard or something like that's fine, and it can be a beneficial for you and the team. You know that in normal sports, coaches oftenly get like thrown out or get like a technical foul or something that because they want to interrupt the flow of the game because their team is losing, they do something crazy, get kicked out, a red card in football, whatever, right? And then all of a sudden team suddenly plays a little bit different. So maybe that can be not for Blade, maybe I can try it someday when I go back to my unsuccessful job.
Well, we'll see if you get back there. Hopefully one day. I think for me, the issue in it, I agree with you in the raw essence of sometimes it's okay to leave your frustrations on the table. But I felt in Copenhagen that it's a different Na'Vi turning up whenever they play Spirit. And it's something I want the viewers at home to pay attention to as well. Normally, as we spoke to with JL about as well, Kassad, they try to be a calm team. They try to not slam the desk. They try to control their emotions. But it felt like almost from round 3, round 4 in the game against Spirit in Copenhagen just a week ago that they lost it. You know, they were so tense heading into the game, and it just took a couple of rounds, a couple of unfortunate scenarios for Na'Vi to unfold and lose control almost. So we spoke about the mental game of Na'Vi versus Spirit. I think that's already started by now, and I think it's something that the viewers at home have to pay attention to. Look at the body language. Is Na'Vi stressed out from the get-go, or can they control it tonight? Because I think if they can, they will lose one.
You want to read this for us, Freya?
Yeah, sure.
There's
some bad blood between us and Spirit. Not like bad blood between the players, but I really want to beat them. And you know what, JL? I don't blame them. We only beat them once, and it took us firing on all cylinders to actually take them down. And I think that's probably a reason why we saw them getting so frustrated in that booth. I don't want to read into it as a negative thing, but it's like, man, these guys have our number every single time. We're the best team, apparently, coming out of 2024, and we still can't take them down.
Freya, I love this what we had on the screen. This is something we need, right? Not the stupid tweets, like there is too much hate in the community, all that nonsense, like nobody cares about that. This is what we want to see, the rivalry. He says, like, we have bad blood, not in a bad blood that we, like, personally hate them. Obviously, you're going to do a stand-up ovation like Monesi did for Donk, and everything is fine, respect. But on the server, we hate you. We want to destroy you, and we want to do everything that we can to beat you. And that's what I want in 2025.
I love that as well. I very much love that sentiment, and that's the feeling they should go into the game with. But it's a very fine balance between, firing yourself up and getting into that state of mind, getting into that mood, and maybe crossing that line where it starts affecting your game in a negative way. You see it in sports all the time. If you're a little bit too amped, if you're a little bit too, in Denmark we call it turned on before you head into the field, where you risk getting that red card. You risk making a mistake. You
turned on now?
A little bit, you know. When the game starts, I'll be more turned on. But it's a fine balance about finding that suspense level almost. And I think, you know, that's something Na'Vi were struggling with in Copenhagen, and hopefully something they will pay attention to tonight. At the very least, as a viewer at home, I would look at the body language, I would look at the desk slams, and I would try to get a sense of whether that's going to be an issue tonight or not.
I want to look at the maps for this one, because we've seen quite a variety of maps if you look at all the series throughout 2024. Is there anywhere, Jacob, where you see Na'Vi potentially having an edge over Spirit?
Not really, to be honest. Terrain could be the one, you know, if they were integrating that into the map pool, being a new map, but apart from that, not really. Spirit have been picking 2 different maps so far in this season, Nuke and Dust 2. Obviously maps they like to play. Na'Vi coming in with the Mirage pick makes an awful lot of sense. It's been their go-to. It was a staple for them in 2024. The Dust 2 pick comes in for Spirit. It's interesting because it does feel like Spirit are picking Nuke against weaker opponents, but whenever they face someone who on paper is nearly as good as them, they always go back to Dust 2.
You think so? I feel like they picked...
That's what they've done so far.
I mean, in theory, it makes perfect sense, right? But I do think they picked this maybe because they think it's a weakness for Na'Vi a little bit. Maybe you get to ask them after or between the maps. And the decider would be Nuke, which is kind of good for both teams. We remember that Na'Vi, you know, always had like a... Well, at least in the couple of years, they had a really good Nuke, and Spirit is not to be messed with as well.
Mirage, Dust 2, and fingers crossed we make it all the way to Nuke. We get Spirit taking on Na'Vi for advancement to the Spodek.
Absolutely, Fred. We want 3 maps because we missed out on it last time just 1 week ago on Donk's 18th birthday. Na'Vi lost 2-0 to Team Spirit, but it was an overtime affair, double OT on Ancient, and we will not see it. A slight change-up coming into the veto today, Jason. Mirage up first for Na'Vi. We didn't see that last time, and I'm excited for this. I can hardly wait to get into a game with 2 of the world's best teams clashing on the server.
I mean, these guys have played each other 7 times since Katowice 2024. They've played virtually like every possible map that you can.
Spirit have won 6 of those 7 times.
6 of the 7 times overall. You want to talk about Mirage specifically. Spirit's beat Na'Vi 3 times on the map. Na'Vi's won 2 of those engagements, played 5 times overall amongst each other. JL looking for revenge. He mentioned they need to be firing on all cylinders to beat Team Spirit. Well, their cylinders often struggle against Team Spirit. Bit drops from a 1.14 rating to a 0.84. Wonderful from 1.11 to 0.95. Some of the strongest players struggle to find production against Spirit, and that must be different today if they want to book a spot in the Spodek right now.
2 smokes in the mid early for Na'Vi. Flash goes around short. Alexi B leading this charge, and the defense designed to deal with the threat at the B bomb site is Magix and Zontix. Zontix to take the first fights at short. Magix at range doing some work, but it's a 2 for 2 as Na'Vi leap into the B bomb site.
Yeah, that's a really nice take. Good 2 for 2 exchange. Bit's got to jump back off, so time being chewed off the clock to buy Spirit the opportunity to get close by for this retake, to settle themselves and prepare. One coming up catwalk, it's Shiro. Chopper and Donka to initiate from market.
Chopper coming through. Imma's just holding that initial fight. The in-game leader will take a step forward, but Imma to dispatch them and decapitate the second. Donk is dead, and now it's Shiro left at 1v3. He'll gunsling his way forward, but with 3 Na'Vi players deep inside of this B-bomb site, there is no way into this for Shiro. And for Na'Vi, bringing it back to that point of the heads-to-heads as well. Never was it in a huge tournament, right? It was ESL Pro League in the studio environment. That was the only time they were able to defeat them. And JL recalls that time, as you mentioned, needing everybody to step up. They've lost in finals to Spirit. They lost last week
in the semi-final, yeah.
This is just a very difficult team for Na'Vi to match up against, and so far, so good in the pistol at least.
Well, especially getting Imma started with 4 kills in that pistol too. You're going to want him to have a good feel for the game and get rolling quickly. Alexi's calling a fast second round, already up the ramp. Ooh, mistime flashbangs. Defense gets blinded. Alexi's going to turn that corner. Chopper slows it down, and one more might be there. JL's run a route into the bomb site.
Chopper finally dealt with through that smoke. Na'Vi populate the A bomb site. Bit through the smoke again, the follow-up on towards Zontix. Seems comfortable enough now for Na'Vi as that bomb plant starts to come in, and Team Spirit are locked out of it. Donk with the deagle is the only way in. And it's a great shot from the T, trying to get back to the second, But the headshot machine himself, Bit, just charging around that corner, preventing any further impact from Donk in this round. Magic's doing what he can with the SMG, but for Na'Vi, it's 2 in a row.
This is going to be a very tough affair for Na'Vi, obviously. Spirit, what we saw yesterday in their matchup against Astralis. Astralis coming in with a great game plan to attack into Donk's positions and really restrict his options and make him take the fights that they want him to take versus letting him roam around the map. But the problem with that is, at the moment, Spirit is a complete team. Magic's popping off. Zontic's popping off. Chopper having incredible games. His step up, his performance in Copenhagen at Blast, now here so far in the early goings of Katowice, has been excellent. So you can shut Donk down, but there's other players for Spirit providing.
Yeah, Chopper's definitely been getting a lot of praise, not only from the community, but from his teammates.
Oh yeah.
Magix has been enjoying the fact that Chopper's had a step up in performance. And when you're in-game leaders feeling confident individually, the calls as well going perfectly. I mean, it's all lining up for Team Spirit at the moment. They're looking for the repeat back-to-back in Kato. The only team able to have done that a long time ago is Fnatic. But not in the modern era. Shouldn't be too much resistance in a round like this.
That's the kind of thing that you say, and then there's a lot of resistance.
That's true. That's true.
As Donk turns the corner with the deagle, Scout hits a headshot. Bit should be able to find Chopper. Timing is everything, though. Chopper turns around. Oh, Bit's gonna go down. Ooh, Chopper can't complete the kill. Who knows if that would have been enough, but it would have been a really good start, and it would have put some pressure on Na'Vi to recover the situation with no information at the A bomb site. It would have been a wonderful frag to open the round up with.
Still over a minute left for Na'Vi to stay in control. And, you know, looking back at both these teams' opening games here in Stage 2 of Katowice, they played Furia, that was Na'Vi, to defeat them very comfortably, a 13-5 and into a 13-3 win. And for Team Spirit, a very similar result versus Astralis yesterday. So neither of these squads being tested yet, but immediately running into each other.
Well, this will be interesting because they're actually lining up for a hit with 40 seconds left. Alexi's not going to have time to investigate with the map 10.
That's a big shot.
Yep, that is a big boy shot. All these are quite nice shots. Jumping around the corners. Zontix falls. Alexi's going to go recover the rifle. It's 3-0 for Na'Vi in the early going. A nice start on T-side Mirage, but guns come out now for Team Spirit. And Shiro's got the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, JL's rocking the mask right now. Seeing that, maybe there's a little illness on him, and that you don't want that in a game like this. You
don't want to spread it amongst the teammates either.
Yeah, true. But you don't want JL feeling under the weather in a game like this. Let's see if it affects him down the line. But for Team Spirit, all out for Shiro.
Something tells me JL's coming into this one fully focused. That little comment about wanting revenge, about being a little sore from the 6 losses they've taken in 7 matchups against Team Spirit. Even if he is sick, I think he's going to be able to completely ignore it with full focus on qualifying to the playoffs over their nemesis.
Window smoke fails. But Shiro hasn't been able to punish them for it just yet. Hasn't been given that chance until that peak. As Wonderful goes into the open. In particular, Wonderful struggled in the game last week, not really able to match that output that Shiro was able to deliver.
Well, Shiro had a pretty god tier output
yeah, that's true.
in that tournament, so
here goes Emma up on top, under the boost on the bench. Zoltek's ready for that, and so Spirit extend into a 2-man advantage. Na'Vi disjointed, and this really feels like their only play they've got is Bit coming through ramp, climbing up Tetris, looking to build around here for Na'Vi, but Chopper gets a good timing, but Bit looks back instead. So a headshot reopens the conversation for Na'Vi to flip this round back in their favor, but Shiro to stop JL from taking any steps further, and they know that Bit is already deep in the site, so Donk will address that, and we are seeing Team Spirit take their first round here in Mirage.
Yeah, Donk able to hold on. Bit's not turning the corner with that flashbang whatsoever, so buys time for Donk to find the fight he wants. Good swing, good headshot from Alexi, but traded off, and 3 players survive, including the AWP on Shiro for Team Spirit's initial defensive hold.
So Wonderful just walking out dry into the fight. Not a difficult shot for Shiro.
He'll take those fights all day.
Oh,
swing
yeah,
swing into his vision, unsmoked, unflashed. Tough affair for Na'Vi down the stretch in round 4. They got AKs again.
Alexi looking to combine with his 2 teammates coming out from underpass. Be control taken. 2 players pretty proactive for the Spirit defense at short. Zontix is up in the ladder room. Magic's just around the corner a little bit further towards that B-bomb site, but Na'Vi have space in mid.
Spirit make a little bit of guess on where to position those nades in this round, and it's absolutely perfect. Look at the way they've chunked down Alexi to 63, Ema to 45. This is phenomenal utility damage to open round 5. Everyone just a little bit softer, but Bit's going to give an advantage to Na'Vi. Swing on A ramp and Chopper goes down. Donk and Shiro still there in defense.
Bit could really become a nuisance over towards A ramp in this game. He looks sharp to start, 7-1.
This is really hard for Team Spirit. Complete mid control for Na'Vi. They've gotten a kill on the A bomb site, and now they get to work the map for about a minute. You could see the bomb lining up in B halls, Alexi working his way up catwalk. As long as they don't mistake the details of the smoke timings and get picked off, they might just have a free round. Spirit's entirely gambled with 4 players on the A side of the map.
That Molotov goes under the wood. Shiro knows where it's been thrown from and attempts to take Bit down. Zontix, easy kills in the back here. Emma's pinned inside of ladder room. The bomb making its way into an empty B bomb site, but here comes the rotation back from Magix. Bit out Jules Donk inside of the A bomb site. Magix unable to do enough to keep Spirit in this round.
Zontix almost pulls that round back. If Ema ends up going down to him in ladder room as well, that would have been a massive problem for Na'Vi, but you combine the Bit kill over towards A ramp with the frag on a Magix as he exits kitchen and market, then got a 4th round for Na'Vi. So you want to talk about firing on all cylinders. I mentioned kind of the drop-off of some of the individuals from Na'Vi when they play Spirit. Ema's had a good start, had the quad kill on the pistol. He's 5-3 right now. Bit, another player who struggles, whose rating drops off quite a bit when faces up against Spirit. He's 8-2. He's had some really good rounds. We can see him right now. Game plan for Bit seems to be that kind of lurker at the A bomb site, but be proactive about it. Apply some pressure. Look for that 1v1 fight against Chopper a number of times. He's found it twice now. And tactically, Alexi B calling some very nice mid-rounds in the early going of Mirage.
Yeah, Bit still had a great game, even in that loss last week against Team Spirit. He was the top performer by some margin for Na'Vi. And most notably, we have Holly back behind Spirit, who was not there in their last matchup. He didn't go to Blast. They're still able to win the tournament, but we heard a lot from the players talking about how important Holly is in terms of keeping clear communication. But it was a new test for Chopper, who had to go deep into Ancient, into the double overtime. We heard Zontix after that game actually saying that they used their entire playbook, and they needed everybody to step up and deliver ideas for Chopper, and they were still able to figure out a way to beat Na'Vi.
Yeah, Magix himself basically said after that finals win at Blast that, you know, especially after the win over Na'Vi, if they had Holly behind him, they wouldn't have had Ancient get so close. They wouldn't have had to descend into 3 overtimes to beat Na'Vi on the map. So a lot of credit being given over to the Spirit coach by his players. Got to be a good thing to hear as the coach, as Holly. Round 6. Top mid Molotov from Zontix. Window's going to be smoked off. Utility spent to start encroaching into mid control on this default for Na'Vi. Ema and JL in the underpass. Alexi at top mid. Bomb leaning towards the A bomb site with Wonderful.
Oh, Alexi getting spammed down through that smoke by Zontix, so Team Spirit have an advantage to play with. And Ema climbing into the window. Oh, Zontix, he's close by. Emma walks right by him, and that smoke fades away. So Emma strikes to his head and now moves forward. Donk has to address that problem. Goes back and does so effectively. 4v3, Team Spirit still have the player count advantage.
Yeah, it's a bummer, though. Na'Vi doesn't get to play with that 4-on-4 whatsoever. They lose that right out of the gate as Emma tries to pick up the pace. Donk close by. So Bit's going to start leading the way towards the B bomb site. Nobody's home on defense. Big fight from Wonderful and a huge win. Chopper's not going to be able to back off towards Catwalk. It's only Magix. Donk and Shiro very, very far away, so Magix is going to have to deliver.
Was out of position in the previous round when Na'Vi attacked into the B bomb site. This time in a much better spot to find the impact required. His teammates are just so far away, so if Magix does not do enough here, it is likely to be over. Bit and JL coming out silently, creeping in behind Magix. He has no idea, but now the step's being made. Magix not reacting, not turning just yet, but eventually goes for that peek, but he's peeked from window. And Wonderful will stop Magix from getting a single kill, but here comes Donk. He won't make the difference this time, and Shiro has to save the AWP.
It's beautiful scaling from Na'Vi. You know, 2 players way far ahead of the play, JL and Bit. Able to get into the bomb site, get it planted. Wonderful is trailing, watching the flank, but was always going to maintain his position up in halls, and he's able to peek out once Magic's position is revealed. Meanwhile, Bit has scaled all the way towards the market door. Another perfectly played mid-round from Na'Vi. Tactically looking sharp, individually looking sharp, Bit especially. Living up to his reputation as someone who will just tear off your head with first bullet. 9-2 for Bit so far on Mirage. And it's now a 5-1 lead.
And you know if you're Na'Vi, that eventually Team Spirit are going to start picking some rounds up on this defense, but you're going to ride this wave of the initial game plan working out perfectly.
I think the next thing you expect if you're Na'Vi is some kind of mid-control coming out. When you feel like they're going to have another strong buy. If you're Na'Vi, you've been able to take mid-control, not for free, not necessarily like super easily, but you know, you've been able to take it and maintain it, and I think at some point Spirit's going to want to deny that access. So if you're Na'Vi, your head's up in that side of the map, and Shiro's brought over, not to be aggressive, but just to try and find a pick.
Well, he's certainly searching for it down into the underpass. Oh, he's just spotted Imma. A great reaction from Shiro to get in and out with that kill. He'll fall back to safety, and when you have such limited weapons around the board, this is the op. This is the key to getting into this round.
What a luxury. And maybe sometimes one of the few criticisms you can kind of levy towards Shiro is the feeling that sometimes he doesn't step up to provide impact, and at least in this round, he goes the other direction. Does exactly what Spirit needs. In a round where they have weaker weapons and very light on utility, he's given a man advantage. And a blind call back towards the A bomb site. Utility spent towards middle.
Ooh.
Nothing's home, and Spirit have the read.
Yeah, they weren't home, and now they're arriving back just in time. Bit trying to fight out of Palace. Looking to pepper him down. The distraction. Chopper comes through with a 5-7. It's just a single kill from him. Wonderful pushing up past Sandwich. Magic's just around that corner, low HP. Donk gets transferred by Wonderful. 2v2 though, still on. Still in this fight, thanks to Shiro's sniper. And he's still trying to do some damage. Another dink, that's the 5-7 kill. It's all on Alexi. He's got to flip this back, but he misses, and the 5-7 nips in behind him. Great work from Zontix and Shiro to combine together to pick up an unlikely round win.
Oh, I got to stay composed now if you're Na'Vi. That's one of those losses that's really painful. When everything feels like it's clicking, the T-side's going really well, a series of really good mid-rounds, individuals playing strong, and then a slight hiccup here against, admittedly, a tough buy, but those 5-7s doing work down the stretch. And Na'Vi's going to feel like they let a round go that they absolutely shouldn't have. Wonderful brings them right back into this round with this transfer over. But Zontix 5-7 does work. Just enough players whittled off by Shiro's op. And now Ima's going to pick up the pace.
Oh, it's real fast from Ima to get up short. He's got his teammates in the apartment, so Alexi V just lagging in behind slightly. And after that initial spam through the smoke...
Oh, they're coming.
He is now pushing forward, and Magic's unable to hold on. Initially, it's all on Zontix. Oh, great double. Has to go to the 5-7, but here comes Donk. The reinforcements are here, the support network is there, but JL hops up on top of that. Great kill. Donk elusive inside of the smoke. It's just JL left, and Donk is not going to allow him another step forward, makes the rotation, and collects a triple.
We'll give Donk a lot of credit for that triple kill, but man, you got to give some over to Zontix for providing exactly what Donk needed to arrive in time to make those plays. The double kill that he gets towards Catwalk slows down the attack, takes away half of it, which means Donk shifting over only has Hall's players to worry about. And has the space to get out and swing wide.
And he's finally broken the money for Na'Vi. Sends them down to pistols. They'll leave enough for a buy in the next round, but a 5-4 scoreline is about to ring out. And we mentioned it at the 5-1 mark. The Na'Vi are going to expect Spirit to start winning rounds and figure it out on the CT side. So super effective start coming in with a 5-1 lead for Na'Vi, but they don't want that to completely disappear. They have to find something else on top of this. I'll have to come in the next round, though, when that buy comes back in.
It's going to be tough, too, especially you know, if these Deagles can't produce any kills, the P250 on Alexi can't find you any frags in this round, money's going to start getting strong for Spirit. A clean win here, and they balloon up. They've got a buy behind them. Donk's starting to investigate in middle. Na'Vi taking their time with this round, likely talking things over instead of, in lieu of a timeout, having a round with just pistols they know is unlikely to win, using it to have the conversation on what to move forward and what to do in the next round.
Oh yeah, Magix. Oh, it is so clean! All 5 in a second from Magix. He loves that. They all just line up and melt away.
That's the dream of your B player.
Yeah, get nice naked Glocks coming at you.
Yeah.
1 magazine, all 5 kills. We seen yesterday in the Astralis game, Magix had a couple of highlight rounds for himself, you know, entering bomb sites. In particular, I remember one on A site Nuke. And he gave a little celebration to himself, you know? Hyped himself up.
He did. Sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
Well, Blade's going to talk things over. First time out used by Na'Vi. Blade on the mic with Alexi. Coming up with a plan, and it's kind of like, you know, the JL comment of like, the only time we beat him, we were firing on all cylinders, and that's kind of required to beat Spirit. Blade said similar things, you know, at Blast in the timeouts. We've had those listen-ins and saying things like, you know, we're kind of taking the angle and the philosophy of we're running the right tactics, we're just not executing them as perfectly as we need to. I feel like Na'Vi comes into this match and is like, we know what we have to do, we know what works and what doesn't work.
We just have to do it perfectly. Or as close to that as possible.
It's kind of these matchups are always interesting when they faced off against each other so much because each team has seen each other's playbooks, know intimately what it feels like. So you have to throw a little bit of craziness in at times, and you have to break free of kind of typical Counter-Strike fundamentals.
Yeah, and Team Spirit did that better in their last matchup in particular as they got into those deep overtimes. Chopper was finding more ideas than that of Alexi. After the timeout, Na'Vi returned to a bye. And we'll see if they can return to winning ways in this first half. Both of these squads not making a change to their roster from the previous season.
Yeah, why would you? #1 team of 2024 in Na'Vi for their success across the entirety of the year, defending major champions and current best player in the world.
And you think the effects of that will be most felt this early in the season at the first big tournament of the year. The fact that, you know, your other competitors in Vitality and FaZe are dealing with roster moves and figuring things out. Spirit and Na'Vi get to come to play with their playbook from last year, refined, everything worked out. They have that edge. And here comes Na'Vi for the A play.
Yeah, but they can't wait out this smoke that just went up in Palace. So at least for the moment, Bit's going to be locked out. If he wants to be involved, he's got to come through it. And he likely only does that if someone's in the bomb site. Molly's Chopper out of the position, gets the information, one is underneath. Chopper is now blocked in and blinded.
Yeah, Chopper's not going to get much out of that at all. Detects him with the sound cue, deals with him with bullets, and Alexi B with a second through the smoke. Great entries here for Na'Vi. 14 seconds left. Bomb plant's going to come in real soon here. Wonderful has to think about that now. So put it down on default. He's got Alexi B defending the CT swing. Not a lot of utility left here for Team Spirit to get back in on this retake attempt.
They got money, though, to see if they're going to be given a free kill at any point. You'll save the op. But the M4s are going to give it a chance. Magix has the first, backs off for the reaction. It's Alexi.
Yeah, great round here from Alexi. That's 3 already in the round. He's going back for 4. And the ace not given. JL will take that final frag, but in-game leadership and fragging for Alexi B.
And he's picked up the op for Wonderful. I think it's the first time we'll see Wonderful with the AWP on the T side of Mirage, just for the final pair of rounds. Timeout from Holly to talk things over. Spirit, plenty of cash to rebuy and even more money in the bank for the last round if they need it. 6-4 in the favor of Na'Vi.
This is Alexi's entries. Knew where Chopper was, just focused his crosshair there, but the second through the smoke is fantastic to neutralize any effect that Donk could have had on the round. And all the sunshine and rainbows.
It's a nice game so far. It feels very cerebral. It feels very tactical, like mind game, still probing. Things haven't gotten out of control yet. Still kind of poking and prodding and seeing exactly where the weaknesses are and how things are working out. Everyone's sort of just playing their defaults.
JL wants to investigate out of ramp.
This is a huge lean.
Had a chance there, but now they know how close he is. Outside of ramp, Magic's not going to give up his position. He's still worried about that Palace push.
There's so many players here, though.
JL's going to hear the shots coming out from the bottom of stairs, and he just spotted one player CT, so surely he doesn't think Magix is going to be inside of Sandwich. So Magix has the advantage here. Shiro going to chime in alongside Donk and hits a double from the top of the stairs. So Wonderful alone, 1v5. Donk prevents that from happening. And out of the timeout, back to a round win here for Spirit.
Well, we just kind of touched earlier on the comments Magix had and the praise he heaped on his coach, Hallie, for some of the calls and some of the ideas he brings out of a timeout. It's a 4-man stack on defense at the A bomb site. Nobody even went to B. 1-player window for at the A site. They knew it was coming that whole time. And Na'Vi wandered right into the trap.
Yeah, JL flying through the sky. Clay pigeon shooting for Shiro. Last round of this half, and Na'Vi down to just an AK in the hands of Ima.
You see Magix get the assist in that round, and you're like, what the hell? Here's the change of pace. So Ima, we saw this earlier. He got up catwalk quickly. This time slowed because of the contact over towards Khan. But Zotix is standing tall at the catwalk corner, ready for a fight.
They boost Ima just onto the ledge. Donk is aware of the possibility he'll move through the window, and it would be a death sentence for him to move forward too early. He'll wait for his teammates to make contact elsewhere and free him up.
Spirit's really prioritizing the A bomb site these past few rounds. Magic's once again over in the cubby. You have an Op and Shiro watching B halls from Market.
Well, it's a good thing for them that Na'Vi are also prioritizing the A bomb site. They've got players in the right position. They cast JL aside. Chopper chasing down ramp. That's the bomb. It's gone, and so Na'Vi's chances of extending into the lead to end this half dwindle to near zero. Donk's going to play from jungle. He's worried about that flank possibility from Ima. And Alexi making noise, drawing the attention, allowing Ima to get in behind. And Zontic's unable to stop Ima. He can't get through that murder hole, so there's a chance here for Na'Vi to start unraveling this. But 30 seconds, bomb's still on ramp.
Yeah, and the bomb's controlled. I mean, Magix is going to be there protecting it. He'll take a fight. By the time you pick up the bomb and deal with Magix, you don't have time to get past Shiro. You don't have time to get past Chopper, who shifted all the way back around through Palace. And there it is. Spirit tie things up 6-6. Two of the best teams in the world going toe-to-toe. Both teams going blow for blow, exchanging 5-1 streaks to end the half, all tied up at 6, keeping each other honest here on Mirage in the opening map of this series. Qualification on the line. Spirit's going to switch over. We're going to see Chopper at the helm, directing Spirit's offense, and trying to take away this Mirage pick of Na'Vi.
And the pistol call is one that is heavily directed towards A. They'll leave Shiro lurking inside of the middle, but he won't lurk for long. Ima to cleave his head off. Now here comes the play. Bit's going to hear the utility, and now the marching of Spirit players towards his position. Donk is already diving around the bomb site, but Ima clean with it. And a pistol ace from the CT side in their opening map 1 week ago. He's looking for another one here. First 2 kills picked up. Bomb planted. And Chopper going to be taken out by JL through the edge of that smoke. And Magix and Donk now 2v5. Going to be hard to let this one go, but Donk will find a way to get Spirit firing again. Another chance. Donk with 3, and you cannot stop him. Donk is so unbelievable in these situations, and down to a 1v1 is wonderful. Dances around with him, but Donk is designed for this. He's looking for that final headshot, and Donk is designed for violence.
That's a nasty round. That's unreal. The best player in the world just keeps on going, and that's a near impossible situation. And we've just seen it again happen just at the end of last year. Something about this Mirage A site, 1v5, Donk is going to take everything from you. And really not any kind of massive mistakes. The margin is just so razor thin. We said it had been chill. The game had just been relaxed, tactical, cerebral, and Donk just introduced a little bit of brute force.
And he keeps blowing his teammates' minds. You look down the line and you see Shiro reacting like that. They just can't believe some of the things that their teammate is capable of pulling off. You know you're going to have those rounds if you're Na'Vi. Chopper coming through connector. Na'Vi trying to stabilize after their world has just been rocked. And Bit with a 5-7 removes the head of Zontix. And wonderful around the side of Triple. It's 1 extra kill for the CT side. Bit looking to be a real nuisance. He got that dink out towards connector. Now Alexi B's coming in. And he may have aced in the pistol round. He may have given them a chance to get off to a brilliant start here, but Na'Vi have stabilized, they've planted their feet, and they could answer back with a response.
Complete control of the bomb. The question now becomes, there's over a minute to work with, and this is going to slow down. Magix backs off, Chopper rotated all the way back around through Palace, so giving time for Na'Vi to think about this and just say, all right, where could they possibly go? Alexi checking towards CT spawn, Bits pushed up in Palace. This might be the checkmate play, especially a low health Chopper turning this corner. First bullet's gonna win.
Magix, 20 seconds. Getting ever closer to that bomb now, but just such a tough situation to deal with. 1 player up in Palace, 1 CT. As soon as Magix taps that bomb, he'll be pushed. He looks for the Palace peak. Now he needs the kill on Alexi, who's moved towards Triple. He would have to stick to plant, but instead he's going for shots, and Alexi B comes in to steal it away.
Damn, with the time running down too, almost a chance for Magix there. Good job from Na'Vi, returning the favor, not being deterred by the incredible Donk ace in the pistol.
I just love how he reacts after that ace as well. Like he's just like, yeah, another one. That's what I do.
I think at this point he's just like, what more do you need me to prove to you? What more do I have to do to show you how good I am? A nice reposition from Alexi and a nice cleanup. At the end of the day, bomb plant doesn't go down. Team Spirit buy back up into this. All Tech 9s across the board, 5 of them. Little conversation from Team Spirit, taking their time in this round. 1 minute and 12 seconds left on the clock. Donk and Shiro working underpass. Magix, Chopper throwing out utility from T-Spawn. Gonna start shifting. It almost feels like I was going to say Donk Shiro to try and have some kind of a fake towards Khan with the bomb going to the B bomb site. Magix and Chopper have now joined up with the fake, and I think Zontix might actually come through underpass as well. So not yet figured out for Team Spirit, and currently locked out by smokes, and time is going to become an issue. 40 seconds as they make their way up catwalk.
Ooh. Some damage done onto Donk. Magix to be taken away. JL with that new FAMAS, just enjoying the back of the bench. He's got Alexi inside of the site. He had Alexi inside of the site, but instead it's on JL now, who gets overrun. And so a bomb plant being teed up, but Zontix is being pushed from short and through the market and just overwhelmed in the end. So Donk to come back through, damaged goods, very limited health, 8 HP.
Good composure from Na'Vi as well. I feel like the plan from Spirit was to throw some utility everywhere, make noise, make footsteps of those Tech-9s being loud and mobile, and try and really confuse the defense of where it's supposed to rotate and maybe catch some isolated fights. Never found the one that would really turn the round on its head. So a single round lead for Na'Vi, 8-7. And this is a round that should provide them with some breathing room. Unarmored pistols. Except for Donk.
I think it's really impressive that Na'Vi have been able to just reset after one of those explosive Donk rounds, right?
Well, again, it goes back to the fact these guys have played each other 7 times in the past year. They've probably had a ton of rounds ripped out of their hands by Donk for no good reason. You're very familiar with the emotion.
Yeah, you can mentally deal with that. It's like, yep, that is going to happen. It's about the bounce back. Na'Vi moments away from a 9th round. They're clearing through Palace. Chopper's pretty close, but he's now just leaving. But Bit is right behind him. And Chopper has no idea about this. How far does Bit go?
He'll peek all the way towards T-spawn on a timing, right? He's happy with this position at the moment, but knows if he pushes and dies, it could turn into an issue. They still don't know what kind of buy is out there in the field from Team Spirit. Donk has picked up Tech-9 and armor. He's invested all of his money, so he'll get dropped an AK-47 next round by a teammate, likely Chopper. Hoping that Tech-9 can just wreak havoc in the B bomb site. Alexi and JL to defend. And all of Spirit's forces are coming to bear on this position.
JL gonna take the first one. Alexi under a lot of pressure at the bench, and these pistols trying to overrun the defenses. JL eventually peppered away. Magix to fry up Alexi B. Now a plant is being set up here for Team Spirit, and they've got a weapon off the ground. Shiro with an M4. And if you're Na'Vi, you can't let this one go. You can't give this on over. It might have come through. It's one pick, but Shiro doing exactly what he's needed to do. And Bit has to do everything to pull it back, and that's no problem for him. Makes it look easy as he flicks back up to the van. Magic's toppled, and Na'Vi do eventually get that 9th round win.
Yeah, but it's painful. And I mean, it's an odd timing for Na'Vi. That probably shouldn't have still gotten that out of control. Execute comes in just when Alexi and JL are switching positions inside the B bomb site, repositioning for a late round hit. JL eats a flash full blown, which gives a little bit more space over to Spirit than they intended. But still, to have Glocks do this much damage, 4 kills and a plant. Na'Vi's already survived a couple hiccups in this game. This is like the 3rd one. The Donk pistol ace is essentially like a 1v4, 2v5, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
You had a low buy win in the first half from Team Spirit over Na'Vi, and now you have tons of damage done in a plant onto Na'Vi. So economy doesn't grow, backs against the wall. Team Spirit have primed themselves to be in a great position, and Na'Vi clinging on for dear life with a 2-round lead.
Magic's on the Mac. They've got the mid control they want for Team Spirit. Na'Vi don't mind playing more passive, allowing the space over to them. There's no real challenge for mid either. No one's really even watching deep into connectors, so there's a lot of space right now for Team Spirit.
Most of these rounds outside of the pistol in the second half have been relatively quiet for a long period. We're not seeing early skirmishes and engagements. Oh, Bit. He spotted the head and it just clicked in a little too late. Chopper rips him off. And now it's Emo who's got to slide over to watch for the window jump up. 5 players for Team Spirit in middle. And they are pulling everyone to this side of the map, although IEM spots the catwalk play, which is massive. And freezes Alexi B and JL. Makes them reconsider the rotation, which is the exact right call to make. 30 seconds.
JL looking to short his teammate going down, which means JL needs more. And there's no problem for JL in getting 2. And that bomb being dropped is a problem for Spirit. 15 seconds. Zontic's fighting on, but he's got to run back and get the bomb, and it's currently being watched. Wonderful has eyes and does not allow that plant to be collected.
Beautiful round from JL, but more than anything, it's maintaining information in mid. IEM spotting that catwalk play with a little bit of spam through the smoke saved everyone. He's not going to get any credit on the stats sheet for it, but JL does not get those kills. They do not drop the bomb. They do not win that round if IEM does not spot that catwalk play when he did.
And they forced this third timeout out of Team Spirit. They used 2 in the first half. This is their only regulation T-side timeout, and Holly looking to get the job done.
Yeah, well, they better have those ideas that Magix was talking about, because they're starting to run out of time to get into this. Back 10 on Magix. Khalil's and AK's picked up, so Spirit's coming right back into this next round, but they don't have a whole lot of utility to work with.
What does that limit you for, Jason? You know, what do you have to sort of lean towards if you have that lack of util?
I mean, it's going to make that kind of slow-paced round that we've seen recently, and that mid-control that Spirit was liking to get as a group really tough. Like, you can still get it with the smokes that you have to start this round, but you're not going to have a whole lot of options from there. It'll give you the control, but you'll have to figure out something to do from that position without smokes.
Here's the mid-fight for Donk. And sometimes when you're lacking utility, you can send your most deadly weapon out into mid, but Na'Vi not giving him the challenge. Here's the connector fight over the top of the smoke. Chopper gets the dink off, but Imma's weapon is superior, and so Na'Vi have the opener.
And now the utility really becomes a problem. Just highlighted it to start the round. You're 4v5 and you have 2 flashbangs left. So you might really have to rely on Donk to be that beast mode player who can crack something open for you. Shiro's going to start creeping and inching towards the B bomb site. Alexi and JL have had a lot of attention on this side of the map. And if you try and go up con with no smokes, you've got a long-range op of Wonderful to contend with.
Donk getting pressured from short. There was no cover. The risk going into connector dry without his teammates watching. And it's Spirit just getting destroyed as Na'Vi leap out of short to all of the kills. A flat round out of the timeout, and Na'Vi might be just marching towards a Mirage victory.
Yeah, this T-side hasn't really had a whole lot of production to it. The only round they've won was the 2v5 Donk Ace on the pistol round. Other than that, Na'Vi, there's been some sketchy moments. There's been some really tough scenarios they've had to work themselves out of, but they're finding all the solutions and doing a really good job making sure these fights in the mid-round are taken as a team. 2 players on catwalk battling together. And just 2 rounds away from taking the opening map of the series, their pick of Mirage. And 1 step closer to the Spodek.
They'll leave some money here, Team Spirit, but they're going for upgraded pistols, Deagles, Tech 9s. Donk went for the peek onto the jump up. It's definitely one of his moves. He's pretty good at catching that jumping player. I remember a moment from his own stream where you got to see that excitement for Donk and his love for the game, where he was very excited, asked his chat to clip the moment when he hits the jumping player. So he's going for that, not able to land this time. Map point teed up for Na'Vi. Window smoke through. Imma's going to play in behind it. They can just spam and catch anybody who crosses out into top middle. Spirit delay their walkout to prevent themselves from taking damage from that inevitable spam. And a B split being queued up, and JL, he's been pretty solid, hasn't he, Jason, holding this B bomb site?
Yeah, but he's pulled away from catwalk. That's where the hit's coming in.
Well, Lexi B's gone, so it is all on JL, being overwhelmed from multiple sides. Couldn't get back out and deal with the apartment's leap. So instead, it relies upon the remaining forces of Na'Vi to come back in, and Imma's quick to it, but Donk on that headshot. 2v3, Na'Vi pinned him market, bit to fight his way out. Zontic stops him from even getting around that corner, and now Wonderful has no chance really to do much about this. They're going to give him an opportunity with that first pick, but he needs two, and he needs them quickly. Goes to the rifle instead, and Shiro hears that switch out and knows it's time to strike, and he comes through with that P250. Spirit with upgraded pistols may have just found a lifeline.
Yeah, there it is though. Again, like maybe like the fourth hiccup now for Na'Vi. Again, another low buy loss. This is not a whole lot of utility, not a whole lot of armor for Na'Vi, just some upgraded pistols, and they find a very nice split to the B bomb site. Alexi goes 1 for 1, JL goes 1 for 1. And Team Spirit have one more crack at it. Now you've got the AWP in Shiro's hands and you've got plenty of money behind them. So Na'Vi, they just realize now when you lose a round like that, you're like, it could have been easy. It could have been much, much easier. But every time we play this team, it's always the hard road we're on. So one more time to buckle up. 2 rounds remaining for Na'Vi to win the map. And Spirit still have a chance to take the map in regulation as well if they can get 5 straight.
JL spoke about the fact that the majority of the games that they play against Spirit end in heartbreaking loss. We could be talking about a heartbreaking map loss here if Na'Vi let this one go.
Oh, and that's like letting the map slip, or the mask slip a little bit, right? If you're already kind of saying, man, every time we lose to these guys, it's
pretty
heartbreaking.
tight right now.
Well, I'm telling you what, you have another heartbreak in map 1 of a series. Map 2 is going to be, you know, a little bit difficult to get ready for. You're just going to say, man, again, we just can't do it. Very passive defense. Leaning towards the A site. Ema and Wonderful paired up at jungle to watch top con. Alexi in the bomb site with Bit. Up on balcony.
Donk and Chopper swiftly taking connector control. Here's the smoke up in jungle. Ima, great kill. Stays alive and behind the smoke, and his teammates now stepping up. Bit at ramp. Extra kill. Donk getting pressured, and they push through that smoke. Ima finding so much success here, forcing Na'Vi up to map point, and Zontic stuck at Tetris with no way to build back into this. They're going to push him, but they are going to overrun him, and Blade lets out a celebration as Na'Vi claim map point.
Cool play from Wonderful and Ema there. Ema obviously gets that first kill, very nice, just as the smoke plumes, but then Wonderful's just spamming. Just a couple bursts into the smoke to make Donk feel like, yeah, he's spamming, I'll take the risk, but Ema's sliding through while that spam is going on. And a beautiful round from Ema. Another one. 16 kills for Ema, him and Bit leading the way. Na'Vi now with 4 opportunities to close out the map.
That's beefy for Zontix to have to deal with. Itchy grenade to clear up bottom con smoke. Chopper had 1 step forward. If he was a little closer, it would have been spotted by Ima. Chopper, ooh, quick moves. His teammates molly out the window and he'll play on the ledge. Ima has been immovable towards jungle.
Haven't seen that individual drop-off today that we've seen from Na'Vi previously against Spirit. JL's getting that exact performance he wanted from all the pieces of Na'Vi. Tactically, Alexi B has called a great game. Wonderful nails the shots that are presented to him. Ema and Bit stepping up as required.
Here comes the bomb out of the ramp. Bit playing inside of Sandwich. Wonderful, they know where he is, so they throw utility on him. They try and force him into the open. Bit tries to step up and defend his teammate. Ema again, unrelenting, double kill. Shiro left alone, and it is Na'Vi that strike first. They are looking to get into the Spodek by taking Spirit down today, and this might be the second time they're capable of defeating Spirit.
Pop! I didn't see flash default. Nice.
Watch city. I think city must be open.
Watch city.
I'm blind.
Flash Alex.
I'm cool. Watch city.
I'm picking him.
City,
Where
guys.
you do trade? 1, 2, 3. I don't see.
I'll plan for city, guys. 10 seconds. I'm planning for city. He mollied me. I'm dead.
I'm balcony.
Burning.
I'm on drops,
Upstairs.
guys. 5v3, guys. Alex, stay on drops. Stay on drops. Yes. Be ready to trade bench. They can kill me only from bench, guys. Be ready to trade. Alexi, pick bench with me.
Can be close city.
I have city.
Keep behind Palace somehow. I have become.
I have Palace.
Pick flash early. Bench, guys.
Bench.
Not out.
One more stairs.
Doesn't.
Kill stairs.
City up.
Hit it. Last stairs.
Good.
Nice.
Nice. You want all?
Nice, Alexi.
Yes,
Yes,
save it.
Alexi. Good shot.
More,
If he's nobody ramp, can smoke 100% B. B.
I'm full blind.
One shot, guys.
I'm full blind.
more.
Coming.
Two
Guys,
more.
I killed it.
Default.
I flash over. Pushing over, guys.
Default one. That people kitchen, guys.
I'm coming.
Come door with me.
Wait. Far away.
It can be bench.
Let me see.
Yes.
Okay, backside.
Hold my bench.
From backside.
Hold my bench.
Car.
Backside.
and rocket.
1 HP backside in car.
Move. Car.
Top of car.
Nice.
God,
M4.
Door.
Default.
M4 door. You have
Where is
to.
AK? Where is AK?
No, okay.
What?
Fucking donk again. Fucking killing me with Deagle.
Good, bro.
What a way to begin the first match between Spirit and Na'Vi here at IEM Katowice, and potentially not the last one. Mirage is concluded, and it concluded with Emma stepping up a couple of rounds in a row, shutting down Spirit and making sure Na'Vi can now lead the series 1-0. I'm standing here at the telestrator because I want to show you exactly what kind of level we got in this game. Sometimes when we're having a close game, or at least a game that is going back and forth, we at the couch, we at the desk speak about the level of Counter-Strike. Sometimes a game can be very close, where the level of Counter-Strike is not that high, and sometimes the game can be exceptionally high, even though the game itself, 13-8, is not necessarily that close. Which is why I want to show you this round. Round number 8 in the game. I think we're seeing high-level Counter-Strike. As you can see, judged by the scoreboard, Na'Vi is off to a good start. Spirit, not so much. The money is also pressured on the Na'Vi side right here, which means that if Spirit wins this round, they invite themselves back into the game. Now, I also do want to set the scene right here for this round. If we zoom in on the map right here, look at what Na'Vi have done to position themselves in a very favorable positions. 3 guys towards B-apps, 2 guys towards short, and there's a single defender on the B-bomb side in Magix, and then there's Suntix right here, who was in window, but who's now going to play a very important role. So if you follow him, we just zoom in once more, play out a bit of the round right here. Look how he's making the rotation in towards the B-bomb side before Na'Vi goes into the hit, which is mega important, because otherwise it would have been Magix by himself. Na'Vi read the round to perfection. They put themselves in a position where they almost caught off one Spirit player by himself, but Suntix reads the game well. He gets into the position, even though Magix goes down. Well, Suntix gets a double kill towards short, stays alive for as long as possible. Dunk comes into the mix, and they end up winning the round despite being basically outmaneuvered. Despite Na'Vi having a great call from the beginning of the round, a great understanding from the beginning of the round, Dunk comes in to save the day. I think this is a great example of, even though you're making the right call, even though Alexi B read this game, read this round to perfection, sometimes the opponents can do moves and make moves that makes it hard to win the round regardless, which is what makes me appreciate this round of Counter-Strike. Both teams playing well, both somewhat deserving to win the round, but only one team can, and in this instance it was Suntix and Dunk making the difference, and it made the game close as it was even out 8-7 at a certain point. Anyway, high-level Counter-Strike, we got high-level couching and high-level analysis waiting for you with Furia at the couch.
Thank you very much for that expert breakdown, Jacob. Yeah, obviously, first half, I think it was a kind of a tale of 2 halves, right? First half, incredibly close, but I was really impressed with what Na'Vi were able to be putting up on that CT side.
First thing that's kind of interesting to me is that Jacob called me a couch. Analysis with Freya and the couch. All right, Jacob. But no, seriously, let's talk about that first map. We said that we need the whole team to kind of pop off and contribute, and that's exactly what happened. Even if you look at the numbers between the 5 players, everybody in double digits, everybody contributing in their own way, and like all these things. So ultimately, if there wasn't that ace from Donk in the pistol, which was absolutely ridiculous.
Yes.
Even everybody in the green room, by the way, guys, everybody in the green room, everybody in the studio, everybody in the arena just jumped out, everything when that happened. But sadly, it wasn't enough. And again, Navi firing at all cylinders, delivering the map 1. This is exactly what they needed right now, heading into Dust 2, if they're going to have any chance in finally defeating Spirit in a more impactful game.
Yeah, because it's not like, you know, in those best of 3 series, we haven't seen Navi pick up a map here or there. It's a question of actually getting the whole series over the line. So if we look forward to Dust 2, it's a really interesting case. We kind of touched upon it when the veto came up earlier. Their tendency to sometimes go for Nuke, sometimes lean towards that Dust 2, really depends on who they're playing. You've got a little theory about this, Jacob.
That's what it feels like at the very least. I think we speculated in it as well. You know, is it a punish pick towards Navi? Is it Spirit feeling Navi is not on par with them on Dust 2? Maybe the history between the two teams on this specific map could lean into that conversation. Another one would be the fact that they were testing out Nuke during Copenhagen. They were picking it in the online portion. They were picking it in the first LAN game as well. And then the closer we got to the final, you know, in the semi-final and in the final itself, they again went back to picking Dust 2. So I think it's Spirit also realizing that, listen, we're a great team on Dust 2. We feel like perhaps we're the best team in the world on Dust 2, and we're ready to play anyone, regardless of their opponent. So if you're Navi, if you're Vitality, if you're FaZe, it doesn't matter to us. We can play Dust 2. So for my money, my theory would be that it's a confidence pick coming out of Spirit, and maybe they don't feel the Nuke is stable enough for them to pull it off against a team like Navi. However, they are allowing it as a third map, and it is going to be the third map if needed. So it's pretty much the perfect map pool for a competitive game.
Maybe they knew the Nuke would be the third map,
maybe,
right? Yeah. Anyway, they just want to leave it so they can surprise them with Dust 2. For me, looking at the pick, I don't know if it's a punish pick or a confidence pick. We tried talking to the coaches between the maps. Sadly, sometimes they're in a rush after the map. I know as a former coach, I know how it is. We were attending a lot of these events back in the day when they tried the coach check-in. Sometimes you just don't have the time because you want to use every possible second to tell your players what they need to do, how to approach the second map and those final details. Maybe we get to know what happened behind the veto after the game is over. But Dust 2 is a map for me that, even though Donk is the best rated player on that map, like he's insane on Dust 2, for me it's a little bit more off from them, simply because Shiro is a defensive type of operator. You can see on your screens that rating for this is ridiculous.
Ouch.
I can't even look at this stat without just losing my mind. 191.
That's obscene. That is so obscene. I mean, we saw the obscenity go down in Copenhagen when they played it against them, right?
Freya, it's crazy that in this type of day and age, when everybody is super sharp, teams are super competitive. You look at team that came out of Norway, Gamer Legion, with a new lineup, beating teams. Everybody's beating each other. He posts this type of rating all the time.
He's crazy.
He's outstanding.
He is outstanding.
But like I said, it's just the Dust 2 is kind of super defensive for an op like Shiro. For me, even back in the Gambit Youngsters Cloud9 days, it wasn't really a best map for him, even though some people would disagree. For me, it was always kind of a map that's kind of not for him, especially, but
there's one fact we have to attack a little bit before we go into Dust 2, and for my money, it's the fact that they've played in Copenhagen. Obviously, we just saw the stats right here from Donk, and if you're Blade, if you're Lexi B, there's nothing you can do against that. If the kids decide to drop 28 kills and only die 4 times, you're just gonna lose. However, if I know Blade right, Navi is a team that always gets better by losing. Navi is a team that will always look at that map, they always look at solutions and be like, okay, we played them, a week ago in Dust 2, we can avoid Donk by doing X, Y, and Z. We can get off to a good start by doing X, Y, and Z. So I'd almost argue it's an advantage for Blade and the boys in Navi that they had that game and they had that smackdown almost in Dust 2, because I expect Blade and I expect Navi to come in well prepared for Dust 2. I'm certain they knew it was going to be picked against them, and I'm certain they have a plan for how to avoid Donk, or at least avoid getting smacked like they did in Copenhagen. So that's something people have to not underestimate as well, that you learn from your losses, and if anyone can learn from a loss, it's Blade and it's Navi.
Well, we're going to be seeing if Navi can finally take down Spirit in a best of 3 after this break. But it's going to be an uphill battle indeed. Spirit's map pick of Dust 2 awaits.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice, from the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Sons of Gaben. I am Chad Birchall.
Chad Birchall is 30k elo.
Yes, I've heard. Frags by the hundreds, and if he were here, he'd consume these cunts with mollies from spawn and spray downs from his ass. I am Chad Birchall, and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance. You've come to frag as legit men, and free men you are. Will you let these cheaters take that from you, or will you frag?
Frag? Against that? How?
No, we will surrender and go next.
Aye, stay on you may tilt. Give up and re-queue in a while. Dying to the next cheaters a few games from now, would you be willing to trade all those rounds, from this game to that, for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our elo, but they'll never take our freedom?
Let's go!
Yeah, go next.
JL, you last of all, you did pretty good this year, bro. Won a little major to start it all off. That was kind of sick. And yeah, go on.
My first ever trophy was the major.
Yeah. So how many people can say that?
Not a lot.
No.
I wouldn't actually, if I had to choose when to win the major, it wouldn't be at the start of the year or let it be my first trophy. I don't know, because as a pro player, all of us probably have a dream of winning the major, and then once you win it,
you instantly did it.
You need to find goals.
Like you watch the best series of the get-go and...
Yes, you just had your best moments of your career, and then after that, it's like...
No, but actually, but to be fair, like it's impressive that you guys held up so consistently, because every team after a major drops off.
We dropped off.
Yeah, but you dropped off for like 2 months.
Yeah, 2
and you become relevant again in London. Like a final, and Spirit was like also in like a good shape, but it was a close final, no? It was 3-1, but close maps.
I think it wasn't that close.
Okay.
Or maybe. I don't remember, to be honest.
Either way, it's final, so you have like a statement, then player break, you win EWC.
Yes.
Then you go final in Cologne, and then we had the Blast full final, I think.
Yes.
And you go final as well?
Yes.
And
No. We had the EPL, I think.
EPL? You win this?
EPL we win. Then we final of... Blast something, then we win Rio.
Yeah. And then again Blast something, Singapore.
Yeah.
You were not in the final in Singapore, you dropped off.
We dropped off last place.
And then major, you went semis or quarter?
No. We didn't even make the major. I mean the playoffs.
I didn't. FaZe in the...
Yeah. We lost to Heroic in a very painful fashion.
Yeah.
Fashion? Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's actually like it's a very competitive year for it. You know, like you did drop off for 3 events, but it's also like you saw... Like some teams won a major and they just
Yeah, but then imagine dropping us towards the end of the year as a team, then also as an individual, and then towards the start of the new year, you get team of the year, you get like closer of the. We get so many awards, so many HLTV placings, but you don't feel like it because your end of the year is completely sucked, and then when you get the trophy, you kind of feel like you should be the team of the best team, but you aren't.
The world's top two teams currently clashing in a qualification game into the playoffs here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Mirage goes the way of Na'Vi. An adjustment from their series. The last time they played was just over a week ago, and we've seen Mirage as the third map. We didn't get to see it play in. Well, Na'Vi, great idea to pick it today, Jason, because they pick it up 13-8.
Yeah, that now ties their head-to-head on the map at 3-3. They've played it so many times against each other, played many maps so many times together. If you're Na'Vi, you had to expect Dust 2, a map that Spirit's been picking for themselves for quite some time for good reason. So very good on it. Donk himself individually incredible. We saw the devs talk it over. What they say has like a 1.92 rating on this map. Absolutely mental. So we'll see this how this plays out between the two of them. And Na'Vi have at least gotten themselves playing the way they wanted. JL said it, firing on all cylinders, and they had that on map 1.
Look how quick Bit has got all the way towards top middle. Now, we'll keep eyes on that flank, but this long take coming through. The smoke has already gone down to the cross, and Na'Vi have so many players ready for this defense of the A bomb site. This is about to get messy for Team Spirit. So many targets to get through, and JL up on top of his teammate's head, delivers the first blow of the pistol here on Dust 2. Bomb is going to go down shortly, you would imagine, but here's JL to try and deny that. Shiro, even while blinded, still able to chime in, but that flank being set up by Bit. He's around the back, nipping at the heels with the Jewel Berettas. 3v2, barely standing is wonderful. On such low health, but Zontics with a double back, leaving it all on Bit, and they know exactly where he is, so that bomb goes down on the reverse side of the boxes, and Bit thrusts himself forward alone. 1v2 for the headshot machine, and he gets a taste of his own medicine.
Man, I feel like Na'Vi might have just sped that up a little bit too fast, a little bit too much. You could see trying to push that CT choke to fight ramp and fight long. I think they're trying to take attention away from that flank wrapping around with the dualies. That's a beautiful shot from Zontics, and the cleanup on wonderful, but man, Na'Vi's going to be looking at this pistol much like the one on Mirage and just being like, we were in control. We got 2 kills before the bomb got planted, everything was good, and then just falls apart.
They were able to respond immediately, though, on Mirage. So we'll hope for that again, Jason. Maybe this little force spiking get Na'Vi going on Dust 2. It was a 6-6 first half on Mirage. We thought we were going to get like that close, cerebral game right down to the wire, maybe even overtime on that opening map. But then Spirit won 2 rounds in the second half, one of which was that Donk pistol ace.
Yeah, a little surprising to see. But credit over to Ima especially, just playing disruptive in middle. He had so many impactful rounds. He had like, on top of the triple kills, he was playing a really smart game in terms of gathering information. Team Counter-Strike he was playing. It's a lot of those intangibles that Na'Vi has been harping on, especially towards the start of last year when Emo was still individually struggling about how much he brings and how impactful he is as a player. Well, you saw some of those intangibles on Mirage. Hopefully he can continue to put them together on Dust 2. Spirit love a good catwalk play on this map. They love just walking out, staying grouped up catwalk, having that wall of smokes along it and turning the corner. Usually Zontics will be staying lurking in middle and lower. This round taken out of the fight, and Magix is still going to push forward.
And he's fully blinded, still running with that same intensity as if he weren't. Alexi B with a 5-7 gets the second kill. Wonderful landing another shot. This is still doable, but Donk ripping it from their hands. Shiro alongside of him. And despite getting the opening kill, Na'Vi unable to convert this into victory.
Well, there's a couple low players. Could get a little weird.
Well, he wants to take Shiro down. The high HP player up first, and now they're all tagged. And Bit unable to get past Donk. So 2-0 start here for Team Spirit. But yeah, we got to see Dust 2 just yesterday for Team Spirit against Astralis, and they were just getting short whenever they wanted it. They were just taking mid-control. Donk was walking up cat, just wrecking device even when he had the ult posted up on the angle. They are just so fluid, and it feels like they're always in control.
I mean, they're very comfortable with a lot of different things you can do in this map. Okay, a revolver on JL, trying to recreate the magic.
Yeah, exactly. The one clip of the revolver everybody remembers was JL on this map, so let's see what he's able to do with it.
I mean, Spirit's going to give you a bunch of different looks. We saw the long play, but I mean, obviously walking up catwalk, challenging out middle. Another team, also a team that likes to kind of contact and trade in the B halls as well. And Na'Vi's going to be intimately aware with all of this. Dust 2, they've played 3 times in their 7 matchups over the past years. It's 2-1 in the favor of Spirit.
Hey, maybe we'll even that up as well today.
Yeah, Na'Vi making all sorts of gains, potentially.
Good start for a USP. Somehow enough USPs combining together. Melt away magics. Donk is waiting in the lower tunnels. And he's blinded though. Oh, here it comes. Bit with a second kill. Why? Why are the USPs working so well? Na'Vi have got weapons on the ground and a 2v2.
It's good flashbang. Blinded both players and let them take out the Halls player first, and then the player at Xbox is just kind of left alone. Bit's going to try and do some extra damage with this MAC-10. Spots the rifle out in the open. Tough fight with that MAC-10, and he's just trying to whittle away at him. Death by 1,000 cuts. There's the dink. Jumping up onto the boxes. Coming next, it's Alexi. And a 2-on-1, but is there time?
Chop.
Is that a smoke? Ooh, you get real nervous if you're Chop.
Yeah. Big Chop. I'll see what he can do about it. Smoke comes in. Yep, panic mode. Panic mode! And he's tapping onto that defuse, and Chopper the Stopper prevents that defuse from happening, and it will be the 3 in a row. But Na'Vi with a revolver, mainly the USPs, doing some damage.
Maybe a little mistake from Na'Vi there, although I'll say tough to kind of organize that detail in the chaos and the heat of the moment with the timing of everything, but they have the rifle defusing the bomb and the MAC-10 trying to protect at range. You swap that up, maybe Alexi is able to shoot back with the Galil just a little bit to keep Chopper honest or to make Chopper switch his target. You can see Bit with that MAC-10 is just like, I can't really find a good angle for this thing. Tech pause going into round 4, so we're going to chill.
Well, I can reveal to you that Zontix has some mouse problems. Donk told me that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Just looking in the chat, you know.
Good friends.
Thank you for information, Donk. Looks like we have more than that. He's disappeared.
I was gonna say, I don't think you get up for mouse issues.
Where is he? Yeah, it has to be under the desk. There he is.
Hey.
Welcome back, Zontix. Oh. Nice pink mouse for Zontix. So, currently another matchup going on as well. This feels like it should be the only game, Jason, worth talking about, but we have got another one going on. It's Astralis versus Furia. Device versus Fallen in that AWPing department. And that's for survival here in Katowice.
I say it's an elimination game. A couple of AWPing legends in that matchup as well, Fallen and Device. Had a good chat with them.
Yeah, how did that go?
It was nice. Talking through the career, talking through some of their matchups they've had over the years.
And where can we watch and listen to this?
That would be on the ESL Counter-Strike YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Under the videos.
There's plenty of other content there too.
It's in the last 8 videos that have been uploaded.
Okay, well that's cool.
One of the first 2 rows you'll scroll past.
Plenty of content. All right, so just working through some of those issues. I mean, it's very likely that we now go to a 3rd map in the series just with how good Team Spirit have been on Dust 2 recently. And that 3rd map, well, it could be a real banger because we wanted to go there in their last game in the semifinals of Blast. It was taken away by an double overtime victory from Team Spirit. That 3rd and final map, if we require it, is Nuke. Any sort of records to try and tie up over there on Nuke, Jason?
Nuke would be 2-1 in the favor of Spirit as well.
Oh.
Just for fun, Ancient is 5-0 in the favor of Spirit.
Oh, that's why we don't see Ancient then.
Anubis is the only map Na'Vi have the advantage on. It's 1-0. And they played that at Katowice last year.
Yes, and Anubis is also, outside of the Mirage, they just lost. Spirit's only map lost this year against Eternal Fire in that grand final.
Still early going. We have time to break all of those records in 2025.
Yeah, maybe Donk will break some of his own.
It's possible.
Set some new ones.
I like this breathing strip. I was casting with the breathing strip in map number 1.
Yeah, how was that?
Or no, in series number 1, I should say.
How was that? How did you feel? More oxygenated?
I did.
I did feel like you were smarter.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah,
I'm sure the audience felt the very same way as well.
I could definitely feel it. Well, it's gone now, Jason.
It is gone. It did fall off eventually. Well, this just gives a lot of time for Blade to memorize his notes. I don't think he's looked away from that paper. He's just scanning up and down it.
New season, new haircut for Wonderful.
What do you think of it? How's the glow up?
It's a
zoomer. Are you rating it?
That's a zoomer haircut right there.
Okay.
That is definitely a zoomer haircut.
Want to know something funny?
What's it? What's funny?
That looks like the hair that I had when I was a young gamer.
Oh God. Okay. Well, I could see that, Jason.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. Let's to think about you. I have seen photos of your hair, Jason, and it was special.
It's freaky.
A little confusion for
Shiro's just
like, hey, what's going on?
Why can't my teammates figure out the mouse? Okay, they're ready.
All right.
Fist bumps are coming out. Extended tech pause, but it's all good.
You know, one of my biggest pet peeves with some players, and I'm not saying they happen here, but like just in general, is when they don't charge their wireless mouse, and then you have to just sit there and wait for them to slightly charge it up again.
I think if you forget to charge your wireless mouse before an official game, you should have to play with it wired.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That should be the punishment.
Old-fashioned. Responsible of jail. Look at that. We've got Chopper breathing easy and JL breathing hard.
All right, well, not as ready as we thought, but now we are. Tech
yeah,
pause.
Now we're good.
It's canceled. Everyone's readied up.
Bum, bum.
Round 4, AWP in the hands of Wonderful, AWP in the hands of Shiro as well. Both teams with full buys going into these gun rounds. If you're just joining us, qualification game, one of these two teams makes it to the playoffs. The loser of this series drops down and plays Team Liquid for elimination.
Tough game regardless for Team Liquid. Historically have had a better record against Na'Vi. Smoke broken open. Wonderful not detecting anybody behind it.
Donk and Chopper in tandem up catwalk. Zontix in his lurk position and lower. Shiro in support. Magic's looking for a long push. Ema shifts to CT spawn. Wonderful's off, going to be at the A railing. Alexi out towards long. Bit and JL defending the B-bomb site. And Donk will lead the way up catwalk. No resistance. Plenty of space to work with.
Flash high in the sky, 55 seconds. Grenade to the mouth of Magic's. It does not taste good. Smoke execute ready to go here for Chopper. It's going to drop the smokes down into Cat. Remember which one he needed to toss out. Shiro's got the other. And Imma knows what's coming. And with that smoke, it prevents the spot from which he wanted to play from. And Wonderful throwing utility down, trying to disrupt and delay this attack in. Wonderful out to the right side. Chopper dispatched off. Wonderful looking for more, but it's Alexi B's rifle that chimes in next, and they've got the read on the long flank. Great consideration, great relocation, and Wonderful is devastation. Great work with that AWP. And Spirit get no closer to the A site.
Yeah, they had no chance of turning that corner. The initial thrust shut down first by Wonderful's op, and when Donk is taken down at barrels, there's no more chance. That's the teeth of the attack gone. You mentioned reading the play. Well, when Alexi shows up on the kill feed, Zontix is like, all right, long player's there, I'll make my move. But a good heads-up spin from Wonderful. Alexi probably calling it out, watch long, and both had their gaze turned. And Zontix apparently saying these issues ain't solved. So tech yet again.
Katowice this year has best of threes the whole way through. Last year, best of ones. Spirit still dealt with him quite comfortably. Towards the end of the groups, they were given some problems last year. You know, Na'Vi were one of the teams they met, if I recall correctly, back then in Kato, just in the group stages, and definitely tested, pushed to the limits, and
that was before we knew what Na'Vi was going to turn into.
And before we knew Spirit were going to turn into.
That's true, that's fair. Yeah, but we got an idea real quick at Katowice.
Yes, that's true. The tone Spirit was set, yes. The two teams of 2024, Na'Vi the first half of the year major winners, and Team Spirit rounding out the second half of the year with a victory in Shanghai.
Spirit's year seemed like there were just some very nice peaks, right? Winning the trophy in Katowice to kick things off, winning the Blast Spring Finals in London later on, and then winning the major at the end of the year, obviously the highlight. For Na'Vi, it was like win the major, go on a little bit of a slump, and then come roaring back.
5 straight grand finals.
Yeah, plenty of grand finals, few trophies mixed in there.
But it's just interesting here from JL in that podcast with Harry, where they were talking about the fact that, yeah, we had such a great year. We won Team of the Year. We had so many finals, trophies picked up. But because of the negative performance at the end of the year at the major, it still felt like they had a sour taste in their mouth. Like they couldn't fully celebrate all of the amazing accomplishments that they had. Showing off their Their plushies.
I believe that's a Bulbasaur. Plant-based Pokemon, Dinko. Turns into Ivysaur.
Vegan. I
That's
like
a
it.
penguin.
I think we have some team comms to listen into, so let's listen in.
Guys, play Impa. Yusik, прячься.
Short. Flashing.
Обойми.
Gender dead.
Run,
More
run, run.
blind.
I'll flash from cut. I'll flash cut. Come close.
Get
Flash
flash.
cut.
Watching
One
side.
side. Spirit.
Left side.
Nice,
Dead
come
more.
on.
I don't see.
Too short, too short.
Long out.
Dead long.
I'm
Flashing window.
I don't see.
Flash window.
I'm playing time. Sure.
Dead short.
Nice. Повези. Nice!
Nice!
Drop Ekis if you can. Drop Ekis CD if you can, guys.
No chance.
Игорь,
And
красава.
okay?
Very slow time.
Nice, Igor, bro.
Nice, Игорь, красава.
Nice, nice.
Спасибо,
Skills,
спасибо.
skills.
Always great to hear Bit communicating in English. I really like that. I mean, not so long ago, it was simple, convenient interview saying only God can help Bit with his English.
Yeah.
And we were all kind of wondering, how is this international team going to go? We might have to see Bit drop off, and that's pretty sad. I mean, the initial start to last year in Kato, I remember it felt a little emo when you looked at Na'Vi. The results were not good. It was not working.
Yeah.
They were kind of just walking around a little bit sad at the hotel. And Bit, at the end of the year, as the second time major champion, is then giving his acceptance speech, winning an award at the HLTV Awards in English, and it's just beautiful to see like his progression in so many facets last year.
Yeah, I remember when it kind of popped off at the Copenhagen Major, the way that setup was, the desk was like right in between two teams, and we actually were down there while Na'Vi was finishing their game against Spirit, oddly enough, that crazy Nuke match that JL won with some incredible clutches. And I remember just being amazed listening to Bit and how much he was communicating in English and how much he seemed to be dictating for Na'Vi at the time. So yeah, it's been a really cool progression, his career.
You're, just bringing up all these historical matches between these two squads throughout last year is crazy. Like, they just have played each other so much, and 2025 seems to be no different. This is the second time they played in just over a week, and we're gonna probably see it in the playoffs at some point. Like, that's a real possibility as well. Getting very familiar with each other, and the thing about these top teams is they don't get a lot of time to practice. With the schedule being so hectic and going event to event, it's not like you can really have a lot of time to sit back and work on your playbook. We heard Zontic say they used up their entire ancient playbook in the last game to get the win. So, that adds some interest into these kind of games.
Well, I think what's going to be interesting about it too is, especially if Na'Vi go on to lose this series, Spirit comes back and takes the series in 3 maps or something, you have to think like moving forward. Train's been introduced in the pool. How can that change the nature of this series?
True.
Haven't seen them play it quite yet against each other. At the very least, I know Spirit played it back in the group stage a couple weeks back. But that could be something that maybe if Na'Vi was to go on and lose and they're like, all right, we clearly need to change some things. Maybe one of the things we want to change is our approach in the map pool. Maybe Train's a map that we're starting to feel good on. We want to bring up against them.
Na'Vi obviously have a lot of firepower, but not as comparable to that of just the raw ability that Team Spirit have. And Na'Vi seem to be much more of a system-based team, and so looking into the map pool, etc., it matters so much more for Na'Vi, it feels like, in terms of hard prepping for their opponents. And I think that's why Na'Vi sometimes they can struggle against some of the weaker teams.
Wait, who's winning, Dinko? Who we got this here? They're doing... Sandy do 1, 2, 3 shoot.
I watched Squid Game recently.
Nice.
And rock, paper, scissors will never be the same for me after watching season 2 of Squid Game. And
Sure.
if you know, you know. And you obviously don't know, Jason.
No, I don't waste time with
TV? What do you do? Chopping wood?
Yeah, mostly.
No. Well, anybody out there that's watched it, they know what I'm talking about.
They know what you're talking about. What do you think they're thinking about, Dinko? I bet Chopper's thinking about...
Yeah?
I was gonna say cherry pie.
Cherry pie? I don't know if it's necessarily as popular
outside of America as I might
outside of America
think.
as you might think. Yeah, Jason.
That's fair.
Growing up in the UK, you get a lot of good savory pies, Jason.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just superior to sweet pies.
Okay.
Would you disagree?
I don't really like pies at all.
No.
So.
Was the pastry?
I don't know.
Just the shape?
It's not my thing.
That's fair. It takes a lot of patience to enjoy a tech pause. You're just really resisting the urge to communicate with your teammate.
Let's see what have we got later on today in terms of scheduling. We got, let's see, FaZe G2. That's a sweet game.
I think just
that's for elimination.
There's so many cool matchups that have happened already in the group stages of this event. Like we've had Nico playing against G2 for the first time. We had Robs playing against FaZe last night, and they were back-to-back. Both games delivered. Both were exciting games. So I think we're in for a great year at Counter-Strike, Jason.
FaZe G2 is going to be fun. Eternal Fire taking on 3D Max. That's going to be cool. I really like 3D Max. I really like watching them play. I don't know if they'll win that game. Eternal Fire is really good.
I'm just reading the team chat, and Jay was like, you guys also talking about strats in team chat? Choppers, of course.
There's a little bit of trolling. Well, the Mongols won that game against Gamer Legion. Astralis up 1-0 over Furia. That's on the B stream. And then there's that Eternal Fire 3D Max game coming up this evening to close things out. Good news.
What's that, Jason?
Has been completed.
Oh, yeah.
Yet again.
Here we go.
We're back. Thanks for sticking with us through the extended break. It is 3-1 in the favor of Team Spirit, but Na'Vi is up 1-0. They took Mirage. If they can win Dust 2, they'll qualify for the Spodek for the IEM Katowice playoffs. Spirit will drop down and play Liquid, but we got a long map ahead of us to see what comes next. Nuke could be a third and deciding map if we get there.
Silence as they take the lower tunnels. Not assembling the boost as effectively as Donk would have liked, but they communicate together, and regardless, Short is smoked. I mean, if there's any hope of a round like this, having an AK in Donk's hands is certainly the way to go.
Yeah, and a little bit of utility to try and activate. A couple flashbangs, but JL and Bit is an intimidating defense. So JL on platform, Bit's going to slide into the site. Chopper lurks through the mid-smoke, but I mean, he's only, what, got a Glock, so it's not like that's going to be doing much at all. Ema even slides over to get a little closer. Alexi and Wonderful and Ema, they've heard nothing on the A side of the map, and now comes the push.
Bit up on top. It's going to be nice and clean on the initial hold, and here comes Donk's AK. Great headshot, and stopped before he can take another step forward.
Yeah, I think Bit had a mouse jump at the end that makes it look a little bit silly, but nice cleanup from Na'Vi, not letting those Glocks do any damage. Even the AK from Donk is limited to 2. 1 round lead for Spirit, but their guns come back out.
Got to dust themselves off after perhaps falling a little bit asleep during that long tech issue.
Yeah, the tactical pause obviously called, as we could see the coaches having quite a bit of chatter with both of their teams. Having a lot of input on what's coming next. A really big round as this half truly gets underway. Round 6.
Blade just asked for a timeout right at the end of freeze time though to Alexi.
Okay, so that would have been a Spirit timeout and now a Na'Vi timeout.
Yes. So, you know, he left it to the last second and asked for a timeout.
He's like, oh, dang it, right at the end, I got the idea I wanted to.
Yeah, exactly.
I really got there at the end, and I want to finish this thought. Everyone chill.
An opportunity to burn an extra 30 seconds. Talking to Emma and Alexi.
I saw a throwing motion, so perhaps discussing utility, nade work.
Well, you'd hope so. Not a whole lot of action in the last 10 minutes, but here we go, back into it. Not the prettiest buy here for Team Spirit. Still got some Galils in play, 3 in fact, 2 AK-47s. More sparse in utility than they would like to be. For Na'Vi, they've got everything. They've got the AWP as well.
So Alexi outside at long. Ema shifts over to CT spawn. Pick up a little bit of utility and then up towards Catwalk. Alexi's gonna back away closer towards Car. I feel like Spirit's approach in the early going of Dust 2 and even back on Mirage, these T-sides have been like slow and quiet. So Na'Vi not really forced to burn a whole lot of utility in the first 30 seconds of these rounds.
Anytime that Spirit have kind of gone for this heavy cat execute as well, Na'Vi have been able to shut it down.
Yeah, this is interesting though. Alexi B voluntarily gives up a long position. So Na'Vi control neither catwalk nor long, which usually is a recipe for disaster, but there's no long lurk to backstab whatsoever. Alexi steps up and replenishes the smoke, and with the time on the clock, Spirit might have to go elsewhere.
We'll see at 35 seconds left. Chopper still waiting to deploy that cat execute out.
This is going to be like a 20-second execute?
Yeah, and look at Imma. He's so ready for the short push to come through. He starts spamming, alerting the Spirit player to the fact there's a player just on the other side of the smoke. Imma's going to dive out, and so are Spirit. They go back in the middle. This time, Wonderful position to stop that B-ramp push, and time is the problem. Wonderful's got another, and yeah, Spirit go nowhere with this one. 9 seconds, not enough time to get in with that bomb.
Yeah, but enough time to put yourself in a position where you're going to get cleaned out when time is done.
Time, $100 left here on Shiro, $750 in the bank for Magic. Shiro still stands towards the end, but $750 left for Magic. So that's a disastrous round, especially after back-to-back timeouts.
Yeah, that's a great point. Back-to-back timeouts, and still that round is just flat. The first smoke is pulled out on Catwalk at about 1 minute and 8 seconds by Donk, but that follow-up from Alexi really ruined anything that Spirit wanted to do. And Navi's just like, if you're going to be chill and quiet to open up these rounds, we'll hold our nades, we'll stall you out. They had a late smoke on Catwalk and a late Molotov in the double doors that negated plants A and B and made that round look sloppy. All tied up at 3.
Two defenders at B bomb site. We've got Bit up first. He's making sure there's no one pinned in that corner. JL ready to punish a runaway.
Bit and JL do a really good job working together and playing together at this bomb site. They're really good at coordinating when they want to fight out mid and when they want to fight for the bomb site itself. Play very nicely off of each other, so getting into the B bomb site is always going to be a tough affair throughout this half for Team Spirit.
Well, it's a pretty similar story in terms of Spirit being able to get short control like they did against Astralis. It's just the final pieces that have been a lot different. Na'Vi preventing them from bursting through the mid doors. Chopper to go down at the hands of Imma. And this round, once again, it goes nowhere for Team Spirit. Na'Vi in control.
Yep, AK-47 for Donk, though. Could go for some economic damage. Might just decide to save this AK-47 for the next round, but that's... If he goes for that decision, that's another round where him and Zontix don't make bonus money, unless they are just going to push forward, it appears. They want that bonus money. Buys have been rough for Spirit. So Donk going to lead the way with the AK-47. JL up on platform, tucked in tight.
Imma and JL clean up the final two. 4-3 lead here for Na'Vi. Fist bumps all around. It's going exactly as planned.
I feel like there's got to be a change of pace at some point.
Yeah.
Something a little bit more aggressive, something a little bit faster to force Na'Vi into some decisions. They're getting the luxury of time on their side, on the CT side, to burn utility and figure out what's happening across the map. And Spirit's going to have to start doing some things to disrupt these defensive protocols.
Yeah, lack of bomb plant as well as preventing them from getting the good buys here where they can continue to challenge. Great bit of engineering to allow the boost up for Wonderful over the top of the Xbox. He gets that opening pick and he falls back. So a round where Team Spirit start with weaker weapons anyway. They're also giving a further disadvantage after losing Zontix.
They're just going to walk through this smoke as it fades. Out double doors we go. Nobody's close up. I've mentioned Bit and JL a number of times. They're going to be tested.
Well, Bit and JL combined together. They don't allow Spirit through, and it's not much of a test, it would seem. They've prepared for this one. They've studied. Magic's cleaned up by Imma as he comes in to support.
Haven't really seen anyone take a long spawn and attack Alexi B out towards long A. No long quick plays, no change of pace with Donk kind of streaming down mid and getting up Catwalker out mid at the minute and 20, 30 second mark. Everything's been slow and calculated, and this is another timeout from Team Spirit. They burn their second. 5 in a row for Na'Vi. Wonderful sitting at $10,000. JL at $9,700. They're rich, they're steamrolling, and they've got a 2-round lead.
This could be the second time ever that Na'Vi have beaten Team Spirit. Played 7 times, Spirit have won 6 of them. And that man JL giving us the wink. He said he wanted revenge. Perhaps today is that day. The winner of this goes on to play the Mongols as well to decide how far they go into the playoffs.
The seeding game.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's not a change of pace, but maybe a more aggressive opening. Shiro's grabbed an angle with the AWP. They've seen JL a number of times on platforms, so looking to exploit the crossover and actually a double stack. This could be deadly. There's Shiro, first kill. JL sold down the river with that frag and perfectly called out of the timeout for Spirit and Hallie. Exploiting the defense. And Na'Vi's forced to save.
Yeah, no other option. You just got to save when those 2 B defenders go down that cleanly. I mean, I guess that's the one positive of the amount of round losses Team Spirit have had towards this B bomb size. They've seen enough looks of it. They can construct a plan on how to deal with it. The 1-2 punch of Donk and Shiro.
JL and Bit had that exact same setup a round or 2 ago as well, just never got spotted. So they really wanted to have that double stack, and calling it in a round where Spirit's going to have the money for an AWP. Maybe losing track of that a little bit, but punished. 5-4.
Yeah, Dust 2 can play out like this when that B-bomb site is immediately taken. Just there's no way you can really compete to get back in on the retake, and that's been the case for many a year.
And I mean, it's good that Spirit found some success there in this round, because just thinking about it, they've only attacked A a couple of times. One of them was like the wonderful triple or quad kill with the AWP.
Yeah, and they just get shut down on the short play.
And then the next one was getting stalled out by utility and falling into a really disorganized hit out middle out of necessity. Yeah. So I mean, if you're Spirit, you're like, oh wow, these A hits, no success. They've actually been rather ugly. Having some success at the B bomb site might motivate the defense to shift a little bit. Might give you a little bit of breathing room. Oh, we gotta get a B-rush. Here's the change of pace.
Oh, JL gets the rifle out. Bit gets caught by a flash. JL unleashing bullets, but will he get kills? The answer to that is no. And Wonderful's come in to try and plug the gap, but the B-bomb site has once again fallen, and this time it's unlikely to be a full save, but look how far away Alexi is, and that's gonna cause a problem. They have a lot of time to wait, and at least that bomb hasn't gone down yet.
I wonder if they're even gonna creep close and see if they can give this one a glance, to see if they can get a kill early on to make this worthwhile. Perhaps not, but Alexi has a pretty big jump on the flank.
Dude, look how much he has to clear, though. Yeah.
Well, you don't have to clear it.
Yeah, true, but he's not even going for it now. So it's the exits, but that's back-to-back B hits for Team Spirit.
Yeah, there you go.
You called it a change of pace really coming through. Team Spirit had the same idea. And it's very effective towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's the only thing made sense considering how this half has played out, because those slow rounds have been extremely slow. You had to have known the speed was going to pick up at some point. Just probably didn't assume it would be a B-rush. Good first kill. Distraction for Ema, taking guns away at the end of the day. Nade and bomb blast and headshot. It's 5-5. Only Zontic survives, but Spirit's happy to get a second round in a row on the board.
Now the question is, do we see them do it again? I'd really respect it, Jason. I think it would be very exciting if they did it again.
What, a B-rush?
Yeah. Rush B!
Let's not get too crazy.
I mean, if Bit doesn't get flashed as he comes through that window, then there's a way stronger chance that Na'Vi are able to do something there. But that flash is perfectly timed. As Bit comes through window, he can't get anything done.
I mean, it's also part of the panic of JL hearing all the footsteps and all the utility and shouting B-rush, and yeah, Bit getting pulled right into a flashbang.
Timeout taken here for Na'Vi. Blade having to say they're going to try and make adaptations to deal with the threat that's coming at the B-bomb site. And we'll see what adaptation that is.
Perhaps he still emphasized the B bomb site and attack it from middle. Some kind of a split. I've been looking for it. Spirit haven't gotten a whole lot of long spawns. I mentioned we haven't seen any of those long takes with the spawn to try and attack into Alexi. Magix is trying to fake it a little bit.
Yeah, especially combined with that long corner smoke thrown out by Chopper.
Yeah, but Nima's already through and saying, nope, nothing
not
long.
doing anything.
This ain't it.
It's great information picked up for Imma. Or rather, by Imma. Donk on the prowl in middle. Climbing up onto the short from the Xbox. Wonderful's got the op here. But that Molotov is going to force him to change his position. Bit and JL are on high alert after being bombarded at the B bomb site in back-to-back rounds.
Very late long take. Wonderful has a deep angle. Magix would be his first victim.
There's no flashes here either.
One on Shiro, just getting chucked out now. Timing shot for Wonderful, not completely blind, but he splits the difference right through both players. Can't get away, no smoke to cover his cross, so Wonderful's here until he goes down.
Yep, just waiting. Here comes the peak. They're trying to bait the shot out of the AWP. They know he's likely to be positioned here on the car, and they go around that corner. Missed shot from Wonderful. His teammate Imma going down. Wonderful goes for the close shot. He sees them moving up, but can only get one. And this puts all the pressure on Alexi B, who holds Saltix coming through that smoke. 23 seconds left. Chopper still down in CT, and Shiro out long side, forcing Alexi B into the open with the fire and the flames, and finished off by the Glock. It is bit in this 1v2, and he can't flick down a Chopper.
Needed that kill much, much cleaner, but you have to say Wonderful is going to be the one punching the table saying, my bad, 2 missed shots. First one flashed, second one just a miss on the swing. If he gets one of those 2, that round is way more manageable. And for an Opera of Wonderful's quality, you'd expect him to have hit one of them. So perhaps a little bit of frustrating, but down the stretch here, Spirit have found the solutions. It took them quite some time. It wasn't looking great, but 3 in a row now. Giving themselves a 6-5 lead.
Wonderful's gonna peek, but look at that shot from Shiro.
Woof.
Just seen enough of Wonderful. Rips his head off of his shoulders. Advantage now for Spirit. Bit has to fall back from his initial aggressive position. He'll play behind the double doors. Mid to B smoke thrown out by Shiro. Waiting for JL to make an overextension. Shot rings out, Bit goes forward, gets melted. Combined with the aggression though from Imma. Might work out for Na'Vi, but the answer to that is no, because Zaltix steps up. And we are looking at a 7-5 scoreline. Spirit figure it out on the T side towards the end, and they have a small lead.
Na'Vi can sense the Spodek right around the corner. They took map one away from the playoffs, but they've got Spirit obstructing their path. It's a 7-5 lead for Team Spirit on their map pick of Dust 2, and they're looking to extend this series to 3 and battle for that playoff spot.
Dust 2 is usually such a reliable map for Team Spirit, and they need it right now if they want the Spodek today.
Weirdly enough, on this map, I actually feel like Donk is more unleashed on the CT side than he is on the T side.
Yeah, he can be devastating, just the amount of spots and aggressive options, rather, that he can get going. In particular, this is one he loves with the dual Berettas into the lower tunnels. He'll unleash on the first. There's JL to go down, and Donk doubles up.
Timed perfectly with the nade off catwalk as well. Good job from Shiro in support. And for Na'Vi, this is all down to this final play out towards long 3v5. They actually back off it. Smoke flash for Alexi. But you have no control of anywhere on the map. No information. And Donk is going to start hunting.
Chopper jump spotting. Gets the information quite early on.
It's just like, you're just like checkmated. When you see that, you're just like, what are we supposed to do? We can't go B. We know they're going to be pushed up in middle.
Yeah, tough scenario now for Na'Vi as they decide, okay, well, they know we're trying to go B.
And Magix is never going to commit to this. As soon as this swing happens, take 1 or 2 shots, maybe, and then just back off. You don't actually need to stand tall here. Just call your teammates over, play the 5-on-3.
Well, that cross smoke comes in, and if Na'Vi can get their way into the bomb site and get a plant, that would be massive considering the circumstances, but even that looks way too far beyond the reality that we live in, and Waterfall gets caught and chopped up. So, great work for Team Spirit, not a single player going down in the pistol.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row extending to the end of the first half where they rattled off 4 straight. You add in that pistol, both pistols on this map, and Spirit's making a really good bid to let us see Nuke as the final map in this series.
Ooh, nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot in an otherwise quiet game for Zontix. Struggling to have as much impact as he'd like. Magic's down at 2 kills as well. Zontix with a pair, he picks his total up to 5.
A lot of the conversation was around Na'Vi having to fire on all cylinders, but right now only a couple of cylinders firing for Team Spirit. So yeah, it would be great to see Zontix and Magic start to get going here in the second half. Right now though, a scout for Wonderful, a deagle for Bit, and 3 little Glocks.
We're going to try and give the scout an opportunity to tag anyone who's peeking from Team Spirit, but no one's obliging. No one's given Wonderful the look. You'd love to get some tags and let the deagle clean it up as the round extends. But both teams playing very cautious, conservative Counter-Strike at the moment.
Na'Vi, just in behind the short smoke. Just having a look to see if they're getting flanked out. There's a chance for Magix to farm some kills. Uh-oh. A little bit awkward for Magix. He can try and pull them back. Him dropping towards the ramp allows his teammate Shiro to come into play as well. So just confirming that this one is not going to get out of hand, not giving a single chance to plant the bomb, and back-to-back rounds where Team Spirit keep 5 players alive.
All right, Na'Vi, what have you got in this first gun round? Scout on Wonderful, AK-47s.
I think Holly was very appreciative of the way Magix played that. Instead of getting hungry and going forward to try and get some kills, he's like giving him a little plaudits for dropping back and using the team play to keep it clean.
Yeah. Those are the decisions you like to see as a coach.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Ah, your brain's on. Not the prettiest buy here for Na'Vi, is it?
No. But they can make it work. Ima gonna jump out long, peering at the ground to dodge flashbangs. Late utility usage, including a smoke break. And that's a creative way to defend long if you're Team Spirit. Donk comes out on top, standing tall at the end of the chaos.
And if you're Na'Vi, it feels like a long, long time since you have been able to win a round here on Dust 2. JL makes his way through middle. Shiro to get caught through CT.
And you know the defense is split. You know Zontix is a B player. You know you just saw Donk who got 2 kills out towards long. You know exactly where everyone is. And you can track these movements by timing. Na'Vi quickly, swiftly moving into a B contact.
Zontex is outside of the bomb site at the moment.
Yeah, that mid to B smoke is making him nervous. He wanted to control the mid double doors.
There's a smoke and a molly left for Alexi B, so he can smoke out that door. He's going to send that back to JL. And they're just contacting into the B bomb site. Not spotted yet. Here comes the smoke. Zontex actually going for a maneuver where he comes through the lower tunnels and attempts a flank. JL's got the idea.
Only as that molly's burning, though. As soon as that molly fades, he'll turn. Nice shot.
Yeah, patience is going to pay off, and JL will nail his opportunity. And it falls to Donk in the 1v2. He's got a kid on his back, all of his health. And with him, there's always a shot at winning these, but only if he goes for them. And this is tough because JL's a car, Alexi B's deep in the bomb site. And yeah, Donk realizes not a situation that he is going to be capable of winning. And we are looking at a 6th round Na'Vi finally back on the board.
He's thinking he'll set up for some exit kills. Not even coming in his direction. So yeah, 9-6. Na'Vi recover in this round after a dominant opening out towards long. A 2-for-3 trade. An man advantage for Spirit, but a missed shot from Shiro. And then JL and Alexi B put together the 2v2.
This is the most important kill that reactivates the round.
Yeah, good round. Beautiful round from JL. Taking advantage of the missed shot, holding the angle, understanding the flank. If you didn't see a B defender in that scenario, even outside the B bomb site, you gotta have a sense that flank is gonna be dangerous. Tagged, Zontex. Helmet shows over the smoke on his jump. 73 damage dealt through the door.
Na'Vi are fully committed outside of long at the moment. Wonderful holding for that mid push. They have no tunnels control. Spirit have got all of that information, all of that space. So Na'Vi have got to realize there's a timer on their play. And they've been delayed. They've been caged in at long with that deep smoke.
I don't know, Ema can see over the top of it. Does he want to challenge through? It's got the cover of Wonderful's AWP, all of Spirit.
Oh yeah, look how many players are here now.
Zontex is pushed upper dark, so they know the B side of the map is clear. Everyone is shifted over, so Spirit know everything. And you just had mid aggression, so they know there's no danger coming from middle. It all rests on this execute.
Flash goes through that CT smoke from Chopper. Just trying to disrupt Na'Vi's approach into the bomb site. Magic's things heat up for him. Chopper gets a kill on Ima. Just under 40 seconds, here come Na'Vi. Damage done on Magic's. MP9 not good for another kill. JL cleared out. Shiro 1 for 1. Alexi B still looking for the follow-up fight, and he gets the fight, just loses it against Donk, so it's all down to chaos, and Donk has got another one. Wonderful in the 1v1, and he's looking to fight him. He switches out to a little MAC-10, and Donk evens out the health situation. Wonderful looking for the shot, but it's Donk that makes the difference.
Maybe a little bit of frustration, maybe a little crazy, hectic communication. Wonderful gonna really regret exposing himself. Donk with low HP is just like, I'm not letting you dictate this fight. I'm gonna swing wide. Catches Wonderful off guard, swapping weapons, and that makes him look a little bit silly. Probably makes him feel a little bit silly.
Look how frustrated he is with that. Yeah, he knows that's a winnable fight for him.
It's a critical 1v1, and he kind of wastes the opportunity shuffling weapons and not expecting this from Donk.
The quick switch as well.
What a save from Donk.
And look what it does to Na'Vi's economy. Look at their buy straight away. Wonderful down to a scout. Deagles on the rest. Shiro holding for this mid-push forward. Ima's already got out. He got into the cubby. This could be a little uncomfortable for Shiro.
If he takes a shot, right? Ima's going to push and turn that corner, try and catch him before he's able to get the next bullet in the chamber. Swinging wide. Still no clue about Ima's position. Donk watching for that swing. But Ima being so patient.
How wide does that smoke expand for Ima? Okay, so he's still got space to work with. Shiro's attention's being drawn over towards A instead as we go under 1 minute on this clock. Na'Vi with one of these short smokes. They're going to try and use it to devastating effect, but here comes Chopper nipping in behind. It's a double from the MP9.
Well, that's the kill that might get them to shift into Ema's position, and they do. But it's always going to be a tough fight there, and now Shiro's just picking them off one by one. 11-6, Spirit 2 rounds away, and Dust 2, their trusty map pick, is looking just so solid. One final chance for Na'Vi to have a crack at this to close the gap. AK-47's brought out. And a timeout called. I'm sorry, I can hear Harry yelling.
I can hear
through the
scream,
wall.
why? So I don't know what Hugo's doing to him, but
something's happening. Na'Vi timeout. So Blade trying to organize his final chance at organizing a round to get Na'Vi back in business. They have never caught any kind of momentum or flow here on the T side.
Be on the same page and just dictate on them. We just made it like ridiculously hard for us for no reason.
Alexi perhaps a little bit frustrated, things feeling more difficult than they have to. Maybe some miscues in different scenarios that they've had to deal with. The T side on Mirage was so clinical, such great calling, such good team cohesion from Na'Vi. Here on Dust 2, they haven't had the same success.
Donk smoked out at CT. I think what will only add to the frustration that Na'Vi are probably feeling in this moment are situations like that 1v1 for Wonderful. You know, little individual moments like that that just start to pile up because you know the ramifications of winning that round could have spurred you on and got you into a position where you could pick up Dust 2 here. But those moments where you drop them against Team Spirit, as Na'Vi intimately know, can cost you these map victories.
What's crazy is they had like 3 or 4 of those on Mirage and still were able to outlast it. Here on Dust 2, they're not able to kind of recover from those mistakes nearly as easily. Up catwalk we go with 4.
Decent damage done onto a couple of the defenders here for Spirit. Magic's down on 41, 55 for Chopper.
Trying to show a mid to B split, but I don't think Spirit's going to bite on
Look
this
at the
whatsoever.
flank. Magic's around the backside. Oh, good turn from Bit. Magic's going to be frustrated that he didn't bite down on that one. 29 seconds, though. Limited time, and Na'Vi are coming towards Shiro. And he'll silence Alexi B. Still worried about Long because Magic's is gone, and JL nails a shot. So it's all about Goose. It's all about Chopper, and he gets wrecked by JL.
Get a SWAT drop? No. Ema stays composed. Doesn't go for the Hollywood play. 11-7. Good entries provided by JL. An incredible 2024 for JL as he burst onto the scene, looking to replicate that success here in 2025. He's delivered them round 18 and brings them within 4.
And that moment has to be the catalyst that reignites Na'Vi's Dust 2 here. JL's had a couple of big impact rounds. This one, and then earlier in the half as well when he was able to take that play through the mid doors, catch the CT player, and win the 2v2. Op maintenance for Team Spirit. They'll still have Shiro on it. The only player having to take a hit is Magic, so goes down to an MP9, and Wonderful attempts the long pick. Gets information on the crossing player, unable to connect the shot though, and there might be a little bit more pressure towards this B-bomb side. Donk is going to peek up, gets the instant dink, but once again it's JL shredding through the defenses. JL is dragging Na'Vi into this competition.
Oh, I think Na'Vi might hunt this one down too. They have a player at top middle who's locked them in out towards long. They've spotted the cross back over. And Na'Vi's got some money. They can risk a couple of weapons to try and take a few away from Spirit. But JL starting to come online, starting to provide that impact to bring this back. And if they can take weapons away and break the economy of Team Spirit, that gap's going to close. but thinking better of it. Strengthening their own economy first. It's 11-8. The gap is now just 3.
And they don't hunt it down. Spirit able to save 3 players. But the money situation's still not great. Magic can drop. Chopper and Zontex are very low on money. Yep.
Here we go. Round 20. Boost it up. The op spotted as well. Shiro hasn't taken his peek just yet. Wonderful holding it, pinning it down. Doesn't take any kind of a shot. Broken open. Wonderful's ready. Wonderful's ready, and Shiro's legged.
Both land shots. Blow for blow, but only the legs.
And a save otherwise for Spirit outside of the 3 weapons that they bring into this round. And with those weaker weapons, Spirit's taking a risk. Footsteps heard by JL. Sees at least 2. Knows the M4 is in Upper Dark as well. Gonna back away. He is alone, so he's got to be very careful.
Don't want to give them an AK to play with either. Na'Vi start to make their way out long. Spirit have no long control, but they've got short control. Good spam. It's Alexi B being tagged up, weakened. Obviously, that's very important when you've got some of these pistols in play.
And it's taken the angle to nade into the bomb site away from Shiro, who could have maybe done some great damage.
Chopper's about to clear JL. Look at this. He comes around the backside. JL surely should go down. Oh, Chopper, that was the moment. That was the chance. And JL with 3 kills.
That's the second time he's had that USP flank. He had it on Mirage as well. But an AK is picked up by Donk, which is a nice little addition to the arsenal, so he'll keep that in his hands. And the op will move forward on Magix. But Na'Vi turn the score 11-9 in the favor of Team Spirit. 3 in a row for Na'Vi's offense, much like Spirit. Starting slow, starting without really being able to figure out exactly where success is going to be found on this map. But Alexi's hit a very nice moment after a timeout where he's starting to piece together the best way to approach this half.
That was a satisfying high 5 sound.
That was.
That was a good connection.
Really well done, boys.
Go on, Chopper. Hallie, there we go. Fist bump in. Tech issue, or no, we got just a regular old timeout, Jason.
Yeah, this one called by Spirit. It's their 3rd and final timeout. So Holly's not liking what he's seeing and not super happy with any adaptations that have been made that haven't yielded success. So his final chance to get involved and help his boys out of a tight spot. JL, these last 3 rounds from him, this 3-round streak that Na'Vi has been on, he's provided double entries in the 2 gun rounds. Now he's just done a great work holding on to the middle of the map.
Yeah, that was stylish. The little flicks left and right.
(17-13) for JL, leading the way for Na'Vi. It's Donk on the top for Spirit with 19 frags.
Surprise, surprise. Lurk smoke trickles down into that. Oh, timing for Shiro to unscope is just so disastrous. Emma and JL with 2 huge openers here for Na'Vi. And they're going to try and go with it right now. The only player defending the B bomb site is Donk.
They'd love another smoke for this mid to B to give Alexi a little bit more time. He does have a Molotov. How aware are you going to be? Donk can still turn this around. He's got that saved AK-47.
Oh, he's got Chopper to help him as well. Oh, but Donk gets blasted through the smoke. And Spirit are getting silenced. Na'Vi finding their way back into Dust 2. They went quiet for a moment, but JL breathes life back into them. And a scoreline of 11-10 now rings out, and money is in the bin for Team Spirit. And it's not like they haven't had their moments to call these timeouts. They just used one. They just burnt one, and it did not net the result they hoped for.
Lexi's turning into like god-tier IGL mode right now. And then on top of that, you're getting some of these picks and these early kills. So when you move around the map, the protocols of who's sitting around and watching what, Ema lurking middle with an op to cover the cross. Even though Alexi B goes down, there's redundancy to make sure it doesn't get out of control. Magix lands JL, but the op will be dropped and not brought forward. And Spirit have some problems and no timeouts to use to work through them. 11-10, 4 in a row for Na'Vi. And the margins. The timing on Shiro unscoping Catwalk for just a dry peek from Ema, the first time he's done it all half.
Oh, look at this. The buy is, it's got 3 MP9s.
Yeah, but because you have the op on Shiro, you're fine going for it.
A huge opportunity in front of Na'Vi now to get their second ever win against Team Spirit.
Nice shot, good timing, blinded. But still lands Ema. And where does Na'Vi go from here? JL gonna lead the way towards mid. But Chopper has an idea this is coming. CT spawn will be smoked off, counter nades thrown in, Donk is close up as well. JL's gonna tuck himself into the cubby. Donk swings wide, the spam is there, and JL punishes.
Another huge kill from JL, and he'll not stop. This is huge from JL, massive game. And Na'Vi, 11-11, is about to ring out. Zontix is under pressure, and it was JL who said he wanted revenge. It was JL who said he wanted this win, and he is leading by example and showing how much he really wants it. But that peak from Wonderful may have just opened up the chance again.
Yeah, but you got no kit. Do you want to risk your own AWP and going for this? Shiro's still very, very far away, rotating in now. This would be risky if they decide to go for it. This could be the map on the line.
And the big risks can often net big rewards. Magix and Shiro going in with the final pieces of utility. Alexi B lets them run in, bit with that first headshot ringing out, and Shiro is nowhere near getting involved in this round. Good shot onto Bit, but time is the problem. He'll retreat, he'll try and drop that second player. He'll be successful in doing so, and he'll get away, pick up his AWP. But for Na'Vi, it is 11-11, and JL's dream of a second win versus Spirit might just become reality.
And this was the magic of JL last year. Not all the time are you going to see his stats blow up, but the impact he provides. He's got that quality of delivering when Na'Vi need it most, and that's what he's done in this stretch of 5 rounds. This feels like this comeback is all JL.
Wonderful makes his charge, his sprint towards Chopper at long. And he'll have to fall away to the fire, but Shiro in a similar situation at short.
Yeah, both offers negated by the utility of the opposing team. Good details from Na'Vi and Spirit. Shiro fires off a shot, position now known. JL, if they peek this, he's got a chance to thin the herd. But B-Hall's controlled by Donk and Magix means Spirit have all the information they need on the map. Fully invested except for Shiro, who's keeping enough money in the bank to afford a not moving forward into the next round.
They ask him to push. They ask Shiro to be active, combining with Donk, who peeks through the lower tunnels. Shiro yet to spot a target. Donk is long gone, but signaling to Imma that he's still close in under, and that fight comes in. It's Imma to fall at the hands of Donk, and now Spirit pounce. Na'Vi have to go out long A.
That's a bad fight for Mima, I think, in my opinion, just because he's given up so much map control, he's given up so much information and so much positioning, and now, man, if you're Na'Vi, you got a whole host of Spirit defenders to burn your way through.
You don't get a whole lot of chances to put Spirit out and try and take the series here. So Na'Vi fighting for map point. They've got to do it in a 4v5. 30 seconds left. Spirit have numbers on the right side of the map. Alexi B goes through that smoke. Zontix to respond with a headshot of his own, and Donk is delivering impact again. Bomb plant coming in. Wonderful and JL trying to do this, but the Danger Man's out of there, and Wonderful cannot step up enough. Spirit will grab map point first.
Yeah, complete map control for Spirit throughout that entire round. They were able to track the movements and know what was happening from start to finish with that upper push. Magix and Donk controlling it. And the kill on Ema just opened up all the avenues to rotate over, get to the A bomb site in time, and that's where Donk unleashes.
Na'Vi have so much money, there's no problems there. They're going to get a really good buy again.
A hard-fought comeback, getting it close enough to believe it, close enough to have hope that you can close out the map, and Spirit might just rip it away from you at the last second. Full buy for Na'Vi though, plenty of cash. Shiro has done a wonderful job maintaining presence with the AWP down the stretch with economic issues as well.
Smoke blocking tunnels.
Na'Vi lining up in B-halls this time. Don't want to give free access, free information over to Team Spirit. 4 players going to line up in Upper Dark.
And as Donk and Shiro defending this B-bomb site, a scary prospect to go up against if you're Na'Vi to try and force overtime. They go into Donk, and it's a double again. They've got Shiro out car, but Na'Vi's dreams of picking up a 2-0 today against Spirit look like they've just been cast to the side.
Well, let's find out, because Bit's going to challenge. He's not going to wait for his teammates. He wants to start peering in, open up this opportunity. Jigga was mistimed, so Chopper knows what's coming. Oh, drop down, unexpected, but a tough shot to land. And now Alexi's got to pick up the pace.
Trying to burn out Chopper into the fight, but be careful what you wish for. Chopper nails the shot. And we had a question, one single question, after Spirit versus Na'Vi last week, and that is, what would have happened if we went to a third map? Well, I think it's about time we find out.
We have to go to Device. I don't want to hear about fucking Device. It's the only option. You're not some fucking entry. You're in over your head. That's what we tell him. That's the truth.
That's not the truth.
You told me that yourself. Jesus, what was I thinking? Washed in-game leader. Cooked by Juliano. Cooked by Trist. Casper, please, just admit you're not a rifler.
Who is it you're talking to right now? Who is it you think you see? Do you not know how much I clutch in a year? I mean, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Do you not know what would happen if I suddenly decided to stop clutching? An orc big enough that it was delisted off Nasdaq disappears, ceases to exist without me. No, you clearly do not know who you are talking to right now. So let me clue you in. I'm not in the crosshair storm. I am the scope. A guy crosses doors and does 2 and gets shot. You think that's me? I am the one who orbs.
I know. That's the fucking problem.
Really?
I didn't hear anything.
Close, but no cigar for the side of Na'Vi. Blade takes a timeout in that second half. They get 5 rounds in a row, and Jacob, I am almost sold on the prospect of Na'Vi 2-0ing Spirit. Not the case, though. We're going to a third, and I'm very happy about that. I want more of this game.
Yeah, actually, I would love to see a third map between Na'Vi and Spirit as well. I'm with you, though. You know, I was having this inkling feeling that Na'Vi had a little more to give on that T side. it smelled like overtime, but then again, Spirit, found a way to figure it out and close down the map. One thing, that they did well, I think, was the economy management. They managed to stay alive even a lot of the rounds they lost. They saved 1 or 2 weapons, which meant that every time Na'Vi had to win a round on the T side, it was against Shiro with an AWP, it was against a couple of equipped Spirit players, so there was no easy rounds, there was no full force buys or full eco rounds coming in for Spirit. So in that sense, they gave themselves a chance. Good game of Counter-Strike, very competitive, could have gone overtime. It didn't.
Yeah, I think this is why we call this like a game of the tournament so far, similar to yesterday between FaZe and Vitality. Different class of players right now. You see like the rounds came in blocks, kinda 3, 5, 3, 6, whatever it was. And the end, like, Spirit strung 2 rounds together. And I think you were kind of spot on when you said the economy made a difference there on the CT side. People need to understand how important it is to kind of give it up sometimes. Play for the next round. Keep that AWP that Shiro had, or the M4 was it at the end, and then they had an M4 on Donk. We know they took control of all lower, of upper, gained control of the map, reacted properly, and just won that round 23. But overall, like you said, it was kind of the difference maker towards the end of the game. Blade, whatever he said, we want to know. We kind of talked in the green room, wanting to know what Blade said in that timeout. They got them 5 rounds besides JL popping off, with a double kill almost every single round.
That was crazy. We can run the highlights right now. JL, I don't know what Blade said to him in that moment, but he was fired up.
Yeah, but it's the quality of these double entries. It was insane from JL. He did it on the B bomb side. He did it on the A bomb side. You're going to see the highlight package show that. A couple of them were also just ludicrous. This one on Donk as well, just taking him out despite getting dinked instantly himself. That was top quality, world-class Counter-Strike coming in for JL, and he was the reason they were able to fight back.
I don't know if you noticed, like every single double kill, most of them, it was kind of opening to a site. It wasn't like in some sort of a mid-space anywhere where you cannot really act on it. It's a kill that gets you into the actual bomb site immediately.
It was game-winning kills,
round-winning kills. So props to him. He was trying, even though you saw him wearing a mask. He probably doesn't feel so good right now. And he's delivering. That's what professionals do. Even when they're not feeling well, they're playing well. I'm kind of happy that we get this map tree to see who's going to be, first in Spodek. I'm pretty sure both of them are going to end up in Spodek, but who's going to be there first?
Can you just give me a take on Shiro on this map? Because I know you were maybe not so sold on the prospect of how Shiro plays, Dust you?
Yeah, I always have been kind of on the back seat when it comes to his T-sided opening, because like as a T-side opener, Dust you need to be more aggressive. You need to do some things early on. It's kind of not, there's instant fights that he doesn't usually take. Like maps like Mirage, he likes to post somewhere. On a Dust you kind of have this early fights on middle, on B, on long, whatever. But on the CT side, he did a good job. I mean, he ended up with 17, 18 kills. I can't remember, maybe even 20. But overall, that's more than enough. That's what you accept for a second star in the team. We saw Donk doing Donk things, and nobody can stop him. And Shiro just contributed in this key little element of the game.
Any final thoughts from you, Jacob, before we do discuss map number 3?
A good map of Counter-Strike. Again, we got to see the best of Donk, as you said. We got to see Na'Vi step it up quite a lot as well. Ima, a little bit streaky in his performance as well. I think Ima is one of those players I always look towards for Na'Vi. He's very much involved in everything that's going on. He had a couple of moments in the game where he found impact, but it also felt like the period of the game when Na'Vi faded out, sort of, that was also the period where Ima faded out. So I think it's something to look out for the people watching at home, that usually there tends to be a correlation between Ima playing well, being so much in the center of everything, and Ima not finding any impact. So that was a bit of an issue for Na'Vi. JL stepped up, made the game close, but at the end of the day, I think Spirit were better on Dust 2. So it's only fair we get to see a third map.
Yes, that third map will indeed be Nuke to decide who goes forward to the Spodek. It's been over 7 months since we've seen these two teams go head-to-head on this particular ground, so I'm curious how Donk and Shiro are going to be approaching it.
I'm the main outside player, a rifle guy, and he is a sniper rotator, I would say. So he's playing around heaven and I'm playing everywhere.
I'm just playing in heaven, but not playing outside. For me, it's just rotate.
He needs to know where's the enemies and where should he go.
If Donk tell me it's rain, he's running secret, I know what I need to do in 20 seconds. Rotate from A or ramp or stay in outside.
It's always the smokes that people can go just through, and you should just hold it in your head that they can do this or this, and you should just go. And basically the hardest thing is to control everything. Every moment it can happen. Call your teammates to be aware. When you got the smoke, there is 3 ways where enemy can go. You as one person, you cannot hold all 3 in the one time, so you should tell guys care they can be inside main, guys care they can go under heaven, and just you should like tell people where them should go. It's not about knowledge of nades, it's more about like some timings and great reviews. I know basically only one molly at city side. All what we need to know is how to review some kind of smokes to get people distracted and kill them.
I just remember he spam and smoke and kill FaZe clan in Katowice, but we don't have together playing in Moscow.
We've played against FaZe in Shanghai on the major. We lost pistol round because like some technical issues. I was mad. FaZe clan was popping the ramp. He had a full eco with my one deagle and he was like sitting, waiting for some opponent behind the box. I killed 2 and he killed the first guy with the USP and we won the round.
Yeah.
I'm smiling because if you can so believe it, m0NESY just came up and gave Kassad a hug. You do have a heart.
m0NESY is like, like...
He loves everyone, man. Come on.
No. First of all, no.
Absolutely
no.
not.
But seriously, m0NESY is one of the kindest young kids that came up in the last, 3 or 4 years. It's just, every time you see him, he's smiling. It's just he's super, super nice. One of the nicest and most well-behaved kids there.
We just got to see some stats on the screen for this matchup, which is going down. Obviously, a qualification advancement, rather, to the Spodek. That was some statistics on how well both of these teams have done on Nuke in the past 12 months. It's pretty up there, isn't it? They've been very successful.
Yeah, for both teams. I think Nuke has been a map that both Spirit and Na'Vi have been able to rely on, in certain series. As we spoke about already, Spirit have been able to pick it in certain games. Na'Vi, in the past as well, have picked it or let it be open for a third deciding map. So both teams should come in relatively comfortable in Nuke. Again, we obviously know what's going to happen with Dunk and Shiro, that whole combination. We heard them talk about it, how they work off each other, how they work with each other on the CT side. Same could be said for Wonderful and Wonderful and Imma in that regard. I do have one question though, and that's something we touched upon coming into the game as well. Wonderful, where's he at right now mentally? I feel like Shiro, I can count on him. Wonderful, he's very much hit and miss. He had some moments in Dust 2 where he was missing shots that could have won them the rounds, and then he had moments where he stepped it up. So I'm curious to what Wonderful are showing up on Nuke.
Consistency is a problem, definitely, but go back to that little segment between Shiro and Donk. They are the strongest outside duo since Glaive and Device in all the Astralis, and maybe Nico, honestly, but they're not together anymore. Donk and Shiro, strongest on Nuke by far.
Well, we're going to be getting that third and final decider going down on Nuke after the break to decide who advances onwards to the playoffs in the Spodek.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Wonderful. Tilt on D2. How do you quell that? How do you approach that?
Wonderful? You mean as a player?
Yes.
I think we all contributing a lot, and nobody is perfect, and everyone from our team can pop at some moment, step up, and this is what is happening. And we slow down a little bit on this too, but it happens.
Let me ask you about Dust 2. Last question I got. 11-6. You call a timeout. And then it just goes on a tear for Na'Vi at that point. Obviously, the map didn't go your way, but what did you say right there? Because you really lit a fire under them.
I did the best speech in my life. No, I just said what we need to do. Yeah.
Well, good luck, Blade.
Thank you.
It's time for the third map decider between the two top teams in the world for a spot in the playoffs. And this is what the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is all about, Jason. High-level Counter-Strike, a grudge match between Spirit and Na'Vi, and we decide this on Nuke.
Well, Legacy as well, and Team Spirit have a chance to cement themselves back-to-back Katowice champions would be something special. They've got to get to the playoffs first. They took Dust 2, they've taken us to Nuke. These two teams have faced off on this map 3 times in the past year, 2-1 in the favor of Spirit. They usually come out on top, but Na'Vi today looking sharp, and they're finding solutions to problems when they pounce up.
And the last time that they played on Nuke was some time ago, back at the spring finals of Blast. It was a 13-6 win for Spirit. Na'Vi obviously hoping for a different result today, and JL, masterful second map in this series. Wasn't enough to get them over the line, but he's going to be charging out into the pistol round up to the bumper bomb side, and it's Magic's going down first. JL's got a second, and the spin back into main was not too far off, collecting a third opening kill here for JL.
Yeah, and Shiro's held it at bay as well. He knows there's one inside the bomb side, peeks out a little bit late, but bit that Glock. Nice headshot. Donk's going to try his hand next, but Wonderful's holding strong over at Vent.
Yeah, it's tough for Donk to get over the top of Heaven, and his teammate locked in Vent.
Yeah, they've just got nothing to activate Zontix up the Vent, which means Donk has to get kills or else this round is just impossible.
And there's not a whole lot of chances for Donk to be able to do that, so Na'Vi just buying time, playing disciplined. As long as they don't give him fights, they've won this pistol round just by merely staying alive and letting that bomb go off. So Bit eventually given the opportunity, takes Donk out, and first round is there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and once again, it's JL. He was the guy who really spearheading that comeback on Dust 2, those 5 rounds straight. He started really heating up, and here in the pistol, Donk gets the opening kill, but JL coming through the smoke is able to snag 2 really strong, impactful frags to open up the bomb site that Na'Vi takes over and takes the pistol on this T side of Nuke. Nice little luxury for them. So much late utility to activate them through the smoke. Wonderful gets the flash assist, the credit for that, and gives JL a pair of easy openings. Second round bye for Team Spirit. Scout on the hands of Shiro, MP9 for Magic's, pistols for the rest.
Throughout this series so far, we have noted a number of rounds where Na'Vi have lost against low buys or come close to it. That's a good start. Donk and Zontix combining 2 openers, and Na'Vi once again in an old familiar position up against weaker weapons.
Oh, and man, JL did get down Vents, but he's not spotted Chopper at Secret. Very fast round from Na'Vi, and it's not just fast in terms of getting to a position, it's fast in terms of pressing the fight. And getting caught fighting a Scout, a Deagle at single box, and one other pistol outside. Too much chaos for Wonderful and Bit to handle. And JL's being hunted.
He's gonna deal with Chopper. Oh, great shot from him. A Patience outside. He's drawn those kills back. So panic stations can start to drop a little bit here for Na'Vi, but still a difficult round ahead of them.
This is on Alexi and JL, really, because Ima's going to play for himself. He's so far disconnected, and they don't have the time or the utility to really wait for him to join up, so he's going to turn into the player watching for the vent drop as these smokes get deployed. Actually, he's not going to wait. He's going to move in towards ramp room, watch their flank, cover behind to make sure they can't get wrapped upon. Bomb being planted down low. Nobody close by for Spirit, and that patient pause in the action did wonders for Na'Vi.
Audibles on the drop down into the vent, but doesn't matter for Team Spirit. They've got to be swift if they want to win this. A retake attempt being set up. Only one piece of utility left. It's Zontix with a flashbang. No kits on either of the remaining players.
That's the round. Back away and try and keep that Galil in the hands of Zontix for the next round, or he commits to a fight and they're going to start moving forward.
Time is the big problem. It's the limiting factor, and all the kills come in, but yeah, not going to be able to win it due to the time. A lot of damage being done, and again, we come back to that talking point I just set up at the start of the round, the fact that Na'Vi have had a number of these rounds against weaker weapons that they either concede or come very close to doing so.
Yeah, really struggle against, but you got to give him credit for the recovery. 3 versus 5 in a round like this. Yeah, Deagle at single box, 5-7 in heaven. There's a Scout down low as well. They turned into some really tough fights and almost get destroyed. JL found the escape route that opened up the opportunity from everyone else from Na'Vi, Alexi, and Ema to have impact for the rest of the round. I like this decision from Spirit, though. Bold and aggressive in a deciding map. You just get all 5 kills, even in a round lost. Reinvest. Get right back up in their face. Let them know that no round is going to be easy.
There is a risk involved in this, though. If you lose this, the CT economy is going to be pretty shaky.
Yes.
For the number of the opening rounds of this final map.
But I think it was a man named Dinko who said at the end of map number 2 that usually big risks yield big rewards.
It's true. But also, the opposite is true, Jason. Depends which way you want to look at it. It's all about your worldview. Well, let's wait and see how it all goes down for Team Spirit. Currently, Zontix going to be holding down inside of ramp room, just jiggling with a grenade in hand.
Lexi going to throw a smoke wall outside, but that's all going to be a fake. Main thrust is going to come towards ramp. Nade goes in a little bit deep, does good damage onto Wonderful, but they have the first step in towards ramp room. The Molotov to provide protection. 2 players have rotated downstairs. That's Chopper and Zontix. I don't think Na'Vi got entirely what they wanted over in ramp room. This is going to be a tough take. They do have a smoke on Wonderful and 2 flashes, but they're going to have to pick and choose which choke points they block off.
Well, Chopper and Zontix already down here looking to defend B. First fight about to go underway, and it's Chopper waiting for Bit to round the corner. Tip of the barrel comes through. Bit lands that headshot. Zontix trying to line them up. It's a double before JL strikes true. 19 seconds left. Imma on the lurk, stopping them from getting down the vent. Finally, Shiro will descend down, and Donk is not done yet. He wants to try and find that kill in lobby.
Yeah, but the longer that Donk waits, the more he sells Shiro out with only 1 player. They know this is a 2-on-2 for some time as Ima's very, very late.
Swing open those double doors. Shiro to a lot of damage, but no kill. Donk has a kit, but no chance as JL will down him and give a 3-0 lead to Na'Vi. So the decision to buy has not paid off for Team Spirit.
No, and you're right. Now they do get the punish side of that exchange where Na'Vi on this T side of Nuke is going to get a nice little economic luxury. Team Spirit going to have to figure out what they want to buy. With the losing bonus building up to 3 rounds, they can put a little bit of money into this. See if they can get another good start with the low buy.
Even if you get a couple of kills here, it's massive, right? Because Na'Vi don't actually have all that much money built up.
Yeah, that's the other side. You've been limiting kind of what kind of a buffer Na'Vi can build for themselves off this streak. It's not anything positive now. That only turns into a positive when you eventually win a round and get the punish. But a clean round from Na'Vi here could negate all of that. Hence the reinvestment.
Bit is on the other side of that smoke as it's revealed. He's not alone. He's got Wonderful. And Team Spirit not doing any damage in this round.
Yeah, Na'Vi's looking sharp. Individuals popping heads very, very swiftly.
You could say the cylinders are firing.
That's what JL wanted. He was looking for it. Ema might get caught. Timing is everything. Looks over. Chopper just can't catch a break. And indeed, all 5 players from Na'Vi still up on the map, which means that economic position that Spirit's been trying to keep them into is going to drift away. They'll have a buffer built up behind them. But Shiro will have his op in the next round. M4s will come out in the next round.
Here comes Magix. Wanting to try and prevent the clean sheet. You know, just one kill's nice. There it is. Oh, God. I like the idea, but, you know, once JL makes that turn, it's definitely better to take the kill on the AK-47. You know how devastating that can be when it gets into the hands of Donk.
I was going to say, this is actually pretty big if Magix can save this. If you're Na'Vi, you probably know where he's gone. You have Bit with an MP9 that you can basically just kind of send out to his death if you really wanted to find him and see if you can trade off that kill, but they're on the other side of the map. They've decided to bail out and let Magix just keep the AK-47. Again, they have those economic issues themselves, so don't want to risk a whole lot on the hunt. So they'll concede the AK-47 over to Team Spirit. Looking at a 4-round lead.
All right, let's bring it back to that Astralis game yesterday with Team Spirit and some of the problems Donk underwent on the CT side. The game plan for Astralis was they know where Donk plays. They know where he likes to be around. You know the plays that he likes to make, and they just seem to have a plan that countered him perfectly.
They attacked him outside, and depending on, like, they caught him at credit a couple of times. Molotov's running behind it. Nade's running behind it. flashbangs to aggressively activate players to hunt him down. They did the same thing when they caught him playing in Mini, and they made sure that Donk was always under pressure and never with the freedom to be able to pick and choose his battle and where he wanted to go, which was successful in the early going. The problem was everyone else from Team Spirit was destroying him.
That's true. But perhaps Na'Vi will have learned something from that. Maybe we'll take some inspiration from it. But the problem was when Team Spirit shifted to the T side, Donk was unstoppable. That's where he found most of his impact. But Na'Vi so far, so good. 4-0 up on this T side. And Team Spirit get their first real buy rounds here. All out for Shiro. The AK, as predicted, goes into the hands of Donk. And everybody else gets an M4. Opening fight for JL. Oh, that was so close to Chopper being down, but look at this. Acceleration from Na'Vi. It's quick into the safe bomb site. JL trying to mow down two, and there's no problems for him, but Donk has arrived, and that's certainly a big problem for Na'Vi to have to deal with. That AK-47 safe in the last round is already devastating the attack for Na'Vi, and Wonderful's got a 1v3 ahead of him, and Shiro's got his exit.
Really dangerous timing hit, and so aggressive. But Chopper just lived way too long. And that's kind of what I'm talking about when I mentioned Astralis made sure Donk couldn't just roam around the map and pick and choose his fights. You see here, he's got space. He knows his teammates have his opposition occupied, swinging through that smoke. Nobody's got eyes on him. Nobody can contain him. Good kill from JL, but this one just took way too long to come in. Tough scenario for JL. They never even spotted Zontix up in the rafters.
Buy still good for Na'Vi. They'll still have all the AKs out, all the utility they can want. So we mentioned the damage that Spirit were able to inflict upon the T-side economy in the early stages of this map. Despite not winning rounds, it has kept Na'Vi somewhat modest. So if they lose this round, the T-side money is drained. And so then Spirit will have a chance to start to build these CTs.
Smoke wall being put up. The waterfall and two connecting smokes. Chopper down in secret already. It's Ima outside alone, Bits up on top of Silo to help protect. They'll get Ima into an advanced position, and it looks like most of the attention is going to be towards the upper bomb site with Ima sliding in through the smokes.
Here comes Ima, 55 seconds, and that's it. That's Donk easily dealing with the first headshot. Bits coming in behind him though. Donk is distracted about the rest that are coming in towards the upper bomb site, and Na'Vi have time. There's some space, but Magix looks to try and close that. Great work from the back of the bomb site. Na'Vi uncomfortable. They're still stuck at door.
They can't drop down vents. They know Chopper's down there as well. They have nowhere to go.
They're going to get pushed from Shiro. They are getting suffocated by Team Spirit. 30 seconds left. Bit was making the play at heaven, and that was their last chance. Now it's all Alexi B, and he gets double dinked by Magix, who closes the door. Na'Vi's money drains, and Team Spirit with a second in a row.
But if you're Alexi B, you're saying, all right, guys, it's not all lost. I know what's going on. I know what they're running. You've now done this upper bomb site emphasis for the opening stage of this half, and you've now kind of discovered a number of times Team Spirit playing one ramp, Donk and Mini are outside, and then three in the upper bomb site. Three-man defense in that upper bomb site that Na'Vi has run into a number of times. So that's information for Alexi B to use moving forward. Have to give it some thought during this round with pistols and Tech 9s. But the information is there for him to make adaptations, and that's something that Na'Vi have shown they've been very, very good at today.
Zontix is going to hear the pitter-patter of steps as Na'Vi charge down into the ramp room. Shiro coming to try and plug this gap and support him, and there's no problem for his sniper. He's got the rifle alongside of him. And nice from Donk on the final lineup.
Yeah, sees that op getting picked up. He knows he's going to be holding the angle. Pre-fires around that corner. Beautiful from Donk coming in to save the day. And he's being very, very mobile. He's not being shy about sprinting to the action. He wants to get stuck in. 8 kills for Donk so far in the map. Tied with JL on the other side of the server.
Yeah, very different CT side from Donk today than what we got to see against Astralis on Nuke.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play another game where he's pinned down. Shiro knows one's up on Silo.
Looking for that fight.
Yeah.
Not going to be given to him.
Bit doesn't really want it either against the alt. Smoke broken open.
That's
Ima,
close.
yeah, lucky to be alive. Deploys one of the smokes for the outside wall.
Here comes Chopper over towards Secret. He's about to get molly, but he got beyond it. Oh, he pushes himself up towards the top of the stairs. Ima looking to try and clear him out, but being spammed down through the red box. Some supportive fire here for Chopper. He's going to have a 1v1 fight. Great flashbang in from B.
Yeah, Ima must have heard the tick of the Molotov. He seemed very aware of that reposition. Chopper trying to get away with one. Shiro spots the player jumping up, but didn't have a clean shot at it, so Bit's going to force him off the angle, but Shiro still steps up. He knows the smokes have expired, and look at the utility for Na'Vi for the rest of this round. You've got Ima over in secret, but you don't have the utility to connect with him. I think this is going to end with Na'Vi just walking out Squeak Door, but now that it's smoked, I got no idea what they want to do from here.
Magix, does he look the right way at the right time? He makes a step, alerting them to his position, but they come in, and his reactions are so fast, but it's just one. Fortunately for Magix, there's so much firepower elsewhere, and Team Spirit will not topple to the Na'Vi attack. Donk is on the prowl. He is dominating them from the CT side, and Na'Vi are incapable of figuring it out yet.
Honestly, if you look at the disparity between this game so far from Na'Vi and the Astralis game yesterday, you can kind of see the difference in philosophy, right? Like, Donk just running around is just causing so many issues. He is everywhere at the moment. He's in the upper bomb site in the late round. In mini, disrupting your faster paced attacks. He's rotating over to ramp room very quickly.
Is this the same AK Magix got off jail?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's a big difference maker.
Or he dropped that to pick up an AWP and someone else picked up a... Well, either way, it doesn't matter. He's had an AK for about 3 or 4 rounds now.
JL got down vent. We'll see what he's able to do with it and what Na'Vi are capable of pulling off with him getting that early position. Now they decide to push, and look at that. Great accuracy on the spam from Chopper. Ima's going to be frustrated. Na'Vi losing the opening player. But they'll still stay committed to their goal of getting players down secret to try and join up with JL, who's at the bottom of the vent.
Now let's go back to this. A constant conversation on Nuke. The luxury of winning the first 4 rounds on the T side is you always know the T side can get very difficult and very frustrating. You have to come into this map with a very strong mental and understanding that you're going to be stressed. But you have the luxury of really only having to scrape together or cheese 1, maybe 2 rounds. Don't have to put together a complete dominant TF, but you're running out of opportunities to get that 1 or 2 more on the board. Round 10 and it's 5-4 in the favor of Team Spirit, rattling off 5 in a row to gain the lead.
I think Hallie is going to be very happy when the start of the CT side from his squad. Blade was perhaps happy with the start, but certainly not what he's seeing right now. But you mentioned that Alexi was able to sort of figure out the defenses.
Alexi, bro, I really want you to step up. Really, it's very important. I said outside, very important things. And I want you just to focus on this. Please, I'm begging you.
Oh.
All right.
He's begging.
Yeah, that's...
Step up, Alexi.
Seemed very, very earnest about that. Well, he said focus on outside, it's important. Well, so is Lobby in this round because a 4-man crunch, I should say. And Shiro waiting outside to take down Bit as he falls. And now Spirit have got some swagger to this defense, and they are dictating where Na'Vi can play.
Ima going through the smokes, the corridor of cover, but his teammates are all falling, so it's really important that Ima gets more than this. And he's not able to. It's silence again from Na'Vi on the T side here. Alexi has to step up. He's got the headshot on Shiro, getting tagged down through the smoke.
It's weird though, like, let's not read too deep into that. That could mean so many things. That could mean,
of course,
I want your focus as an IGL to be calling tactics to take outside more. I want that to be a team emphasis strategically. It could mean I want you personally to be outside more frequently with Ima backing him up. There's a lot of different things, a lot of different meanings that could be behind that from Blade.
And perhaps we can get a follow-up on that after the game, but For now, Alexi, 40 seconds left. 3 more targets to find here for Team Spirit. He's going to get another one here. He gives away his position, though. They know where Alexi B now is. And so Magix and Chopper can both focus on him, and Chopper is the only one required.
That's unlucky. Alexi's going to watch this VOD back and be like, oh, I was dead no matter what, going ramp room.
So it was 4 rounds in a row for Na'Vi, 4-0 to now 6-4 behind. That's not pretty.
No, it's not ideal, but again, it's one of those factors of Nuke.
Does not look like it's going to get any better in a round like this, though. You've got 1 AK in the hands of Ima, the rest on pistols.
Yeah, but the thing is, now you're getting a Spirit that's really motivated to be disruptive, right? That lobby crunch is such a signal. Psychological warfare.
All on pistols apart from Bit, I suppose, outside of that AK. And they're gonna start playing through the smoke, and in a round like this, you gotta take a risk. And Bit's gonna be the man at the front. Good dink, and finished off by Wonderful.
Okay, now you've got something to work with. You've got Ima crossing, you've got ramp room control. This is actually looking really, really nice. How much does Ima press? They're gonna be ramping behind him. No one drops Fent. 3 players of Secret outside. At least 2 of them with the rifles are gonna be flanking down Secret. So Ima, you better have a 6th sense, and it doesn't look likely.
You're never expecting Chopper to arrive on this flank so quickly. Ima goes down, and one of the pieces that Na'Vi could have built on is gone, and it just gets worse.
But this is what I mean when I say Spirit has some swagger. They're not sitting back and letting Na'Vi's attack come to them. They're being proactive. And Chopper's taking the information he gained, taking some risks, flanking around Secret, making sure that nothing truly gets started for Na'Vi's offense. 7 rounds in a row for Team Spirit.
You know, it's not been a great half for Na'Vi outside of those first 4 rounds, but if they win this last round, 5 rounds T-side.
Oh, you take that,
oh,
for
yeah,
sure.
You take that absolutely to the bank.
Plenty of guns left over in spawn.
Just flexing how much money they got.
If anyone from Spirit ever happens to fall back to that position, they got plenty of weaponry to choose from. Utility outside, bid up on the silo.
Disruption of the smokes outside. Donk does not see anybody on the other side of them. Couple more erected for that Na'Vi cross if they decide they want to move with it. It has been Ima primarily who's been getting towards Secret for Na'Vi. This time he does not want to go towards Secret, but instead, just outside of main, he's got Bit on top of the roof. Executing towards the upper bomb site coming in.
Yeah, while they're shuffling nades, now all of a sudden this defense is a little bit weakened. It's stuck up in heaven, stuck inside the bomb site, and it's a disaster so far.
Alexi B now wrapping around the backside, but it's JL's that's got that kill. Na'Vi looking for 5 rounds from 4 in a row to kick this half off, to round out with 1 extra at the end. Would not be bad at all here for Na'Vi. They've got a 4v3 to try and put an end to the 7-round streak for Spirit. Shiro gets caught. Bit was so patient at the top of main. Chopper getting spotted in the vent. And it's Zontic's left 1v4. We will head into the last half of this series between last year's 2 major champions battling for a spot in the Spodek, and it's Spirit that currently lead the way. We'll see if they return to the playoffs of Katowice in just a little bit.
Spirit not ready to relinquish their dominance over Na'Vi. 6-1 in series play over the past year. But this one's for everything. This one's for the playoffs inside of the Spodek, and Na'Vi got a real chance at bringing it right back on defense.
Hey, could be 7-1, Jason. That could be the reality we live in.
I could have just looked into the future.
Yeah, maybe. Well, JL has said that almost every single time it ends in heartbreaking loss, and to be so close to winning the series 2-0 on Dust 2, to lose in this fashion on Nuke, well, that certainly would meet the category of heartbreaking.
Well, Donk outside, 3 players in lobby. Shiro, Zontix, Magix, and now Chopper all leaning towards ramp room. Donk with his P250, looking for a fight.
Of course he is. That's what he's here for.
JL's tucked in behind the box in ramp room. They're going to try and sell this with Bit. Oh, that's a nice first kill.
Yeah, it's great. And JL's still behind that big box, so hasn't necessarily revealed his position just yet. And now they're just jumping down. He has not taken a shot, finally. Able to get one off. Alexipi's already at the back of the site. Donk doing some damage, and the P250's come back in. Another opportunity for him, but eventually taken out by Bit, leaving Magix fighting on 2 fronts. Whew, that was definitely all over the show, but Na'Vi pick up the pistol.
It's that Donk effect where you just feel like he's building into that and almost able to stop the round before it begins. It looked like they were going to get flanked out regardless, but a very nice pistol round from Na'Vi, topped off by some very nice shots. Bit opens it up. JL a good lurk position. That's both pistols now, one by Na'Vi, so two good starts to the half. We'll see how good this one is.
Yeah, first half was 4 in a row.
This round should be just fine. Spirit playing for the third with rifles, unarmored pistols picked up. Ema sliding down vent to move towards Secret. Alexi gonna hold the cross from Mini while Wonderful peers at it from Heaven. Giving time and safety to Ema to get into position.
FAMAS looks good for Alexi. A double kill as Magic snips away with one on the Glock, and that seems to be the only kill that Spirit will pick up in this round. Scoreline is all tied up. Yeah, strong starts in both halves here from Na'Vi, but the buy is coming right up here for Team Spirit. So AK's coming out on everybody. Sure, not able to afford the AWP just yet. Actually decides to go to the Galil so they can get a bit more utility. Na'Vi missed out in the playoffs last year on Kato. They lost to Falcons. In the lower bracket, last chance. Donk prowling outside.
Man, that Falcons run really was short-lived. Good flash. Alexi doesn't take the complete corner. Donk might have been in some trouble. It's, baby! Chopper through the smoke twice. It breaks open. And Chopper takes complete advantage.
I mean, we've all been talking about how Chopper's been playing better this year. 2025 seems to be Chopper's year so far.
Starting out well, isn't it?
Yeah, he's looking great with that. Breathing well, shooting well. It's exactly what you want from Chopper.
The Chopper breathing strip is the new Twist bubblegum.
Yeah, it is. Maybe you'll get a sponsorship now. The Chopper on the climb up. 1 minute left on the clock. Bit just below him. Chopper didn't see him. Did not see him at all.
Well, now they know
he's taking Shiro out, so they know that he's there. Chopper's just waiting for his time to strike, and he needs to strike because his teammates... Oh, the grenade is huge, and that's low HP. Blasted away. Chopper gone, so it was Donk and Zontix, and this duo can be deadly when they work together, and they're still standing. Donk's kill evens out the numbers, and it's bitten him at trying to make this happen. They try and get back into it for Na'Vi, but Zontix has the idea, the right idea as well on Imma, just spotted by Donk. Steps heard. Zontix yet to reveal how close he is. Great reposition for Imma to get in behind the cover at red. He goes into the open. He just spotted. Zontix is going to track him down, but Zontix has the kill, and it's all on Bit, and he's back at Secret Door. 18 seconds left. They've got to sprint to get that bomb and try and get into the site. Bit could delay this. He could disrupt this. He could win this. As he holds back from Secret, they cross over, and good damage initially. He quickly repositions, but Donk is aware of that, and he'll start planting it. Zontix covers him off, and this duo is so deadly, and the team play on point.
The kill on Chopper up in Heaven might have sold him out a little bit. They might not have known that Donk was up there with him. Might have thought that nade cleared it out. Tough round for Na'Vi. They almost battle back into it. That's a 3v5. Almost converted from Na'Vi. Look at this smoke break. Joke's on you. I wanted you to break the smoke open. Eventually cleaned up, but Donk just such a force. And with the high ground, he's able to have impact all over the map.
And you can see how frustrating that kind of round loss is for Alexi B. Knowing how difficult the closing of Nuke is going to be.
Oh, and you don't want to get reset here this early on. You don't, on the CT side, want to have to battle back as the losing bonus grows, as you struggle to have enough Molotovs and smokes to contain the opposition. Such an important round here for Na'Vi and Ima. Oh, what a risk. What a risk, and he's found Chopper. Fights to his death, it comes quick, but JL also pressuring Hut through lobby. So does Bit, but misses his fight, and now Donk is activated out the squeak door.
JL just hiding in behind Tetris. Donk is being patient. He knows he's got time to play with.
The molly didn't spread to tick Alexi B, so they might not realize he's in this position. Now they do.
Yeah, he's helped out with that, but actually it works out really well because it baits Donk into trying to get rid of Alexi, and that reveals his position. JL then peeks out, upgrades into the AK.
Wonderful over in ramp room still. JL's going to get on top of the Hut. Navi's got to let that smoke fade, or excuse me, Spirit's got to let that smoke fade so that 2 choke points are an issue for the defense in upper.
Only 35 seconds remaining here for Team Spirit. They were able to flip a 2v3 back in their favor in the last round. Zoltex was a part of that with Donk.
You know JL's in the upper bomb side. He loves that top Hut
Here
position.
Comes Wonderful. Gets his gun out in time. Shiro backs into him. And they know the idea. 20 seconds. Zoltex leaps in towards the site, and JL repositioned to the top Hut. Will close the round out for Na'Vi.
Yeah, hard fought round, but you're exactly right. That little bait onto Donk, the Alexi B noise. He finds his target like a heat-seeking missile, but JL's been lying in wait the whole time. I think he heard footsteps of Donk getting to Squeak Vent earlier and was just chilling. Was just waiting for the moment to pounce. Great round from Na'Vi overall. And a timeout taken from Team Spirit so Hallie can get involved in the conversation. Even with the trophy a couple weeks ago in Copenhagen, Spirit still plenty of conversation about how important the coach is behind him, treating him as a 6th player that has huge impact for this team. Na'Vi 8, Spirit 8, winner to the playoffs of IEM Katowice inside the Spodek, the legendary Spodek. Loser drops down to play Team Liquid for elimination.
This is Bit's box. He's just gonna hide behind it.
What's in Bit's box?
Usually headshots. Just body shots for this one. Bit dispersion of utility. His teammate's gone down. Oh god, it's now a little bit... Oh, it's a little bit scary now for Na'Vi as Shiro's deagle rips right through Bit.
JL cannot push. He needs to contain. And with a minute on the clock, I think he's well aware of his priorities.
Alexi now coming up towards Heaven.
But these are hiccups that Na'Vi survived on Mirage, the opening map. I don't know how many more you're gonna get. Good kill from Alexi. Survival is paramount.
Takes a lot of damage, sure. But that distraction, JL senses it as the timing to move. Oh, Shiro just spots JL, but JL's able to react accurately and swiftly enough. And he's gonna go again, but overwhelmed this time by Magix. It's now a 2v2. And Na'Vi, can they survive this? Can they pull this off? Alexi B looks up towards Heaven. Donk and Magix over the top. Donk so quick to it. Ima left alone on the lower bomb site. And Spirit are now in control of this.
Na'Vi are gonna be kicking themselves if they lose this round. If Ima is not a hero, Navi's gonna be so frustrated.
They need a hero, and he flies up the vent, but they know exactly where he is. And how can you get out of this if you're Ima? How can you even think about a world in which you get out of it? Donk will not let him. And it's 9 rounds now for Team Spirit. They take the lead, and that kind of round can break Navi's backs.
That's got to be a miscommunication. That's got a misunderstanding at the very least. And you can see Blade almost seems frustrated as he gestures with his hand and talks into the mic. A timeout taken, and he's just saying there's some level of communication. Either it's not... Like the idea that Bit's playing behind that box, the whole team should know that. And the realization that they can cross over to Heaven relatively easily from that position, that's the missing piece of communication that didn't get there. It was Wonderful picked off, I believe, under Heaven. Oh,
Yeah.
that's a
And that's
nasty
how-
shot on
that's
top
how
of it.
he's taken
So is
away.
that, but man.
But if Wonderful knows that's a possibility, I don't think he's running knife out there, right?
Start to finish, I think this round is going to be really, really frustrating for Na'Vi to watch back.
Well, they need to be firing at all cylinders right now, misfiring.
Economically backbreaking. Look at the situation Na'Vi's in now.
Yeah, against Team Spirit, you can't afford to have rounds like that. Bit going through the smoke into trophy room. A play that does not pay off. Shiro and Donk already down secret. 5v4 to convert upon for double figures here for Spirit, and it's certainly the right step in the right direction, kicking things off with a kill on Bit.
Who's going to provide the miracle that Na'Vi needs? Everyone shifting outside. Lobby is wide open. Alexi and Wonderful boosting up over in ramp room so that one of the two players there can get mobile. 53 seconds for Chopper and Spirit to play with. He sees nothing outside. They've got some space over in secret. And maybe the timing of this utility outside is going to be confusing to Na'Vi because they're close to attacking the lower site.
Alexi sees Zontex going down secret. Ima's trying to sprint down here to make a big impact, and they're not going to get the miracle they're asking for from his Deagle.
And now I fear JL, Wonderful, and Alexi, you try and save. Magix has already caught one off from behind.
Yeah.
These weapons are critical, though, because there's really not going to be much to battle with in the next. So Spirit's going to get to double digits, and they're going to have a huge economic lead over Na'Vi. And the money issues for Na'Vi on the CT side means Spirit's playbook is wide open. Fast towards the upper bomb site if you want it. Slow down, bleed them of utility of Molotovs and smokes throughout the round.
Team Spirit yet to lose a series this year. They've only lost 2 maps, one of which in this series. And the other in the best of 5 grand final against Eternal Fire a week ago. It's completely on Na'Vi to try and find the way back into this. And as you mentioned, there's just no money to do it. So 11 rounds for Team Spirit is the most likely outcome in the next minute and 55 seconds. And it's quick for Donk. He's already behind red. It's only 1 smoke down yet. The second's coming in now, so Donk makes the intelligent move to pause and knock him into the open, and now they can cross down secret.
I mean, I think they just feel like they have so much safety with this kind of a round to cross behind these smokes. There's not going to be enough money to buy all the grenades you want if you want to break it. Obviously, they know it's going to be a low buy, rough buy situation for Na'Vi's defense.
Well, Magix is the only one that is fully spotted, and he tries to fight out towards Heaven. Although Alexi B's already rotated down the vent. He's got JL with him, and the MP9s need to combine for something special here, and Donk just jumps up into the Alexi B headshot. Okay.
It was something special, just they're the wrong way.
Yeah, true.
All right, well, 11-8, 3-round lead for Team Spirit. But finally in round 20, Na'Vi is going to have the money to truly fight back. I think the piece they'll be missing the most is the AWP on Wonderful. That's going to have to wait to come out. We haven't seen it in the second half. He hasn't had the luxury of the weapon. But overall, a similar start to the first half in reverse, where the T side puts 4 rounds on the board before the CT side has the money to fight back.
Donk just wants to kill everything, including his own teammates.
23 kills on Donk in this deciding map, 104 ADR. Absolute monster performance. to push Team Spirit through to the playoffs. Needs 2 more rounds. Timeout taken, second one.
I'm surprised they still have 2 left, but they're gonna need them.
Yeah, it is a nice luxury for Blade to have 2 timeouts left this late. So called here, and then if it maintains closer, he can call another one later. Alexi just goes for that swing right as the barrel's about to show. Might have been able to wait for the kill.
This does feel like the last chance for Na'Vi, though. Like, they lose this round, Team Spirit will be on their merry way to collecting a Nuke victory. The last time they played Nuke against one another was back in June. It was a 13-6 victory for Team Spirit. Slightly improved for Na'Vi so far.
Well, JL's dreams of revenge come down to this round number 20. 11-8 for Spirit. Na'Vi need a stop desperately. Once again, that smoke wall outside. Chopper's going to cross. And once again, Na'Vi still limited by their money. Don't have any HEs to break it open and gather information. So it's EMA positioned here with Wonderful boosted up over in ramp room. This could be perfect if Bit can provide some kind of bait.
Can he though? He's dropped down. Oh, great work from Wonderful. Gets back to all 3. And Mr. Wonderful gives them the business. It's now Chopper left on the lower site. And Na'Vi, they needed that. And it's done in a great fashion.
It's better than you could even ask for. All 5 players survived. They don't have to rebuy anything, just utility. All of a sudden, that economy is looking strong for Na'Vi. Well done from Wonderful up on top of the boxes. And now just 2 rounds back. Bit didn't even have to provide the distraction. Wonderful just deletes everyone, spinning back and forth. Absolutely perfect. And the dream lives on for Na'Vi.
After how close they were to defeating them in a 2-0 fashion on Dust 2, coming down to the final rounds of regulation. Na'Vi do not want to go down without a fight here on Nuke, and they've given themselves life. Oh, smoke's going outside. The Executor's in. And the wall of smoke's erected.
Yeah, but now there's nades. Now you can break them open. So Alexi breaks one. They spot nobody crossing quite yet. Another one coming in. Alexi wants to fight on this one. Bit more than he wanted. Donk and Shiro both out in the open. And Donk dodges all the bullets through the smoke as he crosses to Secret yet again. Yeah. Spirit putting a lot of pressure on this lower bomb site.
He's got Shiro in behind him. Donk's not alone.
And Ima's no longer down here. This is the big difference right now for Na'Vi, is usually they've had Ima slid down into that position, but not this time.
Oh, Wonderful making the difference again, though, drawing this back to even numbers. 4v4. Zontix, oh, look at him. He slipped out of the hut. He slipped into the upper bomb site. JL just about sees him, and a little bit awkward as he was jumping up on the Tetris box.
Chopper's crossing with the bomb, and he's all on his own. Donk and Shiro are pressuring Secret. They're down around vents.
No one's watching.
Spotted.
Wonderful's the only player that could see it here, and he's not going to peek. So Chopper gets down Secret.
Well, Bit has the biggest job to do. Nobody else is close by. Has to nail that kill.
Razor. Slices open Shiro, goes back to it, but Donk is rapid to trade kill back. 27 seconds. Imo now arriving. Bomb is down in the vent, and Donk, he's got a 1v3 with 22 seconds, and they know who they're up against. They do not want to give him a chance. Not a single slither of hope. As Donk gets into the vent, it's another headshot. Running away, giving him space. Oh, Donk again! Can you stop him? Finally, JL will put him in the ground.
Hey, it's like everyone gets nervous when he's the one in the 1v3, when he gets that first kill. Na'Vi, with time running off the clock, didn't have to be that aggressive on the fight. He still has to make his way into the site and plant. And Na'Vi giving him every opportunity to win this clutch. He almost puts it together.
There's this sense of aura when he's in the clutches that they just give him a newfound respect. They know what he's capable of pulling off. And when you're down 10 seconds, you have 2 players together, they start to fall back, they start to run away. They give him opportunities, and Donk's so close to pulling off the devastating final blow. But it's 11-10, and Na'Vi stay in this fight.
Stay in this fight, they put themselves in a good position. For the first time, we see Wonderful with the AWP just as his rifle started heating up as well, because he's been a badass with the M4 and AK. But look at the consequences of 2 rounds in a row for Na'Vi. All of a sudden, it's turned. It's Spirit, whose economy is at the breaking point if they can't win this. And again, that smoke wall, but this time it looks like they want to turn into it. They show the same secret progression they've done a number of times. It pulls 2 players, Bit and Ima, downstairs. but feels more likely at the moment that Spirit is eyeing a finish at the A bomb site. Donk being used as a distraction to see if he can get a kill. Keep these two defenders in position.
Making noise, confidently patrolling the lower bomb site. No peek from Imma. Bit taking the initial attention. Donk is going to run past those vents. 29 seconds. That's all that's left in this round. Donk dealt with on the lower bomb site by Bit.
And now what do you do?
Last-ditch effort with 20 seconds. JL and Alexi B look to combine, but JL, he's missed it. He's fluffed his lines, and now Alexi B steps up instead, but Magix has collapsed upon him. And with 10 seconds, bomb needs to go down, and Zontix is the man to punch those digits in.
Bit's on a flank through the lobby right now. Magix needs to get into a good position. Zontix is well out in the open for the moment, so transitioning, and this is a moment of weakness, but once Zontix finds position at the vent, he's all good.
Magic's just waiting for that heaven peak. He knows eventually that it's going to come. Zontix and CT vent. When does Bit make his play forward? He's making noise now. They're running out of time. They're running out of hope. This is for series point, qualification point, and that's exactly what Spirit have got. Zontix knocks down 2, and Spirit on the brink of defeating Na'Vi for the 7th time in a year.
For how good he is in crunch moments, this one is whiffed by JL. He's typically stepped up so big for Na'Vi, but he needed production here.
And Blade can't watch. He turns around. He looks away because that round is so damn close.
Look, we know Blade's not a coach to mince his words, and I think he's going to have plenty of them after this game, and this is going to be another series. JL mentioned all the losses to Spirit are in such heartbreaking fashion. This is going to be another one that delivers that heartbreak because it's been mistakes from Na'Vi that have been their undoing at critical moments.
And this is the kind of buy Na'Vi have coming into the last round, or possible last round. M4A4 in the hands of Bit. MP9's on 2. Deagle 5-7. Spirit in control.
Na'Vi has had a number of these similar kinds of low buys throughout this half, and they haven't been able to win any of them.
Donk is about to get 30 kills as well if he can get 3K in this round and round things out.
And Spirit's happy to stay grouped up. Nobody outside, nobody overextending on their own, letting this utility run out for the Na'Vi defense.
JL, eat shrapnel. Execution in. Is this the final move that qualifies Spirit into the Spodek? The push into lobby is fantastic here for Na'Vi. Alexi B's 5-7 double kill. Out of nowhere, some life in them yet, but Magic's finally downed by JL. And Shiro is not near the fight. So Na'Vi do not die, they do not give up, and they are still in this series.
Incredible. Well done from Alexi. Using Spirit's own execute against them, hiding around the edge of the smoke, waiting for their push. And Na'Vi miraculously survive yet again. 12-11. Shiro saves the AK-47. Money's going to be just fine for Spirit. They'll have a very strong buy in the next round. And it all comes down to the last one. Round 24. I think Blade still has that timeout if he wants to use it. But Alexi doing such good work. Where they haven't had that spark in these low buy rounds, he provides it with the 5-7. Final round, overtime or Spirit in the Spodek.
2 Galils, 2 Tech 9s, but most importantly, an AK-47 in the hands of Donk. And he's going to wield it to success. Alexi B 1-for-1 outside.
They'll be okay with that. Donk is brought down low. It's unconfirmed damage, but they're going to love it later up when they realize how softened up he was. And Spirit's going to back away from outside. This time there's no smoke wall to confuse Na'Vi's defense to make them nervous about Secret in the lower bomb site.
Na'Vi just missed out on overtime on Dust 2.
1 smoke, 2 Molotovs remaining for Team Spirit for the rest of this round.
They have the better weapons.
IEM's going on a mission. Actually, the timing of this is pretty nice. If he continues to push towards Secret, I don't necessarily think he will because they don't have information. They don't know if anyone could have crossed already, so IEM's got to be careful.
Donk has gone to the Tech 9. He's given the AK on over to Magix instead. Bit moving through lobby into the trophy room.
Yeah, which sounds great, except for the fact that Donk's so low on HP that look how passively he's playing it. They might just stumble right into a Tech 9 headshot.
Well, if he can get one. If he can just get the one. But he's aggressive. Of course he's aggressive. He goes around that corner. Donk to go down. And Na'Vi 4-3 up and players to try and close this into overtime.
And meanwhile, IEM's had all the time in the world to find himself the perfect position. He gets to pick this himself and just chill. While the rest of his teammates are being proactive, he's the one meant to be the safety net at the lower bomb site. They do have Wonderful and a quick rotation from ramp room.
Surely Na'Vi can't let this one go. Sees the shadow, seizes the chance. Imma to dive out the window. Good opportunity for Magix, but not taking it. Imma shutting them down, and it's all over here. We've got a bonus round coming right up. Na'Vi do not give up. They do not give in, and they want that win versus Spirit today.
Yeah, bend but don't break, and they bended a lot in that half. Mistakes in a really tough economy, but look at the grit to survive all of those obstacles. And a timeout used by Spirit heading into OT. Conversation being had just to get yourself some rounds on this T-side half in overtime.
Just think how we got here for Na'Vi as well. You know, you had Alexi B with a 5-7 trying to repel an attack into the upper bomb site with weapons, and he gets a double little lineup with that 5-7 that gives them hope. And they pull it back. Blake gonna make use of this time. I'm sure he has lots to say. Not a lot of time to say it though. But imagine if Donk is more passive in that situation as you were setting up.
Yeah, maybe. He's trying to find a timing to be involved in the late round as well. But yeah, I don't necessarily know what was the right play. I thought maybe they might just walk right around into him, but that's just well orchestrated from Na'Vi. They even had JL kind of crunching from Hut as well. Wow. So really good play when you're sitting around as Na'Vi and you're like, we actually don't know what's happening on the map, so let's go find out. IEM in a safe place, everyone else mobile. But now we get in this first round of overtime, money issues disappear. And money issues have dictated a lot for both of these teams.
And we throw those money questions out of the window. Buy after buy for the two top teams in the world, going blow for blow here in overtime. Third map decider, qualification for the playoffs. Outside smokes directed here once again. And Donk is going to move in behind them.
Wonderful had a couple critical misses with the AWP towards the tail end of Dust 2. Oh, that's Donk willingly taking the tick of damage. Okay, so information passed over. Another miss from Wonderful. Quick jiggle from Chopper. Tough shot to hit. Gets into a new position. Chopper's already crossed over. They heard the tick of the Molotov, so they realize Secret has already been taken.
Did he want to try and draw the ramp player down, perhaps? But Bit still occupied, dealing with the forces that are coming towards him.
Yeah, but Spirit is really constricting around this defense. They're forcing it to tunnel up, to like turtle up inside the bomb sites. They have a lot of real estate to work with. You have outside, you have Secret, you have ramp room. There's very narrow margins for this Na'Vi defense to move.
And Bit's going to take this fight. There's two players coming towards him, Magix and Zontix. There's a third a little bit further away. Good damage on the second player. He'll spot the bomb and Presence coming towards him, but with 30 seconds left, remember Donk is down here. Imma's going to swing open decon. Bomb down. Second kill's fantastic on that flick up to Chopper. And with 20 seconds, Shiro has to pick up the bomb. And what a shot! Incredible reactions from Shiro. And now it's the two heaviest hitters for Spirit to try and close this out. 2v4 total. Wonderful coming back through ramp. Donk is not one to shy away from a fight. He was peeking towards the ramp, but now sits in the corner, letting Shiro be his information gatherer.
Smoke nade.
Oh, Shiro flick up to Alexi. Donk's gone, so it's all Shiro. Shiro to be the hero. He's got the angle, but this is not the best weapon, and that grenade bounces back upon him, but it still works. Oh, it still works! And Shiro with the heroics with the AWP. Donk goes down, but Shiro's enough.
Oh, JL panics so hard with that nade sound coming in, and you can understand why. About to be exposed, and Shiro, a little bit of luck goes his way. A heartbreaking clutch as Na'Vi worked hard to get back into the round. What a round put together. Excuse me, JL taken out earlier.
Dude, that flick is so sick too. And I thought the grenade was going to cost him. I thought he was about to get absolutely wrecked by the geometry.
It just blew open enough of the front of the smoke to spot IEM running around trying to find the bomb.
And I'm sure Na'Vi can't believe that they didn't kill him. That one of them wasn't able to get rid of the AWP. Zontic's waiting, Bit walking towards him. Easy collection.
Secret has been available this whole half. Na'Vi have been very chill about how they're defending it. Early on, it was because of economy and not having the resources. But clearly, they're more than happy to allow for that passage, trusting Ima to do work down in Secret as a defender.
Gaps out of the smoke.
Oh,
This
man.
shot from Wonderful. Oh, that looked dead on. It looked like he was going to nail that.
That's got to be so frustrating. Again, critical misses down the stretch when it's most important.
Zontic slips out. How has he got by? That's a question Alexi B will be asking, but JL making up for it. Double off the top of the hut. Imma arriving up the vent, and it's all on Donk again. 26 seconds this time. And he peeks into the open. Damage done to the upper. Both taken down low, but Donk not this time.
Yeah, but you're given a little bit of a gift if you're Wonderful, not to throw it all at him, but some misses that you don't normally see. His teammates bailed him out this round. That's not going to happen every single time. Let's see what the AWP can do moving forward. But there's still those miscues that we're seeing out of Na'Vi. Much like Bit kind of letting Wonderful die in heaven, like at the end of regulation. Now you have Zontic sliding out wider than Alexi B expects. Good shot there from Wonderful. But it's Ima jumping up the vent that saves the day.
Last week's match was a teaser.
Alexi's actually positioned himself in Secret to try and stop any kind of the plays that Spirit have been making, but it's the wrong time for it. Spirit's going to go upper.
LJL again, double from top hut. Magix and Donk littered on the floor. And for Spirit, they're in a 3v5. Good kill from Zontic to take JL off the top of the hut. Eventually, Imma spamming him down. And Team Spirit left 2v4.
Yeah, ramp's wide open, so Chopper's going to take advantage of it, makes the footsteps. Alexi B slides over to grab intel through the walls. Here's the noises, calling his teammates to rotate downstairs. First two are going to be Wonderful and Ima.
Wonderful's going to play out towards Decon. Well, they felt the wrath of Shiro in the previous round. They know what can happen in these disadvantageous situations for Spirit. They're so capable of pulling them back, and once again, from a 2v4 to a 2v2, Imma and Bit having to come back and make up for it. Missed shot from Shiro. Chopper waits, like shot in, and the lineup's there, and JL looks on as his teammates this time pick it up.
Look what it means to him as well. What a tough retake to do with a 2v2. Shiro almost rips their heart out again at the end of it. But man, no utility, taking risks, jumping for the leg shot and just battling every inch. 14-13, these teams do not go out quietly. And we switch sides. Yeah, we're all with you there.
Yeah, we're definitely all along for that journey.
Well, this is a timeout from Blade, his overtime timeout being burned here. It might actually be his third one from regulation. I don't know if he actually ever ended up using it, but
I think it was Holly's initially came in.
Either way, Blade's getting a chance to talk to the boys as they switch sides. We heard that towards the end of regulation, mentioning to Alexi B to focus towards outside. Let's see if the game plan changes at all. Na'Vi won the first 4 in regulation on their T side, lost 7 in a row, and grabbed the last one.
It truly would be a heartbreaking loss for Na'Vi. Smokes out very quickly. And Na'Vi have 2 players already at red. It's Alexi B and Imma. And then around those smokes, and Imma's going to go down towards Secret. Shiro is currently over in this area. Remember, in regulation, Donk was so active, such a nuisance on the CT side. He was all over the show. Na'Vi couldn't figure out the enigma of dealing with him.
Happy to have Bit in this position at Secret. or Ema, excuse me, bit close up towards Mini. That Molotov doing tons of damage over to Magix, and now Bit slides into attack for Mini. All Spirit's defense in trouble. They got a hold. It's a tough hold, but Magix and Chopper step up.
Yeah, good start here for Team Spirit. Alexi B is going to try and fight back. Draws it within a one-man advantage, and it just comes back. Rolling for Na'Vi. Chopper out from CT Ven. A single kill is not enough. Alexi B with a triple as he does step up, leaving Zontix 1v2.
Yeah, he's just so nervous, though. He doesn't know where the other players are. Looks like they want to bail out. There's a timing. If Zontix peeks, might catch him in transition over towards Ven. Could turn it into a 1v1. Oh, just win it outright. Na'Vi's so afraid of the upper bomb site.
They play themselves. They have the site, they just don't know where Zontix is, so they take a moment to pause, to walk away, and they allow him the only way to get back into that round.
They realized they didn't have any ability to cover Alexi towards Hut, and Zontix takes complete advantage of it. Oh, a gift in overtime, and Blade might just pull a sponge after that one and walk out.
Yeah. Oh no.
He's looking
like,
for the exit.
Can I please go behind this? Can I please walk away? Oh, Shiro to drop Ema. Those are the kind of rounds that can just break you completely, shatter the mentality, and remove any chances of Na'Vi from being able to close this series out and qualify immediately. Spirit is their nemesis. The team they just can't beat. They beat them once in a year.
Heartbreak is the correct word. This is crazy the way Na'Vi's losing some of these rounds.
This is more traumatizing than heartbreak. This is going to be disastrous if Na'Vi let this go for their minds. Of course, not elimination, just to be clear. Team Liquid awaits in that lower bracket for the loser of this game.
Not elimination, but complete frustration.
Yes.
Wonderful's down in secret. It's up to Alexi B to figure out how him, JL, and Bit are going to combine and work together to make that an effective position. Molotov towards top hut. You can drop down vent.
JL walking out into the site. Donk. Oh, he's got that one. Follows up on it. Bomb makes it down. But that's information picked up, at least for Team Spirit, that they see the bomb go down. Zontix spins back. What a shot from Wonderful. Bit trying to cut off the rotations down. Supporting his team. Gets an extra kill. 5-7 goes in from Shiro. And Wonderful's nailed that.
They know numbers. They know numbers. Bit saw 2 outside of vent. So now the retake is on. But Wonderful has no time to move his position.
And he's so low on health. A little bit of utility left. That's all that he's got. Alexi B playing up in the rafters. Donk and Chopper looking to combine together.
He doesn't want to use it?
Not yet. He's not going to get the chance to.
Yeah, there ain't no more time.
Alexi B watching control room. Oh, Chopper gets blasted by Alexi B. Donk to go down to Wonderful. And Na'Vi are up to map and series point.
Man, you know, there really is a factor of Na'Vi just sticking in this game. They just have no quit in them today. That victory that's been so elusive over Team Spirit, they're not going to give it up for any reason. Another hard-fought round win where you're at a disadvantage, and it feels so unlikely. A 2 versus 4. Recovered in overtime. And Na'Vi with a chance to close out this series. Playoffs on the line. In their hands.
Oh, Zontix nervously waiting for any presence towards ramp. And he's going to get a lot of it. Great flashbang. That Zontix completely blinded. Can Shiro plug the gap? Lands that first shot. Pressure put on him with that molly right in front of him. He's watching for the drop down into the site. Can he stop the bomb? He was close, but no cigar for Shiro.
No one's down yet from Spirit. Just now, Chopper's arriving in secret. They have control of vents, Na'Vi. JL sitting here waiting for the drop. I think Chopper's going to have to clear him out, but now JL's attention is turned, but he still manages.
Blow for blow. 2 titans of Counter-Strike. Bringing it this close, down to the wire. Either double overtime or Na'Vi qualify into the Spodek. Magic, Shiro, and Chopper coming back into lower. Alexi B awaits them. But he's forced out of his position. JL, who said he wanted this win so much, takes one step in that direction. And Na'Vi qualify into the Spodek. They beat Team Spirit for the first time in a long time. That record now stands at 6-2, and it is not the heartbreaking loss. It is the Spodek qualification where Alexi B played in the finals in 2019. He'll have an opportunity this time, and with a team that could go on to win it.
Well, JL was looking for another goal right after winning the major last year. Well, you don't have a Katowice trophy, and now in the playoffs, you're going to have a chance at it to add another one into the cabinet, and you got to give Navi so much credit because they played through a ton of adversity. A strong Spirit team, mistakes themselves being committed, and they still rose above it all. And for Team Spirit, you can see the frustration on Donk. A heroic final map that he delivered in defeat. 30 kills for Donk on Nuke. They'll have to try again against Team Liquid in the lower bracket. And JL almost looks exhausted in victory.
He looks relieved. But for Team Spirit, they'll have to wait for Spodek qualification. We'll see if they can return to the site of which this gifted young individual first crash landed to dominate the Counter-Strike world.
Seems very introspective at the moment. Wonderful. Making a celebratory tweet, you have to imagine. That's got to be a great feeling for Navi. And they did it without all cylinders firing. That's what JL wanted. There were miscues, plenty of them. But Navi was impressive today in their ability to overcome.
Hard-fought battle, absolutely no doubt in my mind right there for the side of Navi. Spirit do get the lesser end of this one, and really what we all win is getting some of that Counter-Strike right in front of us. Yes, it's the Intel Extreme Masters, and yes, that was Navi qualifying to the Spodek. And speaking of Spodek bound, a man that is no stranger to the place, he has seen it many a times. Major finals, not major finals. It's Alexi B.
Hi guys, thanks for having me.
How was that? Was I a little sweaty around the edges?
Yeah, it was sweaty. I do feel like I felt like we won them finally. Again, like it's been a while, but I do feel like for example, on Nuke at the start, I just wasn't there. I'm glad I kind of came back into the game, but truth to be told, I just felt like kind of lost myself in Dust 2, where we believe the game was 11-11 or something like this. We lost this very annoying round, like when Donk found the entry on lower, and we kind of threw Dust 2 away because I felt like we had it under control. But yeah, I mean, the fashion we took them to the third map and winning on Nuke feels great.
You had a lot of losses against Spirit throughout last year as well. Has there been any mental block or anything specifically you struggled against Spirit, or was it just a question of time before you got it over the finish line?
I mean, I feel like it's always a question of time, but I do feel like a couple times when we played against them, like recently, they've been just dominating everyone. And at least the last time we played against them on Copenhagen, we felt like, you know, we had 3 match points on Ancient. I felt like we could have easily taken it to a third map, that we had what it took to do that. But to be honest, they were just shooting harder and they were just playing better CS the last times we met.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to that one. Right now, you beat them, right? This is what you were waiting for. Does that kind of regain your confidence or even lifts it up a little bit more? Because like you said, now you beat them, we got them, you know, once we beat them, it's going to be much easier going into the rest of the year. Obviously, you going into Spodek is something everybody expected. I think yourself too. I think you're going to go deep into the tournament, but like, does the confidence raises by a lot right now that you managed to get this win?
I mean, I do think so, because I know that the individuals in the team are very hungry to win this team. So us winning them, I think it will elevate us this tournament. But obviously, I'm looking forward to meeting them maybe in the finals.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. And, you know, Alexi B, you've already had a pretty draining day. It would seem as though your series might have taken a little bit out of you. So we'll get you out of here. Is there anything you want to say on behalf of Navi? We get you out of here?
I mean, thanks for supporting us. Like, losing against Spirit, it feels like last times we didn't have any chance. But no, I really felt like we were playing solid CS. And it was a banger of a game like yesterday, Vitality versus FaZe. It was a banger to watch. I hope this was also. But yeah, thanks for cheering, and we're in the playoffs. Just need to secure the semis now.
Yeah, there it is. That's Alexi B. That is Navi moving on into the spaceship just down the road. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexi. We'll see you around. And for Navi, we're going to be doing that too, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, a massive W for Na'Vi, securing a spot inside the Spodek for sure. But also, as Alexi B said, getting straight into the semifinal is going to be another task tomorrow.
Yeah, and that is for tomorrow. But for today, trust me, the Counter-Strike is not done. There's no way, shape, and form you think you should be turning off the stream when you've got the likes of FaZe versus G2 after this break.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Pretty chaotic round. Was against Vitality at the major. I don't know, not much to say there. I mean, they're just coming from every direction, and
the angle selection.
Look at that.
Molotov isolates, kills one.
Ooh, dancing around the pillar. This was a little messy there.
Nah, it was clean.
Oh man, this was crazy.
This was me.
This is crazy, man.
Yeah, this one was sick. Actually, it was blind there. It didn't actually show on the thing, but
it looked more insane while watching it. I think while it was live.
Yeah, it was sick. For the second kill, yeah. So like, I could see the second and third guy coming, so I just had to do it from memory. I mean, I'm honestly pretty used to spraying while blind a lot because I played outside on Nuke, and you have to like spray the vent like a full clip. So I practiced like full spraying the vent a bunch while blind.
Sometimes I have good moments with the op, Sometimes.
Nice.
I'm not sure what was happening in this round, to be honest. The round didn't feel that hard, to be honest.
Well, I feel like they didn't even know like you were there.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You kind of flanked them, but I felt like they...
Like this guy, I kill him, I take the op, and then I insta-peek the guy's side and he's not even looking at me.
Like nobody even really shot at you.
Okay, this guy.
I mean, this guy, he tried.
Yeah. This was a rough game. I'm not sure if we won. Did we win this? Do you know?
Where to go again? Ooh, going through here. Catch a little timing.
Right.
I feel like I remember this, but I remember losing. So maybe I've had another clutch like this where I lost. Because I actually lost this exact same clutch like some other tournament. Oh yeah, it's when I went mid and it was the last second. Yeah, I remember. The time is actually super low here. It's like 15 seconds, I think, or 16.
So math is on point in this round?
Yeah. I was trying to go at the very last second towards B. I was only panicked when I heard him start running. So I started getting close to window. And I think right now I hear him.
I think I remember this last kill though. I don't remember the round, but...
Yeah, it was super low. It was like literally like 1 second left or something. So he's assuming that I'm like planting at the last second at A.
Damn. Outplayed.
Yeah.
That's outplayed in my book.
Smoking sight's gonna help.
Yeah. Furia with the first box smoke kinda helped a bit. Again, I mean, very chaotic round. But I think, the first box smoke kinda helped a lot to get the first 2 kills.
To be honest. So far, a lot of yours is just like walking around. You're just killing them in the sides and stuff.
Yeah.
You're very in control.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. You got smooth aim. Remember, I've been saying that. You got smooth aim.
Thank you.
It's like being in control.
Thanks. I try sometimes. Mm-hmm. I said that was the last good thing I did on my major.
G2 versus FaZe. It is an all-timer, be it in CS or in CS2, but the cards are shuffled a little bit differently today. To start off, it is lower bracket, so elimination, and you are done. But the teams also look very different.
Very, very different. Obviously, we had the whole roster mania happening during the off-season. Elise coming into FaZe Clan, giving them a new look to them. G2 losing the voice and losing the presence of Nico as well, losing the aura, some may even say, of Nico as well. So in that regard, as you said, two teams who have a rich history in Katowice, but two teams who look slightly different.
Yes, champions, of course, 2022 for FaZe, 2023 for G2 Esports, but it is so different. So talk to me about this matchup and what it looks like right now, knowing that FaZe fought tooth and nail with Vitality and even already made it to the Spodek.
It's a good question. Yeah, almost, you know, and as you said, they're both fighting for survival first and foremost. None of them are qualifying by winning the game or progressing by winning the game, but one team will be eliminated. So first and foremost, I think the focus should be on surviving today, and then obviously you have one more game to win to get into the Spodek. In terms of who's looking stronger than the other, you're right in saying FaZe played well yesterday against Vitality. I think G2, it's a team I just can't count out. When you look at Mouz, when you look at Heavy Guard for that matter as well, and Mouz, there's so much individual skill within G2 that I can't say they don't have a chance. But in terms of what I've seen so far, I'd give a slight edge to FaZe.
Let me grab onto that then, because yes, FaZe is a team that you can never count out. Even if they're down 1-12, they can still win that game. But for G2, Mouz doesn't look like himself. Is that going to be the absolute key factor to a possible G2 victory here?
I think Mouz is always the difference maker. He's always the guy who can change the tide of a game. He can almost dictate a game. So yeah, if Mouz is not feeling like himself, G2 are going to struggle. If Mouz is having one of those games, then even if you're FaZe Clan, you are going to struggle.
Yes, and it's Kerrigan at the helm, of course, for FaZe Clan. Let's see what he had to say before this bout. Kerrigan, life comes at you fast. Yesterday, fighting tooth and nail with Vitality for the Spodek. Now in that lower bracket versus G2, which is always a treat to watch for us fans. So how are you today going into that match, knowing it's all or nothing?
I think it's a good game to play. I think we played really good yesterday, but sometimes you don't win those games where you kind of play good. But another banger is upcoming. I think it's always going to be exciting, right? It's not where we want to be, but this is how it is. And I think it's just like another game. We played with everything we had yesterday, and we're going to do the same today.
You absolutely did. In terms of playing a G2 that doesn't have the Nico factor anymore, which, let's be honest, was a huge part of the team as well, does that make this matchup a bit more comfortable?
I think it makes it a little more uncertain. I think the word is better to use. They have a lot of different playstyle now. Obviously, I know Nico was really good as a secondary caller. So you kind of had an idea how they wanted to play certain scenarios. When Nico got in a good scenario, how he would like the round to play out. And now I think it's a little bit different. So I think they're still a very dangerous team. They're playing very heavy packed, and they're shooting really hard, right? So we need to be on our toes to make the right moves. But also, it's always a game about being individually sharp. It has always been against G2, and nothing changes even though Nico is not there. I think Heavy Guard is shooting really hard. So it just comes down to the things, again, that if we play our basics good, we just need to hit good as well.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Constant bouquet. Let's begin. Recite your baseline.
A thin black reticle began to spin. A sequence of rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within one system.
Whatever happens, roles.
Rows.
Have you ever been in a system? Roles.
Rows.
Do they keep you in a role? Cells?
Cells.
Oh, you don't even smile.
Do you long to answer their questions? Frags.
Frags.
Would they understand if you did? Frags.
Frags.
When you're not performing your duties, do they reduce you to a number? Stats.
Stats.
What's it like to hold the drop of someone you loved? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
I swear I saw your eyes. I felt it coming. UFO that I could taste. Only love can bring me face to face with you.
What a day, You look lonely. I can fix that.
I swear I saw the sun in your eyes. I know black holes are on the horizon. So I called the doctor, said I need a real gasoline dream that I drink from my cup. I swear I saw the moon in your eyes. I saw eclipse, a kaleidoscope. I called the doctor, said I need a real gasoline dream three musketeers, the three superstars.
Welcome to FaZe, motherfuckers.
You're not even close to baseline.
An instant classic, they say. FaZe Clan versus G2. Elige, never saw him with pink hair before, but
it could work.
Sign me up.
Yeah, that was awesome because it does show us what FaZe have gone through and how it still might be exciting for the future here with Elige coming into the team. We had an amazing game yesterday with FaZe Clan, and as Kerrigan mentioned, you can't always win the games where you played well, but that gears them up for a really banger series here versus G2, who also narrowly survived in their match.
G2, though, coming in as the slight betting odd favorites. Can you believe that? m0NESY in the corner with Berettas down. It is a clean debut in this ancient game from the FaZe Clan. We've got bomb down on the B site already. And we've got elimination on this one, folks. So don't forget it as the night goes on.
Get ready for the swings.
Heavy God, ready for the long peaks. Three players looking at him. Frozen's gonna connect it. Not ideal now for the short side. Mouz down, Hunter flanks. Single kill is all they're gonna get. G2 giving up pistol.
Elige is everywhere, man. Opening kill, final one as well. Great start for FaZe. We got to cast both the games yesterday.
Yeah, how'd we pull that off?
6 maps, 30 rounds on map 3 for both matches. Cinema. It's the only word that can really describe it.
For a day of Counter-Strike that wasn't in a stadium, I think I've got to put it towards the very top of all the sequences. The Magic's 1v4, the Magic's 1v4, the ROPS team kill. The fact both of those series goes 3 maps, overtime's needed.
Yeah, and that would have been FaZe's most exciting start with Elige.
Yeah.
To be able to take that win, but I think he got a taste of what it feels like to play on FaZe. I think everybody sort of wants to know what that's like, and that's the same for G2, that's the same for Vitality, that's the same for Spirit. There are just certain matchups that are so incredibly exciting in Counter-Strike, and it's any combination of those squads. I'm sure both of these guys right now feel so close to the Spodek, and they are. But there are no easy targets left in this group.
Pretty quiet setup outside of this B site, but clearly we can see the intended target out of FaZe Clan. Still enough smoke grenades to block off both deep lanes. Nice to see G2 getting a little active elsewhere. That's Hunter pushing out through A main. A little crossfire here with pistols. It's not an ideal place to be, but it's doable. 5-7 and the Deagle. Kill a piece inside cave. Spam damage is great, especially with Snacks putting his paws on that AK-47. It's going to have to be Frozen and Brokey to bail them out of this. Tough positions, but he's able to line up those 2 towards cave. Deep peek off long, dead. And with it, Frozen now knows the last positions, but he eats the flash, and G2 forced by thanks to the cave crossfire.
Excellent last bullet, and yes, the cave crossfire, it's supposed to shut down the exec, which is very similar to the pistol through cave, but when one person dies, the other one's so likely to as well with the crossfire in position. So Rain doesn't win his MAC-10 duel, and then G2 crush from there. It's a beautiful last shot from Mouz on the Deagle, and we are right into the thick of it.
So that's how it's going to go, huh?
Yeah. That's going to be the whole day. That's going to be the whole game.
Just coming off of the back of an incredibly close Na'Vi versus Spirit matchup. We're going to waste no time going back and forth between these ones.
I think there's 2 players who have room to play even better from yesterday.
Okay.
And it's the 2 oppers of these teams. Brokey has been wildly inconsistent in the last few months, but as you can see, when he plays well, it's everything for FaZe. When he doesn't, they lose. m0NESY also didn't want to take credit for the carry.
Wonders.
Wait a second. I mean, this round shouldn't matter too much.
M4's out there.
It's just a bomb plant. They have no armor, and Frozen goes down with the gun.
Yeah. Kerrigan had it for a moment, also dropped. Fourth player to be found on the site. Retake should go well. Anything from this point forward is just a bonus. Hell of a dink onto Monacy. And then Elige is eventually going to come out from this Brokey position with a little element of surprise if he keep his head tucked long enough. But he fires off the Glock. 3 players up for G2. Easy retake. Just that wide flying Glock entry of all things to get a bomb down.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Hunter's spray goes a little wild, and maybe he's somebody who also... And he had critical rounds, though, towards the end of the game. So I think its overall output wasn't that high, but you could expect more from Hunter for sure. But Brokey's been wildly inconsistent, so critical that he plays well for FaZe. And Monacy's interview said everything after the match ended. Mouz thanked him for the carry. He said, "What carry blat?" So not happy with the way that he's been playing, and we know for sure that Monacy can be much better.
Stream of flashbangs out over A, met by an incendiary, already pulling back the mid setup. Ooh, Rain actually killing Snacks as he tries to... Was there no smoke there? Snacks just walked out cave?
He actually may have. Did he come from mid, or did he just walk out cave? Maybe he didn't see anything, no nades bottom B, but 2 players have snuck by.
Fortunate little timing for Rain. I'm sure we'll cue it to the highlight reel.
And another timing here for Elige, top of the ramp, but a little afraid to approach farther. And Mouz with the right swing.
Oh, nice reaction.
Ooh.
Rain, however, oh, he saw that on the jump. He should have.
No, he jumped twice, but was looking into the cave. Monacy's calming this, but what can he do about it?
Rain will step into Monacy.
And Elige
gets away with it.
Elige is still here lurking in B. But he's not making any presence right now, so they're full alert on the A site.
Hunter, missed chance to shave one of the 3 players off. She's going to go down with nothing. Luckily, Heavy God FaMAS at a distance, making this new FaMAS look good.
Here's the lurk now.
We'll see if it comes out, because at the moment, Bomb tucks back into A main.
I think Bomb would wish to go back, but they don't know if mid's been pushed.
Doesn't feel like it's safe enough to move, so Brokey looking to join up with Elige as he gets that CT spawn control going. 30 seconds.
I think they can feel that G2 are going to somewhat respect this bomb. Elige's nothing,
way.
But they still know someone's here, probably.
Yeah, Heavy God cautious of that flank. Oh, Elige, nice rifle control to get Monacy's head taken off. Half health here for the FaMAS. 2 kills in for Heavy God's all he's going to manage. And a nice slow burn from Elige around the world and back to A to tie the game at 2.
They kept a good inventory in that situation, and honestly, a lot of this is how clean Elige's spray was from there. And that would have been a spot where you disengage and just play from Donut and then keep jostling back and forth between Temple peeking and Cave threat.
He just jumped out.
From Donut, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, no, not much utility there. Free one from for Rain.
Nice! Good round, boys.
2-2, we go back again. Interesting mid-round situation. That was a really rare spot for FaZe. I mean, you see lurks from them, but usually not like that. So I feel like that was a pretty improvised play with the amount of space that Elige just found walking up the ramp.
Also, of all the people to be doing it, that's Elige.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so stylistically as an individual, we get this long con Elige flank. Looking kind of Rops-esque in that moment, if anything.
You know what? A more appropriate example might be Nico, because Nico can be a beginning of a round player and an end of a round player. You just have to have, you know, the IQ to do both.
Oh, nice double
well.
nades. Look at the damage that does to Hunter and Mouz as they tried to just flex their presence down to the base of middle. They could go for the fast heaven climb up, but right now you've got Kerrigan inside of the cave. You've got Snacks and Heavy God getting aggressive A main. There is damage on the majority of the players here. Forced by for G2.
One walk through the smoke, and this gets really dangerous. Mouz takes him out.
Brokey.
Oh my goodness, he doesn't trade that.
Now, they do take over the B bomb site, but that was Brokey with the bomb itself. Missed, no scope, but Heavy God's got cover. Gets into position in time.
Oh, such a messy moment here for FaZe, man.
Dude, not 1, not 2, but like 3 sketchy situations that left G2 in a very winnable spot.
Now we've got some default grenades set up for the B site. They still have cave control, and it's actually really hard to get back into the site if you're G2. But off the short side, they can put some pressure.
Molotov's not going to spread. Monacy missing.
Oh, Rain's getting closer, actually. But
pressing up. Monacy on that line. Bomb is planted. Players exposed. Stuck. Oh, but there was a chance. Brokey single kill post-mortem, but 3 alive. This pressure from G2 on just what felt like all portions of the map.
Oh yeah, let's be real. There's a lot of messy moments right here. In particular, Brokey not trading out Mouz when he sees him as he pushes through the smoke. There's just a ton of close calls. Like, let's be honest. If Heavy God's not here at this very moment, watching for someone maybe pushing long, I mean, he is being very careful there, but the most surprising quote-unquote mistake would be probably Rain pushing up short that far. But as you saw from the bomb plant, he couldn't just hold back. He had to actually body block. And I think they were worried about a long push. So G2 capitalize on that one, and we go back and forth. FaZe back to Deagles.
Yeah, they're not going to force, as G2 have been doing. A little save here from FaZe. Still enough money for 3 Deags. 2 players up along the wall. No longer supported by Long as Heavy God gets his head taken off by Rain. And that's 20 HP to the Norwegian on the fallback. Everybody sat outside this B site. Smoke's up in front of him. And G2...
As much as this is just pistols for FaZe, it's kind of a critical juncture in terms of who gets a lot of momentum this half. They have a definite goal of making this expensive at the minimum, but I don't think they're assuming they're out of it just yet. 1 kill really changes the dynamic of the map. You can't have 2 to sites and have mid control. There will be gaps. This spot for Monacy, we saw him put together a highlight from up here. Snow flashes, so it should be no problem.
Should be. We've also seen FaZe squeeze bomb plants out of these kinds of spots. So Monacy gets his first, and with no helmets, it's all too easy.
Yes.
Solid hold as the Donut player comes back, and that'll be the 4-2 G2 lead. But because FaZe just bought Deagle's last round, instant rebuy here in the 7th.
Yeah, but that's amazing for the G2 economy. They keep 4 alive on top of their buys with their op in play as well. Deny any bomb plant.
I do feel like I've seen more play on top of that box lately. Most of it by Monacy than by anybody else.
I've only seen Monacy play it the last couple of rounds. I think it would be played more if you could just get up there by yourself, but I think you just need to get a boost early round on A, which is not always easy to ask for.
Can you not jump from it, from the box next to Plat?
Maybe you can.
Yeah, it's just such an unknown spot, I feel like. If anyone could make it, it'd be Monacy. Brings a step stool. Walking out through A main. Again, we've got Kerrigan about to be spotted. Oh, leg shot. That allows for him to disengage at least. I mean, honestly, anything Kerrigan can get done from here on out is just a bonus. Should be dead, technically.
It's really great to push A. I mean, this whole A main, it's so hard to re-clear. Very expensive in terms of resources.
Donut pressure.
Monacy gets spotted, but he still has a better angle.
Oh, that's 3 players he's seen inside of Donut. And he will wait for his chance to strike Rain down off the entry. Second kills his as well. Third one, not so much. Elise returns the favor back with a headshot. Hunter dies empty-handed. It's a frozen double kill out from Donut, but it's everybody tagged up here for FaZe.
Oh man, these Hunter sprays have been really rough on the A site.
Yeah, the op's been holding the line, but not so much the rifle tethered with it.
Let's be honest, this did not look like the best attack out of FaZe, and it ends up working. Once they lose the A main, continuing forward through Donut knows that they're walking into not only potential CT player, Temple player, but also an A main crossfire, and yet they still get away with it. So 2 players on the full flank.
Kid inside side.
Wait, this round's maybe...
Whoa. Hey! Retakeable with the kid out there. Frozen sitting on top of it, though. Gonna goose egg that bomb. Snacks writes off the losses. AK to be saved. 2 players up for FaZe Clan. And you know, of the 4 rounds that G2 have won here, 3 of them were still bomb plants for FaZe, you know? So they've been keeping these rounds tight. They've broken through 3 times.
Yeah, but you see how important that last round was? The 4 players up versus Deagles off Monacy's clip. They still have another opportunity to buy. This is a great start for Monacy, though.
Very critical for Elise to not let a 3rd frag come out from the Monacy op back site. G2 is still manageable. Despite all their damage done, we get that fast move. And dude, this same double nade,
That's huge.
I think that's like one of the first adaptations we're seeing to what was previously. You know that boost everybody's been doing?
Yes.
Well, those two nades land exactly where you'd be jumping on each other's heads.
Yeah, remember? If getting nade in that spot means you can't even do the run boost. People were pre-flashing it just so you'd be blind trying to run boost.
Yeah, they said, screw a flashbang, let's start chucking nades.
It's a much better evolution than everyone running out through mollies, flashes, and just trying to dodge timings. It just seems way harder to do. So
it's cool. It really feels like we've just seen like a lot of evolution in the mid of Ancient since the start of 2025. Everybody trying to get that edge coming into the new year, but nades go both ways. Bit of chip damage for the 3-player pack pushing out middle in FaZe Clan. Double donut defense. Not the best tools for the job, and not the most health to do it either. Hunter, we're going to have to see an uptick in performance. He has left kills on the table previously at A.
It's his tracking. It's been off.
Oh, and when he gets caught kind of shifting in positions as well, then that's when tracking becomes more of an element of the aim. Elige, instant headshot yet once more. Oh, and Rain's going to do the same thing at the B site. That could bring bomb back. Malm's well-timed flank, but Frozen holds for it.
What's he checking?
And we could have a FaZe Clan with 5 strong if Snax isn't able to get some kind of wild situation going here on B. 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Bomb coming at him.
They surely can play it safely, excuse me, for sure.
He'll get that one. Bomb's on the other side of the pillar, so clearly FaZe, with a contingency plan to keep things in their control. Snax doing his damnedest now with half health, 2 kills in, 3 players still to go, and Rain's just going to put him down right there on the ramp. So let's chalk this one up to another FaZe success.
I just want to be fair to Hunter there that there wasn't much he could do about that.
Fair.
That a 1-bullet headshot from Elige. It does shine more of a spotlight on his overall performance, but some rounds are going to be you have a bit more of an excuse for sure. When you see the tracking be so off that like not even a bullet gets hit, that's when you're like, well, that kill maybe have mattered. So, tied all the way through the first half.
4-4. We're going to have a quick little tech issue here. Hunter has left the server, Launders.
Something must be wrong.
So give me a new computer. But again, right, this Elige kill?
Yeah, like, from Hunter's POV, no chance.
And then Rain basically doing it at the exact same moment. Nice to see that I think Rain's time to kill has looked pretty sharp in this match so far. He had some slower starts in previous series in Katowice. But it feels like it's just been instant headshots 8 rounds into this one.
Yeah, he's another guy, I mean, you can go down the list with FaZe players, but he's just another guy that you just don't know what level you're going to get. Tuesday, Wednesday.
What day of the week is it?
If I had to guess.
32 days into this traveling circus?
It is Monday.
It is Monday, yeah.
Monday.
It's Monday.
Right.
I think.
The banger has just begun.
Hell yeah. I always find it funny how much grip tape Elige's mouse has on it. Makes it look like a very futuristic piece of tech.
Makes sense. Since he's from the dystopian future.
That is true.
Hope those fingers are feeling better today, Elige.
Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Looks like a spaceship.
Won't move a centimeter without your approval.
Super grip.
I use a bit of that.
Oh yeah?
Well, yeah.
Phone back in the box. Game to be resumed soon.
He just called Nico to ask what he should do next round.
Nico didn't pick up because he's on the airplane
without you,
home.
my brother.
You're the kind of guy that buys internet on the airplane. You ever take phone calls while you're up there, big businessman?
No.
No? Never making big business from the sky?
Yeah, over text.
My favorite thing is I buy internet on the airplane, and then I play Magic the Gathering on my phone, and I just wish that the people who I beat knew that they're getting beat by a guy in the sky.
Yeah. And I always wonder, when I'm playing TFT on the airplane, am I playing versus people in Iceland, Europe, North America? You never know.
Cargo ships? It's just the other 7 guys behind you in the economy.
Imagine whole planes playing TFT. I remember when Zelda came out, everyone was playing it on the plane at the same time.
Yes, sir. All right. Extended break. Ton. Hunter on a new computer or whatever he needed. Heavy God solo M4 with Kevlar. Op is holding this, but Heavy God's going up. It's a chance at an opening. It's going to be a tough duel, but had a real chance at winning that one.
Yeah, crosshair placement, just a touch off.
I like that it sends the pistols forward. You know, you've done a good amount of damage, and you're going to catch Frozen with hands busy. He's not alone here, and it is USPs, right? If that was a 5.7...
It's still struggling, though.
If it was even an MP9, maybe something more can come from it. Hunter should be down. Kerrigan still with box control, but look at the damage that really has been dealt out. G2 have 3 players on the brink of death. Alicia's going to have to be the savior. He's got 84 health, more than everybody else combined. But Heavy God could still turn back, deal with him, and then we'll see what's left of FaZe. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's a great swing, and they don't meet up trying to push into the site, but they get confirmation on both remaining CTs. However, it's a quick fake to A, and that's the best time to throw a fake.
Reload's been heard though, right? So this is going to be Kerrigan on high alert, ready for Monacy, who's just going to walk unsuspectingly into his death. That's a 3 kills from Kerrigan here, trying to be the savior of round 9.
This is a very winnable 1v3, however. Kerrigan Frozen super low. Now we've got Heavy God on the rotation, but he knows they're going to try to avoid him.
He kind of stalls at B for a second. He'll hear that utility on the other bomb site, knows bombs being planted. Not playing with a kit. Came into the round as the solo M4. Served as the trigger for that ramp push, but a single bullet to both Frozen and Kerrigan.
I mean, comms should be coming in, right? Both these guys are so low.
Just 1 shot each.
Oh, he's looking for lurks. He's not going to find anything. And he's actually going to run away from this. Maybe they don't... They might not have been able to confirm it just because of how messy it got at the bottom of Banana.
That's fair. Yeah, you've definitely lost track of some of the damage.
You know me, I'd just be calling 1 HP all of them.
Ooh, gonna try to chase this op down. But that's Heavy Gods to hang on to, so...
Not sure if that was a worthwhile chase by Frozen considering the FaZe economy, but to get the op out, I guess, makes sense. However, G2 still opulent, happy to buy. Take this one in the next round. This is just a, this is an eco that they narrowly survived. That round could have kind of ended on Banana, to be honest, with the first 2 players getting dinked, Frozen jumping away.
Yeah, we didn't really see it from any CT's perspective. We just kind of saw the scrambling Frozen, but it did feel like there was room for the pistol kills to come in a little quicker.
Yeah, for sure. More of swings.
Again, we don't exactly see.
There was also room for
to cover and whatnot, but
FaZe should have also mollied that when they were setting up their nades.
Yeah, for sure.
But either way, it is 3 straight for FaZe. However, still kept honest. G2 recognized the opportunity. It's a great time to take attack pause. And you realize the next round could result in a save.
Yeah, it's post plants or round wins in 8 of the 9 rounds so far from this T side. So clearly FaZe are finding success, losing some rounds, but
the great thing about HE grenades is they're uncounterable. If you throw them, they land where you need them to, and they always have the same efficacy. They're going to blow up, they're going to slow you down. You throw 2, you could get a kill off of them. So they dominate certain timings in the round. And we see that G2 are actually respecting this. FaZe are going to go back into taking mid-late. Certainly feels like the most healthy way to approach T-side now.
Donut smoke. Gives the tunnel over to Hunter if he wants to play it.
This is interesting.
Looks like Monacy's actually going to fall back. Mouz tries to find somebody leaking out from middle, but it's just a second too soon before Elijah actually comes around that corner.
They have no vision, This donut smoke's about to come up.
And once it does, there's 2 Ts behind it. Frag grenade offered up forward by Cave. Monacy just right here on Temple, holding for that donut peak.
FaZe have created suspicion everywhere.
You've seen this jump go past m0NESY a couple of times. He's going to turn over towards A main instead, but the longer there's nobody watching Donut, the closer FaZe could be getting. Brokey takes a bunch of damage as Hunter will successfully hold one on his own, and then all of a sudden m0NESY's support is gone. It disappears. Rain will activate other half of the map. Bomb still from main, wants to join up on site. 20 seconds, a long run, and 20 seconds means tough for Frozen. His teammate needs to come over, but Heavy God still waits in that CT spawn. m0NESY gives a little space, and now it's a 1v2 for Frozen on half health. He doesn't like his chances.
Got to get out of here, man. It's all m0NESY there. Just standing in that same position, holding it down versus the A execs, the perfect place to have the op. That's a very solid spot that G2 find themselves in. And this is a position where they could be influenced to rotate. Like, in terms of the call, they block off vision on Donut, they block off vision on Window, no mid control at all for the CTs. And then kill goes down on the B site. But there's some vision given away earlier on, and that's because m0NESY's holding Donut again. And right now, the amount of times that he's playing A as the opper has been working out very well for G2. But you get a rotate kill like this, you wish you had the bomb behind you on Banana.
Heavy God having an excellent game at the moment. 12-6, top of the charts. m0NESY right behind him. And the costs of the round prior come back to haunt FaZe in this one. Force buy with mostly pistols, single AK. Frozen is the one with a rifle, and it's straight into the Cave challenge, forcing Snacks back from what he wanted to be his starting spot in the front of Cave, smoking it off and falling away to be one of 3 defenders on B early for G2.
Yeah, but not shying away from that map control. He's secured a very good outpost, and the CTs are going to get uncomfortable again. They have no vision on mid. Front side of Cave is open. But it is also sort of just an anti-force situation. Lot rests on Frozen. Can we see m0NESY cement shoes on the A site, waiting for his opportunity. They keep trying to abuse this position, but m0NESY will not be tricked.
It's not Hunter over there, but rather Mouz with him this time. Volley of util comes over the top. m0NESY doesn't shoot down on the first, but then he gives space over. Luckily, Mouz picks up some slack, dives into the back of sight. Pistols not puncturing through until Alige connects. And he has found critical kills when the first couple players do end up dying. Not the first time, probably not the last. Brokey joins up from the A main flank. We've already got 2 over towards Temple. And Frozen, again, started as the single AK, now sitting on top of green, and Alige with hands on an M4. There's also a frag grenade for Brokey. So if that retake starts to come out, but 2 instant kills. And so now Brokey suddenly desperate.
Heavy.
We don't end up seeing how Frozen dies on green, but it just looked like the time to kill across G2's lickety split. That's a 6-5 lead G2 off the back of it.
Solid. I mean, the only reason the bomb goes down is because Alige gets that really difficult trade on Mouz, who's looking at m0NESY. m0NESY misses his first shot for the first time. He's been overall really consistent on that position. But in general, G2 are quite prepared for the A site. They have pieces in place to deal with that. Hold on to their map control safely. FaZe have been working really hard to try to make this happen with the fakes that go in place. And you see when the smokes go down on B, there is no one on the inside of those smokes. No one playing cutout on the B site. No one pushed down Banana. So it's valid that they're cutting off information.
Late smoke comes out of spawn. Lands in Cave. We've got the entirety of FaZe looking for this ramp challenge. Little jump spot from Heavy God. Doesn't drop the smoke yet. Feels like it's just going to be this all in, and the numbers here are strong enough for G2 to hold it off. Hunter back sight, full blind. He shot bullets, but no one noticed fast enough. Still, it's a double Tech 9 entry. And Mouz coming out from the smoke. Will he challenge or does he wait? He thinks he has timing, and he's right. but the shots aren't as clean as they could be. Elige now picking up an M4 with a smoke grenade down in front of the rotation of m0NESY. It is not ideal, but he's been spotted. A missed shot from m0NESY as all he saw was Elige's hip.
That was such a good find for m0NESY, but such a hard shot at the same time.
Snacks out from Cave, that's both CTs confirmed. A jumping Tech-9 through smoke, and m0NESY swaps into the rifle, stuffed up close. 4 Tech-9 frags out from FaZe. They make G2 sweat as this first half ends 6-6. Six CT round wins for the G2 esports camp, but 4 of those 6 by way of defuse. So clearly FaZe keeping this entire map tight so far. Good individual levels from Heavy God, from m0NESY, and all things considered, Mo, nice competitive half for a head-to-head that we hope delivers.
100%, I think. While the score is tied, I think G2 had more impressive setups overall. They had m0NESY in the right place at the right time, and he also played super well. And you look at the extremity players here, Heavy God and him, both contributing heavily.
Right now, heavily. Frozen pulling away. Look at this. Look at this Stampede. I've seen Hunter call this one before. And they will find Elige in the corner. Brokey tapping back. 3 kills, essentially 3 bullets. And it goes man advantage because of that.
Yeah, man is deadly. He's just stopped them in their tracks. Now they're sitting, spinning, trying to figure out where they're going to go next. As we can see on the map, there is sort of a wrong option, or at least a much more difficult one. Rain looks to spot to see if they escape back out the window through mid, but instead it's just a pause in the play. They walk out this way. This engagement is what matters.
Ooh, Frozen wants to smoke him. He wants to get back in that site.
That's interesting. I mean, that smoke goes down. They're just going to ignore it.
Okay. Rain here's both sets of feet.
And it's confirmed they're going B, so CTs are coming in early. Rain might be in an unlikely spot. Let's see how they play it. Oh, what a couple of bullets there for Heavy God.
Bomb planter jumping around. It's half health for the tease, but bomb's planted. Frozen on the approach. A little bit more chip damage taken off. Oh, okay, they both come out headshots on top from Kerrigan and Frozen, and it is FaZe Clan's 7-6 lead off the pistol.
Yeah.
But if not for Brokey, it felt like that one was toast.
Definitely, but that's what it's going to be when you death ball through window like that. And we had FaZe in a crossfire. It was just Brokey was the only one of the two to get any kills. They could have run over that round, but FaZe already have the first pistol in this game. They just got ecoed right after. So the action doesn't stop here. Wow, the 3K was deadly, man.
3 consecutive bullets. Missed one first, but then 3 consecutive shots. Very nice.
Yeah, let's see if that pistol matters.
Feels like not often you get 2 defenders right there on that same doorway. Remember, Elijah was in the corner and died. Wonder how ready they were for the possibility of the Hunter 5 Red Room rush. Couple of full sets of grenades here for G2 outside B site.
We have Leash keeping vision here on A for the time being. G2 yesterday were absolutely spamming the set plays. And this time they'll actually at least block out vision on mid. This is good. It looks like Liege doesn't know exactly where to look.
Saw the shadow.
Yeah, shadow spotted. And they're going to run through this.
Yeah, whoa, okay, Snacks. He's the only one that gets through that first fire. Kerrigan, nice frag grenade. That's half of Heavy God. Malt's gone. Wallbang, though. Heavy God not going to let him really get out of there. And the Liege tries to slide out. Good angle from Brokey. All the support Elish thought he needed, but Hunter takes his head off. Oh, and a second. Hunter comes out from cave. That is critical impact. Frag grenade for the planter. If that found Hunter, he could have been dead. Trying to flush him out from behind the pillar. But there's a smoke up here on long. Frozen, how are you going to get into this? First contact from the SMG. Oh, Monacy doesn't swing off it. Frozen gets ever closer.
Yeah, he's still suspicious of this, actually.
Yeah, he thinks it.
Wow.
Oh, Frozen.
Oh my God, what a cerebral clutch there.
Takes his sweet time on the approach and just peels them off one by one, no sweat.
You know what Monacy's thinking is that the molly just landed, so obviously once it comes up, he would have assumed I totally left. But I guess with the way his teammate was playing close to short, he thought they wouldn't have done that without playing to trade. And he synthesizes that real quickly. So great
Hunter.
Second kill from Hunter. But yeah, this clutch is so impressive. I mean,
First Tech 9 shot from Hunter was just as gross. G2 disappointed. They're not able to pull that one over the line. Looked like they could have had it. They'll come buying into this next round with Galil's on majority. Less grenades than they had one round to go, but you've still got weaker weapons for FaZe, and that's why Elige is running rampant up from heaven off the lack of mid-presence from G2. Oh, flash, it's good, but back turn to him. Still Heavy God gets away with a kill. That could have been worse.
Worse? It actually works out well. Like we've got Kerrigan and MP9. I mean, a lot of rounds when you start them out are CT favored, but in a 4v4, that's when the odds swing. Because it becomes very hard to hold on to mid, so this is a nice expansion out of FaZe. They'll go back for B.
Kerrigan running around, upgrades to the Galil, flashbang from Snacks to try to get them out the door.
Playing close to the door on the left side.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something you wouldn't come out and clear, right? Let's see.
Line. Rain can't double down. Smoke at his feet.
The smoke allows him to get in the cave, though.
Brokey running over. He'll be smoked out once he gets here. Yes, that cave flank already in position. Ooh, sneaky Brokey. Trying to find the support for the plant. Will take the first down, but still Snacks on that bomb. Flash comes out.
Wow, what a flash.
Fully blinding Frozen, and Hunter's gonna get it.
Oh, that's a wonderful flash, man. It's always risky to throw those in those late round situations, but it comes out at the perfect time. And this is a moment where, yeah, they don't come out clearing Kerrigan, but again, the flash is what allows them to get out. It's not one that goes over the doorway, which I think Kerrigan was hoping to be able to dodge. Instead lands right on his face. That was Hunter with that final flash. And just like that, G2 are back in business.
One round down.
I like that we're seeing more defaults too, man. Yesterday, they were just spamming the set plays over and over again.
Right. No, I think, their Ancient has deserved some credit in terms of improvements. We won't get to see what Mirage could have been day to day, but maybe that's for the better. Be careful though, G2. There are pistols in play. Not to mention Elige with that solo M4, but they're mispositioned. You've got this B ramp push. Yeah, Rain falling back right into the crosshair of m0NESY. And Brokey's Desert Eagle misses its chance to really strike him down. Ooh, he will peel Snacks off. Smoke already down in front of him. Look at this fast flank, however, from Kerrigan. Oh, God. Smoke in the sky.
Yeah, Kerrigan's got to be asking his teammates to just draw a little bit of attention, but...
Remember, Elige still has that M4. There is no kit on the round for the retake, but this is a back turn. Kerrigan, they never suspect that his flank could have come fully through, and now you've got Heavy God and Hunter back Donut.
Lacking utility, though. Double Donut play.
No kit. Still tapping bomb, trying to cause a bit of problems.
Oh.
Now it's just Heavy God. They're going to come swinging in a second, and there is somebody back on that defuse. No way they pull that off.
Oh, that's... Okay. There are unlikely rounds, and then there's that. That's pretty incredible. They squeezed water from Stone on that flank.
3v5.
Yeah, 3v5 with no kit, no utility to work with.
One M4.
And one full gun.
And that M4 is not even really what gets it all going. I mean, we see this fallback kill from Rain.
That was a nice bait, man. Like, everyone running through Donut. Rain's thinking, okay, I got to go meet them now at the mouth of A main. m0NESY's cutting him off. Wow. That's a pretty hype moment. Look at all the defuses so far.
So many, right? 4 out of the 6 for the G2 CT side, and 3 of these 3 rounds won by FaZe so far, also all retakes. Real gentlemanly game of Counter-Strike.
Watching that Na'Vi Spirit game, you can see the tensions, the emotions, the nerves are definitely very high. We got some great clutches out of moments like that because it is such an intense match. Obviously, to get into the Spodek is everything for these new rosters.
First big stadium of the year. One of the events in Counter-Strike's circuit with real history. Whenever I see those Kato 2014 stickers, I think to myself,
money, money, money.
It's always a little more special when we're back here in Poland.
The most classic sticker that you could own.
11 years ago.
And Snacks and Taz won it.
Yeah. So they
and
hope...
Neo.
Yeah, true. Shout out Neo. Sometimes we forget about him, but he's out there.
And it would have been Shuhei.
Yeah. 2 smokes, flashbang, forced by 4 G2. Ugh. Takes a canister to the forehead. That'll leave a dent. Snacks versus Kerrigan here inside cave. Shadow advantage for the FaMAS. So the Dane picks up the kill. We've got 2 CTs going for the box boost bottom ramp. That'll catch the Heaven player off. Good damage to come back at them, but no, look at Rain. So sneaky. Waits out the smoke. And the Heavy God Deagle shot that could have pushed him over the line because it's 7 and 12 health for Elige and Rain accordingly. Now, all this time, of course, m0NESY gets out A, but the bomb was dropped in the process from that B ramp push.
There still might be, like, a vulnerable player, but I mean, look how clever this is. Brokey's just got this covered as well.
Yeah. Rounds down, FaZe Clan 10-7, first to double digits here on their map pick of Ancient, and nothing Monacy can do about it. Was hoping maybe he could find a thread to pull on before bomb would get dropped, and that's just possibility that never comes through.
Half this game, I think, is thinking about how much G2 will play like they did yesterday versus how much they'll evolve. And I think FaZe in the first half definitely got a little bit outdone on the game plan, especially seeing how little Monacy rotated from A and how often, even in the face of fakes, he was right. But now that we switch over, it could be a different story. Maybe more of the CTs being right about the way the attacks are going to come in. Let's see. The investment is
full.
It's full, and it's not great.
Jesus.
Yeah, obviously they're staring in the face of a lot of loss bonus.
They will fight and hope that Monacy's solo AK could get it going, but he loses the player that he swung out mid with. There is more to come still. Another duo out from Elbow. Now behind him, so 3 players out of G2 looking to, what, go red room? There's smokes all over the place.
Oh, it's a late smoke Elbow from the CT side.
Interesting.
All in front of it, though. So you might see FaZe actually walk into this.
And they hear that movement in CT spawn. Second defender here, Elise catches that off. Hunter again! Double tech, 9 kills, great. AK in his hands now. Heavy God walks up ramp.
He's had a great game. One good deagle shot, and this gets weird.
Oh, he doesn't recover.
Does get a little weird.
Suddenly caught off by Rain in that bomb site, just moving around. Jostles the crosshair of Heavy God, and that is now an ace demanded of Hunter in this 1 versus 3. And if he didn't have the bomb, I would say he doesn't have a chance.
Well, he phoned Nico, got a new PC. He's ready for this.
Not to mention Rain pushing beyond the bomb site. That actually gives him, you know, if he just commits to this plant.
Oh, could Hunter bring that X factor right now? He's going to have space to do what he wants, but it feels like he can't even believe it. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Well, here it is.
Back turn to him, but by going deep and getting that kill, he's opened up the threat of the ramp flank, and that's exactly what's going to cost him. Rain doubles back at the cost of the man on your screen, of course, but it's still 11 for FaZe Clan nonetheless.
It's been marginally scary so far in the second half, but for the most part, FaZe seem to have it under control. And again, that's a round where G2 forced into.
Hunter making that Tech 9 sing this evening.
They're obviously sitting on full loss bonus, so they buy up again. Okay. The Galils are going to have to come through.
Yeah, they know they're entering each of these rounds now with limitations. To try to keep FaZe off 12. To try to prevent them 5 map points.
I wonder if they could have just put in less last round.
100%.
Yeah, and still had a pretty good chance. They are great with those Tech 9s. This is where you got to tell yourself, you know it's going to be something set.
Here we go. Full B exec, Rain. Oh, he's got a pocket here. Dirty position. Flash. Ooh, finds him, but he still kills one back. Cave player falls to Mouz. Spam coming out from smoke. CT's not shy about their presence, but there's just no real comfort zone here for G2 on site unless Mouz can create it in the spam battle. Then Hunter catches Brokey over on long side. Elise returns the favor. He's supported both on short. Man advantage for G2, of course, but the bomb's on the ground, so things slow down.
Maybe they go for a double swing, the CT side. But the bomb, it looks like they could walk and pick it up without exposing it. The minimap.
Monacy could get it, but a nade back sight behind Pillar. Ooh, that nearly kills Mouz. But then he's got the bomb in his hands, and the back player's low, but the HP won't matter. It is 20 health. 20 health is what keeps G2 in that one. And there was a long, drawn-out moment in that round where it felt like G2 were just about to get cooked in that bomb site.
And you know what? Maybe on another team, it would have been a smarter decision to not force into the last round. Spend a little bit, buy up full now. But G2, gotta give them credit, man. They make these set plays work. They are so good at once they get out into the site trading down. That was the same for this team, the last iteration of this roster. They're still packed with talent. Heavy God at the top of the board for this roster as the new pickup. So obviously looking to have a feature finish.
Nice multi-frag round from Mouz here. Again, kind of in the moment of desperation. Just starts pounding bullets out. And we got Snacks coming through with the final frag. Both 1 HP. Not too far off.
G2 may have a sense of opportunity with the money for FaZe, but the real one is right here. That one was still expensive. No double grenades coming out.
Crash their way out middle. Mouz sends one at Elige in red. Op moves over. Snacks trying to take positioning with the Elige kill. No real need for Snacks to reactivate here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's 5v4 and they have a lot of map control. They're swinging around this to go to the A site.
Someone's going to come clear it.
Kerrigan doesn't seem to be too suspicious, but he's going to leave Brokey on this position. And I think he wants to draw Snacks for it. He's going to... Oh my gosh, Brokey just left his post. But the A site's under attack.
Yeah, Frozen, what are you going to do about it? Front runner's very low. Doesn't fire off immediately. Could play back for the corner of CT, and he will. He'll slip in so that the flash can be poised for him to thrive. It's one to Frozen. Temple challenge out from Brokey. And we've got Heavy God, high performer, giving cover. Oh, Hunter doesn't plant. And then the spam catches him. Double kill from Kerrigan. Just hoping that lines up, and he's right. It is a Snacks clutch demanded to keep FaZe off 12.
Yeah, just barely escaping at the beginning of the round from the eyes of Brokey. Now into his own 1v3. The CT's in catch-all spots, ready to rotate anywhere. Rain first duel, and he'll go down. That was a bit of G2 on that round for FaZe this time. I think the big one is actually Kerrigan lines up the spam through the smoke onto default.
Well,
he's sitting inside the CT smoke and kills Hunter planting.
But Hunter actually gets off the plant from the safety of behind boxes and runs into those bullets.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're worried about them pushing through, and they still get caught, huh?
I swear I saw him moving because it was a plant and a no commitment.
Either way, it's Kerrigan like hearing where the bomb plant is, trying to get some bullets in. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's actually G2 trying to be more safe instead of just committing to it, and they pay for it.
4 map points now, 12-8. And these consistent buys after buys from G2 leave them limited. Double Tech 9, Deagle, and Galil's. Not an AK in sight. Not on the attackers anyways. But these round wins haven't come for free, and we can see that in the little grenades of FaZe Clan as well. We hit a minute 15, and they've only got 4 left.
Everybody's been chipping in on the frags.
Right.
And this is where I feel, yeah, G2, they can sort of revert to this. The simple idea on a specific timing. Oh, dude. Goodness. Rain just saw him looking away.
Holy hell. Snacks talking to his teammates. Good headshot from Rain. Better headshot back from Heavy God.
And they're still actually a little unprepared on B.
It's a scramble out of Kerrigan to go back through cave. Elige just walks through smoke to add himself.
And he's going to find Frozen?
Yes, apparently.
Oh my god,
that just opens up middle. 2 players do drop down mid. There's still this 1 player remaining. Elige is going to approach it. m0NESY gets the better of him with the Galil. And that's scramble beyond. Snacks carved a path into this A site. And maybe it was that lack of preparation on B that kind of had FaZe scrambling to get back into it. Kerrigan thinks someone's pushing at him. It's just a couple flashes, and it's positions revealed for this G2 post plan.
Yeah, and time's such a big problem now. Like, how are they going to do this? Oh, m0NESY gets spotted.
And we know the money's not great for FaZe. Now that Brokey's been tagged up, they're gone.
Yeah.
Okay, Snacks, from almost having his head taken off, looking the wrong direction.
There's 2 players on the other side of the smoke, but the cave smoke is so poofy. They try to sneak in, as you mentioned, because B is so underheld. And this is Rain getting his kill, but then sticking around. Like, he wants to try to keep taking this headshot angle from his same spot. G2 happy to trade him out. Smile on the face of Taz as we get into round 22. So many low buy moments that are working out, not just for G2, for FaZe as well in this game. Extremely scrappy. Everyone chipping in on the scoreboard.
Yeah, stuck around. I see what you mean.
Right here, he's the only player, so there is a certain level of responsibility where, like, yeah, he could frag out, but also, if he dies, this is what happens. If he doesn't, then they don't have to over-rotate into the site. But to be honest, based on G2's tendencies throughout this half, you would think they'd be prepared for that kind of play.
Yeah, right.
They've been running that set move, and it's actually worked a couple of times.
Oh, they catch FaZe frazzled. Snacks makes the most of the moment.
And here's the FaZe force down.
Damn, dude. All right, we could have another great game on our hands. Oh, Frozen blinded. Flashes go both ways. Frag grenade softens up the T's on the approach. 1 for 1. And they try to get out. Meanwhile, down on ramp, Kerrigan extends. And that's a heavy hitter and heavy god down early.
Wow. With the amount of utility and guns that they had, I can't believe they went for this much map control.
Whoa.
But they made it look like they had everything to work with.
Dangerous little jump back. Rain retreats. Utility nearly non-existent. For the defense, that is. And Elige still just floating out on middle. No idea what's in lane, what's on elbow. No idea that all that's left of G2 has grouped up outside of the B site with a Molotov on the cave exit. They've yet to come out through the doorway, and once they do, it won't get spotted.
They actually don't know what to believe. Brokey turns back towards B, goes the other way.
This is Rain and Kerrigan. Incredibly sectioned off from their teammates. So nervous about middle, even though Elige was floating out there not too long ago. Now, utility comes over the top of the B site. Surely we'll get G2 pushing on in as FaZe look to scramble a rotator over. Brokey giving a flash to Kerrigan. Doesn't really find anybody, and he won't get a kill. Now, they don't know what's in cave, but you should have a good idea that Rain could be. We hear that op rattle off. And Rain is just waiting for a chance to strike down Hunter, who's just jostling on the corner as Snacks goes into that short smoke. Now he's looking to cut off Elige. He ends up dying. And we go 2v2 with a health advantage to FaZe Clan, looking to close out map 1. Frag into the cave. Nice peek off ramp. Elige turns back, wins his duel, needs to go again and won't. Hunter pressing up and into cave will extend G2's life on Ancient.
If they want it, they can get it. Another play up B, and they find the entries once again. This time it's Kerrigan without one, trying to let the whole exec come in and then time a flash from spawn. But as he does, doesn't see anybody. The flash actually works, but it's super far away. So the players on site are only blind for maybe a full second. When they come to, they take him out, and the trade train keeps on chugging. And that was an investment for FaZe.
Yes, sir. The consequence of that decision is USPs. And a 24-round game of Counter-Strike. Which, from my point of view, is a blessing. Mob's got a pack to farm. And that vacant B bomb site will be overtaken by the G2 attack. Heavy God wants to make some money back. MP7 great at this range. Oh, it's because he's crouching.
Yeah. The MP7 elitists, man, they just took the smallest L right there.
Well, you can say.
Good thing there's no one that cares.
Yeah. There's Nerds, there's Heavy God.
They are respecting the MP9 nerf, though. Got to find the next overpowered weapon.
I'd feel worse if he was fighting another SMG. AK just built different. The Hall of Heroes.
Papito is watching over you.
On the road to the Spodek.
I think without Elige's impact in that first half, it probably wouldn't have been competitive. There were a lot of really good kills from him, but again, it's just such a really great look in scoreboard in terms of everyone putting together some kills. And this one's going to be fast towards A, and you know what, man? Our FaZe going to be prepared for this.
Is it?
Oh, well, actually, they just pause up. So it's a first layer attack. They're just going to make this the fake.
Layers, Launders.
Yeah, that's nice to see. A round 24 call here from Snacks, something new.
It's nice to see if the next layer also looks good.
They're also setting up the same phase lurk that we saw Elige and Rain do in the first half.
And that'll be Snacks' responsibility towards B. Oh, wall bang on Brokey is big.
And now the CTs, they overreact because, of course, it's always been B. This is a really great round coming out of G2.
Kerrigan takes a step in sight. Then we get that full second volley. Oh, Rain's going to win the fight on Cave. Alish putting himself in the fire. He's going to have his head taken off by Modesty. Frozen. Narrow angles from Temple. And he doesn't peel anybody off of this. Modesty can lean back despite being on 5 health. You've got Heavy God on Big Box. Players peeling away from Green. Woo. And this is a great double-layered call with a critical Snacks entry to unravel that A defense.
Yeah, the spray through default was everything for this attack. It had them swinging A main just to check. But man, they had him lazy on the A site because how many times did they try to do that? 0. So this is really great from G2. It's exactly what we were missing yesterday. And it's something they should be capable of, right? Just because they lost to Nico doesn't mean they forgot to play these more complex rounds. And this one will piss FaZe off because they weren't expecting any type of fake this game.
That, folks, is 4 rounds straight to force overtime. Straight into the mid-play goes Modesty.
Oh, even more rare you see an op on that. He must have had a config spawn.
Now, with all the evolution in middle, it felt like the op had been a long-lost artifact of aggressive mid setups.
Yeah, the scariest thing to try.
I don't think Modesty's afraid of much. Brokey's his counterpart here. They could have an op duel poised on ramp.
They have to read his rotation, right? He was just in elbow, peeking out into mid, and for all they know, he's still there.
Brokey doesn't have to go any further.
The slightest bit of information somewhere else, and maybe he feels like he has to push.
Battle of the patience here. Modesty chucks a flash over. Will that get Brokey to move? Oh, the slightest shuffle.
Wow, Modesty is just so convinced that he's here. That FaZe are going to try to go for this bit of map control, but at a certain point, a decision has to be made, and oh my god, it looks like Brokey has won it. The eye contact battle.
Right, they both start to move. Thinking about the boost. Brokey thinking about this boost. He's not wrong, but
30
put
seconds
smoke down.
He can move into other protocols now.
That's great. Meanwhile, Cave starts to be taken over. Brokey, caught off by how close they are. Snacks, he's gonna get traded by Kerrigan. Alish comes out with the Mouz frag elsewhere. He's gonna be running back behind lane. And so it's gonna be Heavy God hands busy in sight. Rain getting pelted by Util while blind. It's not ideal, but it's still this 3v2. Modesty extends, misses, and in doing so, now under pressure. It's a couple bit of spam shots back towards sight, and it's all this ruse. It's all for Alish, and he goes down with nothing. He tries to get active, but he puts it all on Rain's shoulders. And a reload rate here is going to be a dire cost. G2 strike first in OT.
Okay, this is the Modesty pick play out mid through all the fire and smoke. The beautiful first kill where he's in and out. And then, to be honest, man, the maximum amount of pressure on Brokey to make a move for his team. But Brokey, credit to him, stays positive that this is a dangerous move to make, and instead 35 seconds hits the clock. He throws his smoke down, but as soon as he walks into cave, you can see he's got too much responsibility in this position. He walks into cave like a second too late. They're already in there, and now G2 are catching them off of the double fade, catching them off on the B plays, but this one's in the full default with a nice pick play to kick it off. FaZe are gonna have to earn this win. Already dropping 4 rounds straight to get into overtime. And now they've lost the lead.
What's he mad about?
Not sure.
Okay.
Maybe it's I knew he was there or something.
Back at it, huh, Modesty? Not flying out through the fire, but still. There are worse angles to be hanging on to than this. Just gonna bring a couple teammates. Oh, that smoke's a bit late. There's already 3 players beyond it.
Yeah, but it encourages us to walk forward. That's Brokey. Yeah.
Splattered. Brokey hits a killer headshot. And then gets the better of Modesty. But then the third layer of the G2 mid walkout will, at the very least, find one.
Brokey's got a good read of the map. Then he sits in donut. This is a Shiro position you can make sure no one walks in a window. No rifles have to come back from the other side to clear it. And if G2 don't smoke this off, or at least threaten that they've crossed, the CTs will be really well reinforced on the B site. But that's been a flimsy site, man.
Oh, they're not going to climb up. Oh, missed shot from Brokey after hitting 2. Utility peppers him down to 12 HP. He wants the hell out of there. And the spam doesn't quite connect, so he'll be given another chance in a moment. Elige should remain wary of the threat of an A main push, but it's numbers strong out Donut. And you can see how desperate it ends up being. Elige on this back wall takes Hunter out of the equation. Heavy got into the clutch. It's a 1v3 with the first frag found. Bomb will be scooped up, 15 on the clock.
Again, don't forget, top fragger here for G2.
Do they rush him down on the plant? No, because the flash prevents it. Rain just waiting. Temple sounds made. Heavy got into the sight boxes, hangs on, smoke fades, and Rain emerging from it with the tying round at 13 all.
Wow. Okay, well earned here for FaZe. I think a lot of this has to do with Brokey. Also, the late elbow smoke, I think it disarms G2 a little bit. They start to walk into middle thinking, oh, we're ahead of a play that FaZe think they're getting really crafty with it. Oh my god, you see m0NESY switching a gun over the box. I was like, how did Brokey know he was there? I don't know if that was pistol to his own op, because why would there be a gun there?
Right, yeah, I'm not sure.
But also he started off with an op. Oh, that's a ridiculous little bit of information for Brokey.
Back to this solo snacks B thing. This is the round that got G2 into overtime. Same setup. Barring they didn't throw out all the grenades right out of the gate.
Key timing here is if they're playing double donut right like this and the exec comes out, if it's not a contact play, they need to meet them back at the signpost on the A site, but they don't see anything right now. This is the absolute ideal time for G2 to hit this.
Man, calls have been good. It's been the right answers for the right problems. Snacks comes charging over, now the entry of this pack. And there is no sight control for the defense. Look how desperate. Brokey jumping fully. Blind's got nowhere to go. And this is a 4 versus 5 retake demanded of FaZe Clan. Frozen eating a team flash. Not ideal as him and Elige look to hang on, but Mouz pushes into Donut and kind of lets this start to unravel. Luckily for him, the players on site look to hang on, but Kerrigan's got his from spawn. And Elige is already on the brink of exiting out from Donut. One behind Big Box, double up main. Low health though for the retake. You'd think that makes a world of difference. Oh, but Elige and Frozen still hang on. And Snacks drawn back. Again, it's low, but they pull that off.
That's incredible, man. That one flash from Kerrigan blinded both players who would have cut them off coming out of Donut. That one flash from Kerrigan won that retake. Dead in the middle of both of their lines of sight. The only way they win that round, period.
Sprinkle in some nasty shots from Elige with Frozen right with him. I mean, it was Elige and Frozen in Donut that really got it going. Somebody stuck my flashbangs in the mud.
Sooner.
Yeah.
It could have been sooner. Don't push, don't push. I can't find him.
Gotta put his glasses on. Wow.
That was the golden flash. I mean, that definitely
after what felt like the golden call.
Think about how good that flash has to be to make sure that Heavy God doesn't come to and then still spray them down. Because they come out not clearing him. They're watching A main.
Damn. Value in that flashbang. And the number of retakes we have had from both these teams' CT sides. Got some tight CS tonight. And we've got what looks like the all-in A play. m0NESY about to be tested. Everybody in here for FaZe.
And every time they've tried to go A, he's sitting here in Temple praying for them to come.
And yet still G2 sitting with the vast majority over on B. 3 players locked into that bomb site. Second wave of utility comes out. Missed shot from m0NESY. That's going to leave him pissed because it could be FaZe to secure a second OT.
The smoke is a little bit suspect here. Oh, never mind.
Frozen dunks the nade on Mouz.
Right.
And then we do get that desperate scramble over. Snacks trying to slide up along the wall. Rain trying to get vision just over the edge of that as Elige gets burned out of sight.
Let's see if G2 can win a miraculous retake.
Double donut, one brokey, and one behind the bomb site. It is Hunter with the main smoke into the flashbang. That one flashbang that's got to be as good as Kerrigan's. They've already at least blocked off some angles of vision. Elige in cover, trades one. And as he just lets them get ever closer, he'll smash Snacks' head off, and Brokey's gonna get that last one. 15 FaZe!
Oh, that's gotta feel good for FaZe. And they had the perfect counter flash to make sure that the flashes coming in for the retake did nothing. They had the set smokes, the right timing to make that play, but Elige coming forward at a Dona is also a really important move. Otherwise, just gonna have to sit behind it, play a long round, but that's not the kind of that's not the kind of guy he is. Man, and that's Monacy has obviously met them at that impasse every single time that they've come out for A, but really unfortunate. Also, he missed.
Damn, Brokey.
Not that that's happened a lot, but...
Insta climb up middle here from Hunter. Looking to evacuate through cave. We've got damage being taken down on the base of ramp. Elige is going to get that headshot on Snacks. And they know that player's back there. Elige able to push that bomb in quick as could be. Wall bang! It's on the mark, but not on the money. Hunter has to go for the reload as the retake is now demanded of them. It is map point FaZe Clan, and they challenge into cave. Elige does not fear you. He is on for the ace. With players coming at him, Elige sensed that opening and just dismantled this bomb site on his own. 3 frags and enough of a distraction to turn Mouz back. An impossible 1v5. Bomb is theirs, and so is Ancient. FaZe Clan survived the test. So many retakes, so many what-ifs, but a blind Kerrigan entry on a Monacy whiff, and then that instant Elige close right after. FaZe Clan map up, and G2 on the brink of elimination.
Side. One cave.
Nothing elbow either, Mario.
Yep.
Nice.
Elige
mid player.
Out B.
Nothing window.
Close long, one's default. Stay alive. I can give you gun. Stop.
Banana deep.
Let's swing. 3, 2, 1. Good. Close wall. I'm holding short close. I'm flashing in, let's pick. Guys, I think he's... Close, do it. Pick. Nice! Let's go! Let's fucking go. What? Let's go!
Nice, Jano. Good round, bro.
Nice, Jano.
What did you say?
It was the fucking mouse.
Focus next round, insta.
I'm gonna flank CT to scream.
Yeah, should be tempo. I'll scream. One is on.
Down temple.
Has to tempo.
I'm
gonna fake plant. He's coming out.
Nice!
Good round, boys.
Good fucking nice fucking round, man.
Nice comes.
Good shot.
Васю обосрался, братан. Что он делает? Let's go! Хорош, блядь. Nice, guys. Bro, the guy is shit in his pants. Right?
Their money is shit, for one round. Their money is shit. Awful. I wanna know. We just take together. One should be mid. Ilya, can you come back? Can you come back to CT and flash for me, maybe?
Sound, listen to me. Guys, listen to me. They're pushing towards on tree, okay? I will flash right click and you will kill him with rifle, okay? I flash behind Xbox.
Давай.
Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Flashing. I'm going out. I think he's mine. Maybe. Nice! Let's go! Nice. Let's go. Hey, wait.
Fucking nice.
Come I boost you, Janusz. You will take it.
Bring Xbox now.
Step now.
Hey, both dead.
Fucking out. Donut one.
Donut.
Hey, both.
Both.
Go nice, boys.
It looks like it. Right, 3, 2, 1, swing.
Pushing close.
Tapping the bomb.
Not sure to see it.
Left and right.
Left.
Right side.
Pushing.
I'm on it, guys.
Nice! Nice! Good shit, man. Fucking shit.
Pushed to the brink, but it's FaZe that take their own map pick of Ancient over G2 in this elimination game in Katowice. What an odd game to watch. Those rounds that go not the way you think. Maybe the ball being dropped, that is all the pressure at play here. But Kerrigan, the master of the orchestra, as always.
Listen, it was crazy here. Like the intensity that you could feel between these two teams. Nobody wants to go home, and the only shame about this game that somebody has to lose right now. Every time I stood up, like because I thought that the game was over, to come to the area that we need to work, right? I was always like met with other team winning the round and just keep extending that. The only thing, like you can hear it in the quabs of Monesi as well. He's calling that round with such a high intensity for such a young player. You hear Harosh, Bratan, everything like is happening really fast. And like I said, the only kind of shame is that we're going to see one of these teams actually go home after this game.
I think that's a great point. It was, of course, FaZe's map pick. And what is also nice to see, even if you're a neutral, right? FaZe always had that kind of intangible, like, even when they're really far behind, even when they need a super clutch in a round to win it, and with Elige even coming, it's still there, right? It's still working the way it's supposed to.
Probably even more at this point, because Elige is such a vocal person, especially on the server when he needs to organize things. Right now, they're going into a second map. You could have seen the intensity in FaZe's communication and the way they were reacting to winning rounds. It was like FaZe in arena. Everybody knows they're the most dangerous team when they're in arena. Now they have backs against the wall. They are playing similarly and equally good like they did yesterday against Vitality.
They are, and we didn't stand here for very long. We were just waiting, and I did hear at the tail end there that Kerrigan said, yeah, you get paid by the round, boys. This is how it is. So the atmosphere is still there. We're going to talk about Inferno later, but your gut check, G2, in a few words, right? Can they rally this back? What did you see?
Absolutely. The young kids are there. Monesi is hyped up. I think they can do it. Will they? Yeah, they have to show us.
They will have to, indeed. And someone else will show us something as well, because it's Pimp by the Telestrator.
Yeah, we speak of intensity, and I want you to show you exactly that and how that transpired in this game between FaZe and G2. We may as well jump into it. We're jumping into the beginning of second half. Just want to set the scene. You can see the scoreline is 8-7, and you can see that over on the side of FaZe, there's not a lot of money to work with. That's because G2 kept on forcing, and they finally broke FaZe and won their round number 7, which now put FaZe in a very undesirable position. Now they have found the money to buy an M4 towards Frozen. As you can see, he's going to be pushed out towards middle, where he's going to find a duel towards Malps and Hunter, where they want to take map control. I don't blame Malps. I don't blame Hunter for walking out here. I want to give credit to Frozen for going out here, seeking the duel, knowing he has the only weapon. He gets instant traded. And at that point, I just want to fast forward a little bit, because not a lot of stuff is happening right now, but as you can see, G2 are taking a lot of map control. And if we zoom in on the minimap up here, just want to show you guys. Oh, nope, that's not how it works. Let's try again. We zoom in on the minimap, and we can see how they're spread out now. You can see that G2 right now are moving slowly but surely into a very winnable position. It's just Rain, the sole player over here, defending the entirety of the A bomb site. And if I were to pause the round right here, and you think to yourself, well, how on earth can G2 lose this round at this point? You have everything you need, right? Look at the minimap up here. You have a free A bomb site. You have Rain standing here with with a 5-7. Monesi in a couple of moments will kill him, and at that point you feel like the round is over. There's no way they can lose this. But again, I just want to fast forward a little bit until we see Brokey with the Deagle not hitting anything. He then comes in for a second try, gets a nice kill. Again, fast forward. This is the point where G2 lose control a little bit. Just want to go a little bit further. I know it's a little bit tricky right here. And there we go. You have Kerrigan coming in with the flank, G2 coming in towards the bomb side. They get the bomb planted. And you think to yourself, again, you have all the advantage right here. A 3v3, the bomb down, you have 2 players in towards Donut. There's no kit, but for some reason, G2 is losing grasp of the round. m0NESY is not being told by his teammate that he's not being held from behind. There's no one to help him. He's standing with the back to Kerrigan, and then it all unfolds. Heavy Guard goes for the first duel. He's now being spotted towards Donut. He will eventually lose this duel to 2 players from FaZe who are facing towards the G2 players, and they will end up winning the round. I don't blame Heavy Guard. I don't blame, necessarily the other player for being stuck in this position. I blame G2 for not keeping grasp of what was going on. They let the pressure get to them, unfortunately. It was a bit of a shame because this unfolded, this transpired into FaZe being able to pick up a couple of more rounds. And I will say, from this moment and onwards, G2 were the better team. The T-side calling, the timeouts coming in for tests, the adjustments from this point and onwards, that was all G2. The only reason this game went into overtime in the first place was because of this misplay from G2.
Well, do you agree with that, Reed?
That's absolutely on point. Everything that he said that round was kind of critical in many ways, and the way Jacob kind of broke it down was exactly how it kind of happened,
Yeah.
And for the viewers out there that needs a little bit kind of more into details, I know people love that, and I think that round was very well executed, and the rotations were kind of pulled off in a proper timing, and then used against the team, and ultimately got them the round.
Yeah, definitely so, but it's true also. Great things coming out of both teams, so let's parlay it into Inferno, which is G2's map pick, and what we've seen from them so far on that.
I've never seen G2 being, a team that kind of falls off after the first map and just kind of give up, especially after the map that, they didn't pick. Now they're going into that Inferno that you mentioned, their bread and butter, something they always like to play on, like kind of both sides, doesn't really matter if it's a CT or a T. They have good players on good positions. They know how the map works. Even when Nico was there, it was a good map for them. So overall, they're happy with the veto, so they should not be too clustered, I guess.
Yeah, also kind of the positivity that they were able to rally back into that game as well, which we saw yesterday versus Falcons. It bodes well for us getting to a decider.
I think so. At least a competitive map on Inferno. The one question mark I have, and I hate to do this again because I know a lot of people are watching, is the whole Snax conversation. I just want to give you guys a historical perspective to that. When Snax came into G2, he had not played Inferno for a long, long time. He was then being forced into play Inferno because obviously Nico loved to play it and G2 loved to play it. He's now been there for half a year or a little bit more. He's learned the range of Inferno, but it used to be Nico helping out a lot with the calling on this specific map. Now he's left by himself. So this is a big test for Snax. He has to obviously step up and show that he can call on the map of Inferno, a map that he's only just now, I guess, learned to call on most recently. So that's something to keep in the back of your mind when you're watching G2 play Inferno.
I know Casado wants to reply, but we'll pick this back up, I promise you. And we're also going to watch Inferno with that in mind. And with in mind that m0NESY was calling a lot on that previous map. How is it going to fare on Inferno?
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Oh, the Nova.
Nova mid?
I do this all the time. I love shotgunning here.
God.
Grab the AK.
That's a sad death for the guy.
Yeah. Dude, it's hard. If you try taking it silently at mid, you just get shotgun in the face.
Yeah.
Stay in control. Swing.
Hero of the round.
Yeah.
You're the VIP now with the AK.
That was a big round.
That was equal by you guys, right?
Yeah.
You just said Nova?
You can get a lot out of just having a Nova on a lot of maps. Like even on Banana here, you can get a lot out of it.
That's true.
But some people don't like Novas. I only like it in some spots.
I cannot. If I was playing B Mirage, I would pull out Max 7.
You can do that in Inferno here. It's not bad.
style. I mean, this is a game against Mouz.
Oh, the smoke looks a little off.
From them?
Yeah.
Yeah, it went. I think they failed the smoke.
Yeah, it looks like they failed it because you can, like, it went too deep, of course.
But behind the scenes, there's a Finn is coming. He's running with the flash from CT spawn now.
Yeah.
And like they're just running full blind through the smoke.
Yeah.
Perfect flash from Finn. Yeah, but I think the smoke helped you, right?
Yeah. I don't know how they got it so right.
Donut smoke?
Oh yeah, those the feel good ones. We love those.
That was perfect timing, bro. You pull out the AK.
Yeah, it was really close.
That must have been a big ass smile after this round.
Yeah. We love those ones. Little donation.
That's a delicious one.
To the Elige Fund. Is this me? Or is this
no.
You? Oh, you guys are playing
Vertigo. Yeah, this is a major. We are cooking Vertigo.
Yeah.
It is against Vitality, yeah. But honestly, the round might look nice, but we are getting whooped at this point. The game is over pretty much, I think. So, yeah. Prior to this game, we played Spirit, where we picked Vertigo for the first time on the major, and we beat them. Then we tried to do the same against, we left Vertigo open against Vitality. And I guess Vitality were much better on Vertigo than Spirit were, because they, I think it was like 13-2 the score or something, like 13-4. Didn't work here.
I remember this.
Lots of duels, lots of angles. Oof.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that's
feel good. Feeling like Donk right there.
It was like 5 seconds, you killed everyone.
Yeah.
Dead.
It's hard to say like dead in these situations, so I'll just be like, I don't know. Honestly, I probably didn't say anything. If I'm thinking what actually happened, probably nothing. Because it's just hard.
Everyone just died.
Yeah. Usually there's like, they're coming out! And then you just focus on your crosshair and kill.
Hey Future Pros, back on Inferno and this time with the Moto Smoke. To throw the smoke, loosely position yourself to the left of this wall and crouch down. Aim just below the center point of the arch and throw. Very simple and a crucial smoke when trying to take the A site from short. Now you just have to clear the 20 or so angles and then the A site will be yours.
From Ancient to Inferno, FaZe Clan survived the test of what was a nicely layered attack back on Ancient Mohan. It has to be said, in a week where there's been criticism thrown around G2 and their leadership and their calling.
The irony of that being the best map that they played so far and then still losing.
Right.
Well, that's the FaZe difference. So
how does that happen?
Well, to be honest, they made the 4-round comeback. They won a fair few rounds off of the Tech-9, half buys as well. It was scrappy to the very end. G2 showed really good form, but it's still FaZe Clan at the end of the day, and we saw what they could do yesterday. So as much as they nearly bottled that performance on Ancient, they have now put G2 in a particularly difficult spot.
It do be FaZe Clan sometimes.
And I gotta say, Elige has been slotting in beautifully now.
Oh yeah,
like they're a team from the first day. And Inferno is one of the maps that I have very little faith in. They must have given a lot of thought to, because they picked it twice. They lost it. They looked really messy. A lot of spots changing up, and they definitely could not find their form. So I think this is a great opportunity for G2, but
owned.
They got to be worried about how much can change at any moment. Like, here's Rain and Pit.
Elige on the climb up. They go 2 players up on balcony. Then you've still got Brokey just kind of in the cubby over on arch side. And there's clearly some attention being thrown his way, so Elige is going to disrespect that Moto smoke and try to help out Brokey. Brokey can just sit in this corner for as long as he wants. Flash comes out. Brokey will swing out, get one. Rain dies on sight. Elige is here to help out. And so suddenly it goes 2v4, G2 on a recovery. But you've got m0NESY now back, turned and surrounded. The A players get active, and in that activity, it's a FaZe Clan pistol yet again. That's 3 for 3 on the series.
Am I crazy, or did they win like 5 out of 6 of their pistols as well yesterday? Who was that had that score line? That was ridiculous. It was only a single one the other way. I'll have to double check on that, actually.
That would have been FaZe Vitality.
FaZe Vitality.
FaZe Vitality. FaZe Vitality.
Yeah, let me double check.
But yes, only one pistol.
Oh no, excuse me.
Other way around?
That was FaZe only winning one pistol in that series.
Yeah.
Because it's a much better day now. That's why I was like, wait, that doesn't sound right.
Other way around. Yeah. Glad you checked. Sorry, boys. B is closed. Oh, almost ace. 4.5 frags. Kerrigan comes through to deny it. We got to get an ace tracker for IEM Katowice 2025 because we've cast at least us, just the two of us, and we're 1/4 of the duos out here, Mohan. So either we're incredibly lucky or there's just been aces flying all over the board so far.
I would love to know how many aces have been at this turn. This event could have the most aces.
It feels that way to me.
From our perspective.
I mean, Exorcist also just aced Eternal Fire on the B stream. So
there's something about this event, man. The clutches, the aces.
Get the number crunchers on it. Somebody call up those nerds at HLTV. With all due respect.
Yeah, bring out the abacus. Striker.
Abracadabracus.
Gonna need a protractor to count all these aces.
Dirty little angle rain. Cheesy. Yeah, you're never ready for it, but AK trade from Hunter's nice. Famas at this range? Yeah. I could lean into that, but smoke goes down on a leash, so he'll peel away. They actually throw a smoke out in front of him. Makes that Moto smoke a little more poofy. No short control. CT's, it's a dangerous game to go through that arch side smoke for mid, but you'll find out that it's all open. And so Kerrigan trying to maybe make numbers feel more so stacked on arch. Now we get that short contact shown by Frozen. There is going to be an eventual apartments flank as well coming out of Elige, but who really cracks the whip to get the retake going? Monas is trying his best to peel somebody off, and he will find that contact up above. Frozen gets a little desperate. Nice double kill here from Monasy, and we get G2 answering early. First round in the third.
That's such a great reposition, obviously, because Monasy knows the molly's coming as soon as he gets spotted from lane. So just a perfect read on the call, getting into mini repositioning. When he takes a shot over this corner of the truck, you're thinking, oh no, this gets a little bit scary for him, but he immediately falls back, kills a guy in halls who thinks he can get out now because it's still mini, so all those movements really counted for a lot. And Monasy got the spray down through the smoke in the end. 2 big frags. Some of the spots, or the way that Rain's playing spots, he's picking like what is a really strong angle for that first kill, but then simply not moving. Like it's just like an off angle that you couldn't predict for the first guy.
Yeah. You want to try to equate that to like what we saw on Ramp of Ancient?
Yeah, exactly.
Same kind of philosophy that's going on, right?
Yeah. But
stones
to be
in
honest,
his
like,
shoes.
yeah, like obviously, Rain's anchoring. Rain played Cave back on Ancient before, and Kerrigan and Rain played anchor roles in his career before. But in my opinion, he became much too good at those rotator positions like Cave. Or just those high utility, high traffic locations, high info positions. That not only does he have to learn new spots, but it's a slightly different style. And you could say personality-wise, like him as an anchor, kind of like, if you're just watching for the first time, like, okay, this guy doesn't move much, He's hard to trick.
He eats that second flash, but Elige is kind of saving the day again. Oh, it just gives Rain enough real estate back inside of the pit to pick up the third exit from that balcony. Dude, we saw it one round ago. Elige, he was forced back because of the smoke, but he is so ready to rock and roll at holding back the balcony.
In that moment, it was his teammate who died and he ran out of ammo. If it was him who died, his teammate could have pushed the smoke and we'd see a different round. So Elige definitely saving the day.
And almost doing it one round to go as well.
Yeah.
So
and there was a missed smoke that we just saw. I don't know where that was supposed to go.
And additionally, just one last thing about Ancient. We say Elige is kind of fitting in right now. Dude, his entry fragging in the final round of that game is what just really pushed it over the line. That triple kill full entry? Like, his explosiveness, his suddenness, it's a nice little tool for Kerrigan to be able to have nowadays. And, well, explosively holding back attacks as well, it seems.
But Kerrigan called this what will be Rain's dream positions. He wanted to have him in anchor spots.
Okay.
But clearly, it's going to take a little bit of time for it to be totally comfortable. And he's not far away from his old spots, and he's still going to be lurking up in the halls and everything like that.
It's Rain. It's the founding father of FaZe, after all.
And FaZe are also quite a mobile team. They're not just using the same 3 setups every round. This also poses a problem for G2, who have to come into this game trying to prepare for what FaZe have changed when they've changed a lot.
Minute mark and a smoke goes down Banana. We hold our breath while Heavy God and Mouz try to find their first kills of map 2. Heavy God was awesome back on Ancient as well, so let's see if he can extend it forward in the series. It's that P250 on Snacks that's going to have to make sure it stays alive so that all those utilities can be thrown out. .35.
Yeah, it's a very threatening molly. They aren't close to this right now.
No smoke to go with it, though.
Yeah,
nothing else to stop this, what is going to be 5-player commitment. Oh, he's blind, doesn't take the shot. Frozen, he's just burning.
Okay.
Brokey's gonna miss. They've got him just pinned. Back on this box. Player up in his grill. Frozen giving cover.
What?
Brokey drops Snacks in the process to follow that. Kerrigan challenges cross. Oh, that's Kerrigan! 35 years young again?
He's going on 25, Connor. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe Brokey got that shot. And he got saved. He got saved by Frozen jumping at him around quad while he was standing in the molly, while Frozen was standing in a molly. This literally all needed to happen at the same time.
Look at him go, man. Locked in for that one. Kerrigan will not miss. And that is FaZe just thriving in the fire that G2 put all across that bomb site. There was pressure on each piece of the initial defense. Kerrigan didn't give a damn. He's got me razzle-dazzled.
Unk still got it.
Damn.
Whoa, warning shots.
Yeah, it's enough to have you peel back a little bit. Oh. Third player to get tagged up by the Desert Eagle.
All by Snacks.
But bodies falling all around Heavy God. 1v5, too much of an ask. 5-1 for FaZe as all 5 players stand up in that one. Money's flowing now. This CT side looks like it is ready for whatever G2 think they can throw their way.
For what it's worth, like G2 on these, the half-buy rounds are insanely powerful, and they damn near won that last round on B. FaZe surviving that test, like imagine if they survived those force-ups on Ancient. That map wouldn't have really been close. There would have still been some great rounds in there for G2, but it's that entry power. And G2, once upon a time, best Inferno team in the world, largely because they were so good at hitting the B site. They've still got some of the bones on this team, but I guess that's only 2/5 of that lineup at this point.
That's
crazy to think about.
That's like earlier when they played this the Blade Runner Brokey thing, and I'm just looking back on the days of Twist and Rops, and just it kind of hit me like that. This isn't the FaZe that I kind of mentally picture when you say FaZe Clan CS.
At least they're 3/5.
Sure.
But G2 2/5.
I know, but it's like all my memories are being eroded.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not willing to let go.
They're being layered.
Oh, okay.
Being layered.
Building it up.
Yes.
Not breaking it down. Mouz wants to break down the banana hold, but he himself is breaking down because 0 kills. There's his first. Kerrigan, not looking so sharp. Nade out in hand, didn't anticipate the Mouz swing, thought he had done enough to deter that. And in reality, there's a lot of bodies walking around outside of A site. Snacks doesn't want to be the next victim here. Then there would be no options, and somebody's got to peel back to grab bomb eventually. Honestly sees that as an opportunity to push forward, but
would he go?
You know,
2 smokes?
Nah, that'd be crazy, Mohan. 1 smoke, that's wild. 2 smokes, that's crazy.
remember when, Na'Vi were kind of at their peak. I was back in CSGO, and FaZe could not beat them on this map. They would, okay.
Doesn't get away with
great
it.
adjustment, Heavy God.
Awesome on the approach, plus m0NESY already in through Arch. That should blindside this rotator. Jump scare moment there for Brokey.
Goodness.
And then m0NESY looks to add himself to this A split.
Wait, they're going to go A still?
Uh-oh, you don't want to challenge Elige, do you? Elige trying to figure out which side to play, trying to figure out how exactly this is going to come to him. And slowly, he just sulks into the depths of this bomb site. They are looking for him, and they'll take him. Heavy God, 2 clean headshots between the Apartments player and that whack-a-mole moment with Elige. So G2.
Also, A was not a bad idea. I thought that he was the only guy left.
Oh.
And they're still going. Okay. At least Frozen will keep the op into this next round. It's a nice round here for G2. This kill's huge. The first one's kind of like, I don't know if Mouz is standing inside of the molly behind half wall and then gets the flash to go through. But I don't think he was getting tagged, right? Otherwise, they would have been scared of him.
Yeah, I thought so as well.
Must have just been in the Goldilocks zone.
Looks like the op save is guaranteed here by Frozen, who is starting strong on Inferno. He's calling for Heavy God to get the ball rolling. 0 kills before that round, now sitting on 2.
Brother.
Were those gang signs?
I don't know.
What was that?
Roman numerals, maybe?
Same spot. Where Mouz caught Kerrigan. This time there's nobody home. Nobody in Banana, that is, but Brokey on the angle. Whoa. Whoa, Frozen!
Oh, they both died. Ay.
They didn't see that coming. B-site held only for a moment. Kerrigan, the only player to post a frag. Are you surprised as I am that FaZe was that caught off by that?
Yeah, I am very. Yeah, and I was whenever the B plays came down on Ancient 2. So I think it's because of that the smoke. I think it was a smoke at the top of Banana that Mouz walked through.
Yeah.
So they didn't flash retake it because he could see everything. That might have been the way that they smoked the molly. Didn't see how that played out at the beginning of the round, but...
What are you up to, Elige?
Honestly, that was definitely it, but not sure what went wrong or right for G2 on those utility protocols. That's Mouz info.
I didn't notice these stickers until now.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it? Oh, damn it. When we go back in, maybe we can see Rain's M4, please. Rain's got some interesting name tags.
Blow me no hands.
Yep. Yep, that's the one.
It almost sounds like a password.
I'd let you in.
Capital B.
2 rounds consecutive here for G2.
Yeah. Oh, what? That was the kill. I was like, how did Brokey die in the back, dude?
Right? Yeah, I thought Brokey would be trying to disengage, not sit on an angle, and it looked like he was running.
All right, that's pretty nuts.
Pretty nasty. Yeah, Snacks knows.
We take those.
Nasty little shot, huh? Luckily for FaZe, there's still money to go around, so weapons purchased up. With Rain having saved the M4. Here it is. Googly eyes.
Ah.
Feels like G2 are sensing that they've got an edge on this banana play, so why not run it back?
Yeah. This time so when they throw the molly down, if anybody runs from it, of course, they're just going to be throwing this one defensive. Oh no, it is coming in aggressive. But yeah, they get the tag, they get the info.
Okay.
Smoke comes out. But CTs, they're playing heavy towards bracket. There's not even an arch player on this play, so there will be no leadoff.
Sketchy.
The B-site players really have to hope that it isn't this site, but it will be.
Frozen still has one smoke, one flashbang.
I'm surprised they're not retaking mid. They're not thinking about rotating one over early. And now one molly ruins their day.
So that's why we have Frozen hanging on to the smoke, like, just in case.
Even if they smoke this molly out, if it's coming, maybe it's not.
It looks like they'll get lucky with the Molotov placement. No,
it's coming. They smoke it out. He's just in the smoke now.
So now Frozen going to try to set up Kerrigan. Gets a dink off, but that is all. And they don't seem like they're buying this. Nah, they just go hunting.
Too much rest on that one. Yeah, you're just in the smoke, you know?
Kerrigan's, I got this, guys. Sick call. They'll never see it coming. Guns are blazing in the back of the site. So this is a consistency now that G2 are carving out of this defense. FaZe Clan not able to hold this B site for 3 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and the rotations here, I mean, they're not even any rotations, so.
Heavy God not buying your baloney.
I'm pretty surprised teams aren't cluing into seeing G2 getting set up. Like, throwing that molly was supposed to be the info that let them know, okay, G2 are going to wait this out and then go again. And even if you're not sure, because of course, Snacks called a brilliant double fake at the end of Ancient to get them into overtime, most of the time they're setting up, then they're execing, even if they get spotted. But yeah, no speedway lead off, excuse me. No retake on mid control. And no info inside of apartments, which I think was the biggest blind spot that really had them locked in.
Looks like they're going to fight a little bit more for Banana out of the gate. Bad bounce on that incendiary. And that bad bounce, yeah, it got extinguished. So it's not as much pressure in these corners as they would have hoped for, but still MP9 pressing down into it. Brokey's given a chance to strike and will succeed in snipping Snacks off this attempt at an arch wrap. Bomb included, with this 3-player cohort working up and ever closer. Now the balcony layers are starting to get a bit nervous.
Frozen's still worried about this timing.
Should be.
But he's floating, so.
Out in the open now, you've got 2 players coming at him. And both of them spotted, probably the third right with it. Quick little scramble here from Kerrigan into Coffin, working with an SMG. But look at this, ramp hold. Oh, if Mouz was able to cut off this rotate, that could have really bode well for G2. But now they've got to figure out where Kerrigan is. Hopefully, for their sake, kill him with no casualty. That is the case. Hunter to plant in the fountain. Heavy God took a bunch of damage. But that smoke is going to keep them at bay still for a little longer. They start to throw that retake utility, and now they're going to have to try and press through it without all the vision they could hope for. Still, no activation on that Heavy God CT peak. It's going to be Modesty first contact. Good trade out from Elige. Hunter buys time, just sits back there, and as Heavy God awaits the last piece, he gets cleared out by Brokey. A back turn to Hunter. He's got this box locked in, but the no-scope.
Wait, is there time? Yeah, there is, it looks like.
Over, and he will get this. He's got the kit, he's got the clock, and that is FaZe to the 6-4 lead.
Man, what a leap Brokey just took there. And it at least elicited a peek. Heavy God so upset that that happened. That was a very difficult retake to win, and Brokey very smart not to peek into CT until the timing was perfect. As soon as his teammate crossed grill, he took the chance, and that swing paid off. Oh, sorry, it was Hunter back here. And that's just that 50-50 gamble. You know, is he going to go around the back of quad, or is he going to come out the left side? And Brokey comes up huge.
Oi. Little half mid smoke. Monacy just lands it.
Oh man, is Rain actually gonna stay here?
That seems crazy, but it could pay off. We're gonna get a little banana fight offered up from Kerrigan. Yeah, sure. Rain gets found out. Splattered outside of apartments. And that's gonna be 2 deaths towards the A site. Surely that draws G2's attention closer. On top of that deep banana smoke, got to start taking some of that control away.
This is a spot that can get mollied out, so Brokey's staying here to try to help Kerrigan. But I mean, with all the deep control of it, are G2 really going to walk into this?
Right, you got 2 kills on A. Surely you go size up what else is over there.
Oh, smoked behind them. And this allows Kerrigan to go for the flank. MP9 on the flank. This is a real test of the nerf, Connor.
Does he crouch? Yes, and still he hits the headshot. Eesh, dude, dangerous duel, Kerrigan. Whoa, Kerrigan, what? He gets 3 kills. He won all of that.
Valve.
They thought they nerfed it. Now Brokey swaps over to the M4. 30 seconds for bomb to be grabbed. I mean, this is still winnable for Heavy God. They said they nerfed it, and then that still occurs. Now Brokey on the chase. But I like that. Heavy God drops a smoke. He could still just put this over the line. Round 11 queued up. Brokey, oh, he loses track. And now Heavy God's got the advantage. He's got the advantage in the corner, so he thinks, but the heck?
Wait, he didn't see him.
Graveyard peek,
What
are you kidding?
is he shooting at? You had the advantage. I mean, you're right about that. Yeah, the advantage. 100%. It was there.
How does that MP9 get 3? How does that? You've got.
I told you the nerf wasn't.
You got some of the best players in the world
nerf.
staring down Kerrigan from top middle to ramp with AKs like their CTs taking mid fights.
Oh man, what's this? Mario. Then we get the Young Thug meme here.
How can that happen?
Yeah.
Rain's like, I think my game is broken because my MP9 can't do that.
Some rounds are stranger than fiction. It's all in the light bait, though, isn't it? Brokey smoking behind him so Kerrigan can flank mid. They still turn to check him, but they didn't have the better weapon.
Any chance we can replay that MP9? Because it just felt like little bits of damage, 4 or 5 bursts in a row. Look at this. First one clean.
Even his confidence to stand here just shows you what this gun's capable of, man.
Crouching, crouching. He is crouching. He is crouching.
Okay, fair enough. The nerf is for that situation, but obviously, maybe just turn the nerf up a little bit.
We're like, guys, crouching accuracy. When does anybody ever crouch with an MP9?
Yeah, they just need a little fine tuning. A little fine tuning, maybe.
They completely missed the point of what the MP9 needs to be nerfed. What if I think?
I mean,
and then you get that.
I will still hold that in all situations.
Sure.
It's way too strong.
Yeah, we still need to deal with jumping, running.
Yeah, standing has been huge.
and still crouching.
Holding angles has been amazing.
The list goes on. The list goes on. Wow. What a doozy of a moment there. And what's wild, that puts FaZe up 7-4. Looking like the possibility of a real healthy 8-4 CT side on your opponent's map pick. Rain has an auto shotgun.
What the hell, that one?
And Frozen gets opening kills. That is Monacy.
But look, they're playing 3B because they know they're going to try this.
Yeah. Monacy 7-8 on the half. Malbs 2-8. The stars of the show not shining as bright as they'd hope. Elige pinned into the corner, wants to try and fall back, but he's gonna get locked into the duel, traded out by Kerrigan and Frozen there. So many layers. Oh, and the Nuke tube to the headshot, the blunderbuss. It's an 8-4 half for FaZe Clan.
Brocade. Let's begin. Recite your baseline.
A thin black reticle began to spin. A sequence of rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within one system.
Roles.
Rows.
Have you ever been in a system? Roles.
Rows.
Do they keep you in a role? Cells?
Cells.
Oh, you don't even smile.
Do you long to answer their questions? Frags.
Frags.
Would they understand if you did? Frags.
Frags.
When you're not performing your duties, do they reduce you to a number? Stats.
Stats.
What's it like to hold the drop of someone you loved? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
I swear I saw your eyes. I felt it coming. UFO that I could taste. Only love can bring me face to face with you.
What a day, You look lonely. I can fix that.
I swear I saw the sun in your eyes. I know black holes are on the horizon. So I called the doctor, said I need a gasoline dream that I drink from my cup. I swear I saw the moon in your eyes. I saw an eclipse, a kaleidoscope. I called the doctor, said I need a gasoline dream that I drink.
The three musketeers, the three superstars.
Welcome to FaZe, motherfuckers.
You're not even close to baseline.
Absolute Kerrigan shenanigans at the tail end of that CT side for the 8-round defense out of FaZe Clan. It's G2's map pick, and it's G2's run here in Kato that is on the line. FaZe Clan map up, G2 getting frustrated as this one fizzled out in front of them as Kerrigan hit him with the double finger guns, Launders. That would break a lesser man.
Yeah, definitely. He's coming up with new noises. I don't even know what gun does that, really. It wasn't the noob tube that got used on him.
My God.
Man.
All 5 players in a pistol with nades. Look at that buy from FaZe, dude. What's that?
Oh, interesting.
What is that?
Let's see.
Are those decoys? Oh, okay, that's what those are. I hadn't
those
seen
are
that.
FaZe players, okay?
I haven't seen those icons
you
yet.
have some respect, sir.
It's like, is that a sonar grenade? Is that a medi shot? Is that a bump mine? Challenge up from Banana into the B site's what they want. Oh, you're not gonna get it. Mouz 2 kills, Monacy a double. Defenders in position, just hanging onto that back wall of the B site. You can leave Frozen, that much is allowed. But the entrance, you can't afford it. Not even for a guy on FaZe. Coffin fight. Oh, hang on.
Whoa, the wall bang?
That's pretty crazy.
It's crazy.
2 players on the CT cross. Oh, wait.
No, there's no
Frozen!
chance. All good.
Oh my God.
All good. All good. Hey. Whoa.
So that was close.
The double stack in CT should have been impossible.
Man.
Whoa, Young Snack's up there.
After seeing that Magisk pistol.
True.
Anything is possible.
There is always a chance.
But this double from Mouz, double from Monacy.
And Mouz was a really important part of the setups for all the plays, but wasn't getting a lot of kills in the first half. But these 2 shots remind us who Mouz is.
Solo AK Elige. Interesting. That's given over to him by Frozen. There's kind of been this like brewing bromance actually between Frozen and Elige. I've seen in like the interviews, a lot of the content they were shooting together. They did some positional breakdowns and to be honest, I'm all for it.
They do like having a token North American on FaZe.
Yep. Nice push, Snacks. Where have I seen that before?
Nice spray.
Top mid challenge as well. Hunter showing them that MP9 goes both ways. Mouz, great cover to make sure that all 5 stand tall for G2. It may have only been a 4-round T-side, but it's a pistol win, likely conversions fully with the next, and soon enough, this game could be tied. But for now, 8-6 FaZe.
I'm holding my breath to see the T side. Definitely had a lot of like, sort of paying attention to, we pay attention to the CT spots a lot more. Elige is definitely going to be a core part to entering, but I think even on T side, he's moved around a little bit. I've seen him up in halls, but he could still be defaulting. Oh, in his same spots. This is a couple of good grenades on Frozen, on what is a light buy. But as we see, G2 have really pulled back on the A site. So they got a nice rotation in here from Hunter.
It's enough utility to cause a bit of a disruption, but the numbers are strong still for G2. Monacy full white. Tech9 goes gunning for the pit. Absolute stoppage of this one. Elige the only player with a frag, and Monacy so confident the knives are out. So nicely done here by G2, closing that gap to only 1 round as the first buy of FaZe's T-side comes through.
That looks lovely already. Promising signs here for G2. Not just off the pistol, but shutting down this A attack. I'm just sitting here with bated breath, wondering how this first rifle is going to start out for FaZe. What kind of calls are they going to go for? And in fact, G2 look to take control of the round. Nice. Couple of excellent grenades on Frozen.
He is dead to nothing but util. Elige will return with a kill off top mid.
Wow, that keeps the round alive in a big way.
Elige has been doing that. Critical moments so far throughout the series.
One of the best sprays in the game.
But now he's on 6 health. Kerrigan 38. So half of what's left of FaZe in this 4v4 low. And with still valuable utility on everybody, you want to make sure that nobody goes down to some kind of sudden G2 peak. But it looks like G2 is going to give the space over to FaZe Clan now.
Yeah, watch to see if that Elige frag actually makes this round viable from FaZe. G2 guessing, but they've got a cash utility still to work with. I don't know how many nades exactly. Early Molly comes down with no info. This one lands on Hobbit just to clear out if there's any kind of op or double rifle setup. And Mouz is still solo right now, even though he's got this smoke.
Smoke looks like it's going to get respected. T's don't have a frag to break it open. Mouz rotates outwards into the fire. They are still going to challenge. They know exactly where he is. That pit peek from Rain, but Hunter spamming through the cross. Bomb is desperate to jump into the site while that smoke's still up. And that's a great amount of damage coming up from Hunter. Not to mention 3v2, the edge here for G2 as they peek from that deep spawn position. Rain tries to get out of dark. He's got a teammate right with him locked into this corner. And so he's going to try to sell that Brokey isn't here with him.
Yeah, double emo. Classic spot. And it's possible that G2 could figure this out. Flash will do nothing for now, but allow them to come out of con.
It's the last flash. It's the only thing they had. And no kit. Brokey gonna draw them towards him. And that swing out from the MP9 of Hunter. Hunter comes alive in that retake. The spam damage on the bomb planter, finishing off Brokey. Yeah, that's enough to keep this streak of wins still going. Wow, G2 tie this game at 8 a pop with 4 rounds straight.
That's pretty close, actually. One more kill. And there's not enough time to defuse. But the close call means that G2 tie this game up. And the overall attack is pretty solid. Again, it's Alicia's first kill that really makes this possible. And they aren't afraid to come through the smoke, and they're also correct that it's the site being played solo, even though Mouz is trying to really multiply his presence with the extra utility. So he had a difficult job there. Another great early grenade for G2. That unconfirmed damage is tallying up.
Ooh, trying to cut through the fire here. Mouz down to half health. Ish, boy, steps back into the fire.
Any more HEs? Doesn't look like it.
Thank goodness he survives all the utility. Smoke down into the mid-cross. A lot of bodies here for the G2 camp. Triple bracket setup, despite Heavy God turning his attention to balcony. But a lot of shuffling in the positions here from the defense actually allows for FaZe to come through the mid-smoke uncontested for now.
Dude, I mean, FaZe are doing a lot of tricky stuff, and G2 are handling it quite well.
G2 allocate Monacy to now holding Banana with the op. He's got a deep line with a smoke in front of him. Careful, scratching his ear. Oh, into the collat. No way.
Clean.
Look how comfortable he is.
I mean, they don't set up a flash for this. The style of CS they're bringing right now, they just ran through a smoke at the bottom of mid. They ran through a smoke in B last round, and now they walk right into the op angle.
And then you've got this triple setup from G2. So honestly, G2 winning the repositioning battle. The FaZe have kind of thrown at them. Not to mention the util damage has been immense. You find yourself at 15 seconds trying to push your way up short. You are completely surrounded. And FaZe Clan, despite all the trickery, all the tomfoolery of this round, the push, the pull, and the back and forth, and it is G2 to come out on top of all of it with right now 5 players still standing.
I don't know why FaZe are playing this way, but G2 clearly are totally fine with it. All the HEs are the truest sign that they're very comfortable. They've hit him at the bottom, mid. They obviously got that collat kill when there was no flash. As they try to pop up through this smoke. On their way back to A, they get hit by another grenade late into the round. This has been some really good CS out of G2. And some questionable moves out of FaZe. We got a timeout going here as G2 take the lead in this match.
Pick Luka, sick decision, sick rotations. Let's go, guys. We are leading, you see? Easy. One by one.
Yeah, amazing rotations. They won't find out about all those nades until after the game is over. Some of the kill feed as assists maybe, but 100%.
Kerrigan just getting pelted. Wow, he hits the Tech 9 dink. Elige with the boost in the background makes sure that Banana doesn't go down for free.
I love that. You trade one kill, but you do the boost at the same time. Of course they're going to come and swing and see if people are jumping over the half wall. They wouldn't expect you to put up a boost when it looks like a full-on rush into the site.
Nice little opening gambit then from FaZe. Let's see if Rain, the second AK in the round alongside Elige, can do much. Elige with a little smoke grenade headbutt keeps a gap on half wall open. Rain knows the position. Dedicated balcony defender. He could reroute through Boiler. But obviously at the moment, we've still got 3 players looking comfortable on B, or maybe not so comfortable. They want to go for some info off the flash. Hunter swings in. Tech 9 gets the better of him, confirming that there are players still here.
There's one more, though. There's one more.
Headshot.
And he threw the coffin's flash.
Better not forget. We've got a player posted up above, and Elige reacts.
Okay.
Elige has single-handedly dismantled this Banana and B setup on his own.
You're welcome, Europe. That's the NA difference right there. Wow, insane round out of Elige. It's all said, taking out the opper before he could shoot a bullet. Picking up the op himself. That's a round 1 on his name alone. And it started off the tack with that tactic with the boost to get him his first kill. That was a really crafty way to find one there. But we get that rough Hunter spray as well.
No reason to go and lose yourself money as you try to build it up. FaZe content to let Heavy God walk away with a single Colt. Tied up, 9 rounds each. That is all Elige. From the boost to popping the opper to keeping reactions sharp enough to snap up into orange. Just deleting Monacy. And Snacks leaves a little too much slack.
Hunter's mechanics have been suffering a little bit. Saw it a little bit on Ancient. We definitely saw it a bit yesterday as well. And immediately off of that round from a timeout into another. They end the 5 streak on the CT side to keep the game tied.
Running down mid. Little extension here from Hunter. Somebody we just said, gotta make sure that he stays sharp. Frozen turns, missed shot out of Monacy. Dude, but the pressure comes at 3 different angles, at 3 different timings. And sure enough, to no surprise for us, FaZe get caught off each time.
So many prongs on the attack. That's great. That's good use of all 3 A-site players as well. Instead of just having someone set up to throw utility, they get him into the mix.
They're starting to size up B at the same time. Oh, Mouz throws that utility off top orange, then just comes swinging into Frozen, who was high alert of his position.
That's a pretty incredible shot from Mouz.
Not bad for somebody sitting 9 and 12, right there with Heavy God. You give him a little more runway, though. Oh, they try to walk out through smoke. Monacy not going to miss that one. And it drops the bomb in the process. Rain to the side of the Flames. And Monacy's going to go hunting. Missed the first peek down mid, but he will make up for it as he closes and puts G2 up 10-9.
It took a real crafty round off attack pause to get FaZe their only round, but throughout this half, we've seen them playing from behind. G2's utility is better, their setups are better, they're getting away with aggression all over the place, and for the most part, they're controlling Banana. So I'm not really seeing a lot of outs here for FaZe, and it would unfortunately mirror some of their recent Inferno games where at least they made improvements on their CT side, but T side still looks a little suspect. I think it's a great pick in this series for G2. It makes a lot of sense. Even though FaZe were the one who came out with this new lineup and started picking it immediately. Don't think they showed anything impressive.
Yeah, it's just that fresh look.
Game's still not over. Like, they can learn on the fly. And Kerrigan's the master at that.
Yeah, it's never over with FaZe Clan. I think it is just kind of indicative of what kind of a game G2 are willing to play. If you attack middle from 3 different angles, one after another, FaZe Clan got to stay on their toes. Opening up smoke and trying to deal with this peek down Banana from Mouz, but Frozen to pick up the positioning. And you see those CTs just shuffling around a bit, op on the line, and the second top about to arrive in Brokey's hands. Got to be careful with this one.
They don't have a Molly right now.
Oh, they get him to turn. They drop a smoke grenade, and that's for the fallback. CT's thinking about leaving, but actually Mouz sticks around for the, car hold? Oh, spam fight, and he loses about 30 health. Meanwhile, Elige will make contact as the library smoke comes down, and you've got 4 attackers ready to wrap into this A site.
They've cut off all the rotations now.
That smoke, all of a sudden, the pit player can't really get in, but you better hope these corners don't hold. Hunter, it's 1. Rain can't spray away Snacks, who looks to climb to the top box. Elige is coming out through Moto, but do they forget about the possibility of Heavy God? Auber goes over truck, caught out. As the pit player looks to hold on longer, Mouz comes out. A peek out of the arch side that pushes Frozen to the clutch. 1v2 demanded of him.
We've seen one really smart one from him, but now more necessary than ever.
Both CTs approaching from the same side. Frozen! Oh. One more bullet gets the job done. Instead, it's G2 to 11.
It's Mouz to save the day from behind the Moto smoke.
Oh, he knows.
And then again in the clutch. That is so unbelievably close.
Just wanted to reposition into pit. An extra bullet connects in that spray, and it is FaZe to tie the game.
Mouz is officially recovering his game. He started off so slow, but the CT side has been brilliant from him.
Heavy God's patience pays off here. And this Mouz peak right when they need it to keep man advantage so that this double peak can come out, and he closes.
You got to take that one on the chin. That you know how close it is, but the game's still alive.
This one has slipped from FaZe's control. 8-4 first half. a singular T round so far. And a ton of discomfort caused here on the B approach. Frozen peeks in, Hunter's dead, and it's Mouz once again. Omnipresent on Banana, trying to hold them back and doing it successfully. 4v3 for G2 in an attempt to secure their 12th with Snacks to bolster him.
What?
Dude, a leash. The confidence that takes to just barrel through smoke.
I can't believe he just did that and got away with it. Like
burns a little.
2019 or something. Is this going to be the difference maker? You still got Hall's control, really good. Active movement here from G2, getting info safely. And leaving one at the end of Halls means they can open up to lane. Monacy, it's your time.
Apartment play comes up. Oh my god, Rain is about to split between the two defenders.
You can't find Heavy God now.
No, but you catch Monacy in what was just moments ago a completely cleared position.
And look how far Rain gets. He's out of view right now. Heavy God, he won't even be able to capitalize on this.
It feels like he could still save it though, somehow, some way. Heavy God's looking for his impact. Critical kills from Pit 1 round prior.
But once they wait long enough,
they're gonna find him.
That's so unfortunate. I mean, very fast move from FaZe. That's well earned. A liege. What was that liberty that he took to push through the smoke on Banana?
Right?
That's what brought this back.
And Snacks actually taking a second look at this.
I mean, to do that when the score is this tight.
He's got timing. He's got timing. They've got to come back.
Yeah, true.
Snacks drawing them into this bomb site. It would be the 1v3. He is on site, but they're doing a good job of just dodging him for the time being. And no, not there for Snacks. It's FaZe to 10, 1 round game. A liege, I mean, you know, what kind of a liberty does he take there on his own?
I was shocked to see him pull that off. I think Mouz was feeling very good after getting his first kill. Oh, and the smoke isn't nearly as deep as it looked from Mouz's perspective. He had an open line.
And not to mention,
I think there was actually a flash behind him as well. Never mind, he was well supported on that push. He even looked down before he turned around the corner, so fair enough. I thought he fully ran through that smoke.
Abs timing, dude. You can see Monacy shaken by that one. Oh, fire on Frozen's feet gets extinguished. He's hanging on to the half wall, and CT's already faded back.
And it's again, the way that they're smoking this.
Boost Thunder up, play 1 on top orange. A lot of util going down here for the Banana jostling.
I think just from Mouz's POV last round, it just didn't look like there was any gap there. Like, I think if he thought there was, he would have just hard cleared behind the half wall, safely by the smoke. And now what happens? FaZe try to turn it up. They get to the top of Banana, taking the least damage so far this round. However, there are 3 that are awaiting them.
2 players on new box, 1 boosted as well, so that smoke should have eyes over top of it. Alicia's able to cross, and then they give themselves a smoke, but he is going to put fire on their feet. Hunter waits, strikes down Kerrigan, Snacks. Well, he's been burned back, but Mouz is still back here. Little do they know, the Opera and Brokey tasked to clutch. It's a tough shot, but you know he's good for the no-scope. And with a bomb down, it is a moment for Brokey to show us a little more X-Factor. Monacy and Heavy God with rifles to retake from Banana. And we have seen Brokey try and nearly clutch from the same position. Locked in dark. Awaits the walk-up. They're going to try to keep this silent. First shot, he misses. Not ideal. Oh, the second connects, but that nade's got his name on it, and it's G2 to take 12.
It's not just the nade. I think there's a headshot as well. That assists it, so that's really nice. I mean, definitely. Swing comes out in the 1v1 for the trade anyway. Brokey's first shot is everything, and they can't land that. 3 players in B for G2, and that was the 1 extra that made the difference. But it was Mouz they forgot about.
Yep.
And Mouz is the one they should have been paying the most attention to. They get ideal situation for G2. Mouz dies first, and then they, maybe there's only 2 here.
Yeah, dinking to the grenade. 2 map points. G2 look to extend play. G2 look to extend their lives in Kato, more importantly. A shot at a Monacy, supported by Hunter, gets a leash to just jump back into cover at least.
They've been actively trying to avoid his position.
And Rain's been pretty consistent in trying to get something going from balcony, but you know, it just really hasn't been the main avenue. And this time Heavy God actually signs up for a bit more of a fight. Once that smoke fades, we'll see if the MP9 sticks around.
I mean, it's a great situation for G2. They got 4 on A. They're still watching into mid control. FaZe have not been controlling their attention.
And that's despite FaZe, you know, throwing out some real tricks and layers and rotates and trying to pull this G2 camp all around, but
they're not falling for it.
No, they are looking solid. And Hunter right now committed to this corner. Kerrigan looks like he's not going to let his guard down, but it's also a matter of clearing Hunter. You need to kill with it. Oh, Kerrigan gets kind of lost now. Elige on high alert. Hunter is going to be burned out of this. Snacks gets blinded in the process.
Hunter got another.
He got Elige, no way. And Rain, if he comes out, oh, he taps out the Opper. But then we've got Heavy God right on the balcony, a knife out, that's the problem. Frozen's on the chase. He will clear the first 25 seconds to finish this 1v3.
Oh, and he has no idea.
Heavy God
will he clear
plays
this?
Outside of the pit, and oh, Frozen connects it. And we saw him nearly clutch only rounds ago. Now with bomb down in front of him, last player confirmed, but he'll lose the duel, and G2 extend this series. It was a 4-round T-side into a rock-solid domination of a defense. FaZe Clan meet their maker on Inferno, and this elimination game goes map 3.
It's going to Nuke. We're getting a third map in this absolute banger between FaZe and G2 to stay alive at IEM Katowice, and I am so happy about it. I wanted this to go to distance, and I wanted these two teams to really push each other, and that is what we have seen. Now, there was a conversation that was started but not finished here on my couch, where you posed the question as to Inferno in relation to Snacks and G2 and the months they have played it and the way that it, you know, could translate.
Yeah.
So, where I know with a victory, obviously, it's not going to be a hindsight analysis, but how can you analyze it and the choices that were made?
I think G2 played well, and I think that checks my box, you know, for this game as a whole. Sometimes you have a game where both teams are facing elimination, where the nerves are getting to them, it becomes scrappy, but I think the level of Counter-Strike we're being gifted right now and we're watching is at a high level. I think the CT side for G2 were significantly better than the T side. I think there were, you know, certain moments where it felt like they were scrambling by a little bit and still got a lot out of that T side despite not playing too well. But once we got over to the CT side, G2 were the better team. And I think if anyone struggling on the T side, it would be Karrigan and FaZe Clan who were constantly fighting from behind.
Listen, you can clearly see how important this game is for both teams. Nobody wants to go home, from Katowice at such an early stage, right? And they can feel the prestige of the actual event. It's not like some of those banana cups and everything else. Like they really, appreciate being here, and they really want to get deep into the playoffs and win the whole team. Both of these teams are going for that trophy, right? Nobody wants to go home. But to go back to the Inferno point, the CT side, it was all about it. Like, I really want to know myself who was the one who's calling the CT side setups, mid-round takes and reactions during that CT half for G2. Because, like you said it yourself, Shocks, in the pre-game, it was Nico, doing those things, and like he was the secondary caller. I want to know who is it now. Is it still is it somebody like Monesi, like we heard in that last couple of rounds, or Ancient? Because it was spot on.
You know how we
everything
could
was
know?
really hard.
You know how we could really know?
Yeah.
If we stood here
Yeah, well,
listened.
maybe
I'm
somebody
not gonna bring
complains,
it up.
but
I'm not going to bring it up.
If anything, I think if I were to do a qualified guess, I'd say it's Snax, on that CT side. One thing is calling out of spawn things, which is, I think, what Snax did a lot. The stacks, as you said, they were correct. Having 4 players towards the A bomb side once in a while, having 2 players pushing down middle at a crucial moment in the game as well. I think those out of spawn calls, it must be Snax, Surely some of the members in middle can make those calls. It could have been Hunter as well. It could have been Monesi. But I think overall, when it comes from out of spawn things, you would argue that it should be Snax, and most likely have been Snax. And then again, because of the beginnings of the rounds were so strong for G2, the mid-round calling wasn't really needed. It felt like FaZe were always scrambling on the T side. It felt like Karrigan couldn't get anything done, and they would constantly have to reinvent themselves on that T side.
Whoever was it did a perfect job. I have to say that. Was it Snax? Was it,
I agree.
Whoever. But the bottom line is, like, when you play the T side of Inferno, and the CTs are always on the spot where you're like going to, right, on the side, let's say it like that, and they have control of the economy throughout the whole half. It's nearly impossible to get anything going, even with a 4-8 half. Like, it's really hard, and it showed in this game.
It did. That does mean we're being pushed to a third, and it's going to be Nuke. And lucky us, because we've got a dynamic duos episode where Malbs and Monesi talk about G2's Nuke.
Hello guys, I play outside Nuke. I'm the star author for G2, so I get the most info from them and try to get entries for them.
I'm playing with op. Usually it's under heaven, rotation, roaming on the map with op. I started playing this position when I joined G2.
For me, actually, I always played ramp. And this is my first time playing outside, so it's kind of hard, but I'm trying to understand now, and it's becoming easier. Since Nico left, I became the outside player for G2. I think trying to understand how to rotate and who should I call to rotate sometimes, and then trying to understand what the other team wants to do depending on the smokes they do, I think that's the hardest part.
I think it's just about rotations, because if you want to play under heaven, you have to use your utility better. I'll say even dictate a bit of pace, because you have op and you can do a lot of rotations and rotate people around on the map. And it also goes for Mario. He has kind of the same role and a voice in the team. When you go outside, you already discuss what you're gonna do on freeze time, but like when the first stage is hitting, for example, they do some smokes and some nades, and you have to react on it. But it's just mostly about committing to one plan and using your utility better and communicating it with Mario what he wants to do, and proper reactions on enemies' moves.
It depends of what kind of smokes they throw, because if they throw the ones that are next to red, it means that they're probably gonna go full rushing secret, so you can break insta. But if they do the C smokes, the ones that are around main and garage, there's this meta of like doing these wall smokes 2 times, so you cannot just break them on the first time, because they can rethrow it and they can just cross for free and you will have no info. You're kind of scared of going to Monesi, because like even with rifle or just up, he can just do a multi-kill super easy. It feels different on that side of the map when he's there, like there's more presence about nades and support, and then also impact frags, he's just gonna swing on you and kill you, he's gonna be posted, and yeah, I just gotta learn. Like, what happens is that I don't have much experience on that map. We have good communication and everything, and like we understand each other really good. It's better in other maps, for example, than in Nuke, because like it's my first time playing there, so
yeah, good understanding of each other on the map is the most important.
That's definitely true, but it needs some work. We saw it versus Eternal Fire in Copenhagen, and a nugget from our producers. It is the mid-round calling is up to Snacks and Monacy. That's what the information we've been given. We'll take that into Nuke as well, as we just saw them talk about that and about how Malbs has to approach that map.
So 2 things we learned from watching G2 play Nuke in Copenhagen was that the T side was looking good. You know, they had good control. They were very heavy towards Yard, wanted to take Yard control, wanted to fight, wanted to use the aim. That makes an awful lot of sense. I think they should do the same thing today. Their CT side struggled, and that's down to the positional change as well. You cannot forget the fact that Nico, arguably, at least in my understanding, is the best outside Nuke player the game has most likely ever seen. You know, the way he could dictate the game, the way he could shut down Yard, the way he could have an impact with the rifle. Malbs is taking over that position, and I know the sample size is incredibly small because we've only seen him play once, but he was struggling massively against EF. And he even said in that little snippet we heard right here that it's his first time playing that position. And I would argue, Kasat, playing outside on Nuke is probably the most rewarding, but also the most difficult position in pretty much all of Counter-Strike.
Isn't it versus Rain also?
What's her?
Is it versus Rain also?
Potentially, yeah. And it's just such a tough position to master. It takes an awful lot of time to get comfortable in that one. And for Malbs to be playing there for the first time in a game where it's do or die, that's big pressure.
I would add that next to Nico, probably Glaive. I think he's one of the all-time great players on that position. Right now, we had who was Shiro and Donk as a #1 duo on this spot. I think Monacy and Malbs, after Monacy and Nico, are close second right there. But it's not about outside only, sadly. You can do so many things on Nuke. And back to your Snacks point as well, I also think that, with the weaknesses that he has as a player right now, as an IGL, I don't think Nuke is one of them. That's why their T side of Nuke looked all right. All right for the standards of today's Tier 1 CS. So I'm not worried about them, or I'm not worried about their T side so much right now. But, there is FaZe playing on the
I'm
other
always
side.
willing to guarantee you, Shucks, it's going to be a close game.
I hope so, because it's kind of an immovable object versus an unstoppable force, right? FaZe in those situations, but also a G2 with the history here. And what
Someone
they've
has to
done
lose,
getting into the playoffs before, specifically at Kato, having to play those back-to-back best-of-3s. I mean, it's super exciting going into this final map. Anyone's game, as it always is in that decider. Who's going to take it? FaZe or G2 on Nuke?
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Okay, so this one is personal for me because I really love Heavy God. I think that he's amazing teammate, amazing guy. I've only heard good things about him. I've only experienced good things about him. I think that he's also really good. Obviously, he lacks some experience probably in a lot of areas, but I think that he does his role pretty well. But obviously, I mean, it's a clear downgrade. Obviously, Nico is unmatched. I think no matter who you replace with Nico as a rifle, even if you replace him with Donk, for example, I think that there can be discussion still if it's an upgrade or downgrade, because Nico, I think that he was the heart of G2 in their system. He was communicating a lot, and so yeah, I think it's a clear downgrade, but obviously I think Heavy God is going to be great as well for them.
I was expecting more of a downgrade, but I still think he's really good, and they are doing really good with him.
Yeah, I think that they will still definitely be a top team.
Yeah.
I think obviously it has to be a downgrade. Of course, in terms of individual skill, it's a downgrade. If you look at Heavy God to Nico, then obviously I would always prefer Nico, even though it's not the same roles.
I agree. I think right now it's obvious to say that Nico is the better player, but I think Heavy God is a really good player that he's also really young, so I think in the future he can be even better, but right now I would say downgrade.
Minus Nico and plus Heavy God. Nico I think it's downgrade, but Heavy God is such a good player. He knows how to kill. Yeah, I think that's not much downgrade, but yeah, still downgrade.
Nico is more impact player, in my opinion, But Heavy God is good plus for G2 anyway.
It's really tough to say actually. I think it's no clear answer. In some way, I think they did need more of an aggressive player. Robs, like, maybe he didn't have the best year, but he's incredible when he's on form.
I think Alish also brings a lot on the table, so I think it's pretty equal in my opinion. If Robs is like peak form, I think he can bring more on the table than Alish.
For me, actually, I would say slight upgrade, but just because I really appreciate Alish's work in his role.
Yeah.
But I obviously not taking anything away from Robs as well.
In terms of roles, it's an upgrade for FaZe. I think Elise is a downgrade, but only because he takes more resources. I think in terms of individual skill, they're very equal.
I think it's kind of the downgrade, I think, because Robs is the lurker guy, the anchor guy. The Frozen and Illich are the same position players. One of them must be played on the anchor, yeah.
In my opinion, I think it's upgrade, because I think FaZe was downfall, and there is only achievement was 2 major final. But major final is something, but yeah, I think FaZe was going to downfall, and coming up with Illich is, I think, upgrade.
In my opinion, Vitality is an upgrade, because it's Rob's good lurker, and he's have ideas, and he's play like aggressive, but passive it's have good player. LH is so aggressive player like Donk, but he's another play style, not have good lurker like Robs, because Robs it's really good player.
Unique.
Yeah, LH it's like entry fragger. It's not lurker, it's another position. I think it's FaZe downgrade. In my opinion, Vitality is upgrade, but we just see in this year.
There's not many spots left in the Spodek, and for these two teams, locking horns at 10:30 p.m. on a Monday, well, only one can move forward. We've saw promise from G2 since the start of this series. We've seen adaptations, improvements, and layers, and it's awesome that they are playing some of their best CS yet as a 5. It's just the fact that they've got a hot FaZe in front of them, Launders, that's got it this close. And now we go Nuke. What do you anticipate from Nuke in this head-to-head?
I'm anticipating more half-buy wins from G2, but more layered defaults this time around. I'm expecting a more competitive game out of FaZe, where on Inferno T side, they looked like they're still building that map, even though they came into the season thinking they were prepared on it. I'm expecting this to be the finish that everyone's looking for. A much better game from both teams, and more of the good stuff we've seen from G2, because to be honest, on Ancient and across Inferno, they've been overall better. They've shown more better rounds and a lot of X Factor on the rounds where they had to save. FaZe kept up with them and eventually outdid them on Ancient, but even on that map, they were left scared with it going to overtime. So Nuke should be a photo finish, round 24 or more, and I expect nothing less.
Documents cast aside, Kerrigan and Monacy.
This graphic was brought up before the game started.
Some little bit of truth to it.
Don't even have to be brave to make that statement, man. You see the players on your screen. X Factor in the calls, X Factor on the op.
How blessed are we that all the big names are showing improvements already at the start of a season where Spirit need a challenger. One of these teams wanting to be exactly that. We'll see which one goes on and who falls short tonight. We've got Rain, smoke and flash in hand, an approach outside with the waterfall main smoke. Malb's here behind the AC unit. Is Monacy just hanging on, and well, he gets given enough shots. It's really Malbs from Garage that kicks this off. Ooh, Frozen gets a free frag presented. Long fight, Snacks, brother. Couldn't get that one wrapped up. Now, Bomb's already gotten downstairs. I can't believe they still even have a chance here.
I know, it's incredible to see them get a plant in this situation. As Brokey teleports into lower, and they, well, obviously I think Frozen's just gone down the vent. They can kind of ignore his presence. I don't know how Frozen will catch this off, but actually he can cut off Secret.
And
He does.
No way, dude, no way. Frozen 3 kills deep into the pistol. They've got Brokey pinned in. Oh, he hits the gush. And suddenly things have been evened out. 4 kills for Frozen. And as Heavy God comes sprinting down now, doors closed in front of him, doesn't even have a kit, and gets slammed against the wall. What is that recovery?
Wow. Oh, Snacks. Snacks had so many bullets in. Frozen was between a smoke and a roof inside a mini. And to be fair, they were both struggling to find that frag. But clearly, that was the guy to take out. This was the hitman of the round. Frozen made this move to sneak through the smoke. Hunter was fighting outside all the while, thought it was safe. And then Frozen saw a glimpse of Mouz walking into secret. He doesn't know how he got cleared in this spot. And he even joins up with Brokey with low HP to dip in, get the kill in dark, and make this round impossible. It's the ace that almost happened on Inferno.
Yeah, nearly happens yet again. That is a 2 versus 5 in the T-side pistol on Nuke. That is a golden opportunity.
It is. But again, like I said before this game really got live, G2 will win rounds where they don't have a lot to purchase up. That's their strength right now for sure. I think when we compare it to yesterday and the day before, it was G2 relying too much on these set plays and rounds like that. But this time around, today, G2 are playing, the broader, full strength, wider game plan, more defaults on top of those rounds. And that's why we're here in map 3.
Leash challenged by the ramp push.
Wow, great hold.
Oh, damn. Okay, G2 know what they wanted, and that was a fight inside lobby. You got what you wanted. Just didn't go the way you thought it would.
Yeah, sometimes you think like, oh, you want to see like one guy in lobby when you go for a push like that. But in reality, it can actually get way more jumbled up with multiple players in these close positions. If a leash goes down, they turn their attention that way. Someone comes out hut, and that's when it gets really wiry. But instead, Elige gets his 2 kills with his Glil. That was clean as hell, man. He didn't take any damage. Oh, he took 14 damage.
Who put those damn windows in the way?
Acknowledge me. It's Modesty shoots. They aren't even looking at him.
Not going to get the 1. 5 players up for FaZe Clan converting with the pistol.
That's money made.
Not just money made, but a message sent.
Yeah, sure.
So ready for that crush of lobby that it ends up looking so weak.
Definitely.
Not that it's a bad idea, not that they can't pull it off, but FaZe just prepped, ready, and heavy in the lobby. Smoke grenade for Hunter. Would be a
it's an upper stack.
Free round to charge forward, you'd think. We'll see how much caution FaZe throw to the wind, but
this time no commitment. Just trying to elicit a swing. Mouz down half HP. And we'll explore some other avenues. It's a bit more restraint than we've seen from FaZe in the past on rounds like this.
Reality of the situation and the stakes surely on their minds.
Everyone's willing to put in the work on map 3.
Yep, of course.
No early rotation downstairs, though. They have to clear out lobby, but so this grants FaZe just the smallest tempo. It's still possible that they get cut off in the vent, but they won't get into some of the more advanced positions.
This chance with the Desert Eagle. Still, this Hunter position catches him off. And unfortunately, for G2, nobody other than Hunter gets one. And still they show restraint on.
Yes.
They still just stutter for an extra second. It'll be poor Snacks on the rafter in a 1v4. Now, 2 players could fall. But it's
Anything's
Brokey with
a win
the ball.
here because last round was too many alive, so.
They're going to send in the 2 players still on full health. Gets a little awkward. Frozen's got it. All good.
Only 1 kill there.
As long as Frozen's on the scene, all seems good.
It's a wealthy T-side start. G2 have to sit up straight for this round. Stop the momentum before it starts. game isn't competitive in the first half, I'll have a hard time believing it'll be competitive at all.
Let's hope for G2's sake it starts here and now. Trying to put Hunter through. Dangerous game, but I love it. Worth the risk. Hunter comes through, takes a bullet to the hip, and still presses in to catch Frozen off guard. That was the man with 4 kills in the pistol. Deep wall of smokes. Mulb stuck in main. But this is very much only Rain walking around alone at the moment, and I mean...
They're seeing with the push because Hunter pushed Squeaky, right? So he's not expecting someone to be playing there.
Yeah, Monacy from the rafters, not even back sight, 2 kills on the hut hold. And all of a sudden, the moment G2 have got guns in hand, it is a shutdown of the approach of FaZe. And I think, again, it's just confident little moments, whether that's Hunter going in for the Squeaky press or Mulb's sat back on Mini, just awaiting a push. Good read and good execution from G2 as they win their first.
It's a small tactic. They're just shooting from far behind. You know, sometimes you have the guy in the back throw utility just for the lightest fake for the tactic. And that pick play works out beautifully here for G2. And you see Rain's not even thinking about it because he feels like he's, you know, he feels like definitely they were going for advanced position, then they wouldn't think it would be an upper hit, but it's the right read here for G2.
Broke into the ramp play. He's got Monacy ahead of him.
He's going up.
Oh, Monacy though. Nice clean peek in. Mulb's big reposition, playing bottom silo. Heavy God's gonna draw a bunch of attention away as he's on the retreat. You'd think this queues up Mulb's fantastically. Of course, he will find out Rain. Then we've got that lower fight as well. Kerrigan walks unsuspectingly into his death, and all of a sudden everything's going wrong for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, definitely.
This is looking like back-to-back rounds where G2 basically hang on to everything they've got. Clean shot from Frozen into Snacks, but there's already a player top hut, so he's doomed, and it goes 3-2 as G2's guns quickly make a difference.
It's another wonderful setup. I mean, in terms of everything. The read from Monacy to fight Brokey inside of Trophy Room, and then the tactic outside, it meets them exactly where they want to take control of the map. So all the setup calls are perfect now. And just like that, 2 full buys in a row, money's gone.
Smoking a Deeg. And already some nice moves from G2's opening attacks. Funny to call them attacks coming from the defense, but like Hunter pushing through a Squeaky smoke into lobby.
The last 2 setups are 10 out of 10. You look at it any other way, you're crazy. Like
a double outer play, hook line and sinker. Monacy starting to make sure that he doesn't let them find much footing. Hunter's here to help out. Single death in Mulbs. Could be way worse. It's Brokey's Desert Eagle. Not going to even find a second kill. We get tied up at 3 rounds. Very early response here from G2. FaZe Clan probably feeling real thankful that they started this with the pistol and full conversions. We'll see how long it takes for them to break back through.
It's a clean ante. Taz got to be proud of the boys. Everything is working out beautifully right now. And it looks like Hunter's getting involved.
Different look outside, no forward stance. That means a bit of uncertainty as to where and what FaZe are really up to. Really? Gonna get aggressive on ramp. This is a very proactive G2 defense, but Rain gets the better of the smoke duels. Snacks gets his head taken clean off, and then all of a sudden, this play to activate on ramp, the one move G2 were trying to make, is the only thing that's left over. Ahead of the Molotov, will help Heavy God, but easy trade frag back from Frozen.
I think even Monacy gets hurt on the tag.
Yeah, he's not able to get into this engagement at all. Flashbangs with his name on it, so it felt like G2 knew what they wanted to do, but FaZe just make moves elsewhere first.
This is crazy. Like, the last few rounds have been all G2, understanding exactly what setups come in out of spawn. Like, the reads have been so on point. Oh, and crushed, man. Wow, the way these rounds are going back and forth is wild. But just like FaZe had that first 3-round lead, and they made all that money, G2 did the same. They'll get another full buy out of this.
Just wondering how many rounds of action before things just kind of slow down for a second.
I don't know, man, but this is like...
So many moving parts between these teams right now.
Yeah.
And it feels like neither one want to give up their initial plans out of the gate on a decider map that matters.
I love it. I mean, the perfect counters just shows you how good the prep is here from both sides. Extremely clean rounds. It's frustrating, I think, for either team to go up against them, but you have to give them credit. This map may have been won in practice. In theory.
Back to a more passive outer play again. Monacy slightly more forward. Oh, he presents an opportunity, but miss. Then Brokey posts on the same angle.
Yeah. They use that nade breaking open the smoke against him.
Fun little head-to-head here brewing between Brokey and Monacy. 1-1 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Monacy strikes and ramp. Brokey gets revenge outside. 8 rounds into this half already. This game has... Oh, but so fast.
Ooh.
And if Rain is going to power up and give us shots like that, then G2 will have their hands full outside.
And you know what he can do outside.
For now, he crosses over to Secret and then doubles back. Made sound as he jumped into the staircase.
Okay, so it's going to be this upper hit. They just needed to draw someone downstairs. Does G2 have to respect this? And if they can't take lobby control back, Snacks will be tied up along with another teammate.
It's going to have to be a big moment here from Mouz.
I mean, this is already done round, I think. Like, FaZe just won this by faking the outside cross.
Because Bomb's going ramp.
Oh. No, surely not.
All right, doubles back. Yeah, all things pointed to a test for Mouz on A, and that's where we're still going to end up. 2 players sitting down inside of the vents. Mouz trying to do something about it, but prolonged fight in the first one.
Wow, another
sets up the easy one for Elish.
Another beautiful round, and I love this game so far because it's been beautiful rounds from G2, followed by beautiful answers back by FaZe. And this one is the smoke wall outside that gets untested on the cross. Rain hits his amazing shot into Secret, and that was such an important part of the play. But once he does that, that's what draws players down lower, and that's the whole goal of Nuke. Because it's easy to go downstairs, but it's hard to come back up.
And all it took was that jump out from Rain. All it took was a little audio offered. It's been nice to just see this like varied attack and defense. Fresh looks each round. Save's not guaranteed, but they will get away with both.
But as we go back and forth, you got to think that favors the T side, definitely. CT economy hangs in the balance, and right now it's just the 2 save guns. I don't know if they force behind this. Monacy can pick up a 3rd. Then we might be looking at MP9s as support.
Shot. Dude, that shot was the nastiest one of the round.
Yeah.
Tough one to stomach for the flash. Molly instantly on Hunter. Won't be able to play his opening spot. One of the 2 guns saved, of course. What do you do with the pistols in the meantime? Only one of them actually armored. Man, oh man. Hunter again, huh? Trying to get into the engagement.
Yeah, it's a little quiet, though. You know, there's no pressure behind it. So it'll be hard for him to advance in this spot. We'll see if he can find a gap. But, I mean, look, like, they're ready for a push upstairs. They're just holding back. And they're playing this like the full anti-eco that it essentially is, just to save guns carried forward.
Snacks on the crawl, pistols with him.
Making noise inside a trophy. Frozen's calming this 100%, so let's see if they speed up, going down lower.
Man, they've carved this path back around through hut. Again, Frozen just leaning back, playing it patient. If he can cut off the rifle, it would be great. Ooh, just gotta look at it.
Oh my god, but yeah, he knows. Bomb is committing, it looks like. No, I have eyes on it right now, but
just sitting downstairs, looking to join up with Kerrigan.
It's getting late into the round.
Saw him.
Yeah,
Heavy God saw him, so he's ready for the Deke shot. We've got this 5-7 back sight. And Heavy God is causing distractions. Bomb plant denied.
14.
10 on this clock, and Mouz is still up above them. That looming threat. Smoke will block off, so he goes for the smoke plant. Knives out. Mouz tries to dive down. Unleash denied. Bomb, no way. Gets planted, but they scoop that up with just positioning.
Oh my god. They didn't see anything. I thought that Frozen had this on the comms, waiting back in lobby, but as you pointed out, no one walked by him into Squeaky, so he only heard so many footsteps. And then, I mean, Kerrigan comes to meet them at the ramp while they're going lower. But at this point in the round, like, it can come down to one shot, and Heavy God makes this a really scary moment.
Lige was just desperate to get inside of that smoke. Somebody had to pick it up. Somebody had to have hands busy. There's a little X factor from G2.
They were always going to win a round like that.
Yeah, but it's all about what they do with it from here. FaZe know what it's like to stomach those and to dish them out themselves. Smokes into the A play, 3 defenders ready.
We're used to seeing FaZe use the entire clock, but use it effectively. In this round, it's a little bit slow, with not enough pressure, and a little bit too in the dark.
Trying to get him to jostle around a bit, but this is going to be Snacks. Sat up top in rafters. 1 kill to his name. You know, him and Kerrigan were going tit for tat in the frag department last map. Both of them struggling here. And both of them looking to do something impressive on A site. 3 players in hut, looking to push in. Snacks has got the first one found. Just keeps his head down. Can his teammates hold? Hunter dead. It's a trade train back and forth. Denial on Monacy.
And now it's just Heavy God.
The one piece that doesn't get a kill on that upper hold is Monacy. But they are still concerned about the threat of a second up from heaven. Heavy God instead able to get out from the squeaky door. Rain around the side, gets clipped by it. And now you've got that second player locked in backside. Brokey, his position is unknown to Heavy God, so you can see him thinking about the threat of lobby. And this is going to burn
for a while.
Critical time off the clock, but there's a kit still for Heavy God.
He's committing to this read, and this is burning time off the clock, but he still has time to come back.
Brokey trying to again, just moving around himself. And now it's going to be Heavy God trying to press in. Time is going to force his hand. He goes silent on the approach. Brokey repositioning perfectly, but Heavy God hits it right between the eyes for the clutch.
Wow.
And off of the back of the pistol wazoo on the B site, we go 5-all. G2 have a chance to take a lead on the defense.
Speaking of good use of the clock, Heavy God did cover the option of somebody walking into hut and wrapping around through Squeaky, but then also, because it was so early on into the plant, had the time to simply walk back out and see if Brokey would take that duel. That's really solid composure and a nice 1v2 here to keep G2 in this game tied. An eco followed by a clutch.
Now going to just try to rush it down. Heavy God to be tested from the clutch to the ramp hold. Ooh, yeah. Scrambling now. CT's down to the B site. What's it look like?
2 players are here.
Hunter on control side, not alone. Doubling up on the double doors with Mouz, but looks like bombs planted uncontested. We go 5v5 post plant.
They're going to jump
lower.
into them.
They're looking to challenge, but that frag grenade finds that whole pack that want to run rampant into Mouz. Tech9's at him, double for him. Hunter not able to maintain, Frozen brings it back. We've seen him reopen rounds already. In the first half of regulation, he's been key. They expose him. And then Snacks is gonna put a smoke on bomb. Kerrigan, do you spray him off? No, yes he does! He gets both! And then Kerrigan peels off. It's another desperate attempt. Monacy with the kit. Pistols out, off the mark.
He can't find him.
What a robbery!
recovery. Oh, he can't find him. He couldn't get out of the smoke. Oh my goodness, if honestly played that longer, it might have been too difficult.
These are critical rounds from G2.
Yes, 2 1v1s back to back.
3 defuses. And a CT side that looked like it was going to be FaZe just bruising them each step of the way.
Wow, could have crushed the economy, could have ran away with this T-half. Now, feeling very lucky to have won that pistol off the back of Frozen's play. Close to this eco. By the numbers, still a solid T-side. Scary for G2 as we go into the second half, but one more round to see if they can make this burn even worse.
You know, the fact that it's a light buy that gets this G2 CT side back into victory lane for 3 rounds straight, and then FaZe can't pull one off themselves despite being that close. This third map and elimination could boil down to those X factors. 7-5 still on the cards, last round of this T-half, and it's a full buy. Leash to top silo. Trying to keep them questioning, trying to create that uncertainty again. But it costs them util. And Rain's gonna know some positions because of the trajectory, so now he's looking to split into this A site. It's a half-health Snacks looking to get out of here. He does get found out. Malbs peek from Garage, finds bomb.
Where's this bomb going?
There's a player wrapping around, but Alish takes him an extra second. He'll get there. Modesty doesn't know where the next fight comes in from. You know it's on either side of this.
Yeah, he's
Someone's gonna attempt to kill you in hell. But that attempt actually takes to heaven. And with Kerrigan finding a kill out from Hut, you'd think Alish now has this. But it's the bomb that's still stuck outside.
Yeah, for the moment. Modesty peering up.
And as long as that bomb is stuck out there, oh, that could have been it. If bomb gets dropped, and then 2v3 CTs, who knows? But they know Monacy's still probably scouring this garage, looking to drop that bomb carrier. And sure enough now, no element of surprise. Alish actually gives him another chance.
But they allow him to cross now. Rain gets into the site.
So nothing should be able to stop it. Yeah, ramp gets pushed out. FaZe Clan tie this up. Zany moments at the end of this first half. We're tied going into the last half of this game. 6 rounds each side. Group A of Katowice 2025 stacked to the brim with the legends that make up Counter-Strike. And only one of these two rosters steps forward tomorrow for the final chance to qualify for Spodek.
We've had some incredible games here at Katowice. I think this tournament might set a record for aces. We already have more aces than we did the entire tournament last year. Something like 13-8 right now. And the games that we casted yesterday were incredible. This one might be my favorite though. G2 playing their best CS, FaZe keeping up.
Showing that they can compete, they can adapt and improve, be it with or without Nico. Frozen, he is the top performing player in the server of this elimination map, and down to the B site go G2. They have found a path, and it is one of little resistance. CTs go for that double secret rotate. Snax finds a route down through vents. Ooh, he hears the approach. Quick Beretta kill from Elise, but an even faster challenge. Rain didn't want that fight. You see him try to get the hell out of there. This is a 3v5, and it's starting to be pieced together.
Okay, Hunter.
A little Kovac sprinkled in. Frozen, nothing.
Wow.
Stark contrast to the last pistol where he went above and beyond. This time, it's Hunter's turn.
He's that guy that waits till the end to show his real form. Man, Hunter yesterday did the exact same thing. We had some messy sprays for him today, but when push comes to shove, we got that critical impact. Huge pistol round here from him, and Frozen at the top of the board for FaZe, not just by the numbers. He had so many massive moments in that first half, but all that matters now is this T side from G2. And as I said before, FaZe may have been lucky to even get to Nuke based on G2 nearly winning Ancient and how they actually looked better overall on Inferno. It might be their time to have to pull off the eco win, the force down. The C2 have done to them so many times this series.
Yeah, a critical one, critical. In that 8th round of play in the first half, netted them 3 following rounds, all with defuse. Rain 5-7 ready. First shot right to Monacy's head. But he didn't have anybody to work with. They hear that ladder scramble from Elise. He won't have the element of surprise on them. And now a Molotov to stop any further rotates. Brokey tries to take a deeper angle out, but utility pressures him away. But all
Frozen?
the while, yeah, we don't see how it goes down, but it's Heavy got out of this one.
Wait, the bomb getting planted backside? They don't have
Kerrigan
decon.
strikes from single! And as he gets back into the cover, we've got Snax on the approach, but this is a poor performing Snax at the moment. And Kerrigan wastes not a bullet! 2 kills, 2 headshots. And a Mouz 1v3 demanded of him. Double door swings. He's still worried about Kerrigan. Would have been exposed, but there's nobody here with eyes on him. And so he's gonna go for the plant.
And he has to go fake for both sides. Control side door is open, decon's open.
They don't bite.
And now they're just gonna get closer and closer. Will he actually get a kill out of this? Yes, he will.
He baits it out the second time, and then Frozen shaves him off backside. Forced by win, you said it.
They can send it back.
They've got to pull one off themselves, and they do.
Yes, G2. It's a bit of a taste of their own medicine. So they win the pistol and immediately have it swept away from them. That momentum they could have built on this T side, which could definitely be grueling. This is the catch from Frozen. And this is a moment where obviously you had Elise peeking through the vent, so I guess that's why they had their guard down. Even though they didn't clear out decon though. You know, fundamentally speaking, they weren't sure that decon was totally clean.
Nice, man. Woohoo! Leg up the wrist.
He's not wrong.
And him taking out Snax doesn't help.
That 5-7's
all
got
the rounds, baby.
Bite with bark.
How does Neo keep it so cool 24/7 playing behind FaZe Clan, man?
Incredible,
How
right?
does he do it?
Every single time. It's Tazer, Neo, continuing the hope of returning to the Spodek. There's no guarantees. It's another game tomorrow, but right now nothing else matters. 7-all. Forced by back from G2. They do not want to let momentum slip without a fight. Frozen is the one that's going to get challenged on ramp. AK in hand, thanks to G2. Sticks around to throw a nade. Now it's knife out. The reality of this chase is on, and Frozen dies with nothing.
Totally run over. Not enough time to rotate downstairs. T's overrun it.
Mouz puts his hands on the AK. It is Tech9's basically for the rest. Kerrigan at bat again. Line up into the single door. Nets him nothing more than one. And it's Mouz into the back of sight. It is all that's left of G2. Kind of stuck back here.
They can't find any T's to fight.
But at a moment's notice, you know they'll all swing when they need to. An additional smoke for Rain. There is one kit here, and it belongs to Elige.
Oh, they wish they had a molly.
Will they take the chance at this retake? They are so close to the site. A smoke grenade would block off Decon. There's a pistol to make contact, so you know you've got one pinned in. But nobody wants to pull that nade out. It's the ramp support that comes out. Quick flush of single from Brokey. But he's going to need all four, and he knows he can't piece it together. Force buy to force buy. G2 take A.
Ooh, Frozen gets run down in the ramp. The top performer of FaZe, they thought they could leave him solo, and he took a little extra time to throw the grenade. G2 did not let go of W. What he needed was a kill and a safe place to stand, and he couldn't find either. They kept vision on him this whole time. So in terms of who's dishing out more on these eco rounds, it's definitely G2.
Yeah, they've got the edge. 2-1. And in terms of timing them, you heard that pop off being sent FaZe's way. 3 rounds back and forth to start the second half. Pressure mounting.
Those moments of decision making, man.
Let's go, let's go. Nice, Victor. Nice goal. Nice!
You said I did my best Nico impression, boys.
He's not wrong with the way he ran down that bomb site.
Yeah.
Not wrong at all, but of course, FaZe force back. Double FAMAS AK. We've seen much worse. Rain outside, Deagle in hand. He's not gonna get lucky yet.
Yeah, if anything, the CT side has only gotten stronger post-patch with the MP9 nerf maybe not doing enough and the FAMAS getting better and cheaper and the M4s as well.
I like this a little more. Rain's able to put that Deagle into the corner. It's a solid read as to what's to come, considering it hasn't been announced. Bounce frag for the front runners. Just enough. Rain double! Oh, and Brokey rotates right in!
And that's just it. It's only Mouz now, left alone at a minute.
Blink and you miss it. FaZe Clan slide that Deagle up into the corner, red like a book. Brokey slides in, AK in hand. It's the little that they saved from the last. He walked away with that AK. He bolsters ramp as the third piece. 4 consecutive back and forth rounds, tying us at 8.
Everything's perfect right there. We have the repeat call out of G2. This time FaZe clue into it early. They get tucked in with the Deagle. The HE lands at the perfect timing to cue Heavy God's attention to look at Turnpike for a second. And it's not in the FAMAS at the end. It's Brokey to come through with the spray down.
Snap back to reality for G2.
They wanted that bat, but it was expensive. And you could see the stress. You could see the stress right now on this map.
Again. We go again. Only 2 rifles featured in round 17 for G2.
Tell me they're going to try it again.
Why not?
Why not? Because there's 2 ramp again. Because unlike in the first map, unlike yesterday, FaZe are actually adapting to what they see from G2. Well, I say that. And they rotate one downstairs, actually. Some outside smoke, so a layer to this attack. Not just the ramp hit. Dressing it up differently as Snacks. This is what you want to see for G2. This actually does open it up. But with the early rotation down and Brokey still on Turnpike, it's not just a one-man setup. They can't simply chase this down. But that damage will allow them out.
Snacks just not ready. Crosshair not positioned anywhere close to stop that one. So the flood has happened. Down the ramp they'll go. Elige swinging it wide. Doesn't challenge just yet. T-side obviously util limited. Ooh, Frozen just gets what he needs, and that pistol swings into Elige. Top Rafters responds in Mouz, but now he is on his own versus 4, and they flood out from all around him. It is FaZe to take a lead, and it is FaZe to establish a chance at momentum, most importantly.
That is absolutely perfect branch call from that reaction. Even though we add a layer for G2, which is super nice to see because, again, they weren't doing that yesterday. This time, Frozen rotates down lower. Brokey still keeps attention on Turnpike, so he knows if there's a rush in B. Doesn't die on the spot, and Frozen also catches the outside lurker as the guy who was playing ramp. So Snax ends up getting caught off guard. And then they have all of control side secured, which they didn't last time when Frozen had to run by himself downstairs. There are levels to this.
And now there's nothing but Glocks for G2, so what felt like a back and forth door swinging and keeping them at the chance of a lead. A dose of reality that's tough to swallow. They'll try to find anything they can in this one, but it is FaZe surely to take a 10-8 lead over G2. An actual chance to build up some money. I keep saying it like it's gonna happen, but Glock dinks to red box. That'll keep Brokey a little more nervous.
They know how poor G2 are in this position. There's actually no reason to evacuate outside in this spot. It's the clock ticking for the T side. Eventually.
Heavy God's had enough. He's gonna go swinging, but that's exactly what Brokey wants, right? Support system from Rain finds it. Mouz will still finish the one-off. Stoosed out. Modesty denied as he tries to electric slide his way down into the main push.
FaZe on 10, man. And the way that they did it, you know, with the adaptation on ramp, and even with the upgrade in the call from G2, FaZe take it to the next level. 2 steps ahead so far this half. And they survived a lot of tragedies in the first half. 2 back-to-back clutches, an eco loss, and an eco in this second half as well. G2 have come at this game full throttle. Rain says, nice try on the Zeus. But that might be a wave goodbye to this tournament if G2 aren't careful.
Gun round's about to be far and few between for G2. Oh, Hunter, he'll get the better of Rain. And Hunter is trying to tap back into some heavy hitting potential. Frozen shaved down to half health. Hunter has basically just gotten all of outside for his own, but Brokey in the depths of ramp, nowhere to go now, has to fight, and he hits them as a collateral connects, dropping Heavy God to 14 as everything goes wrong.
Oh, they don't let that molly work.
Around the map. G2, when it looks like they have hope in their hands again, will need to bank on a Heavy God 14 health 1v3. He has at least gotten off of the bomb site, but already held by Frozen. FaZe 11-8.
Wow. Brokey's impact on the op. The opening kills off timing. The second one, they really just needed to let that molly work for a second. He took that second peek and he was willing to die in that spot. And instead, they take collateral damage.
This kill from Hunter, the damage he got on Frozen.
This opener is so strong for multiple reasons. It's the kill, it's pushing the player out of heaven, threatening the ramp.
I can't believe
threatening the hell wrap, excuse me. And Rain shaking his fist, knowing that he's got a team to count on right now, even after dying in that untimely fashion.
Dude, Brokey not only getting the second kill with a split second left, but for that to also be a collateral so that Heavy God's hope of a clutch get completely drained. Fast play out from Heavy God, caught up along, but snapping into a leash, trade frags back. Hut pressure still to come, and Rain sitting on the smoke's gonna get found out. Not that it'll matter. Beautiful shot out from Mouz on the D, and you've got Modesty with him. It is these two that look to combine. And one gets off the site.
This would be so much more dangerous if they could get that bomb back, but they keep an option open having Modesty go for the wrap heaven.
I think this timing...
They dropped out, but they're watching it, and they get to opposite vent. They're covering each other quite well here.
It's going to bank on Frozen getting the better of Modesty. He's got the better rifle for the job.
One correct jiggle from Modesty.
No. Element of surprise lost. We saw the Mouz smoke spam Deeg shot. It's got to come through for 2. Good reposition onto the top hut. They keep that pressure up, and that is FaZe Clan 12.
They survive that force up, and you know how explosive G2 can get in those moments. Upper pop doesn't go, and Neo can see it. He can see it happening, finally.
It feels like the life of this last map was all in the first 4 rounds of this second half. Whoever won that back and forth was going to have runway.
And the fashion in which FaZe did it and adapted showing their full strength. They're trying to read the economy and stay focused as we get into round 21, which could be the last.
Impact from Frozen again, a 21-9 map thus far. And a chance to get aggressive into lobby as he pleases. We also get this double up from the defense down secret. And with 4 players walking, nobody's really watching the stairs. They kind of approach this lazily.
He got another one.
Leave it to Unleash.
Oh, how are they going to know Rain's here? The molly comes down. He can go after this after he hears them. They ran away.
Does he make that move? For now, he sits down there, just making sure that nobody can return back lower. We've also got this move from CT Spawn. Hunter into the corner, is gonna get found. Kerrigan able to take his head clean off 2 frags left. That's all that separates FaZe from eliminating G2 here and now. And it's Mouz and Heavy God. 2 players who put on that G2 jersey and try to make names for themselves. Huge asks of them with the departure of Nico, who they eliminated just 24 hours ago. And now they face that same threat. Double Heaven retake with lobby control for FaZe. And Heavy God's gonna turn his attention into the top performing player of this critical map. FaZe will waste no time. It was all about the back and forth. 4 critical rounds of 4 spies, and FaZe come out on top. You wanna play their game, don't be surprised when they beat you.
Incredible, they run away with this. They run away with this map when it seemed like it was gonna go every single round after the first. What a performance in for FaZe Clan. After their Inferno showing, we all had doubts. When the 4-round comeback came into overtime, that's when it got truly scary on Ancient. But they survived it all, and Elige will take his best win in the FaZe jersey.
1 step closer to the Spodek. 1 game left for them to win. And that will be versus Eternal Fire, a team that has shown promise at the start of 25, and another team that has come so close to stepping forth into Katowice's arena. It's a big game tomorrow for 2 teams that show promise, but 2 teams that can also falter. FaZe Clan eliminating G2. Nico and his merry men all gone in Kato.
What a game and what a way to finish such game. Very tense, very close and very dramatic all the way to the end. FaZe stay alive. G2 has been eliminated from IEM Katowice, and we're joined by one of the main actors in the game, Kerrigan. Tell me, how pressured were you throughout this series?
Yeah, I think actually we played a little bit worse today than we did yesterday.
Okay.
I think mentally I was out of it on Inferno. I could really feel the game plan Inferno Nuke from them was simply to disrupt us completely. Like, it was very hard to mid-round, but I think the rounds we had on Nuke and T side, where we had a little bit more calm, I could mid-round the situation. I think we played really good at that point.
I was paying attention to your cam as well. We obviously have cams on you guys 24/7, and there were a lot of rounds where it almost felt like you had a sign of relief, you know, and that's why I asked about the pressure. It felt like you were, as an in-game leader, but also as a team were really put to the task. Was that because of the way they were playing, you know, being disruptive and being in your face?
Yeah, of course, like when that's disruptive, we don't have that much structure yet, right? We have a lot of different roles, a lot of things on my mind, and I think Frozen today on 3rd map really stepped up, and everybody has been after him for the past 10 months, him not stepping up in key moments, and I think he know that, and I talked to him, and I think he started to enjoy playing the last 2 games more, and just understanding that what we're doing now is not a sprint, it's a marathon, and I think for me talking to him, I think I could see him enjoy playing the game now, where previously it's been a little harder. So I'm just happy to see my boy playing really good.
Yeah, speaking of marathon, this game was like super long. I was going to ask you a couple of things actually. First of all, city side of Nuke, who is making the initial freeze time calls on the setups? There were some, force rounds where you just went on the ramp and then you wait for them. 4 of them just came to ramp. Like, you had the reads or any kind of idea what they're going to do, but who is making those little CT side calls?
So obviously John is like kind of main caller on 4 CT side maps, right? We are trying to make a more red line in our CT side, who is actually the main caller on CT side. But everybody in the team knows what Rain can do in yard, what he can do. And I think the dancing we played was
thinking outside the box when we don't need to do it. I think we are too scared about outside and leaving Frozen alone on ramp. So it wasn't the best call. And I think overall it's more like a team cohesion on the CT side Nuke. If somebody wants to start vents or start ramp or whatever wants. So there is a little bit chaotic there where I think John has to get used to not being the main voice on the CT side.
One more thing. This you guys came here at about 5 o'clock-ish.
Yeah.
And now it's past 11, and that was a 1 best of 3. Do you think, like, coming into these like late hours, third maps, do you think the focus with your team, and maybe in general, drops a little bit, and the little silly mistakes are happening more than they should be? Like, let's say if you played at 5:30, 6:30.
I think it's hard to say. I mean, I played a lot of best of 5 finals in my life where it was 7 hours. So I think for this to happen is like, it is up to the individual player to be maintaining some energy during the day. But I think we actually were pretty sharp in the energy level and making less mistakes. But obviously the hardest part is when you are putting in much energy and then you're having frustrated rounds back and forth, especially losing pistol, win force by, lose force by. There is a briefer where you're like, this cannot happen like this, and we need to reset and refocus on what we can control. And that was controlling emotions, and I think we did that in the end.
Finn, one last question for you before we let you go and you can catch some sleep and get some rest. You are not qualified for Spodek just yet. You have one more game to win, one more game to play. You're facing Eternal Fire, a team that as of recently have really made a step up. Initially, thoughts on that game? I know it's pretty early after your G2, but that's a pretty formidable opponent.
I think they're actually very underrated. I think what they showcased earlier this season, they're playing really good. They're shooting really hard, and they are really annoying in many moments of the game. It is going to be another marathon probably. I'm used to that right now, but I think that is a mental resilience. I think if we can beat them in the mental resilience, I think we have the upper hand because I know how good they can be when they're feeling it, and we need to make sure that even though they have a hot start, that we can reset and play our game. But for sure, they are really underrated compared to what ranking they have right now in Valve.
It's going to be a great game tomorrow, Finn. Thank you so much for giving us the time and your thoughts. We'll let you get some rest. We had Shocks as well catching up with the losing side in G2, who unfortunately now are eliminated from Katowice.
Taz, end of the road here for G2 after a very, very hard-fought win versus FaZe, and it often comes down to these little inclinations in rounds, right? These little things, these things that don't go your way. What ultimately was your biggest hurdle today, you think?
I think that, it's end of the road, but I think it's also the beginning. I think that we showed very good Counter-Strike and we just couldn't close the rounds. And I think in so many situations that it's just painful because of that. I believe that the guys played really good and they just didn't close the game. And you need to give respect to FaZe for it because they took it from us and they fully used it.
You absolutely need to. You say it. It is the start of a beginning, and there's a very heavy task on the shoulders of a Mouz, of a Heavy God, and of the remaining members as well, right? So can you tell me something about what you've seen in this important LAN environment against one of the best opponents you're going to be facing a lot?
I think that there's also a heavy task for me as a coach. It's my responsibility to make them feel comfortable in these situations, and we will have time to work on it. And I fully believe in them. I don't mind that, we crumbled this event or that we didn't play our best at Bounty. Like, for me, we are doing progress, and I know that we can get a lot better. Just need some time, when you lose a leading voice on city side, then you just need to get back on the road, and it's not like that.
It definitely isn't. Can you, as a final question, let me in a little bit on how that's evolving, that leading voice or the voice that Nico left on CT side, but also in the mid-round calling, because we did pick up a lot of Monacy in some of the comm snippets that we heard.
I mean, Monacy is the best player in the world, and for me, if he's talking, that's very important. It's very good for the team. He can carry the team on his own, and obviously he's getting help from all the guys, and Nema Hunter will be taking responsibility for the city sides in game. So I'm confident that we can come back stronger.
Thank you for that, and on to the next. Onto the next for them. Didn't really answer because we did hear a lot, a lot of Monacy in those snippets. But Kasadi says he's taking responsibility, so you must be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as long as he's not leaving. Actually, is he leaving? I don't know.
I mean, the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Let's see what happens by summertime. Let's see what happens by
but
summertime.
it's fair, though. I mean, I know, obviously, the thing is coming into this match, and I don't know if that's an incorrect read for me, but a FaZe with this amount of experience, even with the integration of Elige, right, should be a favorite in this matchup because of all the burden on the different members of G2, I feel like. But they got so close, and that makes it a bit more painful than I think, from the outset.
I think it's a good way of framing it, because I would technically agree, there's no shame for G2 in losing to FaZe Clan, but overall, when you look at the tournament, when you look at how they played, when you look at the opportunities they also had a loss to VP that by, stretch of the imagination probably should not have happened. That's a game where G2 were the heavy favorites. So I think when you look at it from a G2 perspective, it's a team that is built to win trophies. It's a team that has, according to Tess, the best player in the world, and the best player in the world is not even close getting into the Spodek. It's not like they're losing the game just before the Spodek. They're actually finishing now in a place that makes them not even close, So is it okay? Sure, I think there's time to grow for G2 still, but again, it's a team that is built to win stuff and be in playoffs. So result-wise, not okay, but I think in terms of what we saw, they show glimpses of what could be for the future.
The team is kind of growing on me, I'm not going to lie. The thing is, like most of the team, I'd say it like that, right? Because they have young kids, their heavy guard just came in. Mouz is like, you had the year that he had last one. It was like pretty successful for him individually. I don't know if it was like 12, 13 on the top 20, which is kind of great for a player that just came into this kind of tier 1 scene, right? And overall, nobody's going to be happy about this. I have been eliminated multiple times in different stages of this event, and it always hits you on the first night. It really does. But in time, especially like if you have a good environment around you, it tends to kind of fade away. You look forward to the next thing and to the next thing, and when we get to top 1, you kind of forget about this.
It's true. We don't really have the space. I mean, we do have the space to talk about it now, but I don't want to keep you that long. But it is interesting, the Monacy angle also. I think a lot of people forget that he's so young, and this is what happens to this team from his perspective is more than just a teammate or a shuffle, right? This is someone that didn't live in his home country, spent a lot of time with Nico specifically. Like, this is more for a young person to burden. But I think Janko said it in the pre-show. You got to move on, right, at some point, and maybe this will be another kind of benchmark to do that.
Well, I want to take you on the word there, because I think that's a conversation we can open now, not to bash on G2, because as I said, I don't think losing to FaZe in the fashion they did today is not a disaster. They played some good Counter-Strike, but if G2 want to keep hold of Monacy, again, Tess just said it, he's the best player in the world according to Tess, they got to show him that it's a team worth staying for. They got to show him that it's a team worth committing for, and that's something that starts now. I know this tournament was a bit of a freebie. Again, they can integrate heavy guard, they can learn, they can grow on the CT side, but the next couple of tournaments for G2 are going to be super, super important. If they don't find any sort of success, if they don't go into the playoff, maybe even get close to a trophy, if you're Monacy and you're the best player in the world, why would you stay? Why would you not seek somewhere else? So that's a conversation that we open now. It's not necessarily a dangerous place to be. It's not a red alarm ringing, but it's something we have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's one of the conversations that always start when you're in an environment like Kato. Same for FaZe. They held their own. Again, the Elige integration is going as well as you would have hoped. But let's look at all the results for today and take stock of what we have, because that does mean that we will be moving into our last day with all the stakes on the line. Spirit, if you missed it, lost that third map versus Na'Vi and now has to beat some poor souls tomorrow to make it into the Spodek. And Mouz, without a lot of fanfare, I think it was to be expected, but they did go out 0-2 against Liquid, who still fight another day. So let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. It'll be Eternal Fire versus FaZe for that spot in the Spodek, Liquid versus Spirit. And then, of course, at the end of the day, the opponent is still to be decided there.
Yeah, the Spirit Liquid game is on paper, interesting for one reason, and that is to figure out whether Spirit is going to win 2-0 or 2-1. I don't think Liquid have much of a chance, unfortunately, in that one. They've looked somewhat decent so far. They face Eternal Fire game as well. Very interesting, in that regard. And then obviously later on the day, we'll see Spirit or Liquid will move on to face the final boss, so to speak, in Group B.
Yeah. Group B. Then we can make the picture for ourselves because we have Gamer Legion versus Astralis, where a lot is contingent on. We also have winner matches, so for the seeding going directly into the semifinals, or if you have to start on the Friday.
And I just want to phrase it for people at home to
It's confusing
understand.
actually to see it like this.
Yeah, a little bit, but Gamer Legion Astralis are playing to face the winner of Spirit and Team Liquid. So that will be the game. So one could imagine Team Spirit will face either Gamer Legion or Astralis. Again, I'm not going to rule out Liquid. They're doing okay for themselves, but there's a high likelihood that we get to see Spirit. And then one game I look forward to, is Na'Vi the Mongols. I think Na'Vi have shown they're back to somewhat their best. The Mongols have also come in, a bit underappreciated given they didn't show up in Copenhagen. They've looked decent so far, and who knows, if the Mongols can take down Na'Vi, then we may have another favorite for the trophy out of nowhere.
I don't think they can take down Na'Vi, but I mean, I guess there is a war, right? But for me, in the second game, Vitality VP is something that I'm looking forward to watch, right? Because different styles, different mentalities, different cultures and everything in the team. I mean, obviously, I don't mean the nationalities, but
I do. The French.
Okay, fair enough. You're biased, but still, the thing is, I do think that this is the matchup that PP maybe has a chance. There is in Kato, in Cologne, there is always one team that you don't expect to be in the semis.
Yeah.
Last year, who was it? So or the Portuguese guy?
Yeah.
Before that, there was multiple teams that kind of just pop up for that event, and they get to the semis and then they lose. But this might be VP or Mongols.
Yeah, is that the faith you want for them? They make it into semis, but then they get 2-0 in 45 minutes.
I mean, it's enough.
Well, I mean, if they can win against Team Vitality, that would be a statement, because take nothing away from VP, the fact that they're already in this Bodeg is pretty impressive. But it's the first time they face one of the top dogs. It's the first time they face a team that can realistically win the tournament. I know the win against G2 was good for VP, but if they can make the game competitive against Vitality, maybe even win against them, then again, that's another team we have to keep an eye out for when we hit the playoff.
True. We've got still 2 teams that need to make it to the Spodek tomorrow, and it is the tragedy and the joy of these last days of this stage 2. The teams that just don't make it see their aspirations just fall short of the arena where everybody wants to play here in Katowice. So join us tomorrow for a riveting final day of the group stage here in the wonderful Hall of Heroes. Good night.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I find my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win! GG!
And it's all done! Astralis winning! Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic! And they did it again in the grand finals! It's Mouz! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! Your champions!